Jean and Peter sat side by side on the couch, both looking suitably guilty. Across from them stood Liv and Gwen, arms crossed and expression stern. In the background, the TV blared a pre-recorded news segment, though it hardly needed recording. It was being broadcast everywhere. Earlier today, the world witnessed a shocking display of power. A flaming bird, large enough to be seen from Earth, spread its wings across the lunar surface, lighting up the sky even in midday. Charles Xavier has issued a statement. The X-Men had no involvement in today's events. We remain dedicated to peace. This was not us. Responsibility appears to fall on Parker Industries and Advanced Ideas Mechanics. When reached for comment, CEO Peter Parker had this to say. Sorry. We were doing a test, an unstable power source, first-time insertion of a new rod. It kinda overloaded. The result was that. Liv shut the TV off with a sharp click. So, she said dryly, not only did you two decide to christen the moon, but Jean's very enthusiastic first-time birthed a cosmic firebird witnessed by the entire planet. And then, Peter, you bragged about it to the press. Peter glanced at Jean, who had buried her face in her hands. She was still glowing red with embarrassment. Losing control of her Phoenix powers mid-sex had not been part of the plan. Peter simply shrugged. Felt like a good idea at the time. Liv narrowed her eyes. Your ego's inflating again. Do I need to ground you? Peter chuckled. Come on, Liv. No one got hurt. The moon's fine, the Earth's fine. Just a light show. Besides, Jean had fun, I had fun. I make sure everyone has fun. And I have 10 of the hottest, smartest women alive who might become my wives. I'm allowed to brag. Gwen smirked. He's not wrong. I've been asked about polymarriage with Shuri more than once. People are curious. And jealous. Liv huffed. What about the lawsuits? Peter waved her off. Send them to Pepper. Earth laws don't cover space sex. No casualties, no damage, just cosmic fireworks. Let Pepper and Charles smooth it over. Jean peeked up. And for the record, I'm not calling it moon booty. That's not what I meant, Liv said with a smirk. I was referring to Helios and her influence on your, preferences. Jean nodded slowly. I read your notes. The symbiote may have started blank, but she's already nudging my chemistry. I'm telepathic, so it's subtle, but I can feel it. I'm changing. Peter moved to pour coffee for Liv and Gwen while Jean sat back, exhaling. Well, at least it's our choice, Liv said, relaxing into a chair. You're stunning, Jean. I wouldn't say no. Gwen. Gwen raised her cup with a grin. I'm bi. Jean's hot. What's not to love? Jean giggled, but glanced at Gwen. What about Cindy? Cindy Moon? Completely lesbian. I tried. No go. But she does like you. Jean blinked. Wait. Really? Gwen nodded. Definitely a thing for you. But she's a one-girl kind of woman. Jean flushed slightly. I didn't know. She lowered her voice. Sorry, Cindy. Helios rippled over her skin like a second blush, forming the sleek red suit Jean preferred. Her smile deepened as new feelings bloomed. I can feel the shift now, she whispered. Gwen's grin. Liv's scrunched up nose went thinking. Peter's lingering, hungry glances. It was subtle but undeniable. We do have another issue, Liv added carefully. Shuri. She wasn't told about you, Jean. She saw the Phoenix and assumed Peter was being reckless. She's calling this afternoon. The conference room's prepped. Peter winced. Was she furious? No, Liv said, but confused. You weren't included in the relationship talks back then. Things were uncertain. Jean sat up straighter. That's fine. I'll handle it. If this is marriage I'm in. Peter looked touched. You're mine, Jean added. No one's taking you from me. Gwen chuckled. Wow. Possessive much? Do all augments go full primal when they get laid? Jean didn't answer. She just grabbed Gwen, pulled her close, and whispered, Mine, before kissing her senseless. Gwen melted into the embrace. Ahem, Liv coughed. Video call, ladies. Fine, Jean said, setting Gwen down gently. I've got a plan for Shuri. She pulled out a metal bar. Not vibranium, adamantium. Came through Doom's portal into Avalon. I've been practicing with it. Peter raised a brow. Smart. In the apartment's conference room, the hollow display flickered to life, revealing Shuri's regal form seated on her throne, golden robes glinting under Wakandan light. So, she began sternly. Explain. We had an agreement, and you shattered it, publicly. Peter opened his mouth, but Jean gently placed a hand on his chest. Peter and I were together before any of this, she said. And while you may be royalty, he was mine first. That said, I'm willing to compromise. She held up the adamantium bar. I offer this to Wakanda. In return, I ask to be considered for royal approval as Peter's partner. I'll accept any trials you set, but Peter is not negotiable. Shuri leaned forward. This isn't about metal. Jean smiled. In her palm, the bar began to glow, melting into a red-hot sphere. She split it in two, one pea-sized, the other retaining most of its mass. My powers let me purify metals at the molecular level. I can separate impurities from vibranium and process it faster. The sample Liv gave me suggests at least a 22% improvement, depending on your facilities. Shuri looked intrigued. And Peter? Jean's eyes flared. Still mine, but you're welcome too, if you wish. Shuri raised an eyebrow, lips quirking. Blunt. I like her, but she lacks one anatomical detail I enjoy. Jean blushed crimson. See? Adorable. I'll accept your offer. The council will too. Chala will discuss Xavier's proposal. I remain queen. She gestured to boxes stacked behind her. Peter, more reading. I'll send the remaining 230 scrolls. Jean, make sure he finishes. Peter groaned. Good. I expect you both in Wakanda within the week. The call ended. Jean turned to Peter. No sex until you finish a box. What? No fair. Liv tilted her head. Actually, how about this? No sex at all until you finish a box. But she gestured to Jean and Gwen, were not waiting. Their clothes shimmered and vanished as they walked to the bathhouse. Gwen winked over her shoulder, dropped the privacy field, and blew him a kiss. Moments later, soft laughter and moaning filled the air. Peter sighed, dragging the first scroll from the nearest box. Stupid homework. Peter dropped the final scroll into the empty box with a heavy sigh. The ancient legal texts were dry and outdated, full of decrees about rituals and property laws that barely applied to modern society. Yet tradition was tradition. If Shuri asked him to read through hundreds of these, he would. From the bathhouse, faint laughter and moans still echoed. He smiled, exhausted but content, and tapped the console for a private call. Shuri's hologram flickered to life. You know, she said with a wry smile, you don't have to notify me every time you finish a box. Peter grinned. It's not about the scrolls. It's about Emma. Shuri's smile faded slightly, her tone turning measured. Yes, Liv mentioned she's been involved. Jean is acceptable, Peter, but you're expanding the circle quickly. Can you truly support all of them? Not just financially, but emotionally? Peter nodded. I've been thinking about that too. Emma's different. She doesn't want commitment. No marriage, no shared plans. She just wants to be involved, have the benefits, none of the weight. Shuri leaned back. A mistress then, in all but name. I thought Peter Parker had moved past flings. Are the others fine with this? Felicia and Emma have had a connection for a while. Gwen, Elektra, Cindy, even Friday's joked about it. There's a whole orbit of relationships I'm not even the center of. I'm just the gravity. Friday? Shuri raised a brow. Peter rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, she's physically mature, but mentally she's like a curious teen. It's weird. As long as they know where they stand, Shuri said. And do I expect more additions? Peter shrugged. Only one I'm unsure of is Nakia. She's kind, but no spark. Shuri sighed. She's your guard because she's angry with Chala. They were to marry, but he chose Okoye. Nakia feels discarded. Peter winced. That's brutal. Shuri gave a tired nod. The only one I bring forward is Aurora. But she's hesitant too. I'll speak to Felicia. And Emma. As long as I treat her with respect, she's in. And I expect the same for myself, Shuri added. Peter hesitated. Can I be selfish and say, no men? Shuri laughed. Hypocrite. But fine. One man is enough. Besides, we've got more than enough options. Peter snorted. Ask Gwen. She made a Simpson toy called Lil Pete. Flesh texture, vibrating core, soon to be self-lubricating. Shuri smirked. Send me two. Maybe I can tempt Aurora with one. Peter laughed, feeling the weight of politics ease. Luckiest man alive. And I'll remind you every day, Shuri said warmly. Take care, my heart. I'll speak to Felicia. She blew him a kiss before the feed cut out. The red flag still hung outside the bathhouse. Occupied, do not enter, but Peter knocked gently on the wooden panel. Great timing. Liv called. Bring a bottle, we're out. And switched the flag to yellow. The yellow flag was their inside joke. It meant Peter was joining in. With a grin, he grabbed a chilled bottle and stepped inside. Jean, Gwen, and Liv lounged in the water, relaxed and radiant. Jean and Gwen flanked a flushed Liv, all of them glowing from heat and mischief. None wore a thing. Peter popped the cork and filled their glasses but left his own empty. How was homework? Liv asked, sipping. One box down, hundreds to go. Peter sighed, floating lazily into the pool. Gwen arched an eyebrow. You're not here for us? I am. But I also called Shuri about Emma. Jean tilted her head. Emma. Liv explained, another augment. More into Felicia, but flirted with Peter. Never went anywhere. Peter nodded. She wants in. Not as a wife, just casual. I checked with Shuri. Now I'm checking with you all. Is she permanent or just lonely? Liv asked. No idea. She's rich. It's not about money. I think she just doesn't want to be alone anymore. Gwen snorted. Behind every great man are 10 women keeping him in line. Peter laughed. I remember you begging to be my girlfriend. You were so lame I had to. Gwen shot back, smirking. Had to drag your ass into bed. Liv arched a brow. Oh, he was shy. Not anymore, though. She let her gaze trail below the water, grinning. Unleashed a monster. Peter swam closer, lifted Liv into his lap, and kissed her temple. And I'm thankful every day. Gwen made exaggerated gagging sounds. Still lame. Still winning, Peter teased. So Emma? Liv nodded. Fine by me. Jean. Jean blinked. Is this normal? You just asked. We vote on sex, Gwen said. Kinda. It's about comfort, Liv added. If someone makes you uneasy, say so. Consent is sacred here. Like anal. Some love it, some hate it. We talk. Always. Jean nodded slowly. It's just sudden. Liv sipped her drink. So let's talk. What changed, Jean? Jean drifted to the edge of the pool and floated on her back. It was the professor. Peter and Gwen exchanged glances. In school, I saw something. Inside Harry. A symbiote, Jean said quietly. I told Xavier, but no one else saw it. He thought I was having a breakdown. So he sealed it, along with a lot of feelings. Peter's eyes softened. I liked you, Jean said, floating gently. The stupid jokes, the way you stick your tongue out when you think. Always liked you. But Xavier thought being near you might bring me closer to Harry. So, he shut it down. And now? Liv asked. Now it's back. Unraveled. And? I love him. Gwen tilted her head. Still just a schoolgirl crush? Jean smirked, lifting a small sphere of water from the pool. With a flick of her fingers, Gwen yelped, grabbing her chest. Telekinesis, Jean said smugly. Cheater, Gwen muttered. Liv kissed Gwen's cheek. It was fair. I'm not crazy, Jean said. Just unsealed. And I love you. In this house, that's enough, Peter said, pulling Jean onto his lap. This house is for family only, he added. Warehouse 2 becomes public. More space, training room, panic room. We won't be caught off guard again. Liv nodded. We'll need to charge rent for outsiders. We've got funds, but not endless. And Aurora? Gwen asked, eyes lighting up. Jean went pale. She was my teacher, she said quietly. Took care of me at the mansion. I never thought of her that way. You don't have to, Liv reassured. We never pressure. We talk. You're safe here. Jean swam back to Peter and nestled against him. This is home. I don't want to hide anymore. Peter held her tight. Then don't. Gwen raised her glass. To home. To crazy love. To being weird together. They clinked their glasses and drank. And for the first time in a long time, everything felt exactly right.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, You can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
With Jean finally moved in, and everyone discussing the settlements they had received and the plans for the second warehouse, the whole group had gathered for once. Natasha had planned to spend the day with everyone to make sure they were up to her standards, and one more important matter was finally here. Nakia was arriving. With permission for Shuri, and a very angry-looking African sorceress, who Peter had resisted the chance to comment on how if Stephen went overboard with the Ren Fair D&D look, then he had nothing on the huge African woman, with tribal beads, headdress and huge spear, all decorated with bones. Peter could sense the vibranium all over her, and as she cast a wary eye over him, Peter smiled, and the woman tooted. You may create your portal, but if we sense any other magics we will end the practitioner before swishing her huge animal hide cloak and walking away. He smiled at Nakia, who looked at the portal hesitantly. I however will not be using it. Unless you would like to explain why an undocumented woman is living with you. As she smiled at Peter, he shrugged. See you when your plane arrives, and he tossed her a phone. Numbers are all pre-programmed and he waved as it closed. It was a day later Nakia called. Her flight was in and Natasha volunteered to get her. They had a small rivalry, both proud warriors unrelenting on just how good their skill was, and they had wanted to have an official spar for a while now. One that would cement their position at AIM. Liv was busy going over sensor data, making sure the internals were functioning properly, and had one of the newer smooth helmets hooked up to a diagnostic machine, and was using her tablet to check each sensor while Perter fitted the suit. Leaving Nakia with Natasha, they had assembled everyone. Eddie and Cindy both had on their normal sparing outfits, while Laura and Carol were trying out the Mark III armor. Peter was there today to go back over the specs, let them fight it out and make adjustments based on their input as well as his own from before. It was all test data that let them improve weaknesses and make alterations based on each person's fighting style, and everyone was getting one, even if they were not a fighter. Peter was busy running a diagnostic on Cindy's armor. Her new bond with Ghost was going well, and while she had rebuffed Gwen, the atmosphere in the newly decorated second warehouse was pleasant. Eddie took one of the homes, as did Yvonne, and while they were in New York, Fury made arrangements for Wrath to live there as well. Peter hadn't heard from Kane or Selene since the Genosha incident, and while Charles had been happy to see him, he felt an oppressive air on the moon's surface. Not every augment was happy, and once the new rules were in place, Peter already knew tensions would spark up again. JJ's little group, Humanity First, was gaining traction, claiming the new laws were anti-human in nature, and a supposed splinter group, a more militant faction calling themselves the Ravagers, had sprung up, claiming Second Amendment rights to defend themselves. They had rifles and uniforms, and even Peter saw the jackbooted thugs in their behavior. While Tony was spreading commercial suits around, and his own harness was starting to make headway, getting an actual license for combat use was a much harder task. After Osborn's little stunt, and not helped by Tony sending out drones every time there was a problem, the public was resistant to the idea of powered anything. And after the giant mess of the Sentinels, Tony was seen without his armor more often than not, pushing the Iron Halo and other mental rehabilitation projects. Even the construction suits were more like frames, with armor only protecting the head and chest, leaving the pilot looking less robotic and much more human. Big Tech was reeling from one disaster after another, and after a talk from Pepper, right now Parker Inc. and Tech were barely touching the red, and it was only Gwen's pharmaceutical and cosmetic lines that were keeping AIM in the black. Spending what little they had manufacturing the Mark II armor, readying it for an upgrade to the Mark III was taking all of their funds, and Peter was trying to be as frugal as possible. Natasha and Nakia stood on the mat across from one another, and after a brief discussion, Natasha came over to Peter. Can we find someone to host Widow? It's not fair on Nakia otherwise. Peter shrugged. There is only Eddie, and he'll really hate it. He laughed, and Cindy shrugged. Isn't your sister somewhere? Cindy asked her. Natasha groaned. Yes, but I really don't want to, and Peter raised an eyebrow. My sister? My, off limits, already making my life hell about things? Sister. Peter shrugged. It's not like I care. I'm not touching anyone else, and Cindy looked down as Peter had his hand on her thigh, altering the dimensions for a test plate. Shush, or I'll mention dash, and Cindy pointed a finger at him and glared while Peter smirked and shrugged. See, go ahead. She's made a few comments, but really, she's harmless. Natasha groaned and picked up her phone. Sis, I need you to host Widow again, and Yelena walked out of her apartment naked. Shit, sis, and Natasha shot out 2 splats of webbing covering her groin and chest. What? She ate my clothes last time, and I liked that shirt, plus I don't care. Hey Peter, hey Cindy, and Yelens waved. Ugh, of all the people I want to get me sticky, I didn't want it to be you. You're not my type. Natasha groaned. See, this is why. But Yelena moved over and hugged her. You love me, give me kisses, and Natasha put a hand on her face, pushing her away. You're naked, yuck, and as she pushed her, Widow spiraled from her hand and covered Yelena in the thick black bodysuit, leaving Nadish naked. See, and you have no clothes, how is that fair? Yelena complained. Everyone here has seen me naked, and nobody cares. I care. Who wants to see my sister's funny bits? It's gross. You should take me shopping to Italy next time. Oh, and Mom too. Dad, yeah, we can leave him at home. Natasha rolled her eyes. Thanks, Widow. Of all the things you had to tell her, and Yelena shrugged as Widow changed into a white t-shirt and black jeans. Hey, Cindy, right? Natasha's sister, but not really, and Cindy looked down at Peter. Sleeper agents for a secret Russian spy organization, pretending to be an American family, and Cindy shrugged. Yeah, don't care. More the shopping in Italy? Since when do we have a jet? And Peter shook his head at Yelena. We don't, and we ask nicely. Yeah, not doing that, not with your hand on my ass and your fingers closer to my Grand Canyon than I'd ever wanted. And Peter rolled his eyes. Yeah, and I already said Liv could do this and you said, hell no, let that loser get a grip on a real woman for once, and if I remember rightly Liv just laughed at you, so now, shut the hell up. Cindy crossed her arms and huffed. It's Ghost, she mumbled, and Peter stopped, moving both his hands away from her. What? He asked, making sure he had bread correctly. It's Ghost, okay, she isn't, she's not, and Cindy sighed. She misses you, she wants you to hug her, and oh, I am going to fucking kill you, you shit. And Peter was sure he heard laughter. She misses having her belly rubbed when she was on that rat. You made her promise not to push me into bed, but she still likes, and she waved a hand around, the other stuff. Peter grinned. Does Cindy want her belly tickled? And he laughed and rolled as she swiped at his head. I will fucking kill you. Cindy hissed at him. Just fit the armor, take your time, and don't worry about where your hands are. Okay, she said, and Peter caught the slight blush on her face. But hands, I feel anything else and I'll let Ghost eat it. Peter laughed and rolled back to his feet. Okay, let's talk boundaries first, with both of you, and once Natasha has recovered from being unbonded, watch the fight. Yelena moved over and sat next to Peter. Yeah, I want to talk about that as well, and Peter looked up from the tablet. Fighting Nat? And Yelena laughed. No, stupid, moving into the bigger house next door. Not for you know, hanky-panky stuff, but I want to spend more time with Natasha, Yelena explained. Peter shook his head and moved his hands around Cindy's waist, adjusting the plates and making another note. Sorry, it's family only. Yelena shrugged. I don't mind. Widow tells me everything, and I really don't mind. What I do mind is my idiot father forgetting to leave a flag out and walking in on him floating naked in the pool. I mind that my mother, who might love my dad a lot, seems to also like Yvonne, and you are a stupid bad influence on them. Peter looked up at Cindy, and then at Yelena. Your mom, your dad, and Yvonne, and Yelena nodded. Seems Peter Parker's little sexcapades have opened a hill of worms. Peter shook his head. That feel better, and as Cindy twisted, she nodded. Still catches on the inseam, but it's smoother now. Peter nodded and moved his hands, loosening the plate and sliding it a few millimeters. Try now, and as he moved back, Cindy stretched and tilted forwards into a handstand. Better, and Peter nodded. I need permission, and you can't say anything. Naked, sex, this is more like an apartment block, so I'll be having a word with Alexei, but next door is a home, one big home. And Yelena nodded. I know, widow, remember? But also a black widow. No shame, no conscience, and you know, not interested anyway. Her yes, you not so much. I mean, if I was bored or the batteries ran out, then sure, but to date, yug, no thanks. Peter raised an eyebrow. Thanks, nice pep talk. But it's up to the others, not just me. Natasha might have an objection. Yelena looked over at Natasha and Naki, who were in a tangle of limbs. Natasha had Nakia on the mat with both her arms pinned while he struck her face, light taps to represent a blow, and as she flicked her nose, Nakia patted the mat and Natasha rolled off her and offered her a hand up. Yelena frowned and shrugged. Natasha will be fine, if she wasn't so grumpy. I mean, she did give me widow, so how upset can she be at her little sister knowing all her naughty things? Peter laughed. Point taken. Right, and he looked over at Nakia, who was standing with her arms crossed, scowling. Get Alexei and your mom. We'll do the power removal and rebinding over the next few days. Nakia first though, before she breaks something. I can hear you, and she cheated. Peter sprang to his feet and smiled. It was never fair to begin with. Nat's got what, 15 years on you, plus she trains with Logan, who's I dunno, 100 or something, and Steve. She's got the new formula, and even without widow that gives her an edge. It was never fair to begin with. So why the humiliation? And Nakia scowled at him. So you can get the extremis formula as well, and training with Nat and Logan, and maybe Steve. No point in guessing how well trained you are when we can actually gauge it. And as Peter moved over to her, plus, we need to fit you for armor, and a new spear. Nakia frowned as she looked at the shorts and form-fitting sports top she had on. I cannot wear my Dora uniform, and Peter shook his head. You're not allowed, remember? And she nodded but frowned. Plus, there is also one important piece of information you forgot about the fight. And Natasha came back over, offering Nakia a water bottle, which she took graciously. Watching two-toned and very attractive women spar was hot. As well as enhancing Yelena and Cindy. Now that Ghost had settled, there was the issue of Melina and Alexei. While Yvonne was content to just wear his harness, and Melina was happy working in the lab with Gwen, Alexei had come to visit Peter. So, I hear you are giving Yelena a new formula. And the normally jovial and nonsensical man was in serious mode today. He sighed and sat down at the kitchen table. I want to get a new formula as well. He waved his hand. I am not used to sitting. Well, I am. Being in prison there is not much else to do, but I am still young. And as he looked down at his stomach, young enough. Peter leaned back, looking at the coffee mug sat on the table. Enhancing you is a risk, and you're not as healthy as you think, plus that, and Peter motioned to the ankle monitor Alexei was wearing. Peter leaned forwards. Also, the warehouse next door is more than just yours. The homes are yours, and you are welcome to stay as long as you like, but the training rooms, the bathhouse, and everything else belongs to everyone. Alexei waved a hand dismissively. But I have been behaving. Who said something? One of your American prudes, too scared to admit this, and he motioned a hand down himself. This is peak Russian performance. They just don't like being reminded how a man should look, and Peter sighed and ran a hand over his face. Blunt it is then, he thought to himself. Nope, your daughter complained about you and Ivan double-teaming Melina in the bathhouse. Your daughter complained about you walking around naked when she's trying to study and train. Your daughter complained about the smell and the noise. You're not a fucking child, stop acting like one. Alexei stiffened. Well, yes, after being in prison certain urges, well, okay, I am sorry. But I mean, look, and he motioned to the warehouse. I am not used to this luxury, is like a hotel, so I am sorry, and maybe not so much for Melina. She likes you know, and he grinned and shrugged. It had been finally finished, and as it was a home in itself and now not a bunch of contained houses, a few changes had been made. Peter had removed the two homes on either side of the bathhouse, and cut a corridor archway into them, with double security doors, blast-proof and resistant to most types of energy as well. The missing homes had been extended out from the side too, and there were now larger double homes at each corner. Peter had taken office flooring and laid out thick luxurious carpet in neat squares across the floor, with thicker more wear-resistant flooring between in black as pathways. The old training mats were gone, moved next door and permanently attached to the floor. The kitchen area was now lined and had proper drainage, so spills could be washed away, with a second catering table in the same style as the first, neatly surrounded by comfy chairs and a sofa on the other side. Peter had found the original maker's sticker on the underside and trawled second-hand sites to get one that matched. There were potted plants everywhere, as Gwen insisted on some greenery, and promised to take care of them, and while the homes had been reduced to 12, it was agreed that there had to be a limit. Nakia, Cindy, Eddie, Ivan, Yelena, and Melina were all permanent residents next door, and Scott and Maria took a home for when they were in New York. Fury shook his head. I've got plenty of safe houses, but Peter really didn't mind. He could find his own gargoyle to skulk on. As Selene and the other augments had been quiet since the Sentinel attack, and Emma had stopped taking his calls. The other warehouse had plenty of space for more if a need arose. So, if I behave, can I get fixed? Alexei asked hesitantly. Peter nodded. Fixing you isn't the issue, you might need 6 months to adjust anyway. Natasha mentioned nerve damage, and let's face it, you're a fat slob, even the normal formula will leave you sick as it cleans up whatever mess you're in. Peter figured that being blunt with Alexei was the best option. He had a habit of ignoring things he didn't like, or brushing off bad news with deflective humor, but Peter knew. He was too old and very out of shape. Removing the red room formula would be painful and leave him weaker than most. Natasha was in top form, and depowering her left her sick and helpless, and she had made him promise not to do anything that would ultimately hurt her father. I know that look, and yes, I have been trying, Peter, but after so long, it is hard, you know. Peter nodded. I just don't want anything to go wrong, and it can. We also need to wait until your sentence is up. Peter hadn't taken the device apart, but he knew it was more than just an ankle monitor. He wouldn't put it past Carlson to have added in a gene scanner, to make sure they didn't enhance Alexei. Alexei nodded. But if it works, you can talk to Fury for me? Maybe Steve too, and... Peter snorted and shook his head. Not my team, not my call. Alexei shrugged. It was worth a shot. Now, how long and who do I talk to? Peter took out his phone and sent a message to Liv. Liv is currently dealing with Nakia and Yelena. You need a full physical first, but we can do that with Melina, and then it's up to Liv. Peter sighed. They had been unable to find a medical doctor they felt they could trust, and while Liv had the relevant education, she didn't have the actual bit of paper, the bit they really needed. Idiot, he thought to himself, and he tapped out a message. After a few minutes, his phone buzzed and he smiled. Right, so we now have another patient, but once he's cured, we'll fix you, as long as he agrees. Peter had spoken to his mom about Kurt, and they agreed to depower Kurt, and get shield off his back, but Peter inquired. Kurt was a doctor, a medical doctor specializing in genetic illnesses, which led him to begin working with Osborn on the formulas. After a hefty negotiation, he would be AIM's chief medical officer and was perfect as he still held board accreditation in New York, and was a licensed surgeon. First through, as ARCA was being written to heavily restrict those with enhanced status into military or government's positions, Kurt needed to be depot-ward, and as he was fairly fit already, the process would only take a few days of adjustment, a few days to fit him with the CLS, and even without a fully integrated arm, he could still examine and sign off on treatment for Alexei. Melina? Peter asked, and Alexei shrugged. My wife is on the fence. She has seen Gwen's work, and while she will be glad to be rid of the rubbish one, she is unsure if it is worth getting another. She was always happy in her lab, and she has that. But visas, and Peter nodded. I had them all ready to go before the attacks began. You're all sponsored by AIM, even you, but it's Romanov now. Natasha was insistent, even Yelena. Alexis sighed. Little Natasha always has to have the last word. It's fine, I have had so many, one more is not a big deal. Peter sent another text. Right, papers will be here in a few weeks, and we can deal with you and Melina then. But really, no walking about naked. Alexei laughed. You tiny Americans are so prudish. Peter laughed. No, it's to stop you being embarrassed. Yelena was wondering how Melina was able to see something so small, and Peter patted him on the shoulder. Wear a towel, big guy, okay? And Alexei slumped. No respect for Papa, not even from my son-in-law. Oh, and stop drinking my cider, buy your own, Peter yelled at him as he headed back to the training areas. Alexei followed behind, suitable chastised, and Peter heard him mumbling, not even drinking your stupid cider, always blamed. Ask Yelena, ask Melina where your cider is. Real men drink vodka, now that, I drink, and Peter smirked and shook his head. Fury and Wrath were off training somewhere today. The Quinjet was a valuable tool to have, but getting around the various licenses to buy fuel was an issue. Right now the temporary solution was to make their own, and Liv was in the process of replacing its older turbines with repulsor arc-stir lift thrusters, but with everything, even with Ivans's help, it was slow going. Right, as everyone is here. No hogging the bathhouse. Nakai, you and Yelena are welcome to use mine, as long as you realize that most of us bathe naked. Eddie, Cindy, and Alexei, the flag system will be used, as well as a rota system. Mark down what hours you're using it, and those are your times. No fighting, make arrangements. I'm not babysitting a bunch of delinquents who can't share a bathhouse when their homes have showers. As he looked around at the hesitant faces, other than that, don't care, don't trash the place, sleep with who you like, do what you want, clean up your mess, and I really don't give a shit what you do here. Just, no fighting. The bathhouse on this side was not as extravagant and was 2 single pools, one GI enough to swim in, and another for relaxing in, with small water jets. No showers, or baths. The homes had been fitted with showers and nobody had asked about getting a bath either. But, Peter wasn't about to start policing his tenants. They were adults, and what they did, and with who, was none of his business. As long as the palace was kept clean, he didn't care. Right, now, Eddie and Cindy, we're waiting to fix our doctor, but once he's off S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, we'll get you both checked over. Cindy, Extremis is fine, and Ghost should be able to handle it without unbending you. Nakia, Extremis, and check up, and Alexei, check up, and then we'll see. Yelena though, we'll talk about that in private, and Yelena nodded, and Eddie, just a medical. But, Shuri should have sent over some data, and Nakia handed him a tablet. Thanks, yup. Gwen investigated the Purple Heart serum, and while it's great, it's also poisonous. Logan, he's got metal poisoning from having the same stuff melted to his bones. Gwen and Shuri figured a way to neutralize it, but it's your call. We can't make you, but you know, maybe not dying at 50 cause you have toxic gunk in your veins. Nakia tooted, the Dora all live to at least 100, and were in good health until the last few years. It is not as bad as you are saying, but yes, it will still kill you, and Eddie shook his head. I mean, how technical is that? Can I read it? As Peter lifted the tablet and took a quick look. Yeah, I can understand maybe half of his, but go ahead after uploading the files to the secure AIM server. He handed the tablet to Eddie. Just, you know, no taking that out the building. Eddie looked at the file, headed vibranium modified foliage and its effects on human intercellular interactions, and he handed it back. Yeah, not even gonna try. I'll trust your word on this, so, Extremis too, and Peter nodded. Eddie looked down at himself. Will it, you know, and as he waved a hand in front of his groin, Peter laughed. No more than the Purple Heart should have, but we can have someone check, not me though. Wait, Extremis makes you, and Alexei did the same thing, and Peter shook his head. I am not touching that one, and as he grinned, ask Liv. She'll be happy to explain it. Eddie had a date that evening, and made his excuses and left. Alexei had to find Melina, and that was a walk to the Parker building a few blocks away, leaving Peter with Cindy, Yelena, and Nakia. The homes had been finished, and it was now up to everyone to pick their permanent home, get a lease signed, and start actually paying rent. Spoke to the others, might as well pick your new homes, as Peter pointed to the empty homes. Decide now if you're staying in here, or moving next door. I want to move then. Listening to those 3 screw at night is bad enough, Cindy said, and she huffed as she looked at the 4 empty homes at the door end of the warehouse. Any of these? Peter nodded. Then move. Mail comes to the building, it's not like anyone cares. Just make sure it's empty, and he made a note to get actual nameplates done for each of the occupied homes. In fact, once Alexei and Melina made their choice, he would see if anyone else wanted to move, or even move out. Yelena looked at the home her parents had picked, next to the one Yvonne was renting. And can we move next door? I like my parents, but I don't like them that much. Peter rubbed his face with a hand. He was expecting some resistance, but not this. We talked about it, and while we don't have a problem, you do know that we make those 3 look Puritan. Yelena nodded. I have widow. There is little I don't know about what goes on here. Peter smirked. While we don't have sex at the table, you will hear a lot. We don't wear suits in the bathing area, and we can walk around naked. So, are you sure? Nakia sighed. Shuri had me host Yahalia, to prove she was not being influenced. I too know more about you than I wish to, and I have no illusions of showing myself to you. It is only skin. Peter rubbed his head, and sighed. I will have words about that with Shuri. Widow is only on Yelena as it was an emergency. We don't normally let that happen. So I'm sorry. It's not fair to put you through that. He now knew how Shuri knew about Nakia and Tichola. Yahalia had bonded the pair together in thought and memory. something they were trying to avoid since Ghost walked off on Cindy, and Logan took rage. It is fine. You are young and handsome, I do not mind, but there will be nothing else. I have thoughts of you, and memories of your time with Shuri, but I am not interested, and I will choose my own mate. Peter nodded. Wouldn't have it any other way. Once they were through the corridor, those two are empty on the right-hand side. The 4 homes normally reserved for Selene and visitors were still empty. As they were away from the others, the chance of noise was lower, for both parties. Nakia and Yelena could enjoy themselves without worrying about being heard. The flag system is still in place though. Green means women only, so if you don't want to wear a suit, stick it out. Red means we're in there and probably naked, and yellow means my mom is there, so suits, no exceptions, and the pair nodded. But, if we do not want to, we can go skinny, yes? Yelena asked, and Peter nodded. As long as you don't care we do the same, we won't do anything, but I know suit as well, he said seriously. Yelena waved a hand. I know what you are hiding, Peter, I have seen it through Natasha's eyes, and Nakia just nodded but did stare at him for a moment. As I said, it is just skin, and I know you have no feelings for me. You are not the first man I will have bathed with, and you will probably not be the last, Nakia stated. Oh, I like you? Yelena said. Oh, and like the other one, don't hit the cleaning system while anyone is in there, and she snorted. Peter did that to show it off, and they chase him for hours. It was very funny. Peter remembered. He also remembered the bruises Felicia gave him, and the bite marks he gave her back, and the memory made him smile. As long as you understand, it's fine. The rest of the day he helped them move. With the reluctant help from the cabal of African sorcerers, Nakia moved the heavier, more expensive items from Wakanda, while moving Yelena's stuff was easy. She grabbed her clothes, stuffed them into a refuse sack and hoisted it over a shoulder. What? It's just clothes, I can press them later, she said. Peter pointed to a large row of wooden boxes, each with a lid. Leave laundry in a hamper. We have a couple of huge machines to cope. At first, Gwen had the only machine, but as the homes filled, Peter invested in industrial models, getting it all done at once. The only thing they needed to do was sort out what could be tumble-dried and what couldn't, especially after Peter shrunk one of Gwen's favorite t-shirts. Even though the symbiotes could morph into any clothing theft desired, the group of women eventually persuaded them that clothing was for more than just protection against the weather, that dressing was a ritual, and that with underwear and the right outfit, it was to feel different, and eventually the symbiotes came to understand. Great, so, food money goes in an envelope with a shopping list in the top drawer on the dining table. Take a pen and mark a shelf and a drawer, and then it's off limits as Felicia usually just eats wherever she wants. If it's really expensive, you have to pay, otherwise, we all just put in 100 or so a week, and the pair nodded. Nakia, you need to head to HR and get a contract signed. Yelena, Fury should be back in a day or so, but before he could finish her clothing vanished, and she shrugged. I'm using the pool, no questions. I haven't been able to relax since Yvonne joined, and she shuddered. Yeah, that's not a pretty sight, and she stalked off into the bathhouse. Grab a towel and add your name to a basket, he shouted after her, and she waved a hand at him. I feel kinda bad letting her just laze around while we have you. But once more he was interrupted, as Nakia slipped out of her training slacks and top. A pool sounds good. Swimming in Wakanda was for training, and I am eager to see how yours compares. As she walked past Peter, he just sighed and shook his head, and pulled out his phone, taping away, sending messages to everyone. Yelena and Nakia are in the pool. Housewarming? His phone began to vibrate with each reply. Yes, and Wanda says hell yes as well. Gwen. Pizza, Felicia. I broke him if Nia again pities. Laura. Don't fuck my sister, but yes. Natasha. I have an audition till 9, start without me, MJ. There was no reply from Carol, but he knew she was dealing with shield and sword. Her phone was probably off, but she never said no to a party, especially after a hard day, so he counted her as a yes. Jean and I will be there. Are we inviting anyone else? Liv sent back, and with Liv, he knew he meant Yvonne, but not this time. Sorry, family only this time, he sent back to her and slid his phone back into his pocket. Hey, any preference for pizza? He shouted into the bathhouse. No, and you can come in, you know. We left that flag thing off on purpose, Yelena shouted back, and Peter stuck his head through the privacy curtain. I am not sure about this pizza, it sounds intriguing, but I am also a vegetarian. Can I get one without meat? But the cheese is fine, Nakia asked, and Peter nodded, checking their place did more than just plain and vegetable pizzas. Tofu? He asked, checking their menu, and she nodded. Right. Work ends at 5, so pizzas for 6. I'm going to get drinks ready. Any preferences? Nakia swam to the edge. Wine. Shuri had some the last time she was here, and I wish to try it for myself. I'm good, Peter. Anything beer, or something harder, Yelena said, as she lay on her back, slowly floating from one end of the pool to the other. Peter snorted. Nat told me I'm not to give you anything hard. Oh, how can I resist such a charmer? Take me now, Peter Parker. Your raw animal magnetism has me quivering, Yelena said deadpan, and Nakia laughed. Peter laughed. Oh, you know it. Everyone wants me. But we don't have a lot of spirits. Your dad raided our supplies until Natasha yelled at him. She was not happy about it, and neither was Gwen. Can you cure him? Yelena joined Nakia at the edge of the pool, and lifted herself up onto the edge, motioning for Peter to hand her a towel. Peter shrugged. That depends on if it's formula-based chemical dependence or your dad just an alcoholic. If it's the latter, then no, Peter hummed, passing over the towel, and Yelena rubbed the water from her face and dried her hands. Maybe I could try and modify an iron halo. Tony had been using them to curb addictive behaviors in more serious cases, where conventional therapy and methods failed. Peter had two minds over the subject. When Hexen and Wanda returned from the other reality, they had shared their experiences, and Peter had already seen and replicated the design for the helmets, which was an almost identical design to Tony's iron halo with a few modifications. Using them to treat illness was great, but once you began to start modifying behaviors in people you didn't like, then it became an issue. Peter had hoped Tony had already seen this issue and taken steps to remedy it. A fail-safe built into the halo should be enough, and keeping it from Ross or the government would be an even better step. Yelena had slipped from the pool and threw the towel back at a basket she had labeled. While she was naked, Peter was trying very hard not to look. Hey, it's fine. He's been like that as far as I can remember. Just give him the really bad stuff and he won't know the difference. Screw it, Peter thought to himself and looked over at Yelena, who was either teasing him or trying to get him to look. Yelena saw the look in his eyes and laughed, stepping back and spreading her arms. Go ahead, I'm amazing. Drink in this blonde goddess of style and amazingness. So Peter did. Yelena was shorter than Natasha by about a foot, but still much taller than Laura. Her breasts were AC cup, and her tiny pink nipples were crinkled because of the cold, or because she was an exhibitionist. Peter didn't know. Okay, got it out of your system, great. I'm getting back in the water. You should join us. And Yelena turned and drive back in. I am not showing myself to you unless you beat me in a spar. Peter just shrugged, slid off his own clothing and stepped past Nakia to slip into the water. Not to sound mean, but don't care. Shuri and I set the rules and I'm sticking to them. If you really want to fight me for the right to your hand, we can, but I'm just happy to be able to get into the pool without getting crap for not being dressed. Nakia glanced down, and then as Peter relaxed against the side and settled into one of the pool seats, she cast a more appraising eye over him. Maybe, but that is not why we are here, is it? And he shook his head. You've both been hosts, and while Widow is going to stay with Natasha, we have talked about making symbiotes for you both, if you want. Yelena stopped swimming and paddled over where the pair were sat. Do we have to? And she made a circle and slid a finger in and out. You know, cause I don't mind, but it wouldn't be a regular thing. But Peter shook his head. I can make them blanks. The bonding will be a bit rougher, as they will be like a child. Completely devoid of experience and memories. It'll be your job to teach them, and ultimately to control them. Yelena laughed. I was only offering sex, and you want to give me a baby. Natasha will be so disappointed in you, Peter. And Nakia snorted. Think about it, it's not a one-time deal. We want everyone to be the best they can be, especially after the mess we went through. And you've both proven compatible and trustworthy. Aw shucks, Peter, my heart went all fluttery at that. Or maybe gas, not sure. Yelena joked, and Peter snorted. Think about it, I'm going to get tables ready, and get the drinks down. As he stood and stepped away, he did slightly smile as both sets of eyes locked firmly onto his manhood. Yeah, still got it, he thought as he smiled, but gonna behave myself. As his simskin rippled, shedding the water from his body, he changed back into slacks and a t-shirt and went to prepare for the party. Several low plastic tables had been purchased, and they were very handy in the pool room. The rule of no glass was still in effect, but nobody minded drinking from plastic cups while the food was served on paper plates. Several girls had bought inflatable tables to sit drinks and food on while they floated in the pool, and even with the party in full swing, everyone was talking and chatting and not splashing around. Even Laura was cuddled on Wanda's lap eating pizza and drinking beer while the group talked. Kurt is recovering nicely, and May was happy to send him home. He did look a little lost at having a missing arm again. It was a shame the formula wasn't stable enough to keep it. Liv said. Kurt had visibly shrunk as the formula was cleaned from his system and grasped his arm in pain. As it withered and atrophied, he could only watch in horror as it crumpled and withered into dust. The energy and cellular repair of the formula faded once it was out of a person's system, and it was the reason unbonding someone was so painful. The formula worked by stimulating the dormant X gene, and once the gene was rendered inert once more, the body suffered from small amounts of genetic damage. Organ and immune system failure were common, and Kurt had developed benign but painful tumors as well. The formula was an amazing drug, but the more Gwen and Liv researched, the more horrifying they found it to be. It was almost as if removing the formula piled on the accumulated damage the person had healed during its use. After Kurt's depowering, they were now worried that with Alexei's reckless behavior and alcohol abuse, that depowering him might kill him. I'll set him up with an implant tomorrow. Can you deal with Nakia, Cindy, and Yelena until then? Then we can move on to Alexei and Melina. They might need more time and more care. Peter said while sitting with Carol on one side, picking at some fries, and Natasha on the other, who was glaring at her sister, floating on her back in the pool. Natasha hissed at him, keeping her eyes on her sister. I thought I said my sister was off limits, and he laughed and kissed and nibbled her neck. Why is she naked in the pool? She is naked, nothing more, and she and Nakia were both uncomfortable with your dad's behavior. Mom likes three ways, Yelena shouted, kicking her legs and gliding back towards the deeper end of the pool. Natasha sat bolt upright and spluttered, what? And Peter patted her back. You got it from somewhere, right? It seems that at least one household is getting on the poly bandwagon, and Natasha huffed. Think that's bad? I get that crap at work too, Gwen complained as she slid into the pool, nodding in appreciation at both Nakia and Yelena. Are they off limits for us as well? Natasha just glowered at Gwen, who laughed and raised her hands in mock surrender. At work, there are 3 camps. The does it really work types. The it's fine but I wouldn't types, and the you're a whore and you'll burn in hell types. Oh, and the snort harem assholes who can't get it around their stupid skulls that poly isn't harem. I mean those fucking cartoons have a lot to answer for. Peter laughed. It's anime, and it's art. It's crap, and I'm sick of it, she retorted. All those damn tentacles. I mean, come on Pete, do you really like that? Peter looked at her confused, and it was Liv who gently coughed. The hentai is mine. Gwen stared at her and chuckled as she shook her head. Peter shrugged. It's still fine. Nakia and Yelena are guests and that's it. Nobody expects anything except them using the pool, and movie night I guess, but that's not naked. Natasha laughed. It's not supposed to be naked, Peter said while laughing and kissing her again. Still, no sister. Not crossing some lines and I will beat your asses. The group nodded. It was all fun and games until Natasha pulled you onto the mat, and then even Laura behaved. Good, now, Widow, give her back, and Yelena pouted and swam away. Nope, she has not finished telling me all the juicy parts. I'm up to finally admitting that you like girls, and what a girls' night that was, Natasha turned and smiled at Peter, who released her from his embrace, lifting both hands up. Yeah, that's on you Yelena, he said, as he leaned over and grabbed a few fries. Probably should grab our drinks and move, as the look Natasha was giving her told of incoming pain and splashes. There were inflatable armchairs surrounding the tables, with towels over them for comfort, and the group simply moved. Hosts weren't subjected to the cold, but Peter handed Gwen and Nakia fluffier towels to act as blankets while Natasha took revenge on her sister. It gave them a chance to bond, and Peter was happy enough to actually get some pizza. Mixed veg and tofu for you, and he slid over a box towards Nakia, while Felicia looked guiltily at the ceiling. Sorry, she's incorrigible. As the lid was lifted, and the missing slices were spotted, Felicia shrugged. I thought it was one of those weird tofu pizzas. It is one of those weird tofu pizzas, and yet you ate 3 slices. Nakia said with a small grin. Maybe I should follow your Natasha's lead and take this to the mat, and a predatory smile crossed Felicia's face. You know I've trained as well, and out of everyone, after Nat, I'm the most experienced. Yeah, it's stealing food. Damn thieving cat, Gwen said while pulling her 1 pizza box back towards her. Felicia laughed and slid over. My honey bun hates me, and she fake pouted, but as Gwen turned her head to kiss Felicia, she leaned forwards and instead took a bite from Gwen's slice, laughing as Gwen paused and sighed. Yup, thieving cat. Nakia, I think I'll take you up on that, maybe she'll learn some manners. Felicia laughed. Thank you for the food, and she leant in and gave Gwen a kiss. It's delicious. Gwen tooted and kissed her back, and the group sat and ate their pizza, ignoring the cries and squeals from behind them. With the edge of the pool higher than the water, to let people sit at the edge, there was no danger of splashing, but it meant that the view of whatever Natasha was subjecting her sister to was blocked. It wasn't until there was silence that Peter decided to venture forwards and see what was happening. Widow had covered one sister, and it was difficult to tell which one it was, but another symbiote-clad woman was floating next to her, in her embrace. This one's armor was white, and as Yelena's Widow armor was the same color, he figured that Widow must have spawned, creating a bond between the pair. As Widow shrank back, and Natasha looked up at him, she motioned him forwards, once, just this once, to come her, but, and I swear Pete, no more than that. It's weird enough sometimes and I don't want to be getting off on my sister. You know we're not related, right? Yelena said as the newly born symbiote slid back. But, no, it's really weird. Oh, it's Vonya, and she is calm. Peter shrugged. One-time deal, take it or leave it. Yelena looked over at her sister. Really? I might joke, but I do actually prefer girls. Peter just shrugged. Okay, who wants the newbie? Cute Russian blonde's first bonded time. Nat says it's okay, he joked, and Natasha batted him. I said it was okay for you, asshole, and he laughed. I was joking, overprotective sibling much, and he grinned as he flicked some water at her. Did you just flick me? And yes, from a pack of pussy-hungry she-devils, yes damn right. While she only dipped a finger into the pool, Widow stretched out under it and cupped more water. When Natasha flicked the water at him, Widow sent a squirt out as well, hitting him in the face. Hear that, ladies? Apparently you're pussy-hungry she-devils, and he was greeted by a chorus of approvals. Forgot cock-hungry as well, Gwen shouted back, and Natasha laughed. So, no sister then, and Natasha shrugged. Nope, she's off limits again, and she was greeted by another chorus of os and boos. You all had your chances, and she laughed as she shook her head. You too, Pete, and he shrugged. Nakia watched in amazement as the group of women surrounded her, laughed, kissed and ate. Is it always like this? She asked Gwen, who shrugged. This is quiet. Pete wasn't joking when he said movie night isn't supposed to be naked, but what about you? And Nakia frowned. Me, and Gwen nodded. You might have noticed there is a certain type Pete likes, and some of us share that. So, my tall drink of hot chocolate, do you like girls or am I chasing the wrong cat? Nakia furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. I am unsure how to take that. I suppose that amongst a group as pale you that must need sunglasses when the sun shines on you, that my skin would be considered alluring, but surely you wish to know me better and not judge me on my skin. Gwen shrugged. Most relationships are based on first-glance attraction. Eyes, hair, chest, legs, hand, and skin. She took a breath. Studying the effects of the symbiotes on unhosted individuals meant studying psychology to note personality changes. Should you be offended I'm attracted to your skin color? If you are, then that's your problem as I find it. The dark brown of your eyes, the size of your breasts, the toned muscles of your thighs and the small strip of pubic hair to be very alluring, and wouldn't care if you were white or any color. You are beautiful, end of discussion. Then, I am sorry to say that I do not. I prefer the company of men, and Gwen shrugged. And that's the end of that. Still gonna admire you though. Pete's not the only one who likes the ladies and Liv nodded. And if anyone makes you uncomfortable, say for example a certain blonde with boundary issues, then just smack her. I think Natasha's idea of taking things to the mat might have merit, especially when dealing with house guests. Gwendolyn and Gwen ginned but mouthed sorry at Nakia. With Kurt recovering, we can do your treatments tomorrow if you want, Nakia. Drinking or overeating won't affect the treatment, or if you wish to have another day off, I can start with Cindy or Yelena. Liv asked her. Nakia lifted the last slice of pizza and folded it. No, I am not used to lazing around. Tomorrow will let me get used to the new formula, and Liv. I do not mind Gwen's advances, there is no need to admonish her. I am just not used to them. It was strange but she missed the camaraderie she felt while sharing quarters with the other Dora Mileage, and this reminded her more of her training days than she cared to admit. She knew this group would be as close, and knew they would understand. I was betrothed, all my life, and it fell through. I lived in the royal palace and trained and learned etiquette. I ate at set times, and I trained with the other Dora. I am, simply, unused to this atmosphere. As she waved the slice, this food, and as he motioned to Peter sat on the edge of the pool, with Yelena on one side, laughing as she ate his fries, while Natasha cuddled his arm and ate pizza, this level of bonding. I will take some time to adjust, but I think I will like it here, even if I must suffer being called hot chocolate. Oh, another one. Oh no, an attractive young woman likes you. The horror, Liv said rolling her eyes. You'll get used to it, dear. Nakia could only shrug. These people were definitely strange, and even being raised with the notion of being one amongst many and sharing a husband she was not prepared for them not to only share Peter but each other. I probably shall, she said and raised her glass, raising an eyebrow and winking at Liv. I probably shall. Half listening in, Peter cleared his throat. There is also Emma, and I asked her to come around tomorrow. She needs to get a straight answer. Shuri agreed. Felicia asked and Peter nodded as she leaned over to see what food was left, and she doesn't mind either. I think she's happy enough, just a few ground rules is all. So there are no misunderstandings. As Felicia looked around at the huge gathering, yeah, 'cause really, we have enough drama without Emma. As she spied a lone slice of pizza and Huntress shot out a tendril to snag it, a scowling Gwen turned around and frowned at her. Yup, one is bad enough. Felicia shrugged and stuffed the slice into her mouth. Emma sat, lounging in an armchair in Peter's apartment while sipping a glass of champagne. So, is this your way of breaking my poor little heart? She said as she waved her empty glass at him and he laughed, added more champagne to her glass, and shook his head. Nope, but Shuri wants assurances that it's only going so far. As she put it, mistress, not marriage. Emma lighted her glass and shrugged. She had expected to be rejected. I've been called worse, darling, but I want assurances that it is mistress and not whore. I had enough of that, and look where that got him. All I want is a nice happy relationship where I don't get some uppity arsehole telling me how to live my life but still treats me as if I actually exist. You fit that bill perfectly. You are the closest thing to a decent man I've found so far, so why look further? Only treat you like a whore if you want me to, but you also need to know what it means. I mean, you think it's me, but there are more of us. You sleep with Liv, well, add in 9 others who feel the same way. Electra made her choice, Felicia only. And leave Cindy alone. She might have a symbiote but she isn't part of this. Peter rubbed his forehead, and Friday is, yeah. Please leave Friday alone until she's at least, and Peter sighed, older. Emma laughed, and here I thought you were insatiable. I accept. Women are no issue but remember I do have my own preferences. Nobody gets an invite unless I agree. Peter shrugged. That's how it's always been. But there is one last thing. Emma raised an eyebrow as Peter pointed at her glass. Yeah, not buying that again. It was 300 a bottle. What the hell, Emma? Emma drained her glass. Since she had Precious it had been rather bland, but worth seeing his face. I expect only the best, darling, and you agreed. Why should I miss out just because my little boy toy is so stingy? Wait, boy toy? How old are you? Peter had figured she was maybe 5 or 6 years older, the same age as Natasha. Emma sighed. While that is rude to ask a lady her age, I, unfortunately, need to talk to you about that. You'll need to get Liv, and we need more alcohol. As the pair made their way over to the Parker building, Liv was busy finishing up work on the latest armor build when she greeted Peter and Emma in the cafeteria. It was quiet and the break time wasn't for another hour. As they sat, drinking slightly better than vending machine coffee, Emma told them about what had been discovered in the files of Bar Sinister. Peter had sat stone-faced as he listened. He had guessed there might be more, and not augmented, after what they had found, but it was Liv who seemed upset at her revelations. Her time at Oscorp had still left her wary of any human experimentation, especially done under the radar, and she was thinking that if Shaw wasn't dead, she would have killed him herself. There are 2 more clones of Emma Frost in the world, and Emma showed them the list. I have no idea who, but there are. Peter frowned. Should we be worried? I mean, your powers are pretty strong. And Psylocke and Rogue aren't exactly pushovers either. Peter asked, concerned that another rogue or worse was loose in the world. He would make a note to get Fury to try and track down the last 2, even if it was just to be sure where they were, and that they weren't a danger to anyone. I don't really care. If they have been under the radar this long, then they can stay there. I'm more worried about long-term effects. Am I defective, or am I going to end up like Wade? Wade? Peter asked, but Emma shuddered. Wade was the singular reason Peter was given the Mind Stone back, as, in a stupid attempt to try and figure out who the other cuckoos were, she read his mind, hoping to find out more about Shaw's operation. After she recovered, drank herself into a coma in an attempt to rid herself of the experience, she wanted to be rid of the stone. Not just the stone, but the memories. She was even willing to let Peter or even Jean do a little housekeeping on her mind. Even now, the mention of his name sent shivers of disgust through her. Deadpool. Shaw had a singular mutant, and I mean that in all respects of the word. Augment is too kind. He was powerful, had multiple powers, and was very, very unpleasant, and not just physically. Emma shuddered when she remembered the look Wade had given her, and the surface thought he was having about her breasts, his tongue, and a bunch of bananas, and where he wanted to stick them, and not just in her. They had immediately turned him out and sent him to the mansion. Charles was insistent on rescuing all poor and oppressed augments, so he was welcome to him. Well, he sounds delightful, Liv said, raising an eyebrow. Curiosity had gotten the better of her, and no matter his issues she would still like to see exactly how his ex-Jean looked. They knew it was the key to an augment's powers, and messing with it usually ended up being fatal, so how he managed to have so many different powers was intriguing, and really he couldn't be that bad, could he? When you bonded with Precious we did a full checkup. There is no sign of cancer or other genetic abnormalities. As much as it might pain you to hear this, but Shaw made you perfect. I expect it was intentional, and he chose only the best. Anne-Marie is mentally unstable and is maybe only a quarter Emma Frost. Psylocke has very similar powers, and is more your sister than anything else. But let's be clear, you are not clones of Emma, you are your own person. You were made from donor DNA, from several donors, and not cloned from one specific person. She continued, but as she looked down at her coffee she frowned. Peter, I hate to bring this up, but do you think that Laura is one as well? Laura is a clone? Emma asked, and Peter nodded. Of Logan, but we never thought to check the donor mother. It might be one of our missing Emmas, and Emma leaned back. Well, that could have been embarrassing. I took a bath with her and we almost, and she smiled and winked. So, no doing the young Miss Wolverine then? Well, not until we know. I'd be more worried if she is. Laura grew up in a lab and family is a huge thing for her. I mean, a really huge thing. Laura had been the most receptive to everything happening so far. She had accepted Peter having more than one lover, had accepted the multiple marriages, had been happily sharing a bed with everyone, and had been the most active in seeking out new things to do with everyone. Peter had put it down to their pheromones, but really it was being part of a loving group. She took to Logan like a duckling, bugging him and following him around, finally finding the family she was after. Finding out that Emma was her sister would probably cause her to explode with joy, and Peter knew that while Laura would love it, Emma was a bit more composed. We need to do the testing then. Peter sighed, but we shouldn't tell her until we find out for sure. Liv nodded. It won't be hard. I have samples of everyone to make sure the symbiotes aren't causing issues. I take them when I do the 6-monthly physical, or in your case, twice daily, and Peter laughed. We can run all the tests you like. We have counselors on staff, as a lot of the things we deal with can be a bit dangerous. Pepper insisted, as a licensed doctor as well, but for more in-house things, I am pretty confident in my own abilities, even if I'm not board certified. It's just a small blood sample, plus any physical issue you want to talk about, but for that, dear, I'm afraid you can wait outside. We might be open, but there are things you don't discuss with anyone other than your doctor. Pear nodded, patted Emma on the hand, gave Liv a kiss on the cheek, and made his way home while they did their thing. Emma had long headed back to the warehouse, and Liv looked up from the analyzer and checked the results. She made sure by running them twice and then emailed herself the file. Back at the warehouse, Peter was drawing up plans to add in more homes, and as Liv came into his workspace he nodded and called Emma and Laura. So Laura, we have some news. We checked your donor father, and as we suspected it was Logan, but your mother was always an unknown. Until now. Laura, Emma Frost was the donor, and Emma here is your sister. Emma looked hesitantly at the young-looking mutant, who in her opinion looked nothing like her. Laura wasn't even 5 feet tall, with thin wiry muscles and no cleavage of any kind. Her hair was thick and brown, and if anything she reminded Emma of Selene more than any of the others. Laura looked confused. Emma is my mom but my sister as well, and Peter laughed but shook his head. Sorry, Emma here is also a clone. Emma Frost Sr. died, and as he looked over at Emma, and we made sure. It was announced in the Times, and her grave is in New York Marble Cemetery. Laura blinked a few times. Mom died? But sis is her clone? Like me, and Peter nodded. Laura wiped her eyes a few times before looking over at Emma. Glad I didn't fuck you then, and Liv burst out laughing. Peter shook his head. Logan might be upset to hear you talk like that, but she pulled a face and shrugged. He's not here, so I can be as unladylike as I like, so Naya, and she stuck her tongue at him. Moving over he kissed her. Keep doing that and I'll find a use for that, so she stuck it out again and he kissed it tip before French kissing her. Emma cleared her throat. Do you mind? This is supposed to be a family moment here, not a sex orgy. I mean, family. I actually have a family, and you're hitting on her, right in front of me. I should be surprised but I am not. Peter laughed. Laura wrapped her arms around Peter's neck. Lighten up, like Dad, angry and grumpy. Be a frosty shake, not a frosty bitch, and Peter snorted. Okay, I am not getting into that one, and he lifted Laura off his lap and kissed her cheek. Be nice, she didn't know. Laura humphed. Got a family, don't need a new one. Emma frowned. That does seem like Logan to me. I think I got all the best bits in the deal. Maybe being me isn't so bad after all, and Laura growled. Talon, cutest one there is, she yelled, mimicking Hulk, and Emma laughed. Shortest one there is more like. I mean, did they forget to put you in a bigger grow bag, or was the genetic sample dropped? Laura growled, and as her blades sprang from her hands Emma tooted and lifted her up, as if that would ever work. As Laura floated over, a surprised Peter and Liv watched as Emma wrapped her arms around her. But you are my dearest sister, and I will come to tolerate you very much. Emma, don't you mean love? Peter asked. You never had siblings, darling. Tolerate is the best I can do, and while Laura huffed she did cuddle closer. Love you too. I want to tell Dad though, he hates surprises, Laura said as she squished her head between Emma's breasts. Peter ignored the glares he was getting from the SHIELD HQ staff as he once more walked its corridors. He was used to it when he was a student, and right now he didn't give a crap about what any of these assholes thought of him. After introducing himself, the receptionist outside Carlson's temporary office motioned for Peter to sit, and he frowned as looked at his phone. He was on time, and giving Carlson the benefit of the doubt, he sat down. After 5 minutes he stood and shook his head at the receptionist, who just sneered at him, but rather than leaving he just barged into Carlson's office. As she followed him, stuttering apologies for the interruption, Carlson raised a hand. It's fine, Kate. And took you long enough. Fury, and I figured you'd just kick my door down. Peter shook his head as he sat in front of the sparse desk. Budget cuts. Peter joked as he saw the desk was a simple office desk, a phone, and a laptop. Carlson snorted. Doesn't help when Red Hulk smashes up your office. So Peter, how do we do this? Carlson asked as he pressed the phone. Yeah, 2 coffees please. Do this? Do what? I'm not doing anything. Peter was keeping his senses locked in tight. Whatever Carlson was planning wasn't going to be good. Carlson looked up at the ceiling, stretching his neck, and sighed, leaning forwards. It's all been swept under the rug. With Trask's suicide, it was all pushed on him, just like Osborn. The Sentinels were defective, and he pocketed the cash. So now we're left with you. We might not have the proof you're Venom, but it doesn't matter. Enough people know, and the people in charge don't like a loose cannon walking around doing whatever it likes. Carlson slid over a file filled with papers on Peter's powers and the medical data they had managed to collect. Your lawyers are good, but it won't save you. When you killed Shaw, and we guess it was you, you got the big boys scared. We can only guess. While you're not the only one who had reason to, you were the only one spotted at Shaw's restaurant the day before the massacre happened. Carlson paused as the secretary brought in a tray and placed it on the desk, adding sugar and milk to Carlson's but leaving Peter's black. Oh, we know the deaths weren't you. Not your style, but Shaw. Yeah, nobody would leave someone like that alive once they knew. I don't care. If they're scared, then good. People who wield power should be. If they are scared of losing it, then they don't deserve it. Charles just proved there was someone who could take it away without lifting a finger. Carlson frowned and sipped his own coffee. But that's the problem. When they get scared, they like to make everyone else scared. Peter shrugged and lifted his coffee. As he sipped it, at least it wasn't poisoned. You and everyone else are making waves big enough to drown everyone. The Sentinels were on a burner, never to be used until you showed up, and Hammer's drones, and Ultron, and every other idiot with a pen and executive authority. Peter leaned back in his chair. So? Then let them do some actual work. Sentinels? Great, but how about not using alien tech to build them? Drones are great. Stop letting assholes live test them in a major city. Stark and I might have had our differences, but we didn't start shooting missiles in population centers. That's on the bad guys. You can't pin this on us. Carlson laughed. We can and we have. Arca is being rewritten, and Xavier is making sure it's fair, but enhancements and augments are different things. All enhanced will be coming under military jurisdiction. All armor suits will be too. The time of vigilantes is over. Peter shook his head. So Stark was right. You want the pie and aren't willing to share. It's bigger than that, Pete. The US has the biggest collection of known powered individuals, and while other countries are building their teams, they're screaming hell at us as we keep making waves. Arca was supposed to deflect that, and well, you and Charles took that apart as well. Peter shrugged. So we paid for their ineptitude, but all you're going to do is make it harder for people like me to live a normal life if they want one. These people have families, Carlson, and having your name anywhere linking you to a power puts them at risk. If it was just me, I wouldn't care, but you went after my mom. You dragged her into a fight that was nothing to do with her, to get to me, and I can't forgive that. Peter touched the side of his head, connecting his earpiece. Do it. Carlson froze for a second, and as Peter waited he counted down. The monitor on Carlson's desk froze for a second before it crashed and then rebooted. Well, while I am sorry the Sentinels failed, it does seem wrong of you to blame me. I mean, just because I use a harness, and Liv worked for Oscorp doesn't mean we had a hand in the destruction. Cowlson blinked a few times as the halo of yellow light circled in his eyes and then faded. Of course. It was just a formality. We know Trask was contacted by an unknown, we think it was Ultron, but nothing leads to you. The warrants were issued by mistake, but we know Pepper took care of all that. Peter stood and shook his hand, smiling. Well, while things aren't great, we might still be able to work with shield and sword. I think we can work with that. It was good to see you again, Peter. Maybe next time we can have a chat under better circumstances. Cowlson stood and offered his hand to Peter, who shook it and smiled. Sure. Let me get back to you on that, and Cowlson nodded as Peter left the office. He kept everything on his surroundings, making sure he wasn't being watched or followed. Nothing could go wrong with this part, and if it did, it would go wrong in a big way. As he entered, he found the girls, plus Emma, all sat around the breakfast table. Liv was leaning over a laptop, while Emma and Jean were holding hands and the Mind Stone floated between them. How did it go? And the pair floated back down, while Liv nodded. Nobody remembers. We found and took care of anyone who knows your Venom, and knows about our identities, Emma said as he looked over. Liv, he asked Liv, who was sat next to Yvonne and several laptops. We got into every file. You'll still have conspiracy nuts comparing you to him, but most files are gone. We did the hack before Emma and Jean, so while someone will know it was done, the information regarding it is gone. Nobody knows who we are, except the ones sitting here right now. Peter sighed a breath of relief. So now, the Stone and Emma looked over at him shocked. What? No, you can't possibly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We could dash, but Peter raised his hand. We could. But we just screwed with the entire planet. We just attacked the minds of the world and then hacked ourselves into the clear. That's not a good thing. Nobody should have this power, and it's too much of a temptation. Emma crossed her arms and huffed, and I suppose you trust me to remove the knowledge of the stone, but Peter shook his head. No, we need it. We erase its location. We had it, but now it's gone. There are 6 of these things, and we have 3 on Earth. We might need them. I want you to take that knowledge and lock it away, on everyone, even you, and then we leave a trigger. Emma nodded, and even with all this power, she said as the stone floated back over to Peter, you trust us. Because I have to trust you, just like I trusted her, just like everyone else sat here, and Peter shrugged. I love Jean, and part of that is trust. Emma fake fanned herself. Is that a confession, darling? And here's me, my heart all aflutter as such a romantic proposition, and the others laughed to themselves. Yeah, there goes the champagne, chocolates, and hour-long hot oil massage then, and Emma frowned and smirked. Seriously, but Peter just grinned and shrugged. Emma tooted. The champagne was half decent, I suppose, and chocolates? How cliché. Felicia coughed. I ate them anyway, and the small gathering looked at her. What? Huntress was hungry, and they were good. Peter went pale. They were about $100. So yeah, and a favor to Wanda, which you now owe her, but Wanda scowled. You promised. So no, you owe me too, but the group now looked confused. Wanda tooted. I have learned to make a portal. Stephen thought it would be good practice, and Wanda showed them her sling ring. You can make a portal. That's interesting, Liv said, but Wanda sighed. Magic allows a sorcerer to manipulate reality, and yes, I can make a portal. And as she brought her hand around in a circle, they were shown the inside of Peter's bedroom. As long as I can see where I am going, I can make one, even if I have never been there before, and Natasha laughed. You've definitely been there, but Wanda tooted and cancelled the spell. So, where else? And Wanda looked over at Peter, who shrugged. He took a breath. The champagne was from France, the steaks I bought Gwen were from Japan, the chocolate was Belgian. Those wieners we enjoyed were German, and the pasta I brought Liv was from Italy. Gwen put down her cup and frowned. So what you're actually saying is you went shopping across the world and didn't tell us. Peter hesitantly smiled and nodded. Wanda, thank you for the wonderful gifts. Emma, thank you for saving Peter, and Peter. Peter's shoulders slumped as he recognized the tone of Gwen's voice. Thank you for being you, and he sighed, still in deep shit though, shopping in Italy without us. MJ, and as he looked at MJ she was frowning. I would have liked to see the latest fashions. Nat piped up, Russian caviar, Livo, and vodka. Yvonne did help analyze that medal. Personally, though, I always did want to see Ayers rock. Carol shrugged. I don't care. I spent enough time off-world but Gwen balled up some webbing and threw it at her. Stop being a bore, and Carol laughed. Fine, fine. Barbecue, Texas barbecue. Seeing as you're all picking on him. Peter raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I get it. Peter, bad man. But really, you're asking a lot of Wanda. I don't know magic, stone or not. I didn't even know it existed until recently. It is fascinating though. Can anyone learn? Liv asked, and Wanda nodded. Learning magic requires focus and dedication. Magic is like anything, if you have no desire to learn you will not. Wanda explained. I think I'd still like to learn though, it does seem intriguing, Liv admitted. Wanda nodded. I can ask Stephen. I do not think he would like me trying to teach others while I am still a student myself. It's fine dear, anytime. We have enough of a mess to clean up anyway, and while Pepper is still working, the rest of us are staying out of harm's way. We also need to make sure nobody who works for us was affected, and if they were to, make sure Pepper knows about it. Cindy was fuming once they let her go, as was your mother. He knew. Cindy wanted compensation, which she was told was her job, and Matt would be filing harassment charges against the soldier, but his mom hadn't decided what she wanted to be done. He would have to pay her a visit, as the Mind Stone should have altered both her and Kurt's memories as well. She would have forgotten he was Venom, and he decided that while that was okay, letting her forget he had powers wasn't. It would let Kurt off the hook about his collar, and Gwen, and Liv about their work. If you want something to think about Liv, how about this? We know there are 6 stones, right? And Liv nodded, and with each one, they manifest a portion of the universe. Yes, Peter, and he just smiled. So if the Mind Stone can be used to create mind control, and the Reality Stone alters the fabric of reality, we can assume that the Space Stone allows the manipulation of space. Then the Time Stone, and he paused to let Liv figure it out herself. Time travel? You are postulating that time travel exists because the stone does, and he nodded. You are a Batman. Sorry Wanda, if that is true then, and she trailed off as her mind began to work. Oh damn you, Peter. Now I have to solve it. Gwen stared for a moment. Yeah, I think I'd like to learn though. After my formula days, and everything else, a distraction would be good. Especially if nobody can take it away from me, and Wanda nodded. Does alchemy exist? I mean, can I make gold? And Wanda laughed before she stopped and gave Gwen a serious look. No making gold. She had shaken her head while Gwen pouted but made arrangements with Wanda to visit the sanctum. Peter and the others checked the files they had downloaded on the Sentinel program, which pointed to 2 locations. Trax Industries headquarters was in New York, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been there and investigated the apparent suicide of Bolivar Trask. If the Sentinel program was there, it was in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands now. The second was the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado. It was a military base, housing a NORAD defense system, but had also been repurposed to hold the Sentinel Command Center, tying it directly into the satellite monitoring system. It was also big enough that the Sentinels could be stored and repaired there, allowing Trask to work on new models. It was decided that Wrath would go with them. In the recent media frenzy, Parker Inc. had to maintain a presence, and while MJ just pouted and expected to be rewarded, she was willing to play Peter for a few days, and with Laura being the only one who was a more physical fighter, she was invited along as well. Peter felt bad for Laura. She was slowly gaining an education, but her years of social isolation and training in a more combat-orientated life meant mixing was sometimes difficult for her. She acted immature a lot of the time, enjoying the childhood she was never allowed to have. Even her favorite activity, after Peter, was spending the day eating cereal and watching the many cartoon shows she missed. Once the mansion had been evacuated and abandoned, Ororo was more often than not in Wakanda, and Laura had been left with nothing to do other than train with Natasha or anyone who was free. I'm just saying, Peter explained as Laura huddled up on her chair and glowered at him. He wasn't about to say, but she looked adorable, as she had a juice box and was glaring at him over its top, that if, and I mean if you want to try out for some sports or colleges, you can. Laura just huffed. No, got my G.E.D, and I know I'm not smart enough for anything else. Plus, can't now. Powered aren't allowed on teams, it's unfair, she huffed. Why can't I just train, and work for you? Because while we are out all day, you're stuck here. Eating chips and then running riot for an hour to burn them off isn't healthy, he tried to explain, but Laura stood and pushed her chair back. Talon vanished and she pointed to her six-pack, then the tightly toned thighs, flexed and showed off the lean smooth curve of her muscles, and to further prove her point, leaned forwards, stuck a hand on the floor and was upside down, in a one-handed handstand. Augment. Never going to get fat or old. Plus, and she spread her legs, nice view, maybe distracted from a dumb conversation. Peter sighed and rubbed his forehead. Fine, I'll put you on Ames' payroll, you can spend your time under Nat or Nokia. Laura grinned and swung her legs open and closed. Still here, got time, and as Peter looked at his watch they had an hour before Fury was due. An hour, he said, and Laura smiled. Good, be rough. After their exercise, a shower for both, and then more of the same. Fury buzzed to let them know the Quinjet was hovering over the water, and Talon and Venom both shimmered and vanished and made their way to the waterfront. As they boarded the jet, Peter felt a less hostile gaze from Scott, who actually smiled at him, and then as he flicked his gaze over at Maria, Peter recognized that stupid lovesick look on his face, as he had it plenty as well. Laura just sat herself down, fastened her seatbelt and then fell asleep, leaving Peter to stow her gear. The flight was brief and uneventful, the small talk of Scott's headaches and the invitation to Avalon. Charles had contacted Scott, but without sharing details Scott had refused, as at first Maria had been excluded. Once they arrived, Peter nudged Laura and the group disembarked. Wait here, Peter shouted at the group, but that doesn't mean relax. The Sentinels were aggressive, and there might be a lot of them here. Peter's fears were confirmed as he approached the base. The guard posts were empty, and as he vaulted over the fence he let his armor slip over him, the same slick Mark II they had designed. There was no blood, but that didn't mean anything. Checking the station he saw the security cameras were all off, but even he could hear the faint whir as they slowly turned to point at him. Yeah, you know why I'm here. If anyone is still alive, let them go and we can talk. This doesn't need to be difficult. As the bottom light blinked, and then sparked, he knew that was probably a no. Taking a deep breath he approached the giant metal bunker door and saw its main hatch was swinging free. He could smell the blood before he even got to it, and as he let a blade slide down from his forearm he gently opened the hatch. Inside a man, or what was left on one, was lying against the elevator door. His assault rifle slid away but his handgun limply held in his grip. The door was smeared with blood and had several bullet holes in it, but strangely the door was sealed with a hasty weld. Whatever had killed him had stabbed him through the slight gap in the elevator but been unable to escape. Great, he thought to himself. Creepy army base. Reaching out to Maria, we've got casualties, at least one dead. Can you get a schematic of the base and start making sure nothing got free? Leave Laura at the main gate. I don't want this thing stealing my jet. He felt Maria snort. Your jet? And he mentally shrugged. My gas, my jet. And as he disconnected from her thoughts he felt her laughing. Taking a deep breath. Right. Here we go, and he slid an adamantium blade down through the metal and used two of his harness's arms to pry the doors open while he and the other two waited to see if anything would leap out at him. Yay, let's wander around the creepy army base, some superhero you are, jumping at shadows and monsters. He rolled his eyes at himself and his armor spread out over him. Yeah, just walk into Death Central unprotected, Nat will kick my ass for being so dumb, and he made a mental note just not to mention it. The aircon whined as the base was built into a mountain, and while the lights flickered on and off spookily they weren't the emergency ones. There was no more blood in the corridors, and while there was no staff, there wasn't much of anything. No creepy dripping taps or strange clinking noise. Even his enhanced senses were fine. In fact, it was calm and peaceful down here, the thick concrete walls numbing him to the normal hustle and bustle of New York that he normally heard. Wondering if concrete had any effect he paused and stretched out with the Mind Stone, looking for anything or anyone, but he found nothing. Remembering Charles and that machine Logan mentioned, he extended them further and while he felt the members of Wrath and Laura and Maria's unamused sigh at his gentle brushing of their minds it wasn't until he reached all the way to the city that he felt another mind. What the hell? He heard a young woman say and he quickly cut the connection. He had not expected to find an augment there and made a note to tell Charles about her. Once he was out of the end he paused. He had felt Laura and the rest, but nobody else. Maria, what's the complement of soldiers and staff at the base? I dunno, about 100 or so, give or take. There's nobody here, or worse, there's nobody alive here. Head into Colorado and see if the base was evacuated. If Fury has contacts in the military that aren't Ross and his friends, find out if there were any kind of orders given to get anyone out of here. Yeah, I will, and he knew she didn't sound too confident. The military didn't just up and leave a base empty, and they both feared the worst. The abandoned base was the only oddity Peter encountered as he made his way through its corridors. The drab gray was strangely eerie, and keeping contact with Maria she guided him through until he reached the command center. It was silent, even the monitors were black and he stared into the room of widescreen TVs and rows of computers wondering exactly what was going on. Is it really bad if I power one of these on and try to interface with it? Maria laughed. Oh, I dunno, hacking the military servers isn't exactly treason, but the jail time isn't pretty either. Right, so that's a no then? Maria laughed again. And how exactly do you think I'm keeping track of your location? I can tell you now, there's nothing. Every system is dark, except the maintenance bay. It still has power, and it still has movement. Shit, I'm not going to get there and you'll give me some crappy excuse why I can't use my powers, right? Maria snorted. Stow that shit, Hudson, and get moving, soldier. It's Hicks, sir, he's Hudson. He could feel Maria's amusement but also her concern. Keep in contact. There is nothing on the security feeds at that end, but it doesn't mean it registers. If it's a rogue AI again it's probably giving us false readings and images. Oh, don't worry, when you hear the screaming, that'll be me. Peter was not a great fan of horror movies, and although Liv and MJ would watch them, he never saw the appeal. He only liked the sequel as it was more an action movie than a stupid jump scare-a-thon. Oh, my hero. Afraid of a few giant bugs with acid for blood, much scarier than giant robots with blasters in their hands. Robots don't try and eat you. Moving into the rear section now, going silent. Peter crouched as he saw the first signs of any activity. The metal blast doors of the repair bay, added to allow the much larger sentinels to leave, were scratched and covered in small dings. There was no blood, but there were signs of a fight. The door hatch had been secured like the lift, with a brief weld holding the door closed, and as Peter ran a finger over the smooth pattern, it had been done by a pulse rifle, meaning the sentinels or whatever was in there had managed to adapt to their weapons as well as augment powers. While the metal was melted, it was still only steel, and as his claws heated he ran his fingers through the softening metal and held them there. Once the joins were soft, he grabbed the large spin wheel mechanism and wrenched the door open. Peter was thankful there were no soldiers or bodies inside. The repair bay was wrecked, with small sentinels half-assembled standing banging their malformed club hands against the repair bay exit door. As the door he had come through creaked open they stopped and turned. The bay was massive, with competent parts as well as raw materials all stacked on one side. But rather than a giant assembly line, there was a massive sentinel instead. Its chest was open and several smaller Waldos in its chest were busy welding joints on a half-formed sentinel. While the sentinel was around 10 feet tall, the giant one was at least 3 times that size and much wider. It was sat in a strange contraction, with pipes and power lines running into its back. Organic presence detected. Activating defense measures, the large robot intoned. Its face was like a large upside-down bucket with 2 menacingly purple eyes glowing out from under it. Do not resist. We required new input. Peter blinked. Stand down. Unacceptable. Mutant life must be eradicated. All life must be eradicated. Input rejected. Geesh, Ultron much, Peter thought as he flicked his wrist and balls of acidic webbing impacted against the open plates of the half-assembled sentinels. Looking around the warehouse area, he saw that all the stacks of boxes were empty, and they must have run out of material to make the adaptive plating. Last chance, stand down or I make you, and his answer was an echoing laugh. Master Mold rejects your conditions. You are inferior, we are superior. As the cables ejected from the back of the giant machine, they hissed, older models ineffective. Upgrade in progress, and its chest slid open and a smaller sentinel jumped out. It was the size of a human, and was thicker in its build, like a squat no-necked muscleman. Flicking his wrist, the acid impacted once more, but rather than hissing, the webbing just slid off its white armored skin. A cable shot out of the giant and attached to the back of the smaller one's head, and its eyes glowed momentarily. Upload complete. Nimrod online. Target acquired. Alien DNA detected. Sample unverified. You will comply and provide genetic material for assimilation, and as the robot raised a hand, it became a large sliver blade. Resistance is futile. Yeah, the only people who get genetic samples are my girlfriends, and you aren't my type, Peter quipped as he sent 2 different types of webbing toward Nimrod. Both slid off once more. Adaptive armoring successful. Scanning. Peter Parker identified. Files indicate symbiotic life form. Files updated. Inferior combat potential. Seriously? I mean, I did organize the resistance, did stop all 3 of the lead enhanced, and I did track you here. Not so shabby if I say so myself, Peter retorted. File updated. Combat potential upgraded. Threat level high. Termination in progress, and 2 beams of energy streaked from Nimrod's eyes, blasting Peter back into a workbench of tools. Me and my big mouth, he thought. Yeah, stealing augment abilities, isn't that proving augments are superior? And Nimrod raised an arm but paused. Mutant abilities prove threat level. Approaching with mundane weaponry ill-advised. All means necessary must be taken to ensure success rate of primary mission. Can't argue with that. What is your primary mission? He asked. Please don't say kill everyone, please don't say. Termination of mutant species to ensure survival of human species. Damn it, augments are humans though, we have evidence of genetic tampering. Peter hoped he could reason with at least one of these murder bots. Even if Ultron was behind all this, it seemed like it was still following its programming. Reason for genetic divergence irrelevant. This discussion is over. Mutant species shall be eliminated as per directives. There will be peace, no matter the cost. Fine. Violence it is, and Peter wrapped the thicker Mark II armor around himself. Liv had already started on the Mark III, but this was good enough. It had taken a beating during the day of strife, but it was still functional, and it still packed a punch. Knowing his webbing was already useless, Venom charged up the repulsors around his wrists and crouching leapt towards Nimrod. The machine seemed unfazed, and as he punched it in the kidneys and discharged the repulsor, it went flying. A smoldering gap in its armor sparked as the circuitry underneath tore and shorted. Upgrade complete, and Venom watched as the armor started to rebend back into shape and the hole slowly vanished. Energy successfully mapped and neutralized. Proceeding with subjugation. Nimrod seemed to blur as it sped towards Venom, and a fist repeated the move Venom had used. Venom went flying as the impact blew him back into the same workbench, this time splintering it into a million pieces. Ow, he said. Maria, get your ass to the repair bay. Bring Laura and get Fury out of here. I've got a super sentinel. Interesting. Insufficient force to neutralize the target. Increasing strength 50 per cent. The machine stood and it twisted similarly to one of the larger models. Its armor shifted, bulking its frame, and the now shorter but squatter Nimrod was almost as wide as it was tall, with thick massive arms. It blurred again, and a fist impacted the wall behind Venom as he rolled out of the way. Spraying the floor with a greasy webbing, he hoped that it would buy him some time. Claws sprang from each hand, and the tips glowed red as he slashed at the stumbling machine. Sashes were scored along the chest, and Nimrod's eyes glowed once more, and as Venom stepped back and then forwards again, a cloud of supercooled gas was blasted into his face. The red of his talons faded and they shattered as they impacted against the machine's chest. Oh come on, he lamented, Iceman, and he now knew they had been collecting a database of augment powers from each sentinel, analyzing and creating countermeasures for each one. This needed to be a brawl, no powers, and once Talon and Vengeance got here, it would be a lot easier. Enemy combatant strength insufficient. Adapting tactics. Nimrod pushed itself backwards, sliding along the floor using the grease Venom had spilt. As it stood, it raised an arm, and the thick muscles parted and a cannon rose. Enemy strength in close quarters, eliminating advantage. The huge cannon on its arm began to glow, and a beam of bright purple energy shot out, obliterating the workbench and wall behind where Venom had been standing. There can be no peaceful coexistence. Who the hell had the Sentinels been fighting to have that kind of power? He realized that if Scott or even Carol had blasted one, then Nimrod would be able to replicate it, and Scott had always held back to avoid large-scale devastation. Yeah, arm cannons are bad, that was mega dumb, and he fired off 2 balls of black webbing, super sticky and like cement. They coated the end of the barrel, and Venom, as had hoped, the end sizzled as the energy tried to fire through it, but contained within the barrel it blackened and began to smolder. Arm cannon disabled. Switching to optics, and smaller purple beams lanced out, forcing Venom to cartwheel across the bay. I hope nobody was behind that door. Too late, incoming. He heard Talon yell, and 2 metal blades sliced through the thick metal door and then again to create a temporary door. He heard banging, and both Vengeance and Talon kicked the door section in and ran into the room. What the hell, V? Vengeance said as she saw the thick but short body of Nimrod. I mean, shall we let the kids duke it out? It should be adorable. Talon growled and took a stance as the machine floated upwards. Escape route procured. Plan adjusted and Nimrod sent out 2 more purple blasts from its eyes as its shape reconfigured once more. Now it was back to the squat necklace robot look, but its arms and legs were more streamlined, with fins between each arm. Nimrod stood and looked at the sparking and broken arm cannon. Talon had sliced clean through it and the energy discharge had blown them onto opposite sides of the factory floor. Hostile mutants sufficient to terminate life. Escape route plotted. 2 thrusters on its back ignited and sending out 2 more blasts it sped towards the hole cut by Talon and Vengeance. Nimrod brought his hand together and there was a blinding flash as sparkling lights and small explosions like bright fireworks filled the workspace with light and ear-piercing noise. Venom heard Vengeance and Talon both swear and they dived to one side, expecting an attack but blinded and deafened by the noise instead. Nimrod flew past them but Venom had been the victim of that type of attack before and sent out a line, catching Nimrod on the back of one foot and was pulled out after it. Damn it, Fury, get your ass in the air, it can fly. Venom yelled into his earpiece. No can do, local authorities have been alerted. The base was evacuated after the Sentinels started on the military. A Gamma squad is en route. Thankfully they don't think we're Sentinels but I cannot engage. Sorry, Peter. Damn it, can either of you fly? He asked. Talon touched the controls on her wrist and the pack on her back test fired and she nodded. Vengeance shook her head, mine's fried. Stay here, make sure the military doesn't screw this up more, and take care of that, he said as he pointed to the still form of Master Mold. I have no idea if it's dead or not, plus, Files and Vengeance nodded and slowly approached the giant sentinel. I'll do what I can, and good luck, she said as the pair nodded to each other and jetted out of the workroom. Venom and Talon took to the skies, and as Nimrod was the only other thing in the sky they spotted him quickly. You go low and fast, try to get ahead of him. I'll tail him and make a nuisance of myself, he told her and she nodded and sped away. She held her arms out in front of herself and sped along the ground. Venom took himself up and routing power to the flight systems took off like a rocket after Nimrod. Give it up, bot brain, you can't fly faster than me, Venom shouted at him. Assessment agreed. Alternate escape route initiated. Nimrod stopped, and once more his eyes glowed and Venom avoided 2 beams of energy as they flashed out, followed by a burst of bright light. His helmet had glare protection built in and it darkened as the light flashed out. Not good enough, Venom shouted back and blasted 2 shots of acid webbing followed by repulsor stuns at him. Assessment faulty as Nimrod batted the webbing away and his skin shone for a second as the repulsor energy was reflected away. Tolerance of presence Peter Parker falling. Elimination in progress. The arm cannon slid from Nimrod's arm once more and he aimed it at Venom, who floated across from him. That won't work, Venom said as he waited. Tactics updated. Inferior Peter Parker cannot survive. Venom shrugged as the end of the cannon glowed. He looked down. Talon screamed as she flew up, and Nimrod's arm separated from his shoulder. As she passed him, she kicked him in the head, spinning herself around and sending him crashing into the ground. He glared at the pair, and finding his arm, they watched as small tendrils spread out from his shoulder and attached it. Secondary augment. Odds of survival nil, termination of current plan, adaptive technology deployed. A light strobed from Nimrod's chest. It played over the people who were now hurriedly leaving, and as Venom swore, he dived but Nimrod just changed. Venom had never seen a shapeshifter before and Nimrod was a strange boxy muscular robot 1 minute, and his outer shell rippled and folded back on itself, and he was a large-toned man. He was still huge and muscular, like some kind of barbarian bodybuilder, but as his skin rippled and a biker's jacket and leather trousers morphed over his body, he stared up at Venom and shouted, "I'll be back," before he took off running into the crowd. "Can you see him?" Venom asked Talon, but she shook her head. Damn it, and even using the Mind Stone, Nimrod was gone. It was useless, and as the pair were attracting a crowd, he looked at Talon and they shimmered and vanished. Fury looked over at Peter who was regaling him with the tale. It transformed. Fury asked and he nodded, into a person. It was bizarre. It scanned the crowd for a few moments and then boom was some random guy. We need to get some satellites up and running. We should be able to track its power core. If it's Arc-Tech then they give off a unique signature. Otherwise, we're never finding it until it starts killing people. Fury rubbed his forehead. I know a few people, but Carlson wasn't happy about you charging into a NORAD base, and he won't be happy to find out you also copied its server data. Peter laughed and shifted in his seat. You mean, you copied the server data? I was too busy joyriding a deathbot. Maria did the hacking. Fury raised an eyebrow and glared at him. So? Nobody objects when I pay you guys. And leaning forwards he undid the Mark II armor. The Mark III will be even better. Liv's got it fabbing now and should be done by the end of the month. Just need to give her colors, but let me guess, black and maybe black, with black trim, and... Fury scowled. Funny. And your armor is what color? And Peter just laughed. So what now? And Peter shrugged. Ask Maria. Carlson wasn't too forthcoming on where Trask got his tech, and I guess he knows that I'll get pissy about it. Maria waved a hand as the files transferred to her laptop, Vengeance creating a bridge between the two while they worked. Laura had busied herself in the small galley kitchen, making cups of instant noodles for everyone. She had heard from Logan that he was around here, and had been tempted to go look for him, but as he was hunting Hank Pym, she didn't want to blow his cover or his fun. Hoover Dam. The source of the metal, the tech, and the AI was at Hoover Dam. Project Iceman, but that's it. Shipping invoices and requisition orders, but no more, just the name. So, we're heading to Hoover Dam. Fury asked, but Peter shook his head. No, we can't go. I'll contact Coulson and do this officially. I know the government is looking to nail me to a wall. Stark and Gwen are already under investigation, and Liv is only off the hook because of you. As he leaned back and Laura sat next to him, handing over a cup full of steaming noodles, we need to do this right. Fury snorted. You know I was head of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson won't ever admit this was his plan, but he'll let you walk in there and then fix everything, take the glory and let you swing. Peter shrugged. I live with 9 women. Coulson doesn't scare me. A month ago, Bolivar Trask Jr. sat staring at his computer. He had the missives sent by the government, the subpoena that he had ignored, and now he had one final email, from Parker Industries. They had figured out his connection to the original attack on the president and were coming for him. It had all fallen apart as Gideon Malik took his life's work and destroyed it by moving too fast. Bolivar knew the sneer was faulty. In fact, most of the Sentinels sent out were old mothballed units produced during the 70s by his father. The newer Nimrod models were much smaller, had faster processors, and a more adaptive learning algorithm. But the idiot Malik had used the clunky, barely functioning models, and now, Trask Industries was in the toilet, and Bolivar was heading to jail. As he had watched in horror as they attacked and barked orders like mechanical monsters, he knew it was all over. He laughed. At least Hammer was killed by his own creation, no such luck. He had no choice, and like his father, he took the loaded pistol out of the bottom drawer and made his peace with God. Liv had watched the security footage, made sure there was no foul play and then deleted it. She hated someone who could build such a machine, but even the dead deserved privacy. During the hack, Liv had specifically targeted Trask Industries, and while it seemed that Bolivar Trask had killed himself, the files they got from his computers led them to Hoover Dam. She was working to find out as much as possible, as frustratingly there was no sign of Nimrod. Either he was powered by something else, or he had stealth capabilities. Either way, the satellites they had borrowed from Stark found no sign of him. With Peter seemingly on good terms with Coulson once more, and the proof they had that alien technology was being used to create the Sentinels, Peter had managed to persuade Coulson to let him visit the facility. Stark might have been the biggest tech giant on the planet, but he was recovering from the Ultron scandal and the damage Venom had inflicted on him. Peter had kindly volunteered to showcase one of Stark's creations, unaffected by the hack that claimed the other 2 were Ultron's creations, a cruel joke they might never recover from. Peter's publicist was doing a great job, and Coulson wondered if she had superhuman powers. Friday was being shown off, with MJ Watson, and they were on TV almost all the time, doing interviews and talk shows about how Ultron had no part in their creation. She was the talk of the town and nobody cared about Ultron anymore. They cared about her origins, they cared about her relationships, and they cared about the synthetic skin she was showing off at Parker's request. He had turned a disaster into a media frenzy and Friday was at its center. Every possible angle was being exploited and like most tragedies, with a new shiny to stare at, the general population had forgotten about the Sentinels already. Nobody cared about politics when androids were real, nobody cared except New Yorkers, the ones that suffered the tragedy. Helen Cho, the scientist in Korea, was enjoying a massive boost in her funding as the synthezoid craze hit not just the US but every continent on the planet. Her attempts to recreate the machines were futile though, as Peter knew without the Mind Stone and a fully mapped neural network to copy, they would never be anything other than expensive dummies. Not that anyone cared. It had been proven 3 times it worked, and money was flooding the market to make more. Even the military was spared, as the Gamma Troopers had left the civilians alone. Part of Parker's deal was to get access to not just Cheyenne Mountain but Hoover Dam as well. Coulson had no idea how he knew about either, but he just put it down to something else he didn't know about Parker. As not just the leader in alien symbiotic technology, part of AIM and the up-and-coming contender for Stark's crown, Coulson had no choice but to let him visit the facility. He had argued though, that all of AIM going was too much of a security risk, and that while Olivia might be a slightly better choice, he was more confident in Parker's ability to keep his mouth shut about what he saw there. He was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a probationary sword agent, and while he had quit both agencies, they could, if they wanted, issue a recall order and drag him back. Cousin knew better, as it would be kicking and screaming, plus, nobody wanted to work with him. He had been mixed up in too many scandals, and the victim of too many plots. Parker was blacklisted in the government, not just for his show at the senatorial hearing but his refusal to play ball with anyone. Added in, he had Pepper Potts in his corner, and even seeing her name on paperwork now brought federal agents to tears. She was a shark, emboldened by a competent and mature boss, that AIM was becoming a global power, even if Wakanda stayed away. She had cast an eagle eye over the NDA they were making Peter sign. He might be tight-lipped but this was much bigger than any of that. They hadn't told the Asgardians and had no intention to. Being burned by Thor's refusal to hand over the Space Stone was now coming back on them. The standing order on Earth was to acquire, not share. Asgard had proven, even with their basic troops, that Earth was outmatched and outgunned. There were too many reasons for Coulson to refuse Parker's request to visit the dam, but a lot more to let him. Maybe Paker would solve the mystery of just what was there, and maybe they would get something that actually worked for a change, and didn't just try and kill everyone. Peter's trip to the dam was quiet and boring, and for once he was glad. Carlson had warned him that there was an active soldier regiment there, and as they approached he saw that, unlike Cheyenne Mountain, there wasn't a bloodbath waiting for him. The square-jawed army commander stared at Peter as he disembarked the jeep. He was unimpressed with this so-called genius tech expert, but he was under orders so he put on his best fake smile and walked forwards. Peter stretched and surveyed the dam. Nobody would have guessed that in 1945, just as the dam was nearing completion, they would add in several storage facilities for a large alien robot they had found in the Arctic while looking for Steve Rogers. Peter even wondered if while he had the Mind Stone and was being shown around various agencies and government buildings to find out the truth about Men in Black, maybe even Area 51. As he held out his hand for Parker to shake, he nodded. "Captain Lennox, nice to meet you, Mr. Parker, but as this isn't a social visit, let's get this inspection done, and then you can leave." Peter raised an eyebrow at the man and ignored his brusqueness. He shrugged. "Then show me." As the captain motioned to a side entrance, Peter felt for any strange presence within the dam, and was surprised to find none. The only strangeness he got was from Captain Lennox, and he wondered if he had been part of Ross's Gamma project before being assigned here. What better way to contain a giant machine than with a Gamma-enhanced? Keeping a straight face, Peter resisted the urge to simply barge in and find the source of the alien metal, but as this was still a military base, and he was here officially, under the orders of General Ross, he felt discretion was better than action. "We keep the facility a little colder than normal. We know you have clearance, but I'm still not going to divulge national secrets to a civilian. Iceman is kept behind a secure facility, and you will only be allowed to see him if you receive presidential permission. All I can show you is the device," and lifting his arm ushered Peter down several long corridors. "Look, I know you won't say, but I know it's alien. We have the analysis of the Sentinels, and more. I'm only here to make sure you aren't keeping a sentient life form in inhuman conditions, and that your experiments are above board," Peter explained. "Oh, that's easy. The creature is dead. Zero emissions from any part of it. No electrical activity, minor radiation, but only slightly higher than background. It's dead, and we're keeping it that way." "Keeping it?" Peter asked as he was shown into a small room, with a strange pyramid in the center, pointing down from the ceiling into a plexiglass box, with standard rubber glove holes in the side. A large part was removed a few years ago, and it regenerated. Not alive as you'd call it, but very dangerous. It's still dead. This is what you're being shown. The box, which Trask used to create his machines. As Captain Lennox motioned, a soldier slid his arms into the box and lifted out an old mobile phone. "We use obsolete technology. It's just as dangerous but easier to handle. Anything with circuitry can be used to hold the energy. Anything vacuum tube and older won't work." "Energy?" Lennox shrugged. "I leave that to the eggheads. It's just a small spark, and then bam, one hell of a show." He motioned to another soldier who handed out dark glasses, but Peter refused. "I don't need them, just show me," and as Lennox shrugged he mentioned to a third soldier who began to flick switches. "Process begins, in 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1." As the tip of the pyramid extended down, Peter could see the flash of orange light as it sparked to the phone, who to his surprise began to jump around in the box. As it twirled, it suddenly, with a strange mechanical noise, became a small robot that peered around the box and then screamed in an amusing high-pitched squeal and began to attack the side of its prison. "Yeah, Nokia are always like that. Japanese way of the warrior and all that shit." Peter shook his head. Nokia was Swedish. He was more interested in the orange spark, and as the sudden realization struck him, he shook his head, fearing the worst. "I want to see the source," and Lennox frowned but nodded. "Shut it down," Lennox ordered. Horrified, Peter watched as the soldier flicked another switch and the box was filled with a bright flash, and the phone was reduced to ash. "You kill them," and Lennox shrugged. "It's just a phone," but Peter shook his head. "Machines this way, too big to fit anywhere else." The room above was massive. In its center sat a cube on its side, and Peter realized the pyramid below wasn't a pyramid, it was the corner of the giant cube. It was at least 100 meters in each direction and covered in strange symbols. It was taken out of the Arctic with Iceman. The survey team looking for Rogers found it thinking it was his crashed plane. "We have no idea what it is, and how it works. It was only used after a technician was attacked and killed by a Hoover in the 70s. Until then, it sat in storage." Half listening, Peter, fearing the worst but still needing to put his suspicions to rest, approached the cube. Uncaring if Peter killed himself, Lennox failed to mention the cube radiation. It was unshielded as it was only surface contact, but he had been shown the videos of lab rats being pressed against it before shuddering and falling dead, their bodies turning a strange lifeless gray color. Peter looked at the cube and the strange markings all over it. It was definitely a language, and using the Mind Stone he searched to see if he could decipher it. A single piece of knowledge flashed into his mind, ancient and forgotten by all but the stone and now Peter. Peter lifted a hand and pressed it against one of the symbols, and Lennox stared slack-jawed as the large cube began to fold in on itself, slowly clicking down in size towards the floor. It was an ancient race of machines. It says it is a gift of the first. And it's not radiation, it's life. Peter watched as the cube shrank further, becoming a small 10-centimeter cube, and he lifted it from the floor. As he sighed he touched another symbol and the box split and became a rectangle, revealing its contents. A small orange gem. "It's also not a device, that's just the box. This is what's making your machines come to life." Peter, after being warned by Steven and Wanda, allowed one of the vibranium tendrils to hold the box while another lifted the gem from inside. It's called the Soul Stone. Lennox looked at Peter, at the small orange gem in his hand, and shrugged. I don't know what that is, but as he stretched out a hand to take it from Peter, Peter shook his head and moved back. Oh no, this is too dangerous to leave here. Peter knew from Steven that multiple stones amplified and multiplied each other's powers, and he had moved one of the harness tendrils down his arm and was holding the Soul Stone in a pincer of vibranium. He had no idea what would happen if both stones came into contact with each other. If the Soul Stone could create mindless life, then accidentally making everything in the base not just sentient but sapient as well was a disaster waiting to happen, especially if they were all violent like the phone. He also had no idea what would happen if he touched that with his bare skin. Vibranium would absorb the energy, but if Lennox was right, and everyone else who touched the cube had died, would the Soul Stone kill him? Damn, I need Steven. Of everyone who knew about the stones, Steven was the only one who seemed qualified to deal with them, but handing over another stone to the Sorcerer Supreme seemed like a really bad idea, and for now, Peter would make sure it was kept safe. Friday, he thought to himself, and he realized, Ultron was a mix of an alien program but also Max and Flint. They had sentience because of the Mind Stone, but sapience due to their two human donors. With the Soul Stone, he could make Friday a soul, and if Vision and Jocasta behaved, them as well. She would be truly alive, an artificial life form, and not just a robot with an incredibly complicated human/AI hybrid running it. First, though, he had to get out of the damn complex and get home. He had a thought though, and swapping the Mind Stone to another vibranium pocket he tried to connect to the power of the Soul Stone, and as he did the world flashed around him. He could see the strange wisps of energy coming from Lennox, who was shouting something, but as the power flowed through him his other senses began to shut off. He could see each of the soldiers around him, rushing madly, and he figured he was about to be arrested, or at least detained. It was the bright glow from one of the side walls that made him more curious, as it was massive but vaguely humanoid in shape. Iceman, he thought and swapped back, gasping for breath as the power of the Soul Stone left him. Holding up a finger, Peter took a breath and let his senses envelop the base. Even without the stone, he could feel the guards, and Lennox's apprehension at what had just happened. And taking a proper look around he saw several guards with MP armbands. Yay, arrested, he thought, and unleashed the power of the Mind Stone. He was sure Liv and the others would forgive him for using it on such a large scale, but this was no longer experiments on dead aliens, this was inhumane torture of an unknown species. You won't arrest me, as the device closed by itself. You have orders to show me Iceman, and anything else you've found relating to him. Lennox nodded. I am to be given full access, and nobody will question me or phone for confirmation. Once I am done I will leave and you will forget I was ever here. The machine was empty, there was nothing inside, and you will have no memory of an orange gem or anything called the Soul Stone. This was wrong. If they had been creating life and then arbitrarily destroying it, it went beyond inhuman. No wonder whatever was controlling the Sentinels was angry. They had been unknowingly torturing it for what could be almost 70 years. The problem was it unknowingly? Nobody had taken the time to sit down and investigate what exactly they were doing. Had they broken the ice, maybe the creature would have been able to explain what had happened, and why it had an Infinity Stone. There were so many ways it could have gone wrong, but keeping it frozen and experimenting on it was definitely wrong. Creating homicidal toys was funny, creating a larger machine based on that was stupid, but was ignorance enough to excuse them? Peter decided that would wait until he saw this Iceman, and what else was stored here. If he decided they deserved freedom, he would make sure they got it. He would deal with the consequences, and Carlson later. Take me through there, Peter commanded, and the captain nodded, unwinding a large wheel and then pulling back on the large steel door. Two guards on either side stood to attention as the captain unbarred the door, but Peter could see they were ready to fire if given the order. Even with the Mind Stone, he had to be careful, unless he wanted to just wipe out a day's worth of memories, and the military was too careful to let a gap that big go uninvestigated. We realized that Iceman had a unique energy signature, a type of radiation we'd never seen before, and we used a satellite to scan for it. We began to collect anything with the same signal, and there were a lot of them. Seems anything from the 50s up could be part of the machine, and before Peter was what looked like a parking garage. It was full of rusted and scrap vehicles, some from what looked like as far back as World War II. Jeeps, sports cars, tanks, helicopters. There was even a replica of the space shuttle. These all had the same energy as the Iceman, and Lennox nodded. The energy fades though, some of them don't register anymore. We kept them contained here, but nothing we ever did registered. Even exposing them to the cube only caused the radiation to fade faster. A chilling thought went through Peter. We took some of them for samples, but nothing ever reacted the same way Iceman did. They just rust and fall apart. Of course, they did, you asshole, Peter thought. It wasn't strange energy, it was their life force. Even humans gave off a faith bioelectrical charge. He would know as it held his cells together when he changed them, and if he was right. They had captured whatever strange living metal was used to make these vehicles and left it to die. The Mind Stone pulsed with power, and Lennox and everyone else in the room paused. Peter had made sure nobody would stop him this time, and allowing the Mind Stone to come free he sat it on the ground and instead tapped into the power of the Soul Stone. Lennox was right, and to his new senses, Peter could see the wisps of orange energy that filled each vehicle. Some were so faint he didn't know if they were still alive or not. As he walked through the garage he saw a strange ball of energy on the seat of one of the smaller motorcycles, and as he reached out for it, it zipped forwards and through him, but as he turned it dissipated and bled into nothingness. He felt a stab in his chest. Whatever these things are, he had just watched one die. As he looked properly, only one of the vehicles still had the glowing orange ball within its frame. It was the only one, and whatever these machines were, only it had survived captivity. It was a pastel pink and white motorcycle, sleek, but Peter had no idea what kind it was, even with the badge. But the orange glow pulsed faintly within the front of its chassis. Reaching forward as he touched the seat and as he ran his hand across the front of the bike, he let his technopathic senses connect. Peter had never been into vehicle repair, but he knew it must have an engine. It was definitely still a bike, even if it was an alien one. He lifted his hand in surprise though, as when he connected to it to try and find any kind of on switch, it responded. Hunger. He heard from the machine. Wanted so bad. And he frowned. It was intelligent enough to construct sentences. Driving me mad. Peter held his hand down and found the core of the bike. He let his simskin pour over the fuel tank and found what was a power core of some kind. And while it held the faintest of power, it was still enough that this machine was hanging on. With only the harness to hand, he disconnected the small reactor on the back and holding it in one hand, used the other to construct a simsil holder over the cap for the gas can. As the faint trickle of energy bled into the bike, he heard the same faint mechanical noise from the bike as from the phone in the testing chamber, and he saw the tank transform itself into a more suitable adapter. As the arcstar pulsed, the energy flowed into the bike and the orange globe in its center began to brighten, pulsing with life. As he stepped back, the bike began to shake and parted, moving with the strange noise. It shuddered and failed. Slowly, the front mudguard split in two, and the engine block slid down, revealing a head. The back seat and wheel spun and split, forming two legs, and the wheel deflated and folded in on itself, forming a chest. Lying on the ground, struggling to get up, was a large humanoid robot. Peter noticed it seemed to be quite delicate in its features, and almost had what looked like an armored plate over its chest, mimicking the angular curve of breasts. Wait, is this female? He thought. Shit, I hope not, considering what I just did. The robot struggled to rise, and gave up, letting its body fall, and holding its head up with a strained effort. Can you understand me? He asked, and he crouched down in front of the machine. It looked at him, and from the configuration of its facial features, smaller eyes, thin cheekbones and small pointed chin, yup, definitely a female. I can interface with you again, so we can talk. But the look he got was etched into his soul. It was the standard don't you dare. Laughing, he held up his hand. Okay, I know, and he swapped out the soul stone and sent his power through the mind stone once more. This better? You? How do you? And the machine curled up its legs and held a hand to its chest. Help, please, I need energon. She shuddered, and curled herself into a ball. Help, she asked weakly. I don't know what that is, I only have my reactor. It helps, but it is not enough. More. Dying. I need more. Peter cursed. He had come alone, that was the condition that he even got to be here. He needed more arc reactors or a bigger one to save more of the robot creatures. How long do I have? The energy is enough to stave off permanent shutdown, but several systems remain in critical condition. I will not be able to transform again. Again? But shaking his head, he had more important things to worry about. He grabbed his phone and tapped out a message. He had thought to contact Wanda, but revealing the existence of magic to the US military was not a risk he was willing to take, even if it meant leaving the machine to suffer. Liv, get Fury, load the Quinjet with several of the largest reactors you have and get to my location ASAP, and bring clean underwear. You're gonna love this. As she stepped off Fury's jet, Liv huffed as Peter hugged her. I am not amused, Peter. It has been a very long time since I have had any kind of accident requiring my underwear to be changed, and I do not appreciate a joke made about my age. Peter just smiled and nodded. Fine. If you don't squeal like a little girl, then I'll be at your mercy for a day. Anything you want. And Liv raised an eyebrow. But, if you do, Peter leaned forwards and whispered in her ear. She crossed her arms, as if you need to bet for that. You only have to ask, but of course. Peter patted her hand. Come on then. He waved at Nat, who was busy ordering soldiers to unload the box containing the arc reactor parts. Not ignoring you, this is important. Sorry, but she waved him off and continued to work. Liv stood, open-mouthed, staring at the half-collapsed robot. You ass, she shouted and unhooked the reactor from her own harness and watched in amazement as a second interface wrapped itself around it. You win. And as she lightly touched the robot, it made a strange mechanical grinding noise. She is here to hook up a much larger power source. She's a friend. Peter neglected to mention she might get a little too friendly, as if anyone loved robots more than he did, it was Liv. An idea struck him. Liv, take this, and the Mind Stone popped out his mouth. You can talk to her. Liv raised an eyebrow. Her? Oh, this one I will definitely not complain about, and she took it while Peter closed his hand around hers. No, it's not good. They were using another stone. These aren't cars. And Liv looked around with an excited grin, but Peter solemnly shook his head. No, Liv, and she frowned and looked at the singular robot. You mean? And he nodded. Of everything here, this one was the only one with the strange orange ball in its chest. The rest were all empty shells, and Liv bit back a swell of grief and anger in her chest. I used the stone. They are under orders. But Liv raised a hand. Stopping mass murder is allowed. As she swallowed the stone she began to bark orders, while Peter held on to the soul stone, allowing the strange sight to cover his own. It was strange looking at Liv, he could see the energy flowing through her, but Octave was strangely dark, as if Liv was covered in a void. The symbiotes don't have souls? He wondered, but he put it down to inexperience using the stone rather than a lack of a soul. With Nat helping and giving the robot a look, the larger Arcstar reactor was soon set up, and with the two smaller reactors returned, the creature was hooked up. As they watched her dull silver color filled with lines of pure blue energy and her paint brighten into a light red color, with salmon pink edges. She nodded and Liv placed a hand on her chassis. Upload accepted. I am Arky. Am I the only Cybertronian on Earth, or do I have comrades? Peter could only look at her guiltily. I'm sorry. You are the only one. She looked serious for a moment and then nodded. It is fine. They have returned to the Allspark, to be reborn. Peter frowned. Allspark. Arky nodded. Cybertronians are immortal. We contain a singular spark but can return to the Allspark to be reborn. Death is not our end, and Peter's shoulders slumped in relief. Arky looked around her and her brows furrowed. I see. Is this to be my fate as well? And it was Peter's turn to frown. I don't understand. You have taken apart our bodies. I can see where at least 25% of each Cybertronian has been removed. Am I to be cannibalized as well? Peter noticed that a part of Arky's arm shifted slightly, and there was a buildup of energy. Shaking his head, no, we didn't do this. We came to find out what was happening. This was wrong. This was a mistake, and the buildup stopped. Arky stood and stretched. Not all who died were innocent though, and she pointed to her chest plate. Autobot. Peter noticed the small red symbol on her armor. It was a little face, made up of red blocks. Arky pointed at one of the vehicles next to her. It was a black and white police car with "To Protest" and "Sever" written on it in some malicious parody. The badge, however, was a similar face, made up of purple jagged blocks and looked more insidious. Decepticon and Arky stepped in front of it. As he had guessed, a bright energy blade sprouted from her forearm and she stabbed it downwards through the hood of the car and into the floor below. Decepticons are not allowed to live. They are conquerors and murderers. You must make sure they are dead. Peter moved back but raised his hands. They are. You are the only one who is still alive, the rest are dead. But Arky shook her head. Cybertronians are immortal. Even if the body rusts, the spark can still return. Only by destroying the spark chamber can you be sure. Peter frowned. Are all your people like that? And Arky nodded. Then we might have a problem. Iceman was in the facility, and if what Captain Lennox said was true, there was a good possibility that it was still alive. As Arky lay back, letting Liv and Natasha hook up the much larger reactor to her chest, Lennox took Peter into a storage facility almost a mile away from the main complex. We keep it isolated. When Trask removed one of its fingers, we got a spike of energy, and we didn't want to repeat the last accident. As Peter walked into the facility, a huge robot, almost 20 meters tall, was encased in ice. Parts of it were smashed and badly dented, but it was in remarkable condition. As he allowed the soul stone to scan the robot, he saw the thin lines of energy throughout the body. Yeah, reaction. It was in pain as you cut its finger off. No wonder the sentinels were pissed, he thought to himself. The whole robot was covered in what looked like several meters of ice, barring the end of one arm, where a finger was missing, and a leg on the other side, where he saw chipped paint and scratches from where they had taken samples. This is Iceman? Peter asked. Lennox nodded. Taken from the Arctic. Dating puts it at over 1,000,000 years old, totally dead. Then why keep it in ice? Lennox paled. One of Peter's orders to give him full access must have pushed. We figure while it isn't alive, it still gives off a remarkable amount of energy. Without the ice we had issues. The finger we removed seemingly moved on its own, and killed several workers before it stopped. Yay, it didn't stop, it waited. Iceman is still alive. Liv? And Peter cursed. Without the stone he had no idea if Liv would hear him at this distance. I can hear you, I have the stone, remember. It is amazing though, I see why you like it so much. Peter laughed. Yeah, restraint though, remember? And Liv laughed back. Yes, I know, so, what can I help with? Iceman is still alive. Can you ask Arky if she knows any Cybertronians who crashed here 1,000,000 years ago? There was a brief pause. Arky asks if there is a visible icon on its chest. If it is purple, then, but Peter interrupted her. I know, Decepticon, but no, the ice is too thick, and the upper body and head are completely covered. Only one arm and a leg are exposed. Then Arky says unless she sees him, then no, they all crashed here at the same time, to escape a civil war and find their ancient artifact. Yeah, don't tell her about the soul stone. I figure it was theirs, and right now I'm hesitant to give it back, considering what it can do. Peter ran a hand over his face. Iceman was much larger than Arky, and if he was still alive as well, they could be unleashing a disaster on the Earth. The Sentinels were angry, and if it was because of him, then a fully functional angry transforming robot could be difficult to deal with. Captain, what protocols are in place if he ever woke up? Lennox pointed and Peter saw 2 machine gun emplacements, and soldiers sitting in bunkers with larger cannons. We have the latest pulse rifles and with Stark Tech rounds, guaranteed to disintegrate the armor around the Iceman. He pointed up and several large cannons that hissed with escaping gas were pointed at the giant. Liquid nitrogen guns. The stress temperature of the machine is low enough that those will freeze it solid if it ever moved, and, he pointed directly above the robot. We call it the Sword of Damocles. An EMP, sure, it'll knock out every system in the building, but not the guns. Peter took a breath and let it out slowly. If the Sentinels had transformation abilities, and could adapt to the energy powers of augments, then what was keeping Iceman here? Millions of years to adapt to a bit of ice seemed unreasonable, and as the energy swirled around its frame he saw no reason for it to even be standing still. Even Archie had a fraction of the energy he saw here, and she was almost dead. Just what did it want? Anyway, I can get closer. Peter figured it might not have this spark Archie had mentioned, or maybe it was in some kind of stasis mode, waiting for something. Sure, we have scissor lifts to monitor ice thickness. Plus, we have access to the head. It's round that back though. Peter paused. Wait, you have access to the head? Any symbols? Maybe a purple one or a red one. Kinda looks like a face, but Lennox shook his head. Nothing like that, although we did notice the markings on the vehicles. Identification. Peter nodded. You could say that. As Lennox led him to a lift, he climbed aboard and the pair were taken up. Peter could see the cloudy ice covering its body had melted and refrozen in several places, and as he brushed away a layer of frost from the machine's chest area he still had no idea if it was a Decepticon or not. Maybe just ask. It's not like it's going anywhere. Can I see the open part of the head? Check that it's actually dead, and Lennox shrugged, and drove the little lift around to the back of Iceman. Peter could see where they had carefully removed a section of ice, revealing a dented and split metallic skull. Yeah, it was like that when we found it. We removed several thick plates, like armor from there, but you can get a pretty good look inside. This thing's brain is amazing. I mean, I'm just a jarhead, but I know the human brain is roughly 20% of our bodies. It's 0.1. I heard the Oscorp multiprocessor was based on this thing, and Peter inwardly groaned. Osborne was never a good sign. Peter looked around and felt nothing in the immediate area setting off his technopathic abilities. Hey, can you turn around and look down? And under the influence of the Mind Stone, Lennox shrugged and did as he was told. Peter lifted a hand, letting his simskin cover it, and gently touched the inner workings of the head. Are you okay? He had gotten a reaction. Hey, it's okay. Are you okay? Can you tell me your name? I am. Take your time. I can get a power source for you. It's going to be okay. I'm just Prime. Peter stared at the amazing machine in front of him, ignoring the captain still looking at the ground. We can't unfreeze you right now. We don't have a spare power supply for someone your size. We're barely coping with your friend. I am prepared to wait. I have been trapped here while your species conducted its test. I can wait a little longer. Can you tell me who else survived? Well, shit, thought Peter. He didn't even know how many there were originally. Only Archie is awake. She was one of the last of us to be created. We learned to make ourselves more energy efficient as the energy ran out. Are there no others? I'm sorry, no, we have a hangar with the remains, but Archie was pretty mad at there being Decepticons there as well. There are deceptions here? You must free me immediately. Your planet is in danger. Whoa, big guy. There have been no transforming robots of any kind popping up in the news. We'll get a power supply here for you. Start getting this ice off and then we can talk, okay? Transformer is a derogatory term, one I would prefer you did not use. We are Cybertronians. Shit, meet a cool as hell giant robot and call it a racial slur. Good going, Pete. Sorry, I'm Peter Parker. Once Archie is recharged we can get her in here to help free you. It might not be a lot, but even the small reactor would help. Thank you, Peter Parker. I am finally glad to be able to communicate properly with your species. And if you find my finger, I would like it back. Peter grimaced at that, as he had a feeling it was used to make master mold. I'm going to check on Archie. I'll be back soon. And he let his simskin connection retract back into his skin. Captain. The aliens aren't hostile but are asking to be freed. You have my word they won't attack. Can you turn the liquid nitrogen off? It wasn't a question, and with a telepathic push, the captain nodded blankly. I need to contact the control room. Having the kill switch in the same building is pretty dumb, he replied. Peter nodded and started to examine the hole. It would probably be the best palace to start, letting Optimus see. The ice down by his legs was already cracked, and as he looked around, he decided that would be better. The systems will take a bit to shut off. They were designed to run constantly and only stopped during repairs. Lennox explained. Liv, how is Archie? I need her to help free Optimus. Even using Extremis, melting a few feet of ice will take forever. Archie is remarkable, Peter, and she is slowly recovering. Her system isn't compatible with our reactor. They use something called energon. It's a strange blend of energies, but even I'm having problems with some of the math on how to create it. Damn, he thought to himself, that was a new one. Right, do your best. Hey, do you have the backplate to his part? Peter asked Lennox, figuring leaving the back of Optimus's skull wide open was maybe not the best thing. And Lex Snow pointed to a shelf that had been added to the ice. The panel was kept there in case it started to leak anything toxic, and Peter nodded and lifted the small hatch, clipping it back in place. With a deep breath, he let his claws extend out and they blazed a deep red as they heated up, sinking them into the ice at either side of the borehole. He managed to get a grip on some of the ice, ignoring the freezing cold as it hissed against the hot simskin. When they were sunken enough he pulled, and the ice creaked and cracked as his muscles bulged under his clothing. A piece a few inches thick snapped away on either side, and while it wasn't much, it was a start. Once Archie was recovered enough, Liv and Natasha could come and help. Liv, we might need to use the stone to clear the base. I'm going to start working on freeing Optimus while Archie recovers, but I don't think the soldiers will be too happy about it. No, they are already gathering Peter. You might need to do it. I can keep them calm, but altering minds is not my strong point, and Natasha is getting antsy. Will do. Once she is stable, come here and we can swap, but I was warned about holding more than one stone, so I need you. I'll be 5 minutes tops. I will show Natasha how to read this and she can take over. The ice wasn't difficult to clear, even with liquid nitrogen blowing on it occasionally. It was just boring. His extremis was hot enough to melt, but the Simskin could only work so far in before he lost enough tensile strength to pull the ice away after it was weakened. Peter had managed to clear the back of Optimus's head when Liv knocked on the scissor lift and Peter lowered it. Carefully swapping gems, Liv nodded. He is amazing as well. But I wonder why he is so much larger, she mused as she picked at the ice around the exposed leg. He said they were running out of food, so they made newer Cybertronians like Archie smaller. Liv frowned. Do you think there are more? Peter could only shrug. Lennox mentioned they give off a unique type of radiation. I'm sure if we borrow a satellite or two, then we can find out. Doesn't the military have satellites tuned to detect energy? And it was Liv's turn to shrug. I know Oscorp didn't, but Stark probably does. I'm sure he won't mind if we borrow them for a little bit, and Peter laughed. Sure he wouldn't, because they wouldn't ask. You know, if we work together, we should be able to clear more of this leg, and Liv pointed to a few fracture points where the ice had already been removed. Looking closer, Peter could see the plating over his leg had been welded back on, and he groaned. They were salvaging components, he explained, and Liv's eyes narrowed. Bloody savages, she said, and Peter let his Simskin finger heat and slide into the ice. Where there were holes, Liv extended her harness arms and jammed the pincers into them. She spun the ends, letting the blade ends drill further in. He stood on the other side and gripped the base of the ice sheet, hoping that he wasn't hurting the giant robot. And one. Liv pulled while Peter pushed, and they were rewarded by a series of large cracks across the ice. Peter huffed, and as it lifted more and more, Liv slid her own hands under the ice. She lifted as much as she could. They both grunted and yelled as a section of ice, almost a meter in length and 3 meters long, splintered and cracked away from the main block. Liv huffed. You haven't made me grunt like that or a while, dear. Peter laughed. At least a few days. Removing even a small section of the meter-thick ice was a good start. Maybe that is the way to go. Rather than melting it, we should shatter it off. If we aim our repulsors at the top layer, we could, but... Peter shook his head. We have no idea how hurt Optimus is, or if his metal can resist the temperatures. No, slow and as gentle as possible, and Liv placed a hand on the exposed metal leg. Of course, and Peter moved over next to her, slipping a hand around her waist. Do I need to be worried? I mean, it's probably the same size as me, and Peter nudged her on the shoulder. There is a limit to even my depravity, dear. There is such a thing as too big, you know. She turned and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, but if a little jealousy will earn me some alone time, then I'm all for it. Giant robot or not. Peter laughed as she leaned her head on his shoulder. Peter shook his head as he wrapped his arms around her. He did feel guilty though. Was he doing enough? Liv pinched his side. Leave that thought alone until the giant killer sentinel is gone and everyone is safe. Nobody is thinking about dating. Safety first, then dinner. Peter nodded. Unless you're offering to do me like Nat, and a quickie in the toilets is on offer. And while Peter thought about it, no, he replied. A top-secret military base would be an accomplishment, but being caught having sex in a top-secret military base wouldn't be. No, you're right. Safe, then sex. Liv tooted, talked my way out of it, and she shrugged. This is nice though. They waited until the lines pumping the liquid nitrogen around the ice stopped hissing. The gas being blown over the block faded into a fine mist, and the security measures were all off before stepping apart. While repulsors might be bad, pincers and brute strength should be fine, and as his armor thickened at the arms, Peter lay a punch into the block of ice, cracking it. I'll work my way around, shattering it as much as I can. Use the harness to remove chunks and see what you can do. I'll meet you back here once I've done a circle. Liv cleared her throat. It might be better to start at the top, dear. Once you free his arms, he might be able to help himself. Looking up, Peter shrugged. You're the boss, and his own harness sprang out, and as the 4 pincers anchored him to the ice, he began to climb, and once at the top anchored himself. The ice was no thinner here. In fact, as Optimus's head was smaller than his body, the ice was thicker, but Liv was right. Freeing him from the top would be better. He placed both feet on the ice and wound up a punch, pulling back, letting his fist become as hot as he could make it, and then pushing himself forward with the tendrils to smash into the ice. Chips flew everywhere, and the mechanical arms waved batting time to one side as she saw the damage. A huge cracked crater now sat where Peter had punched, and Liv nodded. Make the next one about a meter to the left. Free the back first, as there is already damage there. Okay, he shouted back, and lifting himself he moved, stuck once more and then again. He needed to punch the block 5 times before Liv was happy. Each crater was close enough that the cracks overlapped, but far enough away that he wasn't compressing the broken pieces too much. Her own harness brought her to the first crater, and with 2 holding her in position, 2 became blades, and she plunged them into the center impact, stabbing over and over. Seeing what she was doing, Peter moved to her right side. You got that way and I'll go this way, and they moved around the head, stabbing and beaking up the ice around the head. It was slow, but eventually the last of the ice fell away in huge sheets, revealing the robotic face of Optimus. His head was humanoid, but rather than a mouth he had an angled faceplate, covering where his nose and mouth would be. On either side of his head his ears were 2 antennae, one of which had been broken, and on his forehead was a hexagonal design, pointing down his brow. "Hey Optimus, you okay?" Peter asked. He really hoped they hadn't knocked anything loose with all the pounding. "I am fine, Peter Parker. I am glad to be free of the ice, even if it is this part. Are you continuing?" And Peter nodded. They didn't have large excavation tools, so it'll be slow. "We're going to work on the side that's partially uncovered, so you can move your arms, okay?" Optimus nodded. "Proceed," he said, and Peter noticed the faceplate moved up and down as he spoke. Must be his mouth, he thought, and he moved down with Liv to finish cracking the ice around the partially exposed arm. Breaking the ice took a few hours, but once Archie was feeling well enough, the sleek robot helped, her arm transforming into a small cutting laser that let them peel the thick concrete hard ancient ice from Optimus. He was huge compared to her. Archie was roughly 7 feet tall, Optimus was almost 20, and as they uncovered more, Peter couldn't help but stare in awe at him. Thick gray legs with 2 tires on each, a thick red torso that looked exactly like the cabin of a truck, and square set shoulder ending in blue forearms. "Thank you, my friends. Archie, are you okay?" he asked as they cut the last piece of ice away and he wrestled himself free from the rest. "I am, but I am the only survivor," and she rubbed the top of her arm. "It's not good, Optimus. There are others here?" Optimus asked. Peter nodded. "The military was collecting them, and I'm sorry. Nobody knew until they used them to attack us." And Optimus sighed. He was disappointed his kind had been collected like objects, but given the primitive nature of his own imprisonment, he was not surprised they had failed to recognize his fellow Autobots. "I would like to see them, and if you have the Allspark, I would like it back," Optimus said as he stretched and tested his joints. Peter looked over at Liv, who shrugged. "Do you know what it is?" he asked Optimus. Optimus nodded. "It is the salvation of my people. We cannot create more Cybertronians without it. The Allspark has belonged to my people since our records began millions of years ago. It is our most sacred relic and a gift from our creator, Primus. And I also know that it is not yours." Peter couldn't argue with that, and as he let Thor take the space stone, he took out the silver box and placed the soul stone back inside. Optimus's eyes glowed for a brief moment as he took the box, and his chest panel opened to reveal a large oval, made of 2 silver handles surrounding a golden globe, in which Peter recognized sat more Cybertronian souls. Optimus clicked the Allspark into the front of this, and it changed, transforming and glowing with new light as it absorbed the power of the Infinity Stone. "Most are gone, returned to the Allspark, but some may still be saved," and Optimus moved between the vehicles, placing a hand on some and letting the energy travel down into the vehicle. "I do not blame you for fearing us, but this is barbaric," and he pointed to a few that had been stabbed through, and Peter rubbed the back of his head. "That wasn't us." Archie huffed. "They are Decepticons, Optimus. They would have tried to kill us," she explained. "Freedom and life is the right of all sentient beings, Archie. Their own actions do not justify yours. We should educate and allow them to grow past their destructive ways." As he placed a hand on the shattered spark chamber of the police car, "He will return, and he will not have learned that violence is not the answer," before he moved to the next. Optimus released less than 5 of the souls back into their robot forms, and soon 5 Autobots were sat hooked up to the power generators that Liv had brought. "This stuff is nasty," a sports car complained. His white chassis had blue streaks down one side, and as he wasn't a car person, Peter had no idea what kind of car he was. "It tastes like a Decepticon's oil filter." "You don't have energon," and Peter shrugged. "We don't even know what that is," and the Autobot huffed. "It glows, bright pink, and comes in cubes. You eat it and it's amazing. You fleshbags don't know what you're missing." "Yeah," Peter thought, eating bright pink energy sounds delicious. "Jazz, until we can find the rest of our people, and our home, we have no choice but to make do. The energy is unpalatable, but it will sustain us, and for that, you have my thanks, Peter Parker." Peter pointed at Liv. "She's the chef. It's her reactor design, and maybe if you have a scientist they can work with her to tune it to be more appetizing." Optimus sighed. "I am afraid that Ratchet, our medical officer, was not among the recovered Autobots. But I will introduce you. Jazz is our recon, Ironhide is a soldier, Archie is a scout, Cliffjumper might be small but he is tough, and this is Bumblebee, one of our youngest and brightest." Bumblebee looked up and his radio started, "To explore strange new worlds. To seek out new life and new civilizations. To boldly go where no man has gone before." Prime nodded. His vocal circuits are damaged, and without Ratchet, he can communicate using sound bites. Peter nodded. "Great, we need to get you out of here. Once you've got enough power we have a safe place you can hide where we can plan our next more. How long until you're ready?" Optimus looked at the others, and if they shared some kind of communication Peter didn't register it. "An hour." Optimus said. "Can we leave you to clean this up?" And Peter nodded. "You will go with Natasha, she'll take you to the location while Liv and I make sure nobody knows you're missing." Erasing the missing Autobots from the junked vehicles here would be easy enough, they just needed to alter a few logs. The massive missing robot in the ice block was a different matter. After an hour Peter and Liv both squealed with excitement as Optimus and the others transferred, with the symphony of strange mechanical sounds. Liv leaned over. "Archie did mention wanting to learn more about humanity. Shall I, or are you going to pass on another?" Liv joked, but Peter shrugged. "Would you let me?" And she nudged him in the ribs. He shook his head, smiling. "But now?" Liv held his hand as they waved goodbye to Natasha and the others. After this, we can't keep using the stone like this. It's getting worse and worse, and Charles was right. Once you start there is no stopping. Liv squeezed his hand. Emma, and he nodded. They would ask Jean as well, but both in tandem would let them pierce the natural psychic defenses of the symbiotes, and make sure that nothing went wrong. After the incident with Ross, Peter felt they could trust her with something that important. Right, I'll make arrangements, and waving at a soldier, excuse me, where are the main servers? As Liv was led away, Peter spread out his power, tapping into the Mind Stone and altering the memories of every person in the base. Most were easy enough, a slight adjustment was only required for anyone who hadn't seen or heard the group leave. But some like Lennox required much more. Peter kept his visit, it would be much easier this way, and as Liv worked on altering the base's security systems, Peter began to draw in a similar-sized Cybertronian and began ripping it apart. It was easy enough to grab parts from the bodies, and while he felt a bit morose at using them this way, he did notice that once Optimus had failed to resurrect one, he simply moved on, treating the body as an empty shell. Once he was done, and Liv had finished, he unleashed his power, and the base shared a new set of memories. Lennox awoke with a jolt. The damn thing had broken the ice where that idiot Parker was messing with it. He watched as it swatted the man and then bashed at the ice, scattering over the floor. Weapons hot, he shouted, and the grad began to fire, with normal weapons at first, but as it roared at them all they could do was concentrate fire on it and hope. Damn it, he swore. Sword 1, prime and fire. It was a last-ditch method, but as the machine ignored the bullets and began to smash at the ice surrounding its leg, he knew if it escaped then it would kill them all. The blue discharge chamber of the sword above the machine's head glowed, and with a heavy sigh, he smashed a fist down, giving the signal to fire. The blue light struck the machine on the top of its head, and its eyes glowed for a moment and smoke began to pour from its mouth. No, no, it yelled. Again Lennox yelled, and sword 2 and 3, the weapons on either side, powered up and fired. Great scores were cut along the body of the machine, but they also broke the ice enough to allow the monster more freedom. Damn it, she cured again. Final sword. Discharge. As the massive EMP fired, all the lights in the base dimmed and then came back. Every system was shielded, and those that weren't important. The machine struggled, and he could see sparks coming from the gash they had made in its armor before it toppled over. Running, he grabbed a rifle from THA soldier, and as he leapt over its shoulder he flicked the panel on the back of its head, and began to fire into the exposed circuits. Bullets ricocheted, but so did chunks of metal and fragments of its brain. Once Lennox was sure that thing was never getting back up, he looked and saw the sparking crater his bullets had left. Shit. Find Parker, and get him out of here, he yelled at a soldier. Damn civilians. He should recommend the project be scrapped completely. That every part of those damn machines is melted down and safely stored. It was bad enough the pyramid stopped working, but this as well. He was just damn lucky that nobody was killed. Give me a dim report, he yelled into his walkie-talkie. Sir, the base's servers are fried. The sword discharge was too much, one after the other. Everything not backed up is gone, and Lennox swore. This was a giant mess, and thankfully, he could just dump it all on Parker. He was in deep enough shit with Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. anyway. One more giant fuck-up wouldn't faze him. Liv had already left when Peter was stretchered out. He stood and hobbled to a waiting ambulance where an EMT checked him out, shrugged, and then, unseen by anyone, Peter moved over and got into a car with Liv. I already know you're a genius, so I won't ask. Liv crossed her arms and tooted. But how else am I going to brag about hacking the military servers, erasing every instance of Archie and Optimus? Peter shrugged, leaned over and kissed her cheek. You don't need to brag, I know you're amazing. Liv nodded. Damn right I am. Unfortunately, we need to drive back, Natasha called, and Fury is not happy we borrowed his jet. But Peter shrugged, and I'm sure Natasha was all cut up about having to tell Fury to go screw himself. Peter turned and looked in the back of the rental car Liv had brought. No snacks, and she frowned and scowled at him. This was an important mission, Peter, dear, so no, I did not buy snacks. Peter crossed his arms and huffed. Road trips should always have snacks, and he shrugged. No road trip sex for you then. Liv paused before she put the car into gear and drove off. After a few minutes of him pouting, she smiled as Peter sat, still in a huff. She bumped the glove box, and as it opened, bags of candy, chips and 2 bottles of soda rolled out. So, in the back seat or find a secluded spot and scare the wildlife? Peter asked as he grabbed a bag of chips. Peter dear, it's a 45-hour drive from Nevada to New York, and she grinned and looked at him with a knowing look. So most definitely both. At the first fuel stop, Optimus let Peter into his cab, and the radio flashed as he spoke. Peter, I am receiving a distress signal from a location north of here. I believe I have located our transport here. Peter frowned. You have a spaceship. Optimus hummed in agreement. The transponder beacon is reporting that an unknown entity, registering as Cybertronian, has entered and is accessing systems. As the leader of the Autobots, I was alerted. Peter thought for a moment. How far? It is north, approximately 1,300 miles away from our current location. Peter took out his phone and plotted the nearest city in that direction. Portland. He knew that there weren't any military bases up there, and as far as he knew no giant spaceships were in that area. The only thing that was up there was the volcano, but it had been inert for millions of years, and his shoulders slumped. How long have you been on Earth? He asked, already knowing the answer. We arrived here 4 million years ago. I was scouting for the Allspark to revive my crew when I was frozen in the ice. I did not realize at the time my energon chamber was damaged and I was losing fuel much faster than my gauges were registering. If I had not initiated hibernation mode, I would have perished. Right, we should change direction. I think I know where your ship is, and who's accessing it. If his suspicions were correct, then Nimrod was built from one of the wrecks at the dam and had regained some of his former intelligence. Affirmative. Autobots, we are heading to these coordinates. Transform and roll out. Liv, Optimus thinks Nimrod is accessing his ship's systems. If Trask used Cybertronian parts to create the Sentinels, then Nimrod is probably there trying to escape. Or if we're really unlucky, activate the weapons systems. It's fine, let Natasha know. It's not a long flight back to New York, she could be back well before we're even halfway. It's in Portland. It's a bit further, and another long drive. It's fine dear, give me a few minutes. I'll call instead. Peter stretched out his senses. Natasha was still within range, as without the Mind Stone he could sense at most a few miles, barely registering the minds of those nearby, but Natasha was different. Even Shuri could be contacted with the bond they shared. It was a normal human mind he needed to be close to, and even in New York, after a mile or so it faded into knowing someone was there, and nothing more. Nat, we're heading to Portland, do you want to come with us? Road trip? Yes, it's a 19-hour drive, and then a cross-country drive to get back to New York. And it would be a drive. With the incidents in New York, using the flight capabilities of the armored suits was limited to actual missions. Using them for getting around the world was now a no-no, to avoid the attention. Tony still used his, and an Iron Man tracking website was up and running, documenting each and every sighting, something Peter wanted to avoid for the new teams. Sure, give me a minute. An hour later Peter was contacted not by Natasha as he suspected but by Wanda. Peter, I hear we are having a vacation. So we rented a much bigger van. Go to this rental place and we'll meet you there. Maria is bringing us. Us? Wait, who's us? But Wanda cut off the communications after giving him the address. It was an RV place, and the Cybertronians took the opportunity to procure new forms for themselves. Peter watched in amazement as a blue light scanned through the parking lot and the futuristic and very out-of-place cars and vans transformed, not into their humanoid robot forms but exact copies of the vehicles they had picked. Optimus, once a huge boxy vehicle, was now a big rig, with a huge red cabin and massive trailer. Arky was a Harley-Davidson, and a leather-wearing copy of Liv appeared on her back at first in wireframe and then filled in. She winked and put on shades before Ark-C drove off to join the convoy. Jazz was a Porsche, an old model that was mainly for show, but he changed his color from the black to a white model and kept blue racing stripes down his side. Ironhide scanned an old van, even down to the rust details on the wheel arches, and drove his new bright red form away. Bumblebee found an old Volkswagen Beetle, a car Peter instantly recognized, and with his shiny new yellow color he looked like a giant gold bug before he too drove off and the Autobots continued their journey. Peter had promised they would catch up, and Optimus understood they needed supplies and food for the trip. It wasn't until Peter saw the massive rig they had hired that he realized, and as he boarded the bus-sized motorhome, everyone was there. Wanda sat with MJ, playing cards while Laura and Gwen arm wrestled. Felicia was spread out on a couch, eating chips. Liv was in the driver's seat, making sure the tank was full of gas and checking everything was working. Everyone, and Liv nodded. Well, no Emma or Shuri. Natasha is still to arrive, and Carol has the deposition to give. You really need to make it up to her. She wasn't happy she's missing out. Peter signed, I will. But, if everyone's here, what about work? And Liv laughed. Everywhere is closed right now, dear. The mess we made is still being dealt with. Parker Inc. and AIM are getting a well-earned vacation. As Liv pointed to the back, where through the doors Peter could see a giant double bed. Well, maybe. Peter laughed, leaned over and kissed her. Right then. Are we ready? Liv reached over and turned on the radio to a chorus of cheers. Peter sat down next to Gwen, and as Laura easily overpowered her with Talon's help, Peter laughed and pushed her arm back, until it was almost at the table's surface. Then let's get this show on the road. Sounding the really annoying and very loud horn, Liv laughed and started the motorhome, driving after the convoy of Autobots. The trip to Portland was amazing. Optimus had found that by taking the newer forms that the crude gasoline was now more compatible with their systems, and while it was a log drive to Portland, they now didn't need to worry about their energy reserves. It wasn't perfect, and they still needed energon, but now they could at least maintain their forms without issue. If he knew what was happening in the RV, he either never understood its significance or cared enough to mention it. At first, everyone teased Peter as he was the only one without a license. With no money and no need for a car, he never bothered, but now as the girls all took turns taking the wheel, he knew he should, and sooner rather than later. Instead, he found himself the center of attention. Each person had their own demands. Liv's was the easiest and most vigorous. Wanda wanted him to help her test out her magic. That's amazing, Wanda. But you realize that we didn't need to drive, he said as she demonstrated her ability to sling ring anywhere, even onto the moving RV, as long as she used a pre-prepared runic anchor. I wanted to go on a trip with you. I have never done this. Well, once, but that was not the same, she admitted. Peter didn't remember the supposed road trip in Sokovia. For him it was hours spent in bed, nursing an open stomach wound, adding to the many jokes that Peter could only defeat an enemy if they gutted him first, but for her, it was the first time they spent time alone. Gwen was the same, her spell work was abysmal, and she pouted as Peter slipped into his armor and carefully spun his webbing into a long thin wand for her. She still used it though, and Wanda started to tease her every time she failed to create a runic formation properly. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. But they still helped her, and her runic work, with wards and other shielding magic, was soon top-notch. Laura kept him in bed, and her only wish was to stay cuddled up to him as she slept. He stayed lying next to her, holding her as she twitched. The nightmares still came, and he would gently stroke her hair as she whimpered. Natasha took him to the top of the RV and unseen by anyone they sparred. There were only 2 rules. 1. They had to be featherlight, any damage to the RV was an automatic loss, and 2. They showered together after. His win streak was getting higher against her. He was taking lessons from Logan, and after they had fixed his stance, breathing and pulled out proper testing equipment, he had developed his own style, a mix of hard and soft, allowing him to use speed and light but quick hits against nimbler opponents like Natasha and heavier, slower brutally devastating attacks against someone like Kane. Logan also had allowed Selene to help train him, and he could now thicken his simskin in specific areas, protecting him against energy-draining augments. MJ flitted into everyone else's time. She showered with them after, spooned Laura while she slept, laughed as Gwen made a Coke can dance around the table with a simple motion spell, and grabbed groceries with Wanda as they traveled to different locations. MJ loved them all and happily shared her time and bed with everyone. Traveling home, Carol had finally joined them, looking haggard from the 40-hour session she had with the Joint Chiefs. This wasn't the congressional hearings that Peter had gone through. She had been dragged in front of the chiefs of staff and the president himself. All to explain why a highly decorated and now enhanced officer had disobeyed direct orders and fought her own people. Pepper and Matt had both been there, and while the court was in close session, he knew what had been said. Carol was being dragged out of retirement, a much different outcome from the dishonorable discharge they had expected, but it was their way of getting back at not just her, but Peter. She was now back under military control, with her time at AIM over, and a long list of charges being held over her head in order to make her comply with tests and bring her under the ARCA properly. Ross had been right, and they kissed his ass, mainly as the man was the leader of the Gamma Troopers and they needed him. Stark had been acquitted, he was under orders. In the end, the government walked away patting itself on the back. They had the original test subject of Project Pegasus back, a symbiote of their own, and it only cost them a few million. They didn't care about the money, they wanted their weapon. Peter was watching Wanda and Gwen practice their sling ring exercise. It seemed stupid at first, why could they conjure a portal on a moving vehicle until Wanda said, "The world moves, Peter. It's just the scale that is different." He realized just how difficult it actually was to summon a portal. It wasn't just manipulating space, but calculating distance, time difference, and a whole lot of spatial mechanics. With Gwen's passion being chemistry and not mechanics, he understood why it was so difficult for her. "So, can you make one of these that doesn't need a sorcerer?" he asked, but Wanda shook her head. "You need to be able to activate the runes around the ring. A true practitioner can make a portal without one, but for us students, they don't like the idea of us losing a limb if we fail." Peter nodded. "I was just thinking if Avalon is on the moon, and Eric made a magnetic shield, what's to stop me, say, colonizing Mars? I mean, the rovers up there have feeds, right? So couldn't you make a portal to Mars using the picture?" Wanda frowned, paused for a moment and tilted her head in thought. And she paused, "You know, I will ask Steven the next time I see him, but I really don't see why not." Peter had been asked to vacate the RV as the road trip began to come to an end. He sat outside the gas station where they were parked, and it was only a few hours' drive to the campsite they would be staying at before heading into the Oregon mountains to find the remains of the Ark. Peter was sat, leaning against the gas station toilets drinking a bottle of cider when Optimus pulled up alongside him. Shrugging, Peter opened the door and climbed into his cab. "Hey, Optimus. Sorry for the stop, but we want to be fresh for tomorrow, just in case," Peter explained. "It is fine, Peter. We understand your organic need for rest, and the others are taking the time to explore as well. While we are not organic, our systems do need time to recover as well. We shall all rest tonight." Peter nodded. "So, what did you want to ask me? I mean, you didn't pull up here just for a chat." Optimus always seemed more interested in strategy, and small talk wasn't in his vocabulary at all. "I have noticed that you are different from your female companions and that they are different to the other humans that inhabit this area. Is it rude to ask if you are not human?" Peter laughed. "It's fine. I was experimented on by a madman, and I guess I'm a human hybrid. The others, well, not Gwen, are hosts to a symbiote. I have no idea if you know their species. The Clintar." Optimus was quiet, and Peter wondered if that was maybe the wrong thing to share. "We are. The Cleanup are slaves of the Kree, and it is heartening to see them free after so long." "The Kree? Did they use them for controlling their ships?" "Yes, you know of the Kree as well," but Peter shook his head and scooted down in the large chair, taking a swig of his cider. "We found their tech on Earth, but there was no mention of the species it came from, which he always thought was fair. How many books or reports on Earth started with written by Joe, definitely human? Nobody would admit to being an alien, given most of the movies about aliens never ended well for them or their friends. Then may I tell you of the galaxy that we remember, and it may help you understand yourselves and the Clintar better," Optimus offered. "Oh yeah, that would be great. Wait, on your ship, do you have historical records?" Could we maybe? But Optimus interrupted him. We shall see. I have no idea after all this time how damaged the Ark is, and what condition our computer, Teletran 1, is in. For now, an oral retelling shall have to do. Peter nodded, settling in comfortably to listen. In the beginning, the gods walked the stars, seeding life and keeping order. Two brothers were created, giant planet-sized entities, known as Primus and Unicron. Primus was content to explore, learn, and watch the gods work. Unicron coveted their power, and wanted it for himself. Well, Peter thought, it's only been a couple of billion years and that's not changed much. Unicron fought the gods, and lost, and in their wisdom, they decided to purge his species from the galaxy. Primus, fearing for his life, learned to change form, and using this new ability, created a planet around himself, and the life that evolved on it became to know him as Cybertron. Peter leaned forwards, but if you're Cybertronians, how did you come about? I thought you needed the Allspark to create new Cybertronians. I am getting to that, Peter. Billions of years of history are difficult to compress into a few sentences, and suitably chastised Peter leaned back and sipped his cider. At first, the life on Cybertron mimicked life everywhere. It was organic in nature, but as they delved deeper into the planet they found the core of Primus, and they used him to evolve. Now part technology part organic, these Maximals formed the first Cybertronian society, but for some, it was not enough. Never is, Peter thought to himself. One of them, a Maximal named Megatron, created a virus, one that stripped him of his final organic parts and made him into the first true Transformer, a name we now take as an insult. Claiming that all flesh was fake, he named his faction the Decepticons and preached true technological superiority. Optimus sighed. The war raged for centuries. Eventually destroying the organic part of Cybertron, all Maximals were forced to adopt their new forms. Forming the Autobots faction, I was still barely functional when the matrix of leadership was passed to me, adding my name to the list of primes to lead us to peace. In the years, our forms grew smaller as the life force of Cybertron dwindled. Without our organic parts, we were dependent on energon, the last of the organic energy that circulated in the planet's core. As we left Cybertron, to try and find a new source, we were attacked by Megatron and his elite warriors, forcing us to crash on the Earth. I alone survived the crash, and in seeking the Allspark to revive my crew, fell into hibernation mode as well. Peter was engrossed, and as Optimus finished he took a swig. So, you've been here for 4 million years, what about everyone else? The Skrull Empire was in its infancy, but the Kree we met preached total Kree domination. They were no match for the Maximals, but their Clintar slaves could meld with us and create a new technorganic being. We tried to liberate them, but with our own civil war, we failed. Peter nodded. So you were asking in case we were either a Kree colony or the Clintar were free and you could use one to recreate Energon. That is my hope. Can you tell me their fate? Peter sighed. The Clintar were wiped out. The Asgardians destroyed their home planet, and the only ones left are on Earth. And he paused. So far Optimus and the others seemed to be friendly, but with the Sentinels and the Civil War, he didn't know. I would need to speak to the others. Clintar can only spawn once, and without a guarantee, I can't make that choice. It's a living thing and not a fuel source. I understand, Peter, and I would not ask if the situation was not desperate. We may need to at least borrow a Clintar to repair our systems. Their abilities may be needed if our doctor is damaged beyond repair. Peter nodded and looked down at the empty bottle. That I can agree to, but you might not need one. My biology is part Clintar, that's how I managed to talk to you while you were frozen. I cannot hope that you would agree, if not for my sake then for the others. I am old, Peter, having lived for millennia, even before my hibernation, but Archie was created before we left and had barely experienced the world. Please, I ask for them. Peter shrugged. I can't promise for anyone else, but sure. If I can't repair Ratchet, then I can try to make this Energon you want. Never made energy before though. Peter sighed. Let me get some sleep, and I'll discuss it with everyone else. The door swung open. For what it's worth, I will do my best. Optimus chuckled. That is all I ask, Peter, and as the door swung shut, Peter watched him drive away to be with the others. Peter threw the bottle in the recycling bin in the RV and was greeted by 8 expectant women. We are not all going with you tomorrow, dear. We decided that a smaller team, plus the Cybertronians would be more advisable, especially as some of us aren't training. Liv looked over at Gwen, who shrugged. Gwen, myself, and Wanda will all be heading home, leaving Carol, Natasha, and Laura here to help. Peter nodded. We have another problem though. Seems the Autobots want our help to make Energon, and a Clintar to help repair their friends. Liv sighed. That might be an issue. So far they have been pleasant if a bit standoffish, but I really can't blame them. Humans did imprison them for years and starved them. I wouldn't trust us either. But a Clintar is up to you. Only Octave can spawn, and she doesn't want to. I do think you should spend more time with one. Archie. Peter laughed. Really? The single female one, and you send me to talk to her? Liv grinned and shrugged. We all agreed, and we do all know you too well. Gwen nodded. If someone's gonna hit on a giant robot lady, it's either you or Liv, and Liv batted her arm as Gwen snorted, and Liv doesn't have the right type of wrench to undo those tight panels of hers, and Liv just shook her head. All being said, if they require someone to interface with their fallen friends, then either you or I are the best option, given our backgrounds, and as I am staying away until it is safe, then it does fall to you. Peter nodded. Right, so that's the plan tomorrow. What was the discussion for? Wanda smiled. Oh that? We are heading back to the bathhouse, taking turns in tiring you out, and then you will be back with Carol and Natasha to assault a giant spaceship. We were just determining the order. And as she waved circles, a portal back home appeared. And I am first. The order devolved into splashing wet fun of flesh and laughter, and in the end, everyone had their fill, kissed Peter and anyone not busy good night before heading off to bed, leaving Peter, Carol and Natasha lying in very cloudy water. Laura was soaking in one of the tubs, eating chips, while watching the fun, but she stood, shook herself off, and stalked out the door. Got big robot lady now, out so we can clean. Peter laughed. Laura was definitely taking after Logan more and more, and the gruff belligerent augment's personality was a mix of devilish scamp, who loved practical jokes, loving partner, who would just sit curled on his lap, and sex kitten who was insatiable and sometimes required more than one partner to tire out. Today though she was a no-nonsense fighter, and they had a job to get done. The quicker they cleaned the bathhouse, the sooner they could get rest, and she shooed them away before hitting the sprinkler system and purging the pool and bathwater. Peter was portaled back to the RV and he found Archie sitting in robot form next to it. Optimus said I should speak to you, but nobody was answering. Sorry. We can travel back home instantly and thought you'd all be busy, Peter explained. Archie nodded. Space bridge technology. We have it too. The Ark has an maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, and she looked over at the big rig sat with the others. Hey, it's fine. It's what Optimus wants, for us to get to know each other better, and she nodded. So rather than sitting and talking, how about we go for a drive? I mean, I don't have a license, but you do, right? Archie snorted and transformed. If you mean can I stay upright with a passenger while maintaining speed, then yes. I am a Cybertronian after all, I was made to do this. Peter made sure nobody was looking and his clothes became a black bodysuit with a slick black helmet. The fuel gauge and the speedometer between the handlebars flashed. Hold on tight, and as Peter gripped the handlebars and slid his feet on the foot pedals, Archie whooped with joy and shot off at ridiculously high speed. Optimus had given her permission to go as far and as fast as she wanted, as long as they were back before dawn to finish the last leg of their journey. She cut loose, letting the energy flow through her and pushing her systems to the max. As they sped past a sign, welcoming them to a small town, the cop car, sitting behind it, beeped as the speed gun clicked 200 km/h, and the deputy and his sheriff partner stared at the gun. Yeah, must be a mistake, because, even though they had seen the readout, heard the approaching engine, and watched as the bike blew past them, they knew nobody would ever believe them. They had managed to ride for an hour and were a few hundred kilometers away. With her Arkster reactor, and her small-size Archie wasn't feeling the drain as much as the others, and as Peter spread a single thread of simskin to connect to her, they talked as they rode together, Peter telling her of his life and adventures so far. They found a gas station and after filling her tank with water for the reactor, rode to find a quiet spot to talk. Peter. I know, Optimus asked, but why are you reluctant to create a Clintar? Are you unsure if we would treat it correctly? Archie asked him as they drove. She knew this was an important mission, the survival of the Autobots and a chance to reinvigorate Cybertron were at stake. She had to succeed no matter what. Peter snorted, and shook his head, more the other way around. Archie. You must not have met many. They live off your brain chemistry and love the more stimulative chemicals we produce. I'm worried that your bodies either can't support one and it dies, or they can and without a means to commit, you become a raging death machine. I mean, you're the smallest Autobot here, and you're still taller and stronger than most people on the planet. Imagine if Optimus lost control. Archie nodded. It is from concern, and not wariness. I can understand that, and she slid her legs up to her chest and hugged them, but we must take that chance. Without Energon, we will go back into hibernation, and our fate will be the same as the others. Your reactor can sustain me, but Optimus and the others are suffering. Without Energon, even with the gasoline, it is not enough. We need a solution or face permanent hibernation. Peter patted her on the leg. I know, and if your computer can tell us how to make Energon or even its chemical formula, we can help. Archie lay her head on her knees. And if you fail? I am worried for my people, Peter, and I must insist. Please. Is there anything I can do to make you sure we are capable of handling a symbiote? Peter shrugged. To be honest, I had no idea that technological life even existed. I mean, we've got 3 machines built, but and Peter pushed. Okay, hear me out. If I can interface with your systems, I can do a complete system check. I've done it with Friday, and I know she isn't compatible. But, if we do this, and I spawn a symbiote for you, I want to borrow the Soul Stone and give my 3 friends souls. Archie lifted her head. I cannot speak for Optimus, but I can agree to the test. If my system is compatible, we can take your suggestion to him. If you vouch for them, then I am sure he will agree. Peter nodded and let out a long breath. But you realize that this will be personal, right? I mean, it's not just briefly touching you and nodding. I will invade your systems, touch your mind and share everything with you. If Cybertronians have the concept of sex, then this is as close to it as we can get. I do not understand. I have allowed other Autobots to access my systems. How else do you run diagnostics when there is a fault? Reproduction? Sex is reproduction. Peter said bluntly. No, we do not do that. Cybertronians are designed and built, with a spark being created from within the Allspark. Some are old, some are new. As we discover and grow, we design newer bodies, with more streamlined systems and upgraded more efficient parts. Peter shrugged. Sounds easier than sex, but not as much fun. Arky shook her head. As I have no experience with either, I cannot comment. I was only created several cycles before the mission that brought us here. This was my first mission. Peter laughed. A long mission, and Arky nodded. Peter leaned back against Arky's leg. What happens tomorrow if the ship is too damaged? It's been millions of years. Arky paused. I do not know, Peter. Are we safe here? All he could do was sigh. I wish I could say yes, Arky, but so far, no one's been that safe. What I can do though is make sure you're taken somewhere you can live. Peter looked up. How does Mars sound? It's a couple of planets out, but I'm sure it's nice. Peter laughed. Plus, it's the only planet in the solar system to be populated completely by robots. Arky shook her head. I hardly think there are other Cybertronians. Peter sat up and shook his head. Probes, and as he took out his phone he searched for the most recent pics. See, it might not be an achievement for your people, but this is amazing stuff. There is a mission planned in 2025 to send people. Arky nodded. It is, for a young species. We didn't even have flight 100 years ago, and now, we've been to the moon and soon Mars. It's amazing. Arky smiled, and your enthusiasm is infectious. If we are to stay, then I would gladly offer my services. Optimus may prefer to start on this Mars planet, but I like it here. Peter leaned back, and we'd happily accept you. We might not be the best species in the galaxy, but we have our moments. Peter stood and stretched, but we also have a mission tomorrow, and while I have no idea if Autobots sleep, I know that I do need at least 4 hours or I'm grumpy. Sleep? Like hibernation? Then yes we do, but we can recharge to alleviate mental fatigue. Peter offered her his hand and while she smiled she shook her head. I believe my chassis weight would overwhelm you. Peter laughed and put his hands on her waist. May I? And Arky nodded. Taking a breath, Peter spread his legs a little and tensing lifted her from the ground. I'm a lot stronger than I look, and he gently lowered her to the ground, and while it is rude to say this to an earthen lady, you are not as heavy as you look. I believe that is rude on almost every planet, Peter, regardless of species. However, I am aware that my chassis was designed to fit a certain aesthetic, and I find it appealing. Peter laughed. Oh, it is, and his eyes roamed over the smooth outlines of her body. While she looked armored, it was strange that for a species designed to be entirely male in appearance, that a single, and for her size, dainty and curvaceous, female form had been created. He watched as Arky transformed back into her motorcycle mode. As he swung a leg over and allowed himself to connect, she spoke. Peter, I would like to drive more and see the Earth. Can you sleep, if I hold on to you? I have no idea, and as he leaned forwards, a metal band slid over his feet and hands. It's not too bad, and his simskin armor slid out, covering him in a cocoon, letting him rest his head down. Give me 4 hours, and then wake me. Gwen had suggested something to him once, and he let a small amount of sedative into his system. He fell asleep to the gentle purring of Arky's engine. Arky rode. She had no idea what to do with this human, but she remembered the last conversation she had with Optimus. If Peter can create a Clintar, and Ratchet is non-functional, then I can only ask you to do whatever it takes to gain access to a Clintar. Assie tilted her head. And if I am reformatted? I cannot force you to do anything, Arky, and I will not. I will leave the choice to you and know that whatever you chose, that I am proud to call you Autobot, and friend. Arky stared at Optimus. He knew her ideals were not as strict as his own, and if it meant taking a Clintar and isolating the Autobots from Peter, then that was what it would take. But Peter had mentioned sexual intercourse, a possible alternate route to a violent or forceful solution. As she sped down the highways, she adapted a transmitted, and began to monitor earthen communication networks, finding herself on a portal of information, called a search engine. As she searched for human interactions, she discovered that bonding was similar to Cybertronian relationships. Spending time, visiting favorite locations, discussions, and shared interests. However, after navigating several pages, she discovered what Peter had meant by procreation and was astounded. She read through pages upon pages of detailed anatomical pictures of both the human male and female genitalia, as well as accompanying instructions on the method of procreation. Amazed by how inefficient it was, that the human females used their own bodies to build their tiny human offspring, she wondered if any other methods were possible, and upon finding more information was now confused. While several pages had male and female, there were many more terms that she failed to understand. Many different pairs were possible, and some even changed not just their gender but their own physical forms using painful surgery. Arky marveled as she read page after page on not just gender but sexuality, and wondered how such a mixed-up, confused species ever managed to last long enough to become dominant. Her own chassis design had just felt right, and if it didn't, she would change it for a new one. She was sure if she explained that to some humans, they would be amazed and jealous. In all, it was a confusing and widely discussed topic with no clear answer. She had observed Peter with several of the human females and had noticed certain changes when he interacted with them compared to when he interacted with Optimus. As she scanned her own database of interactions, she noticed the same responses towards her. If these pages were correct, then Peter was physiologically attracted to her chassis, and if the instructions were correct, then he might desire to procreate with her. The thought was not repulsive. She had several data entry sports, every Cybertronian did, to allow diagnosis and repair. It might be possible with Peter's powers that one of these could be adapted to do this procreation that humans seemed obsessed by. As Arky left Peter to sleep, she continued to read page after page of material. If she could save her species by this method, it was one that she would gladly perform, especially given how enthusiastic some of the females in the short clips seemed to be when their entry ports were probed by the males. As she slowed, she gently revved her engine and Peter opened his eyes and yawned. Hey Archie. I didn't snore, did I? No Peter, although I am unsure as to what snoring is, you were quiet, and barely moved. I enjoyed our ride together. Spending time in your company had been illuminating, and there is something I wish to ask you. Sure, pull over, maybe find a gas station and we can both get something to eat. Archie traveled a few more miles back down the road they had traveled, knowing the correct signage for one of the refueling stations. Peter left her filling her tank while he grabbed a gas station burrito, chips and soda for himself. He checked the surrounding area and found a quiet spot to park, and she transformed back into her robot form. Unwrapping the bland but semi-filling burrito, Peter took a bite. So, what's up? He asked. Archie now seemed hesitant, and he figured she had found a solution to their problem, one that he would probably not like. I have been researching human interactions, and I have found a solution to our problem. I am aware that close bonding rituals exist, and wish to partake of one, with you? Peter stared at the Autobot as she smiled at him, and as he swallowed the last bite, he was trying not to choke. You want to what? He asked as he thumped his chest to clear the burrito. I believe it is called sex. Yes. I would like to have sex with you. The pair rode for a few hours, as Archie adapted to her new forms. She entered several gas stations and Peter pointed to some food items that she might like. Grabbing a selection, they had a small picnic where Archie decided that sweet was unpalatable, salty was her favorite, spicy was amazing but made her hyperactive, and bitter was definitely off the menu. While there was also umami, they couldn't find anything suitable, and the beef jerky came across as either sweet or salty depending on the type of seasoning it had. Hidden in a field, the naked Archie stood and let the wind blow across her skin, giggling and laughing as she twirled in the breeze. She stared in amazement as her skin became bumpy and Peter laughed while he explained what goosebumps were. For all intents and purposes, she was human in that form, and even as Reboot slid over her and coated her in armor, she looked more like Peter in his Mark II armor than an Autobot. They were sitting drinking sodas and watching the stars when Archie cuddled up to him. I am hesitant to reveal my new nature to the others, what if they reject me? She said as she stroked the side of his face. The softness of his skin was new under her fingers and was more than just a reading across her sensors. Optimus will be pleased with Reboot, but I am hesitant about my new organic form. Peter leaned over and lay his head on her shoulder. I can't answer that, but I think Optimus and the rest will be happy for you. I mean, isn't this what you wanted? But Archie signed. It was a Clintar, but now I realize what that means. I am now partly organic, like my ancestors, and I now have a responsibility to keep her and myself alive. I do not know if my spark will accept another chassis, or if I can even move from this body if it is damaged. So, pretty much like the rest of us then. I'm sure you'll be fine. You have good friends and companions who will make sure you are safe. Archie nodded, and ran her hand over his collarbone, turning her own head and softly kissing his cheek. It was all new, and it felt wonderful. I know, but I am unsure as to how to proceed. Reboot is unique, as am I, and we are unsure if we can make another of us. Archie shifted so she could look Peter in the eye. It was a unique experience, but as Reboot has shared, you prefer the females of your species. You would be unwilling to perform the same action with the others. Peter took a drink of his soda. Yeah, you might only have one gender, and be built, but they look male enough, that yeah, I wouldn't, and there was the problem. They had no idea if it was Reboot that caused the change, or Peter's cell infusion plus Reboot, or what caused her to revert back to a technorganic life form. And while Peter had absolutely no issue with who anyone wanted to have sex with, the thought of repeating the earlier sex with anyone other than Archie was not appealing. No, I understand. Your species has a complicated sexual and gender culture, with many strange rules and preferences. Do you know of anyone else who would be willing? And Peter had to shrug. He knew Maria was straight, as Scott was proof of that, but Flash was the last person he was ever going to ask what his preferred partner was, or if he would even consider a giant robot. It is fine. I am sure Optimus will know a way that we can reformat Cybertron. He is the oldest of us all. Peter frowned. I thought that was Megatron. Archie shook her head. Megatron is a title, the same as Prime. It is passed from leader to leader. So wait. Optimus wasn't always Optimus. Archie shook her head. He had another name. I am sure what it was though. Most abandoned their former lives when chosen. The Matrix selects a new leader, and we respect its choice. It is the sparks of all previous primes, and contains wisdom beyond even our years. Peter nodded. That sounded like a great idea, but what if one prime was an asshole, or had extremist views? Surely that would make it a bit redundant, but it wasn't up to him, so if the Autobots were happy enough doing things that way, who was he to argue? Maybe as you are now a Maximal again, you should see if the Matrix responds to you, and... Archie lifted herself from his shoulder and stared at him. No, and she shook her head. The Matrix is only passed from one leader to the next when the time of passing draws near. Optimus has been the leader of the Autobots for millennia, and will continue to be for millennia more. Peter raised his hands in mock surrender. It's fine, I didn't know, but still cursed his lack of opportunity. Amazon Prime would have been a great suggestion, even if Liv or one of the others would have scolded him. As the pair sat cuddled together, the sun started to creep along the horizon. We maybe should head back. We did promise to get some rest before we take back the Ark. Arky pulled away and stretched, yawning and moaning. Oh, that feels amazing. How do you not sleep and stay comfortable all day? As he stood, he offered a hand to her and she stood, shifted into her robot form and then into her new hovercycle mode. It's tough. As he sat down, Reboot slid beneath him and they connected once more. Especially with someone you like. Last night was a small taste of what we usually get up to. Peter lay down onto Arky's new chassis and made himself comfortable. Reboot reached out and the pair joined once more. Last night was what we do, a date and then Peter explained, but let's stay focused this time, though, not that I didn't enjoy last night, but we have to get back before everyone is ready. I know, I just enjoy the sensation and the closeness. We do share social events, but I have never attempted to do so. The war made it impossible, and to stray was to invite an ambush. We are happy to be bonded with such a unique life form. We wish to share with our sisters though, and we believe the Liv would like that more than the others, Reboot added, but we are happy with our host. Liv will be mad I had sex with you, and then mad that she wasn't invited, and then mad if you say no, but she won't make an issue out of it. She's just really into giant robots. We know, and we will not say no, will we? Reboot added while laughing. I have yet to experience the female of your species, and I am curious if they will be as compatible as you were. I understand though, that they are missing your entry plug. We will have to adapt. Yeah, you didn't get to the gay stuff then. Most humans learn to adapt pretty quick when sex is involved. Arky laughed and revved her engine, shooting off down the highway. Her new form was now much faster, reaching Mach speeds while keeping on the ground. Her form didn't have flight and compensated for the upthrust. Peter didn't care though but kept an eye out for police cruisers and towns. Traveling close to the sound barrier would be good enough without shattering windows or causing property damage as they sped back to the camp. As they pulled up, Optimus stood from the small gathering that had assembled. It is good to see you back. You were almost late, but he made no comment about Arky's new vehicle form. Optimus, wait, she said, and as she transformed she stayed in her usual robot mode. Peter and I came to an agreement and Optimus nodded, but not what we were expecting. Arky stood, and first transformed into her technorganic form, waiting until her plates had settled before looking at Optimus, then she transformed once more, becoming her human form, one Peter and herself had dubbed her pretender form. As Reboot swarmed over her, covering her modesty, Optimus shifted and sat down again. And your vehicle form, is that a result of the changes? Optimus asked. It was normal for younger Autobots to choose different forms until they were satisfied, and he himself had grown past feeling the need to alter his outer configuration. Arky nodded. I am now part organic, as our ancestors once were, but I do not have an animal form. Optimus laughed. You are incorrect, Arky. Humans are not unique on this planet. Your maximal form is that of a human, and Arky looked over at Peter, who shrugged. I don't know the rules, you tell me, he said, but he is correct. Homo sapien, or well, I don't know what I am, something in between human and Clintar, I guess. They had never given Peter his own classification. Human-Clintar hybrid was as far as it went. Will the others accept me? Arky asked, worried she would be rejected. Optimus stood, and moved over, placing a huge hand on her shoulder. Arky, you are the most important member of the Autobots now. Your maximal form will allow us to return the planet to its original form, and the Autobots as well. The future is in your hands. Arky looked up, and as she transformed back into her robot mode, Peter heard her whisper, no pressure then, and the pair moved off to rejoin the group. After we have recharged the best we can, we will make the last leg of our journey. 3 teams. Peter, you can scout the entrance your people made, while we form 2 teams to scout for the entrance I left through. It has been several million years, and I doubt the tunnel is still there. I can but hope, and Peter nodded. While Trask had taken samples, he hadn't gutted the Ark, or there would have been more than one master mold. The entrance he used must have been small, or larger Cybertronians in robot form would have been at the dam. He may have even hidden the Ark from the government, hoping to salvage more technology once his business was more profitable. But as he was dead, Peter could only guess what the man's plan was. Whatever it was, Peter was glad it had failed. While the larger machines would have been easier to spot, they would have also been more destructive, and Master Mold was probably the limit of Trask's expertise. Thankfully, he hadn't released a plague of angry and violent newly born Cybertronians on the Earth. Optimus and Arky left the small group and Natasha sidled over, with a huge grin on her face. Giant robot. Peter smiled and shrugged. Scored it off my bucket list. Natasha laughed. Liv is going to be mad at you. It's not like I planned it, it just happened. I was supposed to be a test to see if her systems were compatible with a Clintar, to see if but Natasha put a finger on his lips. Liv is going to be mad you had sex with a giant robot without her, not that you did. Plus, her human form is kinda sexy. Think she likes women. Peter shook his head in amusement and laughed. We can save that conversation for when we're home. For now, let's get the RV back and then head to this volcano, where I'm sure it's full of doom or evil or something else. They always are. Intimidating with convenient dead body disposal. What's not to love if you're after a secret death mountain? Natasha joked as she mounted the RV. Can you get one of the others to follow me? I'll need a ride back, or and she waved a hand at Arky. Maybe ask the latest edition. Peter raised an eyebrow. Arky, Nat wants a ride, like the one you gave me. Want to, or... He was greeted by the familiar mechanical noise, as Arky transformed into her maximal form. She let Reboot slide over her, forming leather pants and a white tank top. Yes, I think I shall allow Natasha to ride me, and she stepped into the RV, on the way back as well. Natasha laughed and left Peter staring at the closing door, as Archie sat in the passenger seat next to her. He could only shake his head and laugh to himself. As he looked over, he shouted, Optimus, I need a ride. Mine just discovered girls. Peter climbed into Optimus's cab while waving at Natasha and Archie as they left to return the RV. Laura and Carol had chosen to ride with Jazz, as both loved his newer and much sleeker form. He tied his headset into their communications and was discussing the plan with everyone else. The main issue was what to do if it wasn't a Cybertronian and if the infiltrator was Nimrod or human forces. While I can appreciate your help, Peter, Optimus explained, you cannot interfere with our mission. If the invaders are your people, we must ensure they are not tampering with our ship, and that they are not harming anyone. Peter sighed. I get that, but I can talk to them, make them aware they are trespassing, and get them to leave. Peter paused and leaned back in the massive leather seat. But if it's Nimrod, we'll have a problem. I think he was made from Cybertronian tech, and he will be hostile. His programming is driving him to annihilate all augmented life on Earth, and I have to stop that. Your people have waited millions of years, stopping Nimrod might need to be done first. There was silence for a few minutes, and Peter wondered if Optimus was about to reject his proposal. As long as Nimrod poses no danger to my people's well-being, then I agree. Stopping him from accessing Teletran 1 or the weapons systems of the Ark should take priority. I will not allow life on this world to end because of my impatience. Peter smiled. Thank you, and once he is, I will make it my mission to help as many people as I can. We can bring in any equipment you might need. We thank you, Peter, but once Ratchet is functional again, he should be able to repair any damage we might have encountered. We will leave the discussion about the remains of our people until after we are more prepared to deal with your government. For now, the Ark is our main priority, and stopping your sentinel, Nimrod. Peter sighed. And what do we do if he's a cannibalist Cybertronin? I mean, we don't want him, but he might not be one of your people either. I will leave that decision until I meet him. If he contains a spark, then he is one of us. If he is a machine made by your people, then he is your problem. Optimus stated. However, if he is hostile to the Autobots, we will react accordingly. I will not leave a threat to run free within the Ark. We have the resources to repair it, but they will be stretched thin. Peter would be glad if Optimus and the others were forced to destroy him. It would take the decision and the fallout away from him for a change. Nobody in the government was going to argue, especially once Optimus started to pressure them over the contents of Hoover Dam. There was also the issue of Archie. Optimus and the others genuinely felt grateful for Reboot and Archie's upgrade, but now they were also beginning to ask if there was a way for the rest to have the same treatment. A simple Simsel bath wasn't going to be enough, and so far, all the answers he had gotten had been a resounding no. The only two symbiotes he hadn't contacted were Logan, as he still hasn't returned, and Flash, as Mariah sent a rather pointed and rude response. Reboot herself was able to spawn once, but if they used the chance up with another Autobot, would that affect their chances with Cybertron? It was all guesswork and conjecture, and Optimus's pragmatic attitude was to wait until they were home before making any decision. Even without powers, Peter could tell this had not gone down well with the others. Being stranded on an alien world, and slowly starving with the solution sitting right there was not an easy thing to swallow. But as Reboot and Archie were not prisoners or willing, then it would ultimately be her decision. For now, Natasha had told him that they would be heading back to the warehouse, to allow Reboot to join with her sisters, and grow a little. Allowing Reboot to bond with other hosts would deepen her understanding of her powers, and let Archie experience the lives of humanoids. She might be an alien, but Peter even wondered if interspecies cooperation could be achieved faster by allowing the Clintar to act as intermediaries. Their natural telepathic powers would remove language barriers and could instruct their hosts on cultural taboos and rituals that would normally need months of study to become familiar with. Those cheating rotten turds, Peter thought to himself as an idea crossed his mind. The girls had no issue learning the scrolls and had mercilessly teased Peter about his slow progress through a never-ending pile of Wakandan laws and practices. They had cheated. They had snuck off, bonded with Yalia to introduce Shuri to the greater group, and in doing so gained all her intimate knowledge about Wakandan culture. Oh, they are in so much trouble, he thought to himself, and he pondered on how to get them back. Touching the interface with his powers, he opened his contacts page, and selecting Emma, sent her a message. Busy right now, still solving the Sentinel problem, but once I'm home, we can talk about what I owe you. Make a list, check it twice, and you can let me know if I need to be naughty or nice. XX Peter. It will definitely be naughty, darling, and expensive. Emma replied, but don't make me wait too long. I have a life, you know, and I was quite clear I am not to be taken for granted. If Emma wanted to get in on their lives, then she now had an open invitation. They had already discussed it, and after his need to give her protection against Ross, there was now very little between them. This was just the official way of welcoming her to the family, and a good way to get back at the others, as he was sure he could persuade Emma to help. An outside ally, and one that nobody would suspect. The final leg of the journey was quiet, and nearing the large volcano there were several park roads, all heading around but not close to the base. It had been marked as dangerous, falling rocks and other rain hazards had closed it off, and Peter wondered if it was dangerous or if Trask had paid someone to keep it private. Okay everyone, I've got police frequencies monitored and so far nothing over the usual scumbags and idiots. We're going to have to go off-road. The GPS says the coordinated Optimus gave us is through the park and at the bottom of the volcano. So, on foot from here, Peter said, as his armor slid over him. The black was safe to use here. Not many people outside New York cared who Venom was. As Archie approached the side of the road, Natasha dismounted and her armor slid over him, thickening. Wandering into a possible combat situation unarmored against a sentinel that had absorbed who knows what power was stupid, and as Laura and Carol did the same, he nodded. Optimus, you won't fit past the trees. You let us scout ahead with Archie and Jazz. Follow behind, keep your distance and we'll make a perimeter around you. If Nimrod is at the Ark, then stealth is unnecessary. Ironhide said, but Venom shook his head. It's not him I'm worried about, it's a jogger or hiker seeing 5 giant robots walking through the trees and calling the National Guard. The giant robot huffed and crossed his arms. This mission that requires speed, not stealth. Once the authorities are alerted we can take care of them. Yup, sure you can, but right now the public is still twitchy after our own robot attack. They might not listen and come guns blazing. You can handle yourselves, but do you want to open fire on innocent people? Ironhide paused for a second, a valid point, but in these forms, we are conspicuous anyway. I still vote for speed. If your forms are able to keep up. Venom laughed, we'll have to slow down for your rusty undercarriage to stop from falling apart at the speeds we can fly. You can't use your vehicle mode in dense trees. Ironhide laughed, and why have you been examining my undercarriage? I was aware that you preferred the slimmer feminine curves of Archie's exhaust ports, or do you like both? Natasha began to hum, I like Autobots and I cannot lie, and as Carol snorted, Venom shook his head. Yeah, fine, Optimus, you're the tiebreaker, speed or stealth? Venom asked him. Optimus looked at Ironhide, who shrugged. If Nimrod is accessing our systems then stealth is unadvisable. If the Ark powers up, your authorities will be altered. Speed is a more desirable option. Venom nodded. Fine, speed it is, and pressing the control panel on one of his gauntlets the burners on his harness test fired. Keep up old man. You've got a good million years on me. I'll try not to embarrass you too much. And as the GPS tracked the location of Optimus's signal, Venom fired the booster and hovered a few feet of the ground. Last one there's a rusty ladle and laughed as he shot off. Talon, Widow, and Ravage all stared at Venom as he shot off between the trees. I had imagined though that we would stay together. Optimus said, Autobots, transform and roll out, and the 8 moved forwards at a much slower pace. Over their comms, I have flight, good reflexes, and very precise senses. I'm just scouting. Widow snorted, yeah, he's showing off. It's tough in New York, and she sighed. I think he had dreams of being this big hero, and well, life and a few things got in the way. Venom became a big public figure for the wrong reasons, and well, now he hardly goes out. Okay, heads up, sending a new route your way. Campers at my location, and 2 dots pinged on their HUDs where Venom was and where the campers were. As the group crept through the trees, it's fine though. He's just blowing off steam, and well, he might not admit it but deep down he always worries about people leaving him. Pete and Widow stopped. Pete bottles a lot up, and you're helping to get some of that stress dealt with. We can only do so much when he refuses to really talk. Ravage nodded. Yeah, I left pretty much right after we hooked up. Pete's still a bit goofy. We're all happy but it's just his way. Plus, giant robot lady, so don't worry, spend time with him. He was cut up about Carol leaving, even if he didn't say anything, Widow said after Venom gave his report. Ravage nodded. It was hard for me too though. Remember, Reboot will bond with so many, and miss that connection. You might want to stay on Earth for a while, at least until Cybertron is more habitable. Routes clear until the volcano. No sign of Nimrod, but I am seeing scorch marks on some trees. He's not here now, but he was here, and he wasn't happy. Affirmative, Peter. We are still en route, and given our speed, we should be there within 30 of your minutes. Optimus replied. I read you. We'll circle back to make sure there is nothing else in your way. Archie sighed once Venom had given his report. That is a problem though. If we are to save Cybertron, we must leave immediately. With Reboot's help, I can reformat the planet, returning it to its original form. I wish to stay, but for the sake of my people, I can't. No matter what. The area that Peter had led them to had 2 distinct features. The first was that in the surrounding area it looked like someone had taken a flamethrower and scorched not just the ground but the trees as well, randomly and in a wide area. The second was that there was a hole in the side of the base of the volcano, leading into the darkness. There was no rock or debris, and while not fresh, there were heavy vehicle tracks still dug into the rocky muddy ground. Someone had been here, someone human, but not for months. The ground was dry, and there were no other tracks. If Nimrod had done this, the marks would be fresh and at least warm. No, this was Trask. Extending out his senses, there was nothing. No machines of any kind, and other than the brief flickers of the campers they passed a few miles back, there was nobody here. Of course, Peter knew that Nimrod didn't show up, even to his technopathic senses. That was the issue though. Was it on purpose? Was he designed to be invisible, or was it an augment power? And how many others did he have? If Scott and any of the X-Men had fought the Sentinels, then they could be in big trouble. Can we get a hold of Charles? He asked. Carol shook her head. We already had a report, and the X-Men engaged the Sentinels before they got word of their powers. Even Scott and Mariah took part in the assault. We needed the help, Pete. It couldn't be helped. Peter cursed. This could be really bad. If Eric had fought him, then the Cybertronians could be in big trouble if their bodies contained enough metal for him to manipulate. The hole isn't big enough for you, Optimus, so we should split into 2 teams, me and the other enhanced down this way, and you take the Cybertronians and scout the base for a larger cave. I mean, if the Ark is big enough for you, it should have left a huge impact crater in the side, even if it is covered in rock. Optimus looked at the tree line. I agree, this is not the tunnel I exited from, and my memory banks are showing that we are in the wrong location. We shall scout further along, and as he pressed the side of his arm, a small white square detached itself. This will register you as friendly to Teltran 1. Use it and deactivate the security systems, but only if Nimrod is not nearby. If he gains access to our armory, you may face a greater threat than you can handle. Peter nodded and took the plate-sized transmitter, the 4 arms of his harness snaking out and grabbing it, holding it over his back. The small fingertip transmitter to Optimus was the size of Peter's chest. Right, we might lose communications when we go in, and Peter's armor slid back over him, but... Can you hear me, Arky? And she nodded. Good. I can keep in contact with Arky. If you gain access to the ship first, let us know. And switching on the lights in the repulsor gauntlets, Venom and the trio of Ravage, Talon and Widow spread out and ventured down the tunnel. Good luck, Arky replied. You too. Optimus waited until the group was out of sight. Before we begin, I am aware that you will now be able to access Teltran 1 with much greater efficiency. However, until we know the extent of the damage, and if its systems will harm you, I must ask that you refrain from touching anything. I do not wish to trigger a security system until we are sure your new body will be recognized. Arky nodded. She had only been bonded for a short while, and the others she had shared with had been correct. Reboot was now a part of her, and if anything happened, she was unsure of how she would cope. It's fine. We should split up and take opposite directions. To make sure there are no other tunnels leading into the Ark. Peter's suspicions may be correct, and there may have been many others attempting to access the Ark. I agree. Our communications are not disrupted. Contact me if you find anything, Optimus replied. And with the mechanical grinding noise, they all transformed and sped off. Still don't like it, Optimus, Ironhide said as they drove along. Seems mighty suspicious that he's compatible with our systems, after millions of years, and that he is the owner of the remaining Clintar. Optimus drove in front, ready to ditch his trailer if it need to be a barrier from attack. I agree. I know Peter had access to my main circuit pathways, but even after running a diagnostic, I am unable to find if he accessed my main memory core. Be careful of him. While I do not believe he has deceitful intentions, we have already been their prisoners once. Are we really giving him access to our historical records? Jazz asked. We shall see. As long as he does not ask for information regarding weapons technology, then I do not see why allowing them to know about the larger galaxy would be an issue. If he is correct and aliens have visited here before, it may be prudent. Once a species realizes Earth's location and value, they will return, and in greater numbers. Jazz huffed, especially those blue ones. Those guys were crazy. You think they ever got that old Quintesson junk to work? Optimus laughed. I have no idea, Jazz, but I imagine that one of their supercomputers would be either senile or barely functional by now. If they ever did. And as the trio sped their way around the base of the mountain, they shared more stories of their past. Inside the tunnel, it had been smoothed down and cleaned. There was evidence that someone had come in and removed jagged stalagmites and other obstacles. Trax has certainly been here, but the tunnel itself was abandoned. Taking several sharp turns but staying low and quiet, they eventually came to a section of pale tan metal wall, with a hole burned into it. The edges of the metal were bent outwards, so the original hole was blown from the inside. Venom reached out a hand, noticing the blued edges of the metal and that it was not just cold, but showed signs of wear. This was done years ago. I don't think this was Nimrod. The edges of the metal were smooth, and paint had been chipped away from them. The hole was big enough for 2 people to stand side by sliced and had been made tall enough that Venom couldn't reach it. You think this is where Trask came in, but Optimus never mentioned another intruder alert. The others shrugged. And if he was honest, it was all speculation. Right, Camo, and in twos, move, secure and then advance. Talon, with me, Ravage and Widow, stay back, and try not to blast me in the ass if anything jumps out, okay? Ravage laughed. Isn't that what Nat said last night? And you still managed it? And Widow batted her. And then he did the same to you a few minutes later, so shush. And the trio snorted before shimmering and moving into the ship. Venom stayed visible. The interior was huge, large enough for several Cybertronians of Optimus's size to move comfortably, and he shone his palm light around, trying to find signs of Nimrod or anything. Kneeling down, he rubbed rubber tire marks from the floor. Definitely had company, but even as they moved through the corridors there was no sign of anything or anyone. Arky, we are inside, and so far nothing. Can you give me a general idea of where the command deck would be, or if it even has one? Where are your shipmates? Can you read Cybertronian? No. It wasn't entirely true, but stopping and allowing the Mind Stone to fill his mind with the required knowledge might not be the most sensible idea. Then without knowing your location, I cannot help. Head to the center of the ship. If you head from there and find the engines, you are in the aft section. Return to your starting point and you should find the command room. The center of the ship has 2 large circular turbines nearby. You should be able to navigate from there. Thanks, Arky. Moving through the ship was easy for the smaller humans, but Peter was having to climb up each door and hold himself to the wall while the harness positioned the token Optimus had given him in front of the door sensor. Who'd have thought Pete would have size issues, Ravage joked, and in trying not to laugh, he almost fell from the door as it slid open. A large white-chested Cybertronian, with a single hole blasted through its front chest plate, fell forward and the noise clanged around the empty halls. We found someone. Green armor, the same size as Jazz, non-functional. Arky? Sorry, green? Is his chest square or rounded? It's square. Hound. He was a close friend of Jazz. I will inform them. No, wait. I'm not an expert on Cybertronian physiology. He could be fine, just hibernating for all I know. Arky paused. Yes, you are right. It might be premature. Thank you. The room Hound had fallen from was massive, with several Cybertronians slumped in large chairs, each with blaster marks over them. Venom shone the flashlight over each of them, and while he wasn't an expert, these robots were definitely dead. Most were shot straight through or were blasted in the head. He didn't have the heart to tell Arky, and would leave the grim news until everyone was present. What did this? But he shrugged. To him, it looked like an execution. None of the Cybertronians had weapons, and were sitting as if surprised. Had there been a mutiny on board or an ambush? Only Optimus would know the truth. The room was a dead end though, and must have been a diagnosis chamber or some kind of sensor room. The 4 inside were left, and Venom and the others pushed Hound back inside and sealed the door, with Venom marking it with webbing. We push on, but be alert. If Optimus is still getting the intruder alert, then something is here. What was worse was that the walls seemed to be blocking everything but his telepathic abilities. They gave off no what or electromagnetic signature, and even the light from his torch was somehow being absorbed by the strange material. The 4 made their way through the ship, finding the 2 massive turbines and continuing along the outer wall of the ship. Arky, I think we're at the command center. Do we wait? No, we found a tunnel hidden by rocks, but it is proving difficult to break through. We will be at least an hour before we can meet you. I will inform Optimus of your progress. Right, it's just us. And as he jumped and climbed the wall, the door panel flashed red, then green, and opened. Inside was carnage. Bodies of Cybertronians were thrown everywhere and several had blaster marks over them. Venom noted that it was an uneven mix of Autobots heavily outnumbered by Decepticons, and that while they had put up a valiant fight, it had been a slaughter. And that one had been particularly brutal in its assault. A large torso-less body sat in the center of the room, with huge gray and black legs, and 2 thick arms with a massive cannon on one arm. The center part looked like it had been cut away using high heat, and the same blued marks were present on the remains. Gruesome, isn't it? Venom heard, and as the 4 turned, Nimrod was sat in a chair, a purple Cybertronian at his feet. I remember this. I remember your people coming here and doing this. The cutting and removing the parts they could get to. Nimrod stood and rubbed the arm which held his cannon. This form is an abomination to my purity. This form is a mockery of my once great self. You and your species shall pay for this insult. All life must submit or perish. All life must bow before me. And as Nimrod's arm transformed into a copy of the gray cannon on the ground. So says Megatron. That isn't going to happen, Nimrod. Venom said, as he lifted his arm cannon. Venom and Ravage both sent out a line of webbing. They knew they wouldn't stick to Nimrod's body, but with the 2 webs acting as Ebola, they wrapped around his torso. Ignorant fools, Nimrod shouted, and flexing he tore through the webbing easily. None shall stand before the might of Oof. Widow had gone up to the ceiling and gotten behind him. As he broke free, she swung down and kicked him in the back of the head, sending him sprawling. As he stumbled, Venom sent out a line and snagged 1 foot, while Ravage took off, and barreled into him, sending him tumbling to the ground. We have backup, and once they're here we can dash. And he was interrupted as the lights flickered and came on. We have access, and Optimus has restarted the fusion reactors. Did you find the command center? He felt Arky ask him. Yeah, and Megatron. Nimrod is a cannibalist Cybertronian. Peter figured that Trask, unwilling to give up his goldmine of alien tech, would come here and take pieces of the Decepticon, using it to build prototypes. With no access to doors or other systems, he could only scavenge what was here, and without further investigation, he figured that they had dismantled Megatron to get him out of the small tunnel they built. It wouldn't surprise him if there were more Cybertronians with missing parts. Autobots. Megatron shouted and raised the cannon at Venom. Pathetic. None shall stand before the might of Megatron. As the end of the cannon flared and fired, a bright purple beam streaked across the room and exploded against a console, sending the occupant of the chair flying. Hostile action detected. Safety protocols engaged. Came a robotic-sounding voice from a speaker somewhere in the room. And Nimrod clutched at his head silently screaming, the strange banded armor over his body flexing and distorting as he writhed in pain. What? Venom stood from his crouch. He had been ready to attack, with the trio behind him, but the lights turned to red and Nimrod lay on the ground clutching his head. Optimus enabled the security systems. We were caught by surprise before. The Decepticons had snuck aboard the Ark, disabled key systems and then attacked. We were overwhelmed and many died. Arky filled him in. Right, so what do we do about Megarod? Nah, Nematron? Arky chuckled. Leave him, the noise disrupts our central transformation cog. His body is trying to forcefully transform but cannot due to a blocking signal. It is incredibly painful and debilitating. He is enough of a Cybertronian that it worked. His powers must utilize our transformation abilities. Peter could imagine and thought that sounded incredibly painful. But, for a race that could transform parts of themselves into whatever they wanted, how else would they keep them contained? It wasn't like they could put them in jail. The door to the command center opened, and Archie, Optimus, Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Jazz all entered wearing white helmets. We can take him from here. I must access the main computer. I would appreciate it if you could contact your government. We do not wish to cause panic when we start reactivating systems. Peter smiled and nodded. It was Optimus's polite way of telling him to go away, and as he nodded at the other three, Optimus and his crew began the grim task of moving and cataloging the fallen. Archie smiled, and as Peter passed, she spoke to him. I will remain here for now, but please, do not think we are ungrateful. We have friends who are in hibernation, but many are not. Peter smiled back at her. It's fine. We'll get Earth alerted, and if you need help, you know where we are. As the smaller group left the Cybertronians to their task, they headed back out through the now lit spaceship. Peter could see where fighting had taken place, and the walls were covered in scorch marks. They followed the tracks and excited out the way they had come in. Well, who exactly do we call? Peter asked Natasha and Carol. I mean, it's not like S.H.I.E.L.D., SWORD, or the military are exactly on friendly terms with us, and as soon as we give anyone warning they'll know we stole the Autobots from Hoover Dam and... Carol laughed and shook her head. We call all three. Let the Autobots deal with them. This isn't our fight, and it's also not our problem. Optimus made that perfectly clear. If the Earth has been visited by aliens, then we need to put on some big boy pants and grow the hell up. Peter shrugged and, finding a decent rock, sat down. Natasha shrugged. I agree with Carol. It's not our problem anymore. If Optimus needs our help, then we help. If not, leave it to the suits to figure out. You, however, need to go home and kiss some serious ass over Archie. Peter laughed and stood, stretching. You're just jealous cause I got alien booty, giant robot alien booty. Not the only one, she said with a wink, as he wasn't aware of just what Archie and Natasha had been up to when returning the RV. You know, Pete, technically I'm an alien as well, Carol said, tilting her head. Wait, we all are. The Clintar are aliens. Peter shrugged, but not giant robots. There is an important difference, and Carol snorted and batted his arm. Dork. Call Wanda and get her to come pick us up. I'd rather be at home making these calls than in the middle of nowhere. Carol said, and she was right. Sitting at the base of a cold mountain wasn't exactly thrilling. Archie, we're going back to our home. We'll set up meetings with Earth's authorities from there so you have privacy. If we do it here, the military will swarm this place. Let Optimus know we'll be back in contact, and let us know when you're done. Will do, Peter, and thank you. Natasha gave me the means to tap into your communications, so I may make a booty call if need be. Megatron is contained and in a holding cell, and we can finally start rebuilding. Optimus asks, can we count on your assistance again? Peter was surprised that she'd even ask. Of course, but I guess you mean with the repairs as well as the military? He felt Archie mentally nod. We need supplies, rare metals, and possible power sources. We do not wish to be held hostage during the negotiations. Don't worry, Archie. Keep our involvement quiet. Keep Reboot's existence quiet, and we can help without anyone knowing. We shall, Peter, and good luck. A yellow portal opened as Wanda motioned at them. I am not a taxi, Peter. You could have just flown back, or bothered Mariah, Wanda complained as Peter and the rest stepped through the portal and kissed her cheek one by one. I know, but this way, you get to practice, and I get to see you. She faked anger but was smiling. Plus, it's kinda important, and I need to be home. Peter walked up the stairs and into his home, dialing the number Carlson had given him. He would deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., while Carol contacted Ross. I need to make an appointment with the director, tell him 'tis about Hoover Dam, and Ross should be getting a call as well. With the Sentinel incident, Carlson was no longer on speed dial, and all Peter was left with was a messaging service that he knew Carlson checked once in a while. Ross had been true to his word and got off scot-free. As far as everyone was concerned, he was following orders and doing his duty. Flash and Steve were gone from the Avengers Initiative and a new team. The new Avengers were being paraded around by the media. His phone buzzed. We know, the report came in an hour after you left. Tomorrow 9 am, Ross will be there. Come alone, Carlson. Yup, it was going to be another one of those days. Throwing his phone on the chair next to him, Peter sat back and rested his hands on his head. He pulled a few faces and huffed, leaning over and grabbing his phone again. Meeting with Ross and Carlson about our new friends. Pretty sure they'll call you. Even if they don't, you need to be there. Tomorrow at 9. Add with a small scowl, he messaged Tony. The government wasn't about to hand him the contracts to deal with the Cybertronians, and he knew Stark was their poster boy now. He had stood up to Venom and taken one for the team. And he was leading the new Avengers in Steve's place. His phone buzzed and he laughed as he checked the message. Yeah, they already did. Guess who's cleaning up your mess at the Hoover Dam? And now this? I should bill you. Peter shook his head. Yup, go ahead and I'll sick pepper on you. And Peter laughed to himself. But seriously, what I need to discuss makes the dam look like a Lego set. You've seen the remains, there are more. Don't start messing with them. The species they belong to wants them back. Tell you more tomorrow. He had been as vague as possible, as he knew Stark would be going ballistic trying to figure out if these were alive or not. Peter knew he would lose his shit over meeting Optimus and the rest. His last message was to Charles. He knew he needed to get him on board with his latest idea, and he was the best source of information, as he already ran one school. What he was not looking forwards to was putting all 4 of them in one room together. Charles? Yes, Peter. Jean let me know to expect your message. I would like some advice about a school. Charles sat back in his chair, surprised that Peter of all people would suggest such a thing. Why don't you come up and we can discuss it, or are you still playing with your giant robot friends? Peter laughed. Yeah, can I take a rain check on that, and send you my outline? It's been one of those weeks. Charles chuckled. Of course, I'm sure the X-Men would be happy to spend time with Jean. If she is free, then give her your file. Thanks, Charles, and Peter cut the psychic link. Peter turned his phone off for the rest of the evening. May and Kurt both had everyone's number, and if it was really important, everyone else knew where he lived. He had more important things to deal with right now, and heading downstairs he slipped out a green flag onto the bathhouse and set one of the tubs filling. He wanted a bath and an actual soak. He was never dirty, and a shower took care of anything his simskin missed, but submerging in an almost intolerable hot water was a pleasure few could match. It soothed and relaxed aching muscles, worked into areas even nimble fingers couldn't reach, and he sighed as he lay there with his eyes closed. He heard Gwen and MJ come in and slip into the pool. Hey Pete, whatcha thinkin'? Gwen asked. Jay was now a spokeswoman for AIM, and much to her annoyance actually needed to study. Some booth babes, as they were derogatorily called, were just eye candy, but that brunette trying to pitch a sale had to know her stuff and wasn't just there as a piece of bait. Much to MJ's annoyance. When Gwen came up with a new cosmetic, it was shipped to Emma for marketing and sales, where MJ usually shot the commercials. It was her face on every billboard, but she was also expected to know the actual chemistry behind everything. When no symbiote on Gwen, they couldn't even swap around to learn it by osmosis, and Gwen took an hour each day to lecture MJ on what exactly the formula-enhanced creams and cosmetics did. While White Cat Cosmetics were now slowly becoming the go-to brand, Gwen had also branched out with 2 new lines: health foods and drinks. Her Regenex sports formulas, protein mixes and isotonic energy drinks were flying off the shelves, and her Rejuvenate line of medicine was currently still under FDA testing, but everything pointed to a release within a few months. A line of formula-enhanced cold remedies and other sundry medicines would be just as successful. Gwen was making more money than everyone combined, and even Parker Inc. and Octech, with a lot of industrial contracts, couldn't touch her bottom line combined. Life, stuff, hitting 30. General things, he admitted. Oh, going to have your midlife crisis. Gwen teased him and he laughed. Yup, gonna build a robot suit, swing around New York fighting crime and make out with beautiful sexy women, all to prove I'm not past it. Gwen snorted. Shit, is that it? Sign me right up, she added, laughing with MJ. He had the meeting in the morning, but there was something that was just as important. He tapped into the communications Natasha had set up with Archie. Archie, is it a good time? Of course, Peter. We have collected the wounded, and have allowed the sparks of the fallen to rejoin with the Allspark. What can I do for you? I want to ask Optimus if he would meet with our own synthezoid, and see if she can get a spark of her own. Please, Optimus is waiting for you. You may speak to him, through me. Peter took a breath. We have 3 artificial life forms on the planet. I want to use the Allspark to grant them true life. Vision, Jocasta, and Friday were alive as far as he could tell. Their intricate neural networks were more than just an AI granted sapience with the Mind Stone, but Peter wanted to make sure. With the Soul Stone's power, he could make them sentient as well, and unbind them from their programming. Interesting. Are they Cybertronian in origin as well? Optimus asked, but Peter shook his head and then tooted as he realized Optimus couldn't see him. No, we have something like the Allspark. They were created using it, but are completely Terran in origin, he hoped. If he was honest, if Dr. Helen Cho used Cybertronian tech in her cradle, he really didn't know. And you will return the Allspark to us? Optimus asked. No, I have no experience using it, and I really don't want to do something that hurts them. I want you to use the Allspark to do it. Optimus nodded. We are still cataloging the damage. But, for your help, and mutual cooperation, I can agree to your request. You have the ability to create space bridges. Then you may return to the Ark as soon as you are ready. Peter sighed in relief. Thank you, Optimus. One of the people who I am hoping will help you will see this as a favor, and should be more cooperative. I will see you when you arrive, Peter, and he cut contact through Archie. We won't be too long. I can wake everyone now as this is important. Carol took Peter to one side. I get that you want to make Friday a soul, but you know you'll have to tell Tony about the Cybertronians, right? Peter nodded. I was going to tell him anyway. Carlson has him on a leash now, and if they call anyone to help repair their ship, it'll be him. But this is bigger than me and bigger than that stupid feud, and Carol sighed. As long as you know what you're doing, and he hugged her close and kissed her. Just like always, and she laughed and held him tight. After Natasha and Carol had headed to bed, Peter knocked on the door to Wanda's home, and she came out, wearing her usual long nightshirt. This had better be good, Peter. It is 2 am, she sleepily replied. It is. Can you wake Friday, and then bring her here? He was going to ask Liv if she wanted to watch, and while she was grumpy at being woken up, she dragged on some legging and followed him out. He decided to ask Friday first. She might not even want a soul or be more willing to leave with the Cybertronians and visit their home world. He held no illusion that being an artificial being, treated with contempt in a world where she would be either sexualized or just plain despised, would be fun for her, and a world full of machines just like her would be a more suitable environment to live. Liv sat and nursed a cup of coffee. While Octave could wake her up, Liv found it messed with her normal sleeping pattern, and so, coffee it was. I don't get why this has to be done now though, she said as she sipped. Not that I'm complaining. She was still a bit sore Natasha and Peter hadn't invited her, but sex was sex, and this was actually bringing a being into life. She would forgive them for now, plus finally meeting more Autobots was going to be fun. Because tomorrow I asked Carlson and the rest of the Muppet Show not to act like idiots, and if I have Tony on my side, it'll be easier. Liv snorted and chuckled. Or, you could stop acting like a child and just apologize. Peter huffed. Yeah, right. He started it, but Liv raised a hand. It is too early and I am too tired, dear. Peter filled 2 jugs with coffee and then added them to travel mugs for everyone. It was late and while he was fine, the rest still preferred to get a full night's sleep in. Food was a bit harder, and it would be cold meat sandwiches if the process took longer than a few minutes. After half an hour, a grumpy and tired-looking Wanda opened the portal and Friday bounded through, followed by Wanda, Peter, and Liv. Friday, we have some people who want to meet you, and have something to ask. Peter pointed over at the collection of vehicles, and confused Friday walked over. It's just cars, Pete. Not interested. Holy moly, she exclaimed as first Archie and then the rest transformed in front of her. She looked at them, and then over at Peter. That's not fair. You built more and they can change into cars. I'm telling Mom on you, but Peter just laughed and pointed at Optimus. Greetings, young one. We are not creations of Peter. We are an ancient race of machines, called the Cybertronians, Autobots to be exact, and Peter asked us for a favor. Friday stared incredulously at Optimus. A race of robots, like me? That's amazing. Are you taking me away? But Optimus shook his head. We discovered that our bodies can be reformatted by Peter, and Archie is the proof, and in exchange, Peter asked us if we, with your permission, would be willing to give you a soul. Friday looked over at Peter confused. Like a soul? Soul? Aren't they a myth, like Bigfoot or Peter's celibacy? And Wanda snorted even as Peter handed her a coffee. Optimus's chest plate opened and as he removed the matrix of leadership, Friday could see the orange, blue, and white swirling cloud of energy sitting there. This is my spark. Or, the soul as you call it. I can feel my connection to it and through it my connection to the universe around me. To Peter, to his female companions, but not to you. I can give you one like this. The ability to live and grow, to learn and evolve. A real soul. Friday stepped back. But just me. Peter shook his head. No, we wanted you to be first, but if you say yes, and think they'll agree, then Vision and Jock has to too. This isn't something I'd fight Tony over. I'm not so selfish to stop you from being whole. Friday giggled, thinking about my whole? Naughty naughty. But I accept, and Optimus knelt in front of her. This might be strange, and as he touched her she felt the arc reactor in her chest vibrate as he held the globe in front of her. A point grew from the bottom, a single golden needle that prized her chest and slid into her arc reactor where she felt it resonate within her. She shuddered, and as Peter stood, Archie shook her head, and giving her a measure of trust, stood where he was. Friday shuddered again, and she felt it. A warmth spread through her, and a small flicker filled her. The needle retracted and the globe floated back into Optimus's chest, which then closed. Friday stood with her arms out, and she felt the singular rush. Her arc reactor felt like it was ready to burst within her, but she knew it was just a feeling. A feeling that spread through her entire body, and as the energy of the Soul Stone reacted with not just her reactor but the simskin coating her and every one of her systems, she gasped as it reformatted her core. Cher felt it, like a heartbeat within her, and the simskin that once covered her now melted and absorbed itself into her body. The skin was smooth, and still vibranium, but as she ran a hand in amazement over it, she felt the chill of her fingertips and the goosebumps that followed her fingers. Friday laughed as she ran her hands over her skin, marveling at the soft texture and sensations of her own touch. I can feel it. Right here, and she touched herself where her heart would be. It was warm and it glowed within her. Please, Joe and Vision. I will do anything you ask, just please. She looked up at Optimus, pleading with him. A soul is the least we can do for the person who may have saved our race. If there are others, then they too can be gifted with true life. Every being in the galaxy has that right, and I will not deny your request. Peter nodded as Friday came over. Can I hug you, please, for my first? And Peter laughed. He was really not happy at how she was looking at him now, but with a sweet sense of innocence she pulled her into his embrace, and she smelled like flowers, MJ's favorite perfume. I can feel your warmth, and not just as a reading on my sensors, but actual warmth, on my skin, and your smell, and Peter rubbed the back of her head. Still not sleeping with you though, and while she giggled she did feel a small sense of loss. She actually now knew how important that was. The feeling in her new heart told her what love was, and that she would feel not only it but loss and pain and everything until she. In the middle of her thought, Friday paused. I can die now, can't I? And Peter pulled away, holding her shoulders. Really? I have no idea. I mean, Optimus. Cybertronians exist as long as our sparks do. We can become a new Cybertronian with new life and new memories. Until we return to the Allspark to be reborn. If your soul is like ours, and I can sense it is, then no, you will be reborn, as a machine, as a human, as whatever life exists on this planet. You are now a part of the cycle of existence. No matter what form it takes. And Friday nodded. The Vision and Joe too. Wanda, can you take me to Stark Tower? And please Peter, don't be mad at Tony. And Peter looked over at Wanda. Friday, this is nothing to do with me or Tony. This is your life. I'll stay in the warehouse while you explain. I don't even have to be there, but he thought for a moment. Can we wait until I've spoken to Tony and the government tomorrow? I'm not going to hold this over him, but I want to make sure they aren't going to do something stupid again. Friday nodded, disappointed, but she understood. The group was on a mission, and they had already sacrificed time to help her. Wanda drained her coffee, but you will me. I'm losing good sleep time, and you will make it up to me. Friday just winked at her. Just let me get old petty pie here and we can have a dirty weekend. Liv cleared her throat. May I steal you away for an exam? If there are any significant changes I might need to know. Friday looked over at the three. Oh, a probing from the hot doctor and then a dirty weekend with Daddy. I can't wait. Wanda groaned. This is your fault. And now she is worse, and she circled her hands and stepped through the gateway. We are going home. We are going to bed. And as she looked at the excited Friday, and there will be no probing. Friday was hyperactive for the rest of the night, and Peter was glad he had managed to grab a small catnap. This is so good, she said with a mouthful of what looked like Felicia's chocolate cake. As the rest preferred savory snacks mainly because Felicia ate anything sweet, it was her fridge drawer that was raided, and eventually emptied. Friday belched, and then giggled. Guess that happens now. Although Peter was wondering why a soul gave her a proper digestive system, it would be one of the unanswered mysteries that was Friday's reformatted body, until Liv got her into the medical wing. Pete, she said hesitantly, and she lifted her top. I want to swim, will you? He shrugged. Skinny dipping wasn't anything major, it was the look she gave him as she stripped further that concerned him. There was a normal reaction. While she was a different person, she still looked like MJ, and she still knew that seeing her naked pushed his buttons. She spent an hour floating, splashing, swimming, and standing under the showers, enjoying the new sensation of water on her skin. Peter had a waterproof e-reader and had downloaded several books to enjoy. She slid into the pool next to him, and sat in the molded seat, so, why not, and she slid a hand onto his thigh. He had dreaded this day, mainly because what he was about to say was gouging to upset her. Your age, and she pouted and sighed sorry, but even mentally, you're like a child, and while I know you want to experiment, it's just, maybe see what life's like before you take that plunge, okay? Friday lifted her hand. So, even Mom? I know you like us both. But that's it, and Peter shrugged. That's kinda stupid, you know. You spawn symbiotes and they are violent and horny and you still have sex with them. A symbiote isn't a whole person, and we don't. The times that happened were, and Peter found it hard to explain, it was more to calm the host. So, once I'm 16 at least, then, and Peter could only shrug. No, I want to experience life, just like you said. Part of that is a desire to feel you, Peter. Right here, and she pressed her hand against her bare chest. Until now I didn't know what that was, a glitch in my programming, but it's love, respect, and caring. I have feelings for you, and you reject them because I'm not human. Peter laughed. I had sex with Archie. You are exactly like MJ. Your hair is blonde, and you speak with an accent, but no, being human has nothing to do with it. Peter turned to face her. What if I screw you up? What if I do something that hurts you or makes you hate me, and you leave? With the others, they've had years to learn how to cope, how to deal with jealousy, with arguments, and stupid human shit. You've had a year. I don't want to hurt you. Friday laughed and patted his hand. Isn't that part of the human condition? Learning to deal with all that human shit. Peter sighed. Fine. You can sleep with me, but no hanky-panky, and once you're comfortable, once you've got some experience under your belt. Friday interrupted him. You'll, and she made a rude gesture with a circle of fingers and two more sliding in and out of them, and reluctantly, Peter nodded. He silently hoped that by the time she was mature enough, she would have found someone she liked. The rest of the night was peaceful, even if Friday fidgeted in bed. Having had Laura with him for over a month while she adjusted, it wasn't major, and the wandering hand was just as easy to deal with. Friday was still curled up, with one leg hanging out the bed when Peter crept from his apartment. Liv might have raised an eyebrow, but she said nothing and just poured him coffee. He had just finished his breakfast and washed his plate when the door buzzer went. He recognized the crew-cut military man from the replay of Natasha's memories. Glenn Talbot. I am your escort, Mr. Parker, and I am here to make sure you are alone and unarmed. Please leave all AIM technology, and your phone here, and allow me to escort you to the meeting. It was worded politely, but Peter knew it was a subtle threat. They wouldn't have sent a gamma trapper otherwise. His identity as Venom was hidden, but his identity as the creator and user of AIM harness tech was not. He couldn't completely hide his identity as a crime fighter, and this time had to make a compromise. The harness whined as it powered down and unclipped from his back, and as Peter made a show of replacing his clothing, he could feel Talbot was none the wiser about his other powers. The United States military appreciates your cooperation, Mr. Parker. Now, and Talbot held out an arm and motioned to the military jeep. If you would follow me. The meeting is being held at Camp Gamma. You may inform your colleagues of your location, but once we are there, there will be no outgoing communications. I can assume you recognize the need for secrecy, and Peter nodded. Stark must have filled them in already, meaning he probably wasn't walking into a trap, but a little paranoia never hurt anyone, especially given the history between him and the three people he was about to meet. The trip over was brief and quiet. Peter never got a lot of conversation from military types. They were trained to keep secrets, and small talk wasn't big on the list of special skills needed. As they approached the camp, Peter noticed the newer guard towers, and he felt the hum of an electromagnetic scan sweep over him. A light on the dashboard lit red and Talbot looked over at him. Enhanced as well, and Peter nodded. It's fine, just the security check takes a bit longer. After Wrath had taken out most of the base defenses within minutes, he guessed that Ross probably roasted a few experts over the coals, and with Stark here, he figured the newer armor and weapons all bore the Stark Tech logo. Or Cybertech, he couldn't tell which. Weapons weren't his thing. As they pulled up, and Talbot let a soldier drive the jeep away, he motioned again and Peter was led into a white room. Simple, we can you check for unwanted tech, blood sample, temp readings, and then an x-ray. Nothing in but you and whatever powers you have. 2 fully initialized gamma troopers are right outside that door. No sudden power usage, no sudden tech usage, and that it. Peter stared at him initialized, and Talbot laughed. Oh yeah, the egghead came up with a whole spectrum of power levels. From alpha with barely any enhancements all the way up to omega, like Ross or Banner. Power initialization they call it, and full means as high as they can go for their rank, so maybe half of Ross. Enough to neutralize a more enhanced or augments. Peter nodded. The blood sample might be an issue, mine is strange. But Talbot shrugged, don't care. It'll last long enough for the test, and he held up a small sheath, slipping it over Peter's finger, and it beeped green and he slipped it off, stepping back. Clear for scan, and Peter felt the tingle of the room filling with several different types of energy. Tabot was standing behind a yellow line but seemed unfazed by the dosage he might be getting. Mo, we wait for a few, and a green light came on, and you're cleared. What would have happened if it was red? Peter asked out of curiosity. Talbot laughed and shook his head. You really don't want to know that. Just remember green for clean, red for dead with these new measures. Your little stunt proved we can't mess around. Venom and those other augmented assholes cleaned our clocks, and thanks to Wrath, Stearns escaped. No more kid gloves. Talbot took Peter through a series of corridors to a bland white meeting room with a singular table, 4 chairs, and a single pot of coffee sitting in its center. Everyone else will be with you shortly. Sit, coffee's not bad but it's military so it's not great either. With that, he left Peter staring at the walls, alone. He could smell the cheap coffee as it sat in the thermal jug, and while it was infuriating sometimes that Emma refused to drink or eat anything cheap, it did give him a better appreciation of certain foods. Coffee being one of them. Gwen was also over the moon, as Emma took her to a French patisserie that made delicate desserts, things that weren't too sweet and she could eat after Poison's sugar binges. Whereas the newly christened Ghost Spider and Cindy bonded over a love of the cheapest nastiest donuts they could find, and after training, she would eat a whole tray of sticky iced rings one after the other like a machine. They left him sitting for an hour before the 3 finally appeared, but as Peter learned to meditate, calming himself and allowing him to mentally test his powers, he didn't care. Especially as they would regret it once he had explained everything. Ross, Stark, and Coulson were all carrying folders and Coulson placed one down in front of Peter. We have Stark's report and have gone over the events that transpired at Hoover Dam. While we can't pin freeing Iceman on you, we know it was you, and while we can't prove you took 4 more, we also know it was you. So, what do you want? Coulson asked as he poured himself and Ross coffee. Peter smiled and snorted. Oh, how about less attitude and a nice handout from the government again? See, I really don't want anything. I'm here on behalf of a peaceful alien race called the Cybertronians, specifically Autobots, to negotiate the release of their comrades' bodies. Ross looked over at Coulson. Bodies. Peter grinned and nodded. At Hoover Dam, the storage holds 20 or so vehicles. Those were a disguise to stop their enemies from finding them. Iceman was on a peaceful mission to gather parts for their ship when he was frozen, and the pyramid was their method of procreation. As you can imagine, keeping them prisoner, while starving them to death, keeping their leader frozen, while experimenting on him, and using their tech to make children and then killing them isn't going across too well. Tony shrugged. Well, that's a pickle, and nothing to do with me. I forgo salvage rights, and I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Can you prove that? Coulson asked, but Peter leaned forwards and smiled. I don't have to. There are 5 Autobots who remember what you did, and right now they are repairing their spaceship at a secret location because they're afraid you'll come and finish the job. I don't need to prove anything cause once it's space-worthy, they'll take them and then leave, and when everyone asks, what the hell is that? Peter laughed, and I will make sure that the internet screws you sideways by releasing files of what you did, who you did it to and why you did it. Should be pretty messy. And as he sipped his really bad coffee, that Talbot had lied about. Oh, and how about a decent cup of coffee? Coulson rubbed his forehead. What do they want? The remains, any Cybertronian tech you have, and that means the remains of Master Mold, the remains of any Sentinels and anything to do with the pyramid. If you want to extend an olive branch and get back into their good books, help them rebuild their ship, and once they do, they'll leave? Peter smiled after explaining. Stark? If we agree, can you? And he smiled as well. Well, since Stark Tech was taken, and I lost all those contracts and have been forging ahead in civilian industries, I don't see why I have to. Pete is right, you let Trask make this mess, you knew Sentinels are alien tech but you conveniently forgot that until now. Tony looked over at Peter. I think, because Pete is already in their good graces, and until I've met them, that all contracts go to us. We're paid about time and a half usual rates, and we get credit and patent rights. If we decide there is anything we don't want, then we leave them to you. Peter tried not to laugh as he could see Ross turning a nice shade of red. And you think the military will accept that? He said as he clenched a fist. Nope, Tony said smugly, but I think that right now, the vivisection of alien robots isn't a storm you can weather. He looked at Peter and sighed, shaking his head, don't make me regret this. One nation on Earth has the tech to help, just one, and, Tony pointed a thumb at Peter, you need to play nice with them anyway. Ross scowled and Carlson rubbed his forehead, Wakanda. Fine. Is that acceptable, Mr. Parker? Peter shrugged, I am officially not allowed to make any business decisions without my lawyer present, and Carlson frowned and shook his head. And they are? And Tony laughed and patted Carlson on the shoulder. Take a guess. Pepper Potts, and Carlson groaned and rubbed his forehead. Fine, fine. Get Miss Potts an appointment, get a list of supplies needed and a list of Cybertronians that we have. We'll do the rest. While the lawyers get here, I see this is a double meeting, and, Carlson sighed, you invited Charles Xavier here, and Ross raised an eyebrow. Fine, fine. 15-minute break, I need to make sure our security doesn't, and he waved a hand, just stay here. Carlson and Ross both stood. Carlson, looking deflated while Ross was his usual angry self. Stark had a smug grin on his face and he smiled at Peter. Playing nice sometimes gets you good things, Pete, you should take notes. As he waved and slid his sunglasses on, he waved at Peter. I play nice, just not with douchebags, he muttered. Peter and Tony sat staring at each other. It wasn't as if they were friends and speaking candidly about the Autobots and the possibility of giving Jarvis and Jocasta souls would wait until they were well out of the military's reach. Peter had made sure nobody remembered the pyramid opening, let alone the Soul Stone, and he wasn't about to let Tony know about it either. It would stay the Allspark, an ancient Cybertronian procreation device, and maybe he would tell Steven that the Autobots had it. As soon as he could talk to Wanda and make sure he wouldn't try to take it. Eventually, after several cups of the terrible coffee, Charles arrived, being led in by Carlson and Ross. And he smiled at Peter as he was shown to his seat. We dealt with Miss Potts, the contracts are being drawn up, and as soon as they are signed you can let and Carlson flicked to a file, Optimus Prime know the US government and its military will be providing aid. Peter nodded, and Hoover damn. Carlson looked over at Ross, who scowled. That was an unfortunate mistake, but any samples we may or not have removed, or may have been stored with Trask are now the property of the United States. We can agree to give back the whole Cybertronians, but, there are machines made with the pyramid using Earth's technology. That will have to be discussed with them. So, you want to keep the monsters you made? So can we expect Sentinel Mark II or III? Or are you more interested in their adaptive powers, so that augments are easier to kill once they become a problem? Peter argued back. He knew that they had destroyed the small phone bot they made, but he had no idea of just how many were still out there, and still functional. I agree with Peter. You created a weapon to hunt augments, and one to hunt symbiotes. I understand the need to protect yourselves, but if you allow this technology to evolve further, you put all of humanity at risk. Master Mold and the Sentinels outgrowing their programming proved that. Charles added. Ross clenched a fist, and if you lot hadn't started throwing your weight around. Tony sighed, so, while it's nice to watch you two fight like girls, why exactly am I here? I need help, they need help, and we're calling in both you and Banner. I'm involving the government as if there is a practical use for it at home, then nobody accuses me of undermining the government. Peter slid a tablet over to Tony, and a file to Carlson. Sorry, yours is just a brief, Tony needs the technical stuff. Carlson shrugged and flicked it open. New energy source, Energon. Sound, nice. I guess, and Tony was too engrossed in reading the more detailed chemical and particle reports to pay attention. To them, it's food, but to us, it might be a cleaner burning source of power. Even with arc reactors, some things are just too small to use it. And you think this can? And Peter shrugged. Not an energy guy, but Liv does, yes. You're the three leading energy experts. There was also Reed, but Peter was still salty over his dismissive attitude, and once he heard that when Gwen tried to contact Sue to make sure she was okay after being bonded, she had not only been rebuffed but on no uncertain terms to never talk to Sue again. Tony? Cousin asked, as Tony frowned and squinted at the tablet. Yeah. I mean, it's weird, a semi-liquid non-Newtonian Einstein condensate, but maybe, and he frowned, yeah, maybe. Peter laughed, as that was Liv's reaction as well, but this time, and he slid the folder back, and flicked to the end, where a contract was. Saturday Pepper wants you to sign this, and you too, Director. All research materials and test data collected will be made available. Everyone involved. What Bruce does with his is up to him, but this is a joint effort, and everyone gets joint credit. Carlson gave the contract a quick look over and signed, and Tony didn't even look as he took the pen and signed too. Tony grinned. So, giant robots? Not too shabby, but, I know you've got more. I've seen the specs for the base you have, I just wasn't allowed up. So spill. Right, so, Mr. Stark, Charles began, but Tony shook his head. Tony. Only he has to call me Mr. Stark, and Peter laughed. Sure, Stark, sure. But business, and handing over a tablet Tony Whistler as the schematics popped up in 3D. No wonder you threw the government out, as he expended over each section. This is the design I worked on last year, with a partially organic interface. Tony's brows furrowed. Cloned cells. He tooted. Arcster. Switching to the arc reactor should up the integration 0.5%. But, okay, so you cloned some cells and stuck them with a power source into a big jar. What am I looking at? They copy and augments powers. The interface allows us to copy and store almost any ability, and replicate it. Tony frowned and looked at the schematics again. You realize how stupid this is? You could make Death Ray and he smirked as he nodded, the portals, it's a power, and the moon base, Eric right. And you couldn't use Arctech because you needed someone already involved, so you asked Liv. Tony looked over at Peter. I'm heartbroken, you could have asked me, I wouldn't have told. Peter laughed, sure, and right now we'd have Tony World on the moon, blaring lights and sirens at Avalon. Tony smirked. Only you get Tony World, Pete. I like everyone else. Tony leaned back and flicked the tablet off. So, what am I here for? You have working models, or you would never have shown me that could be done. Charles smiled. Investment. We need more help on Avalon, and while Peter is brilliant, and Liv is inventive, we need things done on a faster time scale, and with more advanced technology. And we need someone with experience working with the military and the government, as this technology, with a few alterations, is one of the things on offer to smooth things over. Tony smirked at Peter. So you need me. Peter shrugged. I don't care. Everyone knows you've been doing this longer than me. I'm the new kid on the block, the prince, but even I'm not gonna deny you're the king, and he couldn't. Stark had manufacturing plants all over the world, while Peter and AIM were still building the majority of theirs and were outsourcing most things. And we are willing to allow you access to our systems and space on Avalon. Once we expand, we can offer a completely isolated moonbase. And Charles smiled and raised an eyebrow. If you ever feel you need an evil lair, and Tony laughed. Moonbase, sign me right up, but lawyers, not helping to suddenly have a cajillion sieverts of radiation fry my base if you get mad at me. I want not just the tech to make these, but the samples to build my own, and he gave Peter a pointed look. I got burned before, and not again. Peter huffed and shrugged. Yeah, it was terrible, stealing someone's stuff and getting caught. How awful for you. Please, this is a joint venture, and we want everyone to agree, Charles added. Carlson smirked and shook his head. So, everything seems to be above board. Is there anything else? Maybe another secret base or some new strain of enhanced armored augment with the power to eat planets. Peter laughed. God, I hope not. Earth is bad enough, and he slid over one last folder. But I do have one more thing. Peter smiled. A school. I'll rent, buy whatever, the old Shield Academy. It's large enough and isolated. We can set up classes for kids to learn how to control their powers, learn what it means to be enhanced, and get anyone who's different away from potentially dangerous situations. That's all and good, but, and Tony waved a hand at the four, why am I here? Peter laughed. So no Iron Man Academy, and Tony raised an eyebrow. No Iron Man pilots, sponsored by Tony Stark, flying his suits, taking over when you can't, or just happy leaving War Machine to run things, and Tony leaned back and shrugged. Okay, so I'm now interested, but the military, government. I have to agree, Gamma formula isn't being handed out to school kids, and neither is the super soldier formula, Carlson said as Ross sat glowering with his arms crossed. And yet it is. See, Gwen and Charles here came across a very interesting problem, and Bruce and Blunksy helped prove it. Flicking open the folder, page 14. Carlson frowned and opened the folder on the right page. Is this real? And Peter nodded. Damn. Ross huffed. What? Anyone exposed to the formula, even if it's removed, will pass that on to their kids. So me, you, Carlson, Fury, anyone. Bruce, you, Blinsky, all your little Gamma guys and gals. Everyone. Peter explained, and Ross swore. Really? And Peter nodded. Even better, you have two enhanced parents and the odds go up. Add Gamma and it gets worse. This isn't about augments anymore. We dipped our toe in the gene pool and caught a big shark. Anyone taking MGH is worse. It really screws with someone's G-code. G-code? Carlson asked, and Peter looked over at Charles. Gene code. The parts of the genetic makeup that make us augmented or enhanced. It's more than just the X gene. We've identified over 20 distinct gene sequences activated during enhancement. Not all do, and the more that light up, you might say, the more powerful the individual is. Charles looked over at Peter, who nodded. While I cannot say I'm 100% happy with it, we've developed a genetic scanner, a simple drop of blood, and using that horrendous Sentinel device made one that can tell you who is going to be augmented, and what classification they will be. Carlson sighed. That's a headache in itself. We've already got activist groups saying we need to isolate the powered, and now this? The president will blow his top. Better now than in 10 years when kids start blowing up schools, or worse, Ross said, and while Peter hated it, he was inclined to agree. We need to set things in motion now. It will only get worse, and we need to protect the younger generation. We chose to get our powers, they didn't. Carlson flipped the folder closed, but still, this is big. And while I think a school isn't the right answer, we have to do something. Peter nodded. This isn't about us anymore. We've got Russia, China, and every major power doing their own version of this. Even Europe is standing up and taking notice of what we're doing, and it's not pretty. They all knew. It was all over the hostile foreign presses about the Sentinel disaster, and even the US allies had taken a step back. US power relations had gotten off on a really bad foot, and a lot of other countries were recommending any potentially powered individual stay away from the US for travel or business. So, I'm in. The Tony Stark School of Enterprise. Kinda catchy, need a big sign though, and Peter laughed. Yeah right, it's bad enough looking at the monstrosity next door. Aegis. The school's name is Aegis, and considering I'll be paying for most of it, I get to name it. Tony Tutade, yeah, billionaire, philanthropist, who made you the richest man in the world. Peter raised an eyebrow and laughed. Shuri, because while you are worth 30 to 40 billion, maybe less since the government took your toys, Shuri is worth about 5 times that, and that's not Wakanda, that's Shuri. So yeah, billionaire, philanthropist, inventor, oh and polyamory champion of the world, and Tony Tutade but hid a small grin. Well, Aegis sounds fine, but as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., isn't that awfully close to our name? Coulson added. Augments, Enhanced, Gamma, Institute of Study. Different enough. Coulson tapped a finger on the table. Fine, so how are we doing this? I figured we allow adults with qualifications to teach there. Let each branch involved recruit straight from day one. Ross, your Thunderbolts or Gamma Troopers, you wanted to separate them? Then here's your chance. Make them pass boot at the academy, then recruit them into the military. Full psych profiling, make sure nobody is unstable and provide counseling to those who are. We want a generation of healthy and well-balanced augments, not scared kids hiding from the boogeyman or Red Menace cause a giant robot stumped their mom 15 years ago. Red Menace huh? Ross snorted. I guess I asked for that. I agree, but we don't sign until we see an actual plan. Blowing smoke up our asses in a presentation isn't a well-thought-out budget meeting, with potential ways this could blow up in our faces. Peter smiled, and I agree. Which is why, in a month you'll get just that, but as long as Coulson agrees to lease us the building we can start, which is why Stark and Charles are here. We have some things to discuss. I understand, Coulson said as he stood, but to warn you, I think the president will say yes. It wasn't just our image that took a hit. Expect this to move and move fast. Expect lots of ass-kissing and photos. If you weren't famous before, you will be. And as he looked Peter up and down, maybe hire a tailor, and a wardrobe consultant. Tony can help you, even hungover he's always impeccable. Why Phil, I am a happily engaged man, but if I ever decide to swing that way, I'll call. As the trio exited, Charles waved as a portal opened, and Breach held out a hand for Charles to step through. Peter flicked open his phone, and as Tony was about to get into his limo, Peter called him over. I have something separate for you, Tony. Just for us, and only us. Tony shrugged. It's fine Pete, you don't need to apologize. I forgive you. Now, just politely ask Pepper to start working for me again and I'll even take the museum down. Peter laughed. Oh, you mean, please ask Pepper to stop squeezing my balls over the contracts, and beg her to stop making Maya jealous enough to murder me. Tony smiled. Yup, that too. So you're not getting in my limo so. Peter smiled. Oh no, I have a much better way to travel. Tony watched as the yellow sparks floated in the air, split and became a portal back to the warehouse. Einstein-Rosen Bridge, neat. But no transmitter, and as Tony moved forwards he could see Wanda on the other side. I don't have all day you know, and Peter, not a taxi, this is the last time. She complained. Since they had discovered her ability, she was harassed daily to take them places. As Peter smiled at her and pushed Tony through the opening it close behind them. I was looking at that, Tony complained, but he gave Wanda the famous Tony Stark smile, but she just rolled her eyes at him and walked away. On your own time, this is more important. A space had been made at the table, for Archie to sit, and she was talking with Friday, who was in awe of the giant robot woman. Is that a? And Peter nodded as Tony asked, can I ask her? They aren't machines, Tony, Peter said, shaking his head. Hi, I'm Tony, and Archie smiled at him. Friday has informed us of you, Mr. Stark. I am Archie, one of the Autobot survivors. This is amazing, can I? And as he reached out a hand Archie frowned but nodded. As Tony lay a hand on her shin he felt the metal under his palm, not an earth metal, not even vibranium, and before he could move his hand further, Friday shook her head. Not a thing Tony, and would you touch a human woman like that? And he looked down at his hand, up at Archie, frowned and tilted his head. If she was as fascinating, yes, and while he smiled, Friday and Archie did not. Oh, tough crowd, so why am I here? We need Vision and Jocasta for that, Friday explained, and Wanda came back over, in a more suitable office suit. We need to get them. Can we head to Stark Tower? Tony shrugged and Wanda summoned another portal. Peter made a fresh pot of coffee and set out a small plate of cookies while he waited, but it wasn't long before the sling ring portal sparked into life. Jocasta, unarmored with Simskin, came through, followed by Vision, and finally Tony with one of his smaller armored suits. It was more like the harness, with power assist on the limbs and legs, with repulsors that slipped over the hand. But minus the armor. Peter laughed as he saw him and handed him a coffee. Stop being a drama queen and let them talk. Tony tooted and took the cup, as if. The last cup you poisoned, and he sniffed it but took a drink. No, the last cup you said I poisoned. I wouldn't poison you, Tony. I just steal your CEO, drive your stock into the toilet and dash. Wanda cleared her throat. If you two don't stop, I'll send you to the Arctic and you can continue that discussion while you freeze to death. But she circled her hands again, and this time a much larger Autobot stepped through. Greetings once more, Peter Parker. Are these the others you wish us to ensole? Tony stood, holding his cup, staring up at Optimus. Absolutely amazing, and he tapped Optimus on the leg, listening to the metal noise, completely synthetic, amazing. And also very aware of the small human examining me. I am Optimus Prime, and you are? Optimus asked unamused as Tony examined him. Tony, Optimus, annoyingly rude arrogant jackass, Tony Stark, Peter said. Wanda batted him on the shoulder. Peter, what did I just say? Peter pointed at Tony. He thought they were fake. He assumed that giant robot meant dumb machine and ignored him. Arrogant. Jackass. Wanda frowned and shook her head. Tony waved a hand at him. You are amazing, and ignore him. He's jealous as I'm better looking and much smarter than him. Hi, Tony Stark, and I'm sorry. Parker likes his little jokes and I thought he'd done this to annoy me. It is fine, arrogant jackass Tony Stark. We are grateful for your assistance, and Peter burst out laughing while Tony glared at him. Yeah, those first two. Pete's a joker, those are bad words. Pete, don't teach aliens who can crush us bad words. I understand, but he is correct. You were quite rude, but I am learning that seems to be a trait of most humans. So I will allow this to pass. See, you're embarrassing me in front of the cool giant robots, and Tony took out his phone. But do you mind? It's a recording device. Can I maybe get a picture? If you just stay there. And Tony wandered over and handed Peter his phone. I'll forgive you if you take a picture. And as Peter angled the phone to cut Tony's head out of the picture, Wanda tooted, batted him on the arm and grabbed the phone. And you wonder why he doesn't like you. Peter, you are almost 30, stop acting like a child. Peter snorted. He started it. Tony held up his fingers in a peace sign. I heard that, and you started it. Pepper still doesn't talk to me, and he grinned as the phone's flash went off. Let me see, and Tony came over and took the phone. See, now that's cool. So, giving Jocasta and Vision souls. You know that's not really right. It's made up, like Peter's dignity, and the Tooth Fairy. Peter looked at Wanda with a frown. Okay, for that one you can hit him. That was uncalled for, Mr. Stark, but Tony wanted a hand at her. He's asking for it. But look. Actual robotic life from outer space. You know I would love if you could dash, but Optimus shook his head. No, Mr. Stark, there will be no in-depth examinations. We will allow you to examine an empty chassis, one without a spark. Tony raised an eyebrow and looked over at Peter. What did you do? And Peter shrugged. Trask, based the Sentinels on them. So no, don't ask, and Tony swore. Always the bad guys ruining things for everyone else. Putting his phone away, Tony lifted his cup and stared at it. Well, and he held it out at Peter. Kitchen is right there, and Peter moved while Tony tooted. He moved the 4 feet to the sink and left the cup sitting on the metal drainer, while he moved over to Wanda. How did you get dimensional teleportation to work anyway? I heard Richards is working on it, but he just makes applesauce right now. Peter laughed. He had also heard about Reed trying to replicate the dimensional shift. His portals were fine if you wanted to turn whatever you sent through them inside out or dissolve into their constituent parts. Destabilizing anything sent through them was a hurdle he was having problems solving, but Peter wasn't going anywhere near Reed or his newly christened team of the Fantastic Four. Wanda knows magic. Wizards are real. He replied before Wanda got annoyed at him. Tony laughed. Yeah right, souls, and now magic. What's next? You'll tell me dragons are real too. Maybe I can get a unicorn to ride around New York on. Remind me to let Steven and Tony spend some time together, Peter, Wanda stated, ignoring the laugh Peter was trying to contain. That's not really fair on Steven. I mean, they do have the same barber, but really, I wouldn't inflict Tony on my worst enemy, and Steven's not that bad. Tony snorted. You've got me all wrong, Pete. It's you I don't like. Everyone else is great. Just, not you. Peter couldn't rebuke that. He knew the charity work Tony was doing. He knew the newer Iron Halo replaced a lot of medication and work on a medical suit to monitor those with a fragile constitution as being trialed. Right now the Iron Worker, Iron Doctor, and a whole range of non-lethal Iron Man armors were being shipped out across America and soon the world, as Tony branched out of the military aspect of the Iron Man suit. He was starting to match Peter's own philanthropy levels, and while they shared a few barbs, Peter was glad that it was really just him that endured Tony's smug side. I'm great, you're just jealous, and who wouldn't be? But he lifted his own cup and pointed it at the forms of Jocasta and Vicen, as they both received their own souls. But let's not spoil this for them. This is an important thing. Ultron might have given them a mind, but a soul is very real, Tony, and they are now truly alive. Tony snorted. Yeah, a little light show won't change my mind. Just like your magic tricks, and now I know dimensional transport is possible, I'll crack it as well. Peter just shrugged. Go right ahead, and Wanda shook her head as the pair never gave it a rest for one moment, even with something as important as this. Jocasta and Vision both came over, with a bouncing Friday in tow. See, it's amazing, right? And Vision nodded, but Jocasta shook her head. I now feel sick. I am sorry for my inappropriate behavior, Peter. And Tony, I can't tell you how sorry I am for shouting at you. These feelings are difficult. I may need some time to adjust. With a pained expression, she sat on one of the chairs around the breakfast table, but tilted her head. What is that smell? Dunno sis, can't smell a thing. Other than the coffee, it's great, isn't it? Oh, and food has taste now, like proper taste, not a chemical composition report. Peter had moved away from Jocasta, and Tony was busy leaning over her. What did you do? Her skin feels like real skin now, and her eyes are actually responding to the light he was waving his phone torch in front of her. Yeah Tony, they're alive, so maybe not blind her in the first 5 minutes. Friday admonished him. Vision, are you okay? Vision looked down at his hand and then at Friday. I love you sister. I finally understand what that means. I truly love you. You are annoying. You are what I now understand to be a pain in my rear, and I imagine that Tony feels a similar way towards Mr. Parker, but I truly love you, and Jocasta. And she lifted her head from her hands, and looked at him. You are brash and unkind. Your bluntness towards everyone is hurtful and inconsiderate. But I feel a warmth in my chest when I imagine either of you and a sudden coldness and pain when I think of anything happening to you. This is amazing, and I wish to learn more. Ah, you're so sweet, Friday said, but that last bit was maybe a bit mean. Joe's just as sensitive as some of us are, and look, she's crying. Vision, are you bullying her? What? No, I am simply, but as he looked over, Jocasta was staring at her hands as she wiped tears away from her face. I am leaking. There is a pain in my chest at your words, Vision, and I am now leaking. She shook her head. Is this a soul? I don't like it. Please, take it away. Tony, step up now or I will. Tony stared at Peter for a moment, and nodded. Telepathy was new, but he lifted Jocasta up and hugged her. No, you will miss so much, there is so much more, like friends, and cake, and you just need to learn it's not all bad. And Jocasta looked hesitantly at him and nodded before awkwardly sliding her arms around him. See, feels good, right? Hugs are always good. As he stood holding Jocasta in his arms, I think we should go home now. Friday, can you stay? I think the 3 of you should be together until you get through this. And as Friday looked over at Peter, he nodded. Wanda sighed. Finally, I can get some rest. You owe me, Peter, and as she circled her arms the sling ring portal opened, and Stark, magic is real, she stepped through followed by the others. Don't make me prove it by turning you into a frog. Optimus and the others had stayed quiet as the 4 left to spend time together. Optimus finally spoke, as Wanda sat and made herself a cup of coffee before summoning another portal to send Optimus back. A soul is a terrible burden. It makes us who we are, but sometimes comes with a heavy price. You did a good thing tonight, Peter. Not many would grant a machine true life, and from what I have seen of humanity, not many would allow it to continue either. Once Peter was home, he sighed in relief. It was close, and he had not enjoyed spending any time with any of those people. Charles was fine, but even calling it paranoia, Peter was afraid that one day Charles would notice the Mind Stone, and be adamant he was taking it. It would take a day for Bruce to arrive, and then Tony, Liv, and Bruce would all head to the mountain where the Ark was. Wanda had been adamant this time, as Tony was rich enough to charter a private jet. Peter was glad this time that energy wasn't his speciality, as having Stark ask incessant questions, over and over, and move not the next topic before Optimus could finish. Peter kinda got that though. He'd spent all his life wanting robots to be real, and there they were, in the flesh so to speak. It was only when Optimus promised to allow him to do an in-depth scan of a fallen Decepticon that Tony quietened down. Peter knew it was an open invite, as he had already discussed it with Bruce and Liv. To make Energon they would need to know how the unique energy was formed and how it interacted with their systems. A few Decepticon chassis were not being used and had already been taken apart by Ratchet for parts. Letting the 3 completely mad scientists ruin one further wasn't as big of an issue as it would be if the remains were human. Although he had spent most of yesterday in the bathhouse, he decided to spend today there as well. Floating in the pool was relaxing, and as he lay back and just drifted, he heard Liv and Friday slip into the bathhouse with him. You don't mind, do you, dear? Liv asked. She was perceptive to his moods and knew he was just looking for some peace. He waved a hand at them and went back to floating. I can put some pants on if you'd prefer, he asked Friday, but she stripped out of her own clothes and settled into the pool with him. Peter, that thing we talked about, I now agree, Friday said. When I was at the tower, Jocasta brought it up, and he ignored the pause. He already knew what she was going to say. Maya broke a vase over Jocasta's head and he had to resist the urge to laugh. Liv floated next to him and entwined her fingers with his. He lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. That's fine, Friday, and that was the point. It's up to you, and whoever you pick to decide when you're ready. I still want it to be you though. Tony isn't my thing, and Vision is a bit, and she paused, purple for my liking, and she paused again. Just warn me if anyone wants to hit me with a vase, okay? And at that Peter laughed. I think you're safe. More likely they hit me with a vase, he admitted. It would be like everyone else, discussed and decided upon, but as he could already feel the curiosity and the interest rising from Liv, he thought it wouldn't really be a problem. You guys are weird. I mean, why do you all seem so happy when Maya gets upset at Jocasta? Friday asked. Peter sighed and continued to float. Only a few people are polyamorous, Friday. I guess we're just the exception. Everyone here loves each other, and if they don't it's no big deal. We're a family, and it works for us. Friday nodded, and floated over to him, and if I didn't want to join? Peter turned and looked at her, then don't. It's always been about respect and permission, Friday. Nobody forces anyone to do anything they're uncomfortable with. You won't reject me? Or make me move? She asked hesitantly. Or if I decide to only date you, and nobody else? Maybe next door, where there are more rules, like swimsuits and set times in the pool. But no, you don't seem to mind being naked, and we don't have sex while someone isn't invited. Peter replied. We have 2 others that don't engage but still like the freedom. Nakia and Yelena were both still living happily in the main warehouse, but both had clearly stated their intentions. Yelena was still single, and not looking to date anyone, and he had spotted Aurora a few times and was sure that Nakia was dating her. It was her life though, and if she didn't want to share, then nobody was going to pry. Yeah, and Friday turned and floated on her back as well. I'm happy just to float for now, and she did reach over and take his hand, and maybe this. Peter lifted her hand and kissed it as well. Nobody minds holding hands. The trio floated, Liv holding herself closer to Peter than Friday was, but they just listened to the pipes gurgle and drain as the water filtered through the warehouse. Someone else was up, and the shower usage was registering through the plumbing. Guess it's that time, Peter said. He knew instinctively what the time was, and it was getting close to 7. A few of the more routine-orientated women would be up, and it was normal for Peter to start and make breakfast for everyone. So, now I have a stupid question. Do you want breakfast, and if so, what would you like? As he let go of the pear he found the bottom and stood, running a hand through his wet hair. Sausage, Friday said, subconsciously looking straight at Peter's groin, and immediately Liv laughed and for once, Friday went red. Liv, Peter scolded her. It was all fun teasing someone, but if they were uncomfortable or upset it was immediately stopped. Gwen had been scolded on several occasions after a few jokes aimed at Wanda might have been funny to their Wanda, but the reality-swapped version was not amused. It's fine, Friday said. I need to grow a thick skin, as before I didn't need one, but Friday grinned as she pushed herself away from Peter and stood. Of course, some of us are a bit thicker than others, so maybe I don't, she said, casting an eye over Liv's smaller chest. Maybe 2 fried eggs instead. That was Peter's cue to leave, as the women often teased and subsequently fought with each other over small, or in this case small and large things, and he stayed well out of it. The argument of what do you prefer was not something he enjoyed, especially as I don't care never seemed to satisfy anyone. I will have sausage later, dear. For now though, I think I'm going to carve myself a nice rump steak. The heifer certainly seems large enough in that department. Liv retorted, and Peter hastily made his exit. He never minded making breakfast for everyone. Parker Inc. was still a one-man operation, with his design work on a fairly flexible schedule when inspiration took him. He started with eggs, laid out bacon on several sheet trays while he chopped various vegetables to make omelets, grabbed 2 loaves of bread and set them toasting in several toasters, all set to different degrees of brown as everyone had their own idea of what toast should be. Wanda was first up, as she was normally at the sanctum before 9. I can hear them from my home. What is going on? She asked as she grabbed coffee. Well, Friday suggested Liv has small boobs, and Liv suggested Friday has a fat ass, and it went from there, he explained, as he added onion, pepper, and sausage to the pan he was making. Wanda preferred cheese, cold-cut sausage and a more Eastern European breakfast, while eggs were uncommon. She shook her head as Peter made the first batch. Ah, that will do it. Liv is very self-conscious and she knew exactly why. Of everyone she was the smallest in that department, even Laura was slightly bigger, and mention of her age was never a good idea. As the smell of cooking bacon and eggs wafted through the homes, soon bleary eyes and sleepy housemates emerged. Laura dived into her favorite chair, Peter's, and sat expectantly. Peter piled several slices of bacon on her plate, toast, and 2 scoops of eggs, knowing full well that she would eat that and want more. Gwen and Carol emerged together and Carol sat on Gwen's lap as she buttered and ate toast while Gwen nursed a coffee. So, is that it? And Peter shrugged. Just the stone, and then yup, all done, no more evil monsters to slay. Or, there was a loud splash, a cry of victory, and then a lot of giggling coming from the bathhouse. Yeah, back to normal I think. Gwen raised her mug as Jean and Natasha emerged from Jean's home. So Friday. The pair kissed, and then separated, Natasha helping herself to eggs, while Jean grabbed coffee, and a plate floated over and filled itself with bacon, eggs and dry toast. Peter lifted his head and sniffed. Looks like Liv got there first, and the others nodded. Revenge for Archie, Carol said from behind her cup, but Peter mixed more eggs and shrugged. She was kinda mad at you, Natasha said, grinning. No, she was mad at you, as you spent time with her, and didn't invite anyone else. She understands I have barely any blood flow above waist level. She expected better from you? Peter said, adding bacon and a folded omelette to his plate. He chuckled as Natasha shook her head at him, unamused at his comment. He set it down, grabbed 2 slices of toast and turned all the hot plates off. There was still plenty left for Liv, but if the past was anything to go by, they would be in there for a while. So, Jean. The stone, and she finished her spoon of eggs. I have, but he held up a hand. Honestly, don't say anything. The more we know the easier it might be for us to break whatever you're going to do. Don't say a word, don't tell anyone unless you ask Emma for help. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. Here, and he handed the bright yellow gem to her. Get used to how it affects your powers, and then once you're ready, Jean, you're the most amazingly wonderful woman in the world and I love you more than anyone else. Peter raised an eyebrow. Okay, so you know how to use it, and I'm actually a giant chicken who lays eggs while everyone is sleeping. Peter huffed and raised an eyebrow as he looked unamused. Jean giggled as the stone glowed in her hand. Should I swallow it like you did? And Peter just raised an eyebrow. Fine. No, I only did that because I like hard things in my mouth, and while everyone else burst out laughing, Peter was not finding it as funny. Please, Jean, and she laughed and nodded. I only did that to hide it. I already have a vibranium box I was going to use for the reality stone. Jean nodded and taking out her phone sent Emma a message. Jean knew she was powerful enough to do this on her own, but with Emma's help, it would be much easier to deal with everyone who knew about the stone, and themselves. Okay, I have a plan, but nobody will know until I actually implement it. So, and Jean handed the stone back to Peter, keep that until I ask you to bend me over the breakfast table and ram me with that massive horse cock. And Jean went bright red. That's not fair, you giant stud. I only begged you to take me until I scream your name. Peter looked at her and laughed. You still have the stone. That wasn't me. Jean frowned and looked down at her hand, which was empty. Peter laughed and held it up. Made you look though, and popped the stone back into his mouth before enveloping it back into its simskin pouch. Once the meetings were set up, and Peter contacted Shuri and made arrangements for Wakanda to be involved, the plan went smoothly. Building materials, fuel for the huge ship and the remains of every Cybertronian that the government knew about were all diligently handed over, and work began to not just repair, but excavate the ship as well. Optimus had meetings with the president, who apologized for their actions, with Ross, who handed over the large laser cannons they had found within the vehicles, and Stark, who was helping to not just manufacture but also provide repairs on the damaged Cybertronians, becoming fast friends with Ratchet, who was their chief medic and unsurprisingly transformed into an ambulance. Wakanda was happy to provide not just vibranium, but also newer alloys, more complex and harder versions of adamantium, all helped by Jean's telekinetic control over the metal's fusion process. Shuri and Jean had become friends as well. Jean was slowly studying not just biochemical engineering but metallurgy and advanced chemistry. Her own work at AIM was branching off from Gwen's, and her Grey's metallurgy was beginning to provide most, if not all, of the materials that AIM used in its manufacturing. With the newer ACDs being set up in Wakanda as well as New York, traveling between home and work was now much easier, and Shuri found the time to visit as well. Shuri even found time for Peter, and while they made no public appearances, the constant stream of food, drink, and other members of the household told everyone exactly what was happening. He was the only one that wasn't involved with the project. Liv was at the Ark most days, living in a temporary camp set up by Tony, and Bruce kept himself to himself. In a makeshift laboratory, Tony, Liv, and Bruce spend their days trying to figure out exactly how to synthesize energon. The energy was strange, but with the help of the Autobots, and a few disassembled Decepticons, progress was made. Of course, Liv found out firsthand just why Peter and Tony fought all the time. I will only agree to help, Mr. Stark, if you take down that damn sign of yours. I have no objection to the lights, but the damn thing squeaks and we can all hear it. Tony smiled and shrugged. Of course it squeaked, that was the point. The lights went off at 6, so he didn't break any laws, but the noise nobody but the local rats, maybe a few dogs and enhanced asshole Peter Parker could hear. It was a finely tuned piece of engineering that he made sure only Peter could hear, well, and anyone else with superheating apparently. He smirked and smiled at her. I might be able to do something about that, but, if you can get Dash. But Liv interrupted him. No, there will be getting Peter to do anything. There will be no negotiation. You are an expectant father and Peter is now a grown man. We are all tired of this stupid feud you two have. End it, or I will make sure it is ended. As Liv tapped her foot and glared at Tony, he raised his hands in surrender. Only if I can say I won, and I was only going to ask if Peter could help with a bit more vibranium. Now that Vis and Joe are, well, and he waved his hand in a circle, alive, I want to make sure I've got enough raw materials on hand that if anything happened to them they'd be fine and live to Tade, as he was right. I will speak to Shuri myself, but it will be in the contract that it is all it is to be used for. If we discover you've made a baby suit for your child we will be very very angry. Tony paused for a second, holding a finger up, paused in mid-thought. Oh, of course, Iron Baby. Nah, too obvious. Kid Iron, and he began to hum to himself as they finalized plans for the reactor to convert the raw arc reactor output into energon. While Tony seemed lost in thought over baby names, Ratchet was dragging in a square blue-chested Decepticon. Yeah, just here is fine, and with a nod, the robot left. We've got permission to remove a conversion chamber from this one. As Tony and Liv began to use the collection of tools Ratchet had left them, they slowly disassembled the body. Liv and Bruce helped lift the front panel from Soundwave's chest. Well, look at that. Inside were 4 projectors, creating a rectangular energy casing, which could be filled with a power source to create energon cubes. I'm not getting any kind of reading from it though, it's a perfect insulator. Bruce said as he waved a detector over it, which I suppose makes sense if it holds energy. Does energy go bad? I mean, can they tell? They complained the ARC realtors we supplied them with tasted foul, so I guess they can. The trio shook their heads while grinning. The last thing any of them expected to be talking about was exactly how different forms of energy tasted. Dissecting a Cybertronian was slow work, and Ratchet would render his assistance when needed. He would take away parts from Soundwave, and another Autobot would be made functional again. Once the energon converter was complete, there was just a matter of testing it and making sure that the energon cubes it created were stable and compatible. While it was being set up, Ratchet was busy disassembling Soundwave once more. Liv was watching him salvage components from one of Soundwave's eyes when her curiosity got the better of her. Are you all like this? And Ratchet tilted his head. I could see that this Cybertronian wasn't too badly damaged, but rather than resurrect him, and Ratchet smiled and nodded. We are not this body, it is a shell, a temporary home to house our sparks. We just don't have the facilities for a respray. We could have housed an Autobot in this body, but we'd rather wait until we got back home before we begin rehabilitation. Rehabilitation? Liv asked. A spark learns, and grows, it gains insights and personality, and after enough lifetimes it rejoins the Allspark and teaches us about, well, everything. Tony snorted. Yeah, sparks. What next? Ghosts and demons, and Liv tooted. Mr. Stark, so far, we discovered aliens, robots with minds, people with superhuman abilities. Souls aren't exactly out there. Tony waved a screwdriver at her as they began to unhinge Soundwave's front ejection panel. I can see the science behind that, but souls are religious, and that's just mumbo jumbo. Liv sighed, and you watched Optimus infuse Jocasta and Vision with energy. So far, as we can tell, a lot of augment powers are extra-dimensional. Even Bruce here, a Hulk, grows, gaining muscle mass and increased body weight from where? So who says a human soul isn't the same? A Cybertronian soul is plain for everyone to see. Who says humans don't have souls, and it's just hidden? Liv was well aware of a person's soul. As long as you held the soul stone, you could see them. Tony frowned and nodded. Could be worth examining in depth. If augments connect to other dimensions with their X gene, I don't see why a machine can't be built to do the same. He had the idea after he saw the ACD, but wanted one without the cloned cells. Ratchet nodded. I understand your reluctance. Your fleshy bodies are much different than ours. Even Archie is much more technological than your carbon-based forms. Ratchet lay down the spanner, and the eye he was holding. Mr. Stark, we keep certain sparks separate. Would you like to see? And Liv definitely nodded. Anything to do with giant robots and she would want to see. Ratchet took them to a room, and inside was a honeycomb of containers. Each one was similar in design to the spark chamber they had seen within Soundwave. These are the Decepticon sparks we have extracted from their bodies, and each one will remain here until we can provide a more suitable environment for them. He explained, and as she looked over the cells, each one was floating in its new home. All except one. One spun, and widely crashed against each side of the cell it was in, creating flashes as it bashed itself against the energy barrier keeping it contained. Nimrod? Liv asked, and Ratchet nodded. Megatron. He is the leader of the Decepticons and believes himself superior to all others. His rehabilitation will be long and difficult, and he sighed, which leads up to another problem. The body your people fabricated. We do not wish to take it with us. In the corner was a table, a standard medical table, and Nimrod's body lay on it with the chest panel open and several cables hanging out. But, it is of Cybertronian origin, with your technology mixed in. Repaired, we do not know if Megatron's spark will have given it life or not, and we cannot tell unless we supply it power. Liv sighed and nodded, and rather than attempt it, and give yourselves a huge headache, you'll give it back to us, and let us do it, and Ratchet missed and nodded. That is Optimus's plan. I believe he is negotiating with which human organization will claim responsibility, and then once they admit they assaulted our people, he'll tighten the screws. A saying that had similar meanings on both worlds. Well, we didn't build him, but if they all prove difficult, I know Peter will make sure that it's safely stored and neutralized, and Ratchet nodded. For one of your species, other than Stark, I find your knowledge of Cybertronians intriguing. I understand Peter interfaced with Archie to create a new life form. Would you be interested? But Liv cut him off. Crossing her arms, no, not ever. Liv was tempted, but Archie's reformatting had been an accident, and as she now possessed a symbiote of her own, something the group had agreed was not going to happen without proper security precautions, they had also agreed there would be no repeats of Peter's little experiment. Even if they did all enjoy watching his memories of it. Ah, I understand. Physical contact between Cybertronians is unheard of. We are not a tactile species, and Liv shrugged. Well, why don't you just ask Archie? I mean, surely, but Ratchet looked down at his feet. You did, and she said no as well. He nodded. She told me she views me as a good friend and did not want to change our relationship. But after we attempt to reformat Cybertron, that I might find a willing partner then. Liv nodded in commiseration. Ratchet probably being the first Autobot in history to be friend-zoned. But it will not be long until the Ark is fully functional, and as a thank you, Optimus has downloaded our historical database. He has passed it to Archie. Liv knew she was spending time at the warehouse. She herself was one of the first to bond with Reboot, enjoying the strange sensation of transformation, and being presented with a different view of the world around her. Of course, she had then taken the opportunity to thoroughly ravage her, and been ravaged in return. She had also made it clear to the group that she had not crossed the line with Friday. Friday had been unwilling, and the pair, once they had stopped fighting, had a heart-to-heart. Friday was afraid of rejection, and after Maya had, as Friday put it, gone mental at Jocasta for asking if she could sleep with Tony, was now afraid of the same happening to her. She now knew why Peter had gently rejected her. While she was in an adult form, she was emotionally immature, and still unsure of her place in the world. It was fine though. As long as she needed it, Liv would be there for her, as a friend, confidant, and if she wanted, a lover. For now though, there were giant robots to dissect, and an annoying Stark to deal with. Fun would have to wait until she was home. With the Autobots leaving for their home planet, it was the perfect time to deal with the Mind Stone. The group was gathered in the warehouse, and as Wanda opened a final portal for Archie, she bent down and in her human form gave Peter a huge kiss. You have the Soul Stone. We want you to take this one as well. Peter lifted the yellow gem into its storage box. It's the Mind Stone, and with the two you should be able to create much more stable Cybertronians. Archie nodded and took the small box. We shall treasure this, Peter, and thank you for everything you have done for us. In her human form, Archie didn't need to stoop, and she hugged him close. There are some things we can never repay you for, and transforming back into her robot form she stepped through the portal onto the bridge of the Ark. Thank you, Peter. Without you, Cybertron and the Autobots would have no future. We will always remember our debt to you, and once our mission home is over I will make sure that Archie can visit. Optimus saluted him. As the engines of the Ark fired, and Ironhide began his countdown, the portal slowly closed and Pet waved one final time goodbye. Liv moved over and rubbed his arm. Are you okay? And Peter sighed and nodded. I'll be fine, no worse than when Carol left, he admitted. Liv laughed. Oh yes. You moped around for a week after that happened and... Carol raised an eyebrow. Do tell, I was that memorable. Peter shrugged. You saved MJ, made me realize that I want invincible, and a few other small details. Carol raised an eyebrow. Small, and he smiled and looked at her chest. Well, not small, in fact, you were more than a handful. Seeing the smirk cross her face, he knew what was about to happen and he shot out a web line to his apartment and leapt upwards before she darted forwards and got a hold of him. Get your ass back here, mister. I'll show you who's a handful, she yelled, and as her powers flared into life, she lifted off and shot after him. Liv shook her head and headed back to the breakfast table. Are you okay? You look a little peaky, dear, she asked Jean, who was sitting holding hands with Emma. I'm fine, it's just been an exhausting few weeks. What with Avalon, Shuri, and now this. I'll be fine, and as Emma patted her hand she rubbed her forehead with the other. I'll be fine. You have one more thing to do, and as Jean looked over at Emma she was sitting tapping her fingers together. Me. It's too tempting. I know why he did it. I can feel why. Because I'm sat here thinking I could take it and have everything I ever wanted. So you need to make me forget as well, and make me stay away from him. And Jean lay a hand on the back of Emma's. Why? Because I like it. When we have sex I like being inside the other person, feeling what they do, knowing that I'm driving them wild. If I slip, or one of you do and it's not perfect I'll find out, and if you're the only one who knows then it won't be enough to stop me. Emma sighed and looked at the hand on hers. Do it before I change my mind, and she laughed. Change my mind, and she blanked out for a second before sitting up straight and sighing. Jean watched with a sad face as she extended her powers once more. Sorry Peter, Emma said. I think I'd prefer the whole package, I mean, marrying into Wakandan royalty. Who wouldn't want to be a princess? But Peter shook his head. Shuri said no already. There are enough. Sorry Emma, I can't, but... Emma shrugged. Oh well, darling. I guess I'll have to make do. Emma walked over to Jean. You are stronger than I ever was, Jean. Take care of him, would you? She leaned forwards and gave Jean a small peck on the cheek. And do be careful of Charles. He has a nasty way of showing up when you don't want him. Emma stood and straightened her top, grabbed her jacket and slid it on. Well, that was depressing. I think I'll go home, drown my sorrows and then find a handsome young thing to play with for a while. Peter watched as she left, unaware of the small tear in her eyes, and as he looked over at Jean she sighed and shrugged. It seemed to be the day for goodbyes. Liv noticed that Emma had left, and moved over. Did she? And Peter shook his head. She wanted more, and I have to learn to say no, and Liv still pulled him into a hug. It doesn't stop it from being painful and it doesn't mean you're a bad person. Peter rested his head on her shoulder. Jean sighed, and the room froze. Bathed in yellow the memories were complete and she lifted herself up, and with a box prepared by Shuri, lined with adamantium and made of vibranium she fitted it into a slot on the bottom of Peter's home, easily within reach. She looked over at the group and moved back, making sure she was in the right place, and as she severed her connection to them, Jean stood, and she sighed, I have a few things to take care of on Avalon. Peter turned his head to frown at her. Oh, don't give me that look. I need to get the few things I have up there. You, Mr. Parker, are making sure that everyone knows I'm not going anywhere, and you have some explaining to do about a giant large-breasted half-robot woman, and keeping your pants on. Peter snorted as she smiled and shook her head at him. If my toaster gets pregnant, I'll be blaming you. MJ sat up. That's right, my toaster. You still owe me. Jean frowned. He screwed your toaster, making MJ laugh. No, asshole took it apart, she explained, and Peter could only roll his eyes. Yeah, 5 years ago. I still can't believe you're mad about that. And MJ crossed her arms and huffed. I liked that toaster. Plus, someone didn't ask permission. MJ had a small smile. In fact, I remember Gwen's microwave, Liv's harness, my toaster, and Felicia's, and Felicia just stood. Oh, who fucking cares? Pete, card. Wanda, magic hands thing, everyone, but Pete. Shopping. I think Italy first. Liv, you speak Italian, and Liv shrugged. Sorry dear, just Russian for now, but if this is going to be a regular thing, then I can learn. Good. And as Huntress morphed into a new set of stylish clothes, still her usual black, Felicia moved over and kissed Pete. We all need a break, Pete. Take some time, go see your mom, we'll be back sometime this evening. And as she looked at the collected shopping party, how far ahead is Italy anyway? Far enough we can have dinner, Peter, Italian for one, and he snorted and smiled. Sure, if I'm not here, I'm at my mom's. As the sling ring portal extended, the excited group marched through, linking arms and talking excitedly about the stores they wanted to visit. Peter watched them go, and as the portal closed he looked around the now empty warehouse. Liv had been right, Felicia had been right as well, and Peter was surprised that Emma was the first one to refuse to join in. He knew Aurora was hesitant, and with 10, who could blame her? He was amazed that everyone stayed with him, but it was more now. They had gone past a small group of sex friends and into a family. Each one had their own lives, each one had their own relationships, and he knew it was a good thing, even if nobody understood. What he needed though was a break as well, as sometimes the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. Picking up his phone, Peter dialed his mom. "Hey, can I come over? It's not as bad now, I'd like to see you." Walking the streets of New York, Peter wanted to feel the fresh air and take in the city. He was never one for introspection, but today he had said goodbye to 2 people he cared about. Archie had promised she would be back, but unlike Carol, he knew Cybertronanes were long-lived and she could be gone for thousands of years before whatever plan they had for their homeworld was complete. Emma was different. She made it clear that their relationship would become like Pepper's. Business, a little flirting but nothing more. He was sad. They had never actually sealed the deal or taken things further than flirting, but he had enjoyed it. Spending time with Emma was something he looked forwards to, like any of them, and it was a small piece suddenly gone that made him aware of the loss. As he walked to the 2-story small terraced house where his mom and Kurt lived, he looked at the building, seeing a few signs of a scuffle, and knowing Kurt, he hadn't gone without a fight. His mom was standing at the front door, waiting for him, holding a cup in her hand, half finished from the time it took him to walk the distance. "You look sad, Peter. Come in and I'll make a fresh pot," May said before heading inside and leaving the door open. May smiled as Peter sat at the kitchen table. "Lost a couple of friends today, not taking it so well," and May patted him on the shoulder while the pot dripped water into its jug. "It never gets easier," and she leaned forwards and slid her arms around his shoulders to hug him. "Even with Kurt, I still miss your uncle." As Peter patted her arms, he rubbed a cheek against one. "I know, it was 2, and May smiled as she leaned back up and rubbed a hand through his hair. "And you're not used to people leaving. You expected your family to grow, and this time, it didn't." She set 2 mugs down, hers and a clean one for Peter. Pouring 2 cups, she sat on the other side of the table. "You've got a big family, Peter, and," she paused and looked at her cup, "you might need to get used to the idea." Peter raised an eyebrow as he added milk and sugar to his cup. "Kurt wants you to remove his formula and fit him with an artificial arm. He explained it expands his lifespan, and as Captain America looks 30 but is in fact over 100, I can agree." Peter hadn't really thought about it, that while Liv had examined his cells and noted that cellularly at least, he was possible immortal, but that with the symbiotes and the formula of their own, everyone in the warehouse was possibly looking at another 100 to 150 years of life. But with that, Gwen was enhanced, but without a symbiote, would she age faster than the rest? And he already knew Liv was worried. She was a lot older and was prickly towards anyone who mentioned she was past 50. "I was devastated when your uncle died, Peter, and I don't want that to happen. This Sentinel business made us realize that the government will crack down, and we don't want that. Kurt wants a normal life, we both do." Peter could only nod. Kurt's enhanced status gave the military an excuse to arrest them both, and while it failed, that didn't count the next time. "I'll make an appointment with Liv. We can do it before they rewrite the act." And May nodded. "And you?" But Peter sighed and shrugged. His mom had no idea he was Venom, only that he had pores thanks to Norman. "No, my identity is safe. We have AIM and Parker Incorporated. Sorry." May reached over and patted his hand. "Never say sorry, Peter." "But," and she gave him a sad smile, "please be careful," and he nodded. "I will, Mom," and she nodded as he smiled at her. "I do have some ideas though, and maybe Kurt could help." "Oh," she asked as she sipped her coffee. "I'm building a school, and I want to ask if you minded." Peter slid over the building plans, and there was one label: the Benjamin Parker Building. As the Ark made its way to the edge of the collar system, a small satellite, orbiting Pluto, recorded its escape trajectory and then blinked as the massive wormhole slashed into existence in front of it and the Ark sped away through it. Hidden in the rocky source, the monitoring station was on full alert. "High Commander," the greenskin technician yelled. The unknown ship departed using unknown technology, and the commander watched in shock as the tunnel opened. He was a history buff, of all things military, and he knew what that ship represented, and he knew it wasn't good. Immediate withdrawal. Contact High Command. "We must inform Lady Varank that the Earthlings have space bridge technology." Gwen blew the party favor. "Happy birthday," she shouted as Peter was led into the breakfast area of the warehouse. This was his official birthday. His unofficial birthday started last night, as soon as the clock turned midnight, and 10 rather amorous women took turns, showing just how much they loved and cared for Peter, and then spent a good few hours cleaning the mess and the smell from the warehouse before they all collapsed in a giant pile, happy, with a tired but content Peter in the middle. They had spent the day making sure everything was perfect, including barring Peter from helping. It was his 30th birthday after all, and he had been shuffled off to spend the day with his mom and Kurt while they prepared everything for the party at night. Laura was busy with Logan, who, even though the atmosphere was festive, was comforting a very upset and emotional Cindy. Peter already knew he had found and dealt with Hank, but as that was between Cindy, Rage, and Logan, he would ask later. Logan had already dumped that particular problem in his lap, as he received several phone calls. Not just from Michael, but from Hope and Hank himself. They were interested in joining forces with AIM and had also hinted at maybe helping Hank deal with the still active warrants he had for his involvement in the symbiote screw-up when they first came to light. That was a conversation with Pepper, the other heads of each company, Cindy, and if everyone agreed, another meeting with Carlson. He was sure he could get the government off Pym's back, but he really didn't see why he should. Scott was easygoing enough, and the new Avengers hadn't posed his team any problems, other than Carol still being salty about her code name being taken, and her one-time friend turning her back on her. It was a problem for another day. Right now, he had presents and guests to deal with. Kurt, sporting a new and improved cybernetic arm, was sitting with May, laughing with Charles and Eric, and discussing what could only be science judging by the attentive but subtly glazed look May had on her face. Friday was sat with Jocasta, Vision, and Tony, all talking to Pepper and her new boyfriend Matt. Maya had declined, citing pregnancy issues, and while Tony still came, Peter wondered if it was more Pepper's presence than anything else. That was one can of worms he was not going to get involved with. She had enough issues with Jocasta being a copy of Pepper, and as Vision and Jocasta both still lived at the tower, Maya was definitely the jealous type, but as she was nursing a newborn, that they had named Morgan, it was to be expected. Tony's very public history, especially with Pepper, was enough to give anyone issues, adding a synthezoid facsimile of her as well, and Peter could only shake his head at the problems it was causing. Shuri and T'Challa were all sitting, talking to Felicia, and he heard the talk of her fight with M'Baku. He had already been given a front row seat, sharing her memory, but she loved to tell the story, especially to those she cited as being responsible for her victory. It had been made official that Aurora and Nakia were dating. She had unfortunately been lumped with administrative duties so that Eric and Charles could enjoy the small gathering, and had elected to stay on Avalon. Without issue, Nakia had taken the day off and was up there with her, so while he felt bad, he didn't feel completely bad. Natasha was with her sister, her mother, Maria, and Fury, all trying their best to look less uncomfortable in civilian clothing. Fury looked almost normal in black trousers and a turtleneck, and Peter made a mental note to forward him a few episodes of a cartoon where the male lead, unsurprisingly also a spy, had his own, very specific ideas about them. Scott was off catching up with Jean and the professor, who had brought his own date. A Dr. Moira McTaggart and her and Liv plus Gwen were all happily waving glasses and discussing the applications of the and their findings into the X gene. He caught Wanda giving her father side glances. She was still upset about him cloning himself, but even after Steven had given them both the once-over, concluded that no, an ancient eldritch entity hadn't in fact taken over the pair and that he was her father, but that manipulating a soul was dangerous and was probably why the machine didn't work on everyone. He had declined Peter's invitation. The Sorcerer Supreme was too busy for mundane parties, it seemed. Felicia and Carol were in bathing suits, enjoying the open pool Peter had inflated in the main area. It could be drained into the smaller pool easily enough, and on hot days, even if it was January outside, it was warm enough in the Arkster-powered warehouse to be used for today. He had even suggested they cheat, and once the pool needed to be emptied, simply slinging it into the ocean to empty and then drag it back once it had deflated. But neither Gwen nor Wanda were amused by his idea, and so he made sure the pump was working and that the hose reached the bathhouse. MJ smiled at him as she wandered over, having said hello to everyone. "Happy birthday, Tiger," she said as she sat down on his lap and wrapped her arm over his shoulder. "Having fun now you're an old man." Peter snorted. "You know, Gwen and Felicia both had their birthdays last year." MJ shrugged. "Liv gave us all a lecture, that women peak as they get older but men decline almost right after puberty," she teased him, "and we were just worried you'd peaked early, with there being so many of us." Peter grinned and shook his head. "Bored of me already? Rejected for a younger man, some rich movie star, in his prime ready to be devoured by an insatiable Watson," and MJ laughed and batted his shoulder with her hand. Leaning forwards he whispered, "Ready to be devoured by an insatiable tiger. We all took the next week off, so dessert can take as long as you like." Peter smiled and turned his head, meeting MJ's lips and stealing a kiss. "You can unwrap that present later," he was scolded by Jean. "Save it until we're all able." MJ laughed and leaned into him, kissing the side of his face. "So spoiled, and still so housebroken." Peter laughed. "It's a torment, and I am so terribly cursed, but I manage. Somehow I find the strength to carry on." MJ kissed his cheek once more. "Right, we've cooked, so we need to set the food up. Once everyone is settled, we can start." Peter was a little bit worried. In the warehouse, he did most, if not all of the main cooking. MJ, Felicia, and Gwen had all done some breakfast dishes, mainly toast or eggs, but nothing majorly fancy. Neither Carol nor Liv hadn't used a stove in years, and Laura set herself on fire the first time she used one. Wanda was the next good cook, as she often spent her days helping her mother. Natasha could cook but didn't like it as it was a reminder of the various lessons forced onto her by the Red Room, and Shuri laughed if anyone even suggested she go into the kitchen, and putting coffee in the machine was her limit, not helped by the fact it was a Wakandan design and all she had to do was make sure it had coffee and water and switch it on. The only person who actually enjoyed cooking was Jean, and sometimes it was a sight to watch her telekinetically control several pans at once, using her powers to monitor everything at once. In the mansion, it had been one of the mental exercises she had grown to love, and times in the kitchen, making dishes for the other students to enjoy were some of her happiest memories. It also didn't help that telekinetically controlling several knives, spoons, pans, and a variety of other utensils was excellent practice. Yes, I did most of the cooking, Jean told him. Everyone helped decorate the cake though. Everything was Peter's favorite, various hot dogs, pasta, and steak all cooked to perfection, with mashed potatoes and fries of various types. It wasn't the healthiest of meals but everyone sat and waited. Peter stood. Well, since I turned 18 it's been a wild ride. I really never expected to find so many loved ones to celebrate 12 years later. Each chapter in my life had been difficult sometimes, but each one brings me great joy, and I am glad to have shared it with all of you. And lifting his glass, cheers, and everyone raised their own glass and replied. As the meal went on, May slid a box over. It was a larger than normal pastry box. As he saw it he smiled. No matter what was going on, Aunt May always made his favorite for his birthday. I know the girls made you a cake, Peter, but Peter shook his head and stood to hug his mom. They know, and as he opened the box, inside was a stack of his mom's wonderful wheat cakes. She made them every year for him, without question, and they were his favorite thing in the world. She leaned forwards and kissed his cheek. Happy birthday, dear. Those we'll keep for breakfast tomorrow. I made more than enough for everyone. Your mom delivered them earlier, Pete. They're in the refrigerator. 5 boxes. Jean let him know. Love you, Mom, he said as he held her tightly. Kurt smiled and patted him on the back. Happy birthday, Peter. Peter hugged his almost stepdad back. The wedding had been set for the spring and had been booked and paid for, and now it was just the laborious tasks of dresses, cakes, catering, venue, and a whole host of other small items that Peter had no idea how anyone could keep track of it. Which was a laughing point amongst the women, as the day before, Shuri, her brother, and their mother had all turned up to give Peter a final warning. You have passed all our tests. You have proven to be the man any mother could wish for our daughter. And, while there have been complaints from the council, Romanda said, while Shuri rolled her eyes, I would be proud to have you as a son-in-law. Peter gave her the Wakandan ceremonial salute. She raised an eyebrow at him. Is that how you greet your own mother? And he looked over at Shuri, who spread her arms out and rolled her eyes. Peter laughed and moved in to hug her, and she laughed and she whispered, even if those old fools had said no, Shuri would have burned the capital to the ground. There was never any doubt, Peter. I am sorry they were so difficult. It's fine, Mom, he said. Tichola raised an eyebrow. It is not fine, brother. You a bad influence, and you must address her as mother. Romanda huffed and turned, dragging Peter with her. Oh sush, you are just like your father. Protocol is stuffy and outdated. Allow him to call me whatever he wants. And he lifted his head and pinched his cheeks. Such a handsome, dutiful boy. Unlike my other son, who ignores me, and travels the world without bringing gifts home. Tichola rolled his eyes and laughed. Mother, they are important diplomatic missions. I am not sightseeing. I am securing Wakanda's future. But Romanda waved a hand at him. And did you ever bring your mother with you? I see you give Okoi packages, but nothing for me. Romanda huffed. Peter installed a portal device in our royal quarters, and allows me to use his pool house when we visit. Tichola raised an eyebrow and Peter held his hands up. I set the flags out, and am not in there. Tichola smiled. Of course, of course. I do think, however, that you and I should follow Nakia, and discuss this next door. About proper boundaries, and my mother's bathing habits. Oh come on. Shuri, but Shuri shrugged. Mom, but Romanda shrugged too. You know I'm stronger than I look, right? But Tichola shrugged as well. I learned the last time, Tichola said, and I have been training with Okoi. The new Extremis formula is much better than our own, I will admit, and I am looking forwards to testing it. And Tichola grinned at him, younger brother. With his birthday out of the way, Tichola's little I'm your big brother so I'm allowed to bully you attitude firmly sunk after 2 matches. Peter was starting to get down to work once more. Peter's plans for the school had begun in earnest. With permission from the US government, the building had already been cleared, cleaned, and repainted. Tony had taken one look at the classrooms and laughed, calling in his own staff, and soon a more technologically advanced layout was being discussed, with Tony picking up the paycheck. Everything would have Stark in big silver letters, but for the students to have the best equipment in, not just the US but the world, Peter didn't care. Unfortunately, to rebuild the wiring and power sources of the school, to make space for the massive server rooms the equipment would need, and to ensure that nobody was able to simply walk off with several $1 million worth of equipment, the security systems needed upgrading as well. Thankfully, having a team of Red Room agents and a team of SHIELD agents all paranoid and all willing to help was the perfect solution. If several times Peter had to remind them that no, it would be young students and that non-lethal countermeasures would be standard. It was Peter's responsibility to ensure that the entire thing ran smoothly. Charles was busy recruiting more teaching staff, and was not just reaching out to the augment community but to enhanced as well. Yelena, bored of sitting in the warehouse, was offered a training position. Bruce and Betty, both accomplished science tits in their field, were offered to help Gamma students. Liv and Yvonne could take time from Tech and provide technical support for the new faculty, and Tony in his usual bluster even offered, but Charles politely declined. While Tony was brilliant, and there was no doubt about it, he tended to go off on tangents, often pausing as his brain jumped tracks and thought of something completely unrelated, or at least to anyone else. What surprised Peter though was Susan Storm was offered and accepted a position as well. Reed and the Fantastic Four, as they had been calling themselves, often patrolled New York, and while not on missions, she felt that Reed's obsession with fixing the reality damage done by Doom was top priority, left little time for anything else. That included Sue. The media had been praising them as the perfect American couple, something that was taking a small jab at Peter's own press of his polyamorous relationships. The religious and the conservative banged their little fists as Peter ignored them. Wasn't up to him that rising prices, falling wages, and a whole lot of social problems meant couples couldn't afford things and that small communal groups were becoming more popular. He was just in the spotlight because of Wakanda and Shuri. The truth was, though, as Sue had begun to speak to Gwen, was that Reed was obsessed with the Reality Stone. Once he knew of its existence, he began to work on not just fixing the damage, but replicating its power, and he already had several extra-dimensional portal machines. Peter wondered if he and Stark might have to go have a small word with him, that messing with reality wasn't something you did, or at least not with Reed's track record. She wanted to do something more than watch Ben and Reed fight, as tensions frayed over failed experiment after failed experiment, and after finishing her thesis on the exposure of the X gene to various radiation types and its effects, she had moved to teach. Gwen was singing her praises and the newly appointed school board agreed. Over the year the school was coming together happily. It would take several years before every checkbox was ticked and permit was signed, but it would be worth it. News of the school was already hitting the headlines, and while JJ and his usual rant continued, the majority of it was good, and apparently, there was already a waiting list. Even with the school taking up most of his time, life in the warehouse moved on as well. Cindy still lived in the second warehouse, but Eddie had moved out. He had finally moved in with Betty, under the insistence from Peter that she remain out of the loop. Hank had rented a small apartment, but Hope was now living with them as well. She had raised an eyebrow at the main warehouse, but after being warned, and given an explanation, had simply shrugged and stayed in the second set of homes. Of course, that meant Scott, Sam, and the rest of the new Avengers turned up eventually, and while it was tense at first, Peter just let them all get drunk, fight it out, without powers, and everyone was friends again. Yvonne and Melina had taken to living together, while Alexei was finally taken to a minimum security facility. Peter had removed the Red Room formula, and while weakened, they had used his frailty to get a reduction on his sentence. He would be in prison for a year, and then under house arrest for another, with a tracker fitted. It was fine that he would be housebound in the guest warehouse. Yelena had opted to stay in the main house, with Nakai following suit. Neither cared about the rules, and Peter knew they were both happy being single, even if the others did make passes at them more than once. Her fling with Aurora hadn't lasted, as both women were far too busy. Nakia training the AIM security guards and Aurora helped to teach classes on Avalon. Even with the portals, neither woman wanted to give up their career, and so they parted on amicable terms. AIM was still making waves, Pepper and her new boyfriend celebrating a successful partnership in business and their private lives, and they often stopped by to use the private bathhouse. Matt was especially grateful after Peter designed a set of small form-fitting hearing aids to help dampen the noise, even from his own body. It was almost time to send out official letters for the school, but before a new term started, Peter had one last stop to make. An invitation for Asgardian and off-world children who wished to study Earth's customs and history in a place where their alien status wouldn't be an issue. As Peter stood at the gates to the Asgardian embassy, a stern golden armored-clad warrior looked at his pass and shook his head. The embassy is closed. Asgard and its surrounding territories are preparing for a celebration. Earth and its people will be welcomed into the Asgardian Empire. Asgardian Empire? Peter asked, confused. Commander Thor will be arriving shortly, please wait. The guard said monotonally and stood back at attention. Peter waited, and eventually a differently armored Thor walked down to the guard post. He had changed over the years, his long unruly hair was now short, and the beard was trimmed almost like Stark's, but still a dirty blonde color. But what Peter noticed the most. No hammer? He asked. Thor laughed. My father says that I am Thor, god of lightning, not Thor, god of hammers, and made me leave it on Asgard. But that's not important. Peter, the fleet from Asgard will be escorting the Xandarian ambassador. If all goes well, then Earth and that silly moon base shall be part of something glorious. Thor said, his voice booming. Yeah, and if Earth says no? Peter already knew that Wakanda wouldn't agree to outside interference, and he hardly expected Doom to roll over. It has already been agreed with your Earth's government, but be warned, Peter. Asgard shall hold no tolerance for petty squabbles or arguments. We both know that Earth's mightiest heroes are no match for the will or power of Asgard. But Peter began, but Thor interrupted him. You have been warned, Peter. Make no mistake, this is happening. Now, I have preparations to make, and duties to attend to. Thor turned and left, and one of the guards stood in front of Peter scowling until he got the message. He wasn't welcome. Confused, Peter left and wanted to wait until he could speak to Carol. They knew the Xandarians were coming eventually, but talk of an Asgardian empire seemed a little off-key, considering Carol had often talked of their peacekeeping missions. As he headed back into the warehouse, he already had his phone out. Looking up, he saw MJ and Felicia sitting at the breakfast table, and he headed over. Right, we need a plan, he started as the pair looked at him confused. I was at the Asgardian embassy, and it felt wrong. So, plan for what? Cracking skulls? Felicia asked with a small grin. No, not yet, but food, water, emergency stuff. Something's off. I can feel it. Think it's the Xandarians? MJ asked. She had been keeping up with the latest news, something the others often ignored as JJ seemed to be more and more anti-hero most days. Peter poured himself a coffee and added 3 sugars to it. I don't know, it just feels off. He sat and huffed. He really wished he had the Mind Stone right about now, but with Archie and the others needing it to create a fully functional Cybertronian society, it was in much better hands than him using it to snoop into an embassy. Plus, maybe it was rude or an act of war or something, he thought to himself. Fine, so what? Shopping. Felicia said. Peter took a deep breath. Yup, maybe hit a few different places, make it look like it's not too obvious. Wanda. Why hit different places, when we can hit different cities or countries? I think Gwen finally got her sling thing as well, Felicia said, pouring herself more coffee as well. She really didn't like the hat though, Pete. Peter laughed. He had found a witch's costume online and surprised the pair during one of their nights together. A sexy witch threesome was definitely off the cards once they had finished laughing, and he was dumped outside Gwen's home, while he shrugged and went to find Laura and Liv sharing a bath together. He knew it was fake tears though, as it was stained and in the wash the next day. Wanda and Gwen enjoying themselves without him, says the one who bought her a broom, he replied. Felicia shrugged. It was one of those toy ones that vibrated. They pulled them from the market so quick they are a collector's item now. Gwen didn't mind. A toy company had created a child's toy, a broom that had real flying action mimicking the film series it was based on. Adults quickly discovered that the motor was quite powerful and that really, it was not something for any child to be sticking between their legs. It was withdrawn almost immediately, but Felicia had managed to get one, and he knew exactly what it was being used for. MJ rolled her eyes. Anyway, sexcapades aside, what about next door? Yeah, everyone on deck for this one. See what Fury and Charles have to say as well. Charles had been busy finalizing the new ARCA laws and had been back on Earth several times now. Avalon was complete, and the ACD were installed in key locations. Jean was officially living in the warehouse but had a place on Avalon as well, and a private portal generator in her house. Think it's that bad? Felicia asked, worried. It's just, like the feeling right before a storm. Something bad is going to happen. Great, Felicia complained. We got what? 8 months this time. Same old shit. Going for a swim. Join me. Both Peter and MJ nodded, before looking at each other and laughing. Felicia shrugged. Both were good too. Might as well relax before everything goes to shit then. The trio headed to the bathhouse. If Peter's feeling was correct, then Felicia might be right. Today marks a monumental occasion, the reporter on the TV said. We welcomed the Asgardians, and they brought us new hope, that Earth was not alone in the galaxy. They brought us new technology and new medicines. And today we welcome a new ally from the stars, the Xandarians. The camera pulled up and like a movie special effect several large ships warped into the birth summer sky. We have had word that the Xandarian emissary is taking the stage, so we go live to that now. Peter and the warehouse stared at the TV. They had considered going, as the Asgardian embassy was hosting the event and it was in Manhattan, but Carol had been apprehensive and they could understand why. Thor and Loki were supposed to be there as well, and relations between the 3 groups were strained, not that the public knew about it. Carol had unofficially been given a fugitive status, and while no one came to arrest her or take her away, she was worried that the Xandarians and the governments of Earth would use her as a bargaining chip, in another one of their stupid schemes. Greetings, people of Earth. It is with great pleasure that I am here today to welcome you into our glorious Nova Empire. We have reached accords with 9 of the Earth's governments, and are negotiating with the rest to ensure a peaceful transfer into our galactic power. The emissary paused and took a small drink of water. As part of the Empire, you will be under our protection, and enjoy autonomy. While there may be some laws that change, there will not be many, and in return, you will enjoy all we can offer you. We do not force civilizations into entering the pact, but we will offer protection against those who would try to harm your citizens. Cameras clicked and flashed as the reporters jostled forwards. I will take questions, and he motioned at a reporter Peter recognized. Betty Brandt, Daily Bugle. If you are not interested in taking over, then what does the Empire gain from a treaty of this kind? The emissary smiled. Like any treaty, we take trade partners. Sharing military and medical aid while receiving goods and services found only on Earth is part of any treaty. We will always welcome trading partners. Alan Smith, New York Times. You mentioned laws. Can you give us any examples of what we can expect to change? The Nova Empire has laws concerning the treatment of its citizens. If a planet that formally signs with us fails to meet these standards, of course, we naturally enforce them. I cannot give you a specific example though. I am still unfamiliar with all of Earth's laws. Mike Layton, New York Inquisitor. While Earth is protected, will we be required to serve in the Xandarian military? The emissary nodded. Not required. With all military service, the Nova Corps will accept human applicants, and if you can pass our physical and intellectual requirements, then we provide the required training. But we do not allow our armed forces to serve on their planet of origin. Split loyalties can create problems and confusion if an aggressor tries anything. Flora Barnes, New York Examiner. We have heard reports that Wakanda has refused to meet with you. As they are the technologically dominant country on Earth, what has your response to this been? A small frown coursed the face of the emissary and he looked over at one of the World Security Council members who was rushing to the stage. No more questions, and she covered the mic with her hand. Get him out of here, and the emissary was taken from the sage, stopping briefly to wave at the crowd and let more pictures be taken. After the emissary had left, Wakanda has made its position clear. It will not ally itself with any country welcoming the Xandarian Star Empire, nor will it allow the Nova Crop access to their Golden City. It is not US policy to interfere with the diplomatic missions of other countries, but if Wakanda is the only holdout to the new treaty, then it will be signed without them, and they will be treated as hostile. Peter clicked the remote control and shut the TV off. Well, that was a shit show. Carol looked the most nervous of them all. Peter, it's bad. I heard there were already steps to sign the treaty, and that was years ago. You need to want Shuri. They won't take no for an answer. He nodded. I don't have to. Shuri and I talk every day. I already know what was going to happen. Peter started a video file on his work PC, and it showed several Xandarian fighters flying over Wakanda as their energy shield flickered into life, covering the whole area. They've made themselves clear. Either Wakanda lets them in, or they let themselves in. Carol sighed. Do we know why? He nodded. Shuri and I deciphered the ancient tablet used to control the city and the ship. It's alien, and we think it's either Xandarian, as they're mentioned a few times, or another species we don't know about. While the files he had received from Optimus were helpful, they didn't have an alien language database, only a single phrase, some kind of universal greeting, which Peter had loved and used constantly until the women of the warehouse grabbed him and threatened to beat his ass senseless if he uttered again. Carol frowned. Can I see? And Peter shrugged and handed over his phone. He had taken snaps of the hieroglyphics before Sue and the others had started complaining, and Carol shook her head as she stared at them. Shit, this is bad. This is Kree, and Carol handed him his phone back. Optimus mentioned them, but the files only mentioned them briefly. He didn't give details. Good or bad for us, and she shook her head. Bad, for everyone. The Kree are giant assholes. They are controlled by a giant supercomputer called the Supreme Intelligence. Militaristic, xenophobic, and specious to book, all rolled into a giant ego the size of a planet. If the Xandarians think the Kree have been here before, they might stomp Earth and take Wakanda if they think it's a Kree outpost. Carol leaned back and rubbed her eyes. They don't know about the Vibranium, that's why Shuri is keeping them out. Peter smiled and nodded. Yup, 'cause we all know that's exactly what's going to happen. Carol swore. War, it won't end any other way. Peter rubbed his forehead. We just had one, and we don't have the Mind Stone this time to clean the mess up. How many other countries are refusing to work with the Xandarians? Wakanda, Korea, and Germany. Rumor has it the Xandarians turned up and demanded Helen Cho and her cradle, and Germany took one look at the treaty and shook their heads. The whole Nova Empire and Nova Corps have them worried about a repeat of history. It's Russia and the Red Room I'm more worried about, Natasha added. Omega has been quiet since Doom arrived. Peter leaned forwards, lifting the report. What did Doom say? Natasha laughed and cleared her throat. Doom has no interest in the pettiness of empires. Doom will do as Doom pleases, and even Peter laughed. Yeah, not the kind of guy to submit to anyone, and Peter tapped a finger on the kitchen table nervously. And Charles? Jean sighed. They have one of their cruisers parked in orbit over the moon, as well as more in the solar system. Charles is making waves, but so far the reply has been, come and stop us. Peter shook his head, with Earth refusing to recognize the colony as legal or separate from Earth's laws, and only being forced to as nobody could get there. Charles was fine, now the Nova Corp was butting in. He wouldn't see that ending well either. Will Charles take advice? Or does he have his own plan? And Jean shrugged. No powers, not a peep until they do something stupid and then hammer them flat. Don't hold back. Charles might not like it, but I think a show of force is required here. Tell him that if he wants independence, then is going to be bloody, and if it's the Xandarians getting that bust lip, then Earth will fall in line. Jean nodded. He might not like that though. He's been trying to go for the peaceful coexistence angle, but Eric probably will. After Pietro was hurt, he's changed. Wanda nodded. Dad thinks that it will take your way to get Earth to leave them alone. He will probably be thinking the same thing. Peter knew Wanda was slowly reconnecting with her father. The shock of his age change was a bit much, and it might have been a better idea to actually talk to his children before he did anything, but nope, they went and did it anyway. Peter took a breath and huffed it out. So, what about AIM and Parker Inc.? Pepper is busy running wild with the fallout of the congressional hearings. We're fine financially, it's politically we're not so great. That damn ARCA keeps rearing its ugly head. Liv answered. They want a complete physiological breakdown of not just the formulas but the symbiotes as well. You might have taken Stark's disruptor out of the equation, dear, but they just want another built. Peter leaned forwards, resting his forehead on his hands. Give it to them, but leave out the ability swapping and the powering up by host jumping. Add in some bullcrap about a bonding being permanent, and that we can change color. Give them a list of every symbiote made, their colors but not everyone's powers. Liv nodded. Are you sure though? It will give them avenues to exploit any weakness they can find. Better to give them the almost right information, and leave them scratching their head if something will work than nothing and have them build another weapon like Tony's. Liv shook her head. And if they insist on sample data, actual symbiotic tissue? Peter laughed. Tell them to get their own. If Flash wants to give up a sample, or God forbid they're stupid enough to ask Maria, that's fine. But nobody gets made to do anything they don't want to, and that included this. The symbiotes are still living creatures. They can call all the laws and idiocy they want, but they still have rights and still get protected. Liv nodded. I'll arrange with Pepper. If this goes through proper channels I can get our legal team to make sure that nobody pulls any fast ones. Oh, and make sure the Xandarians aren't involved. They get nothing. Petter leaned back with a serious look on his face, and if anyone comes with a warrant for Carol, give them hell. Hole up in the basement and stay there. He sighed, but, do what you need to. They came after us once, this time, don't hold back, and the group nodded. I can get one of the professor's ACDs, if he agrees we can evacuate to Avalon, and Wanda, and she nodded. I'll keep a sling ring on me, I can get there myself, just give me a shout. Peter sighed, well, this is depressing. Anyone got any good news? Gwen smiled. Steven says I can train with him and Wanda, and she proudly held out her own sling ring. Can't use it though. Some small yellow sparkly things but nothing big enough or stable enough to travel through, and Wanda shook her head. Because it's a complex runic magical formula powered by will and intent, not yellow sparkly things. I would have thought that you of all people would recognize the need for proper measurements and formula. Gwen huffed and leaned back in her chair. They are yellow and sparkly, so bite me. Wanda laughed. She is really in a mood because Steven would not tell her if unicorns were real. Gwen huffed. Dragons are real, so why not unicorns? Wanda moved over and kissed her gently on the side of the face. Because everyone would hunt them for their horns if they were real. Gwen looked up at her. So you know, and Wanda grinned but shrugged. Oh come on. See Pete, see what they put me through. Wanda laughed and kissed her again. Poor baby, it's not fair is it, getting picked on and being the bottom of the class, and Gwen pouted and huffed. Everyone laughed as the huffy Gwen doubled down and sunk down into her chair. Peter frowned though. Wait, dragons are real. Peter had no idea how to take the news that Earth was joining the Nova Empire. So far the countries that objected were being outnumbered by those who did, and who could blame them. Financial, technological, and societal inequalities were about to be swept aside in one massive upgrade of the whole planet. Who wouldn't want to suddenly be on equal terms with a country that threatened your borders every day? Who wouldn't want to suddenly have enough to eat for all your citizens? Which corrupt governments wouldn't suddenly want access to high-tech weapons and technology? Peter knew it was only time before everyone agreed. With one or two exceptions. Once the Nova Empire found out about the vibranium in Wakanda, it would be bloody and messy. Shuri was already preparing for war, but they had no real idea on what scale. Carol had provided tactical information the best that she could, but with the sudden rise of militancy in both the Nova Corp and Asgard, would they be facing scorched earth tactics, or would Asgard opt for a more peaceful diplomatic route? So far, they were being polite, but that could well change. There was also Doom. He had no idea what Doom was hiding, and his Doombots were a great enough threat to the forces of Earth, but would they be any match for the Asgardians? Add in the mystical arts and he knew it was another ticking time bomb. Carol knew that most other worlds had little to no magic, especially on Asgard, where only Queen Freya and Loki were known to be practitioners, but they made up for it with high-grade technology. If Asgard was so inclined, they could withdraw behind the moon and launch strikes against the planet. That was the problem though. It was the augments and enhanced that were saying no. The ordinary Joe on the street liked the idea of space and new alien life. To them, once more it was the powered who were making life harder, and if the Sentinel event taught everyone one thing, it was that augments pushed back when threatened. Protests were starting. It was why on a cloudy and bleak February morning, Peter was walking the streets of New York. JJ had begun his push once more. That while alien, the Asgardians had provided more to the Earth than any augment had, that the powered were happy to fight and destroy, while Asgard gave out medical aid, and was helping to fix environmental problems. He walked past several mutants out placard-carrying protesters, and while their numbers were small, only a few hundred, it was enough. He could feel the growing animosity. It was just the start. Peter, he heard, are you busy? As he was walking around Central Park, holding a barely warm cup of coffee, he sighed. No Charles, not at all. Can you visit? Sure, and a portal appeared not too far from him. Throwing his coffee cup in the trash, he slid through and was greeted by the sight of a massive warship above the domes of Avalon. Scary, isn't it? Charles said, and Peter could only nod. It's been there since they entered the system, and I will admit, even I am apprehensive. Peter followed Charles down the main walkway, and it was unusually quiet. As you can see, a lot of people are returning to Earth. Genosha has already been repopulated by Selene, and the government is making plans to make it a new state. Avalon failed. Peter shook his head. It didn't fail. People are scared, and the familiar helps with that. So, is that why I am here? Charles shook his head. No, sorry, but you are here as we have a problem. A muscular blonde, 7-foot-tall problem. And I was rather hoping you could deal with him. Charles sighed. He is being difficult, unreasonable, and so far has eaten most of the food we have left. I was hoping as you had already met him, you could talk to him. Peter huffed. Thor, and Charles nodded. Of course, he can travel through space, shrugging. Fine, let's go then. Charles smiled. Excellent. We have him waiting in one of the dining rooms. But he isn't too happy. Charles led Peter to the same dining hall they had used, and there, sat eating what looked like a roast chicken, was Thor. He grinned with a mouthful of food. Friend Peter, come, eat. The food here is small but very good, and he waved a drumstick at the chair next to his. It seems there is nothing else to do, and I could use the company. Peter looked over at Charles, who sighed. I'll get the kitchen to cook more food. I hope chicken is okay. We really don't have anything else. Peter shook his head. I'll deal with this and take him back to Earth, so, I'm fine. Charles nodded. Hopefully you can be more persuasive. And be careful, my powers don't seem to affect him. Peter snorted. They won't, he's not human, you'll need to spend time with an Asgardian to learn how to read their thoughts. Peter sat at the table next to Thor, who was busy spooning what looked like mashed potatoes into his mouth. So, how's Asgard? Peter asked while Thor ate. Peter, let's not be bilge snipes, okay? We both know Carol is on Earth, and she's fine. Asgard wasn't her fault, he said, with a more serious tone than before. Looking at the spoon, Thor shrugged, took the last bite of potato from it and then threw it back into the dish. But let's also not, how do your people say it, beat around the bush. Leaning back in his chair and belching, the satellite is to be used as a base for training Nova soldiers, and as a launching area for troop deployment throughout the system. This is not negotiable, Peter, no matter who you send. Peter took a deep breath, and if we say no? Thor snorted, see up there, and he pointed up, that cruiser could obliterate this satellite with a few well-aimed shots. So let's not pretend this is anything other than us asking nicely before we stop being nice. The treaty is signed, and the inclusion of Earth into the Nova Empire is already done. You, this place, and that wife of yours isn't going to change things, Peter, and all you'll do is get a lot of people killed trying to stop it. Peter leaned back, seems Asgard changed since last I heard about it. So, what's the real story? Carol already filled us in. Asgard defenders of freedom and peace. Now aggressive invaders? Not buying it. Thor laughed, aggressive invaders? Peter, your government asked us here. Nobody in the Empire gives two shits about a backwater planet with no real resources. Sure, there is that gas giant, but your people are so primitive you might as well throw stones at us. Peter rubbed his forehead. Earth's government called you, and Thor shrugged and lifted a chick leg. The U.S of A, I believe, wanted more of the technology we found at that lunatic's place. Thor scratched one of his eyebrows, embarrassed. Seems we missed some, and one of your SHIELD scientists managed to get a message into the Galnet. And here we are. Peter sighed again, and shook his head. They don't speak for the whole planet. Earth doesn't have a centralized government, it's one country. Thor shrugged and after dropping the now clean chicken bone began to lick his fingers. Doesn't matter. Once the Nova Corp and the Asgardians agreed to their terms, it soon will have. And there is no way to, I dunno, say no? Peter asked. Thor laughed. Rule under Asgard won't be so bad. I mean, nobody else complains, but Peter frowned. That was the problem. Was it Asgard or the Nova Empire? So far nothing, Thor said, made sense. They cleaned the place out, so how did they get a transmitter powerful enough to contact Asgard? Even the pager Fury had to contact Carol was a well-guarded secret, and why didn't Carol know about it? Something was wrong, but he just didn't know what. Which is what I'm worried about. We just had someone try to take over. This might end badly. Oh, stop worrying, Peter. It'll be fine. But, you do have to ask your friends to leave this base. Nova training is harsh and we might accidentally damage it, and humans are so tiny, and fragile. Charles, he's refusing. If you still have anyone here, get them back to New York. He's thinly threatened to destroy the place if you don't. I was afraid of that, Peter, and I am also afraid I cannot let this technology fall into the wrong hands. You have 5 minutes to leave. I will not allow Avalon to be used for soldiers. We will make sure nothing important is left behind. None of the ACDs or the Arcstar reactors. Peter huffed. Fine. We need to leave though. The current owners don't like being evicted, as Peter stood. You can stay though. But it probably won't be pretty. Thor looked at the food in front of him. Fine. I would like to see New York again, and maybe MJ if she is around. Sure, I think she's free. Plus I've got a few upgrades since you last saw me. How about a spar? Thor stood and snorted. Friend Peter. I appreciate the offer, but and Thor looked down at himself. He had his battle armor on, with the long flowing red cape, and was still as buff as normal. He motioned to himself. You are not up to an Asgardian standard. Peter furrowed his brow. I dunno, seems all that food made you fat, he said. The table was covered in empty bowls, and it looked like Thor had eaten not just several whole chickens himself but several large bowls of mashed potatoes as well. Thor looked disgruntled. Well, maybe some after-dinner exercise would be good. You have somewhere we can fight. Maybe next to a medical center. Peter laughed. Don't worry, I won't hurt you that badly. Thor laughed, but he narrowed his eyes as he stared at Peter. The pair made their way to the breach room. Charles had stayed behind. I will make this clear, Thor, Asgard or not, Nova Empire or not, we will not take an invasion force laying claim to the Earth lying down. Maybe have tried, and we are willing to take a stand. Thor just smiled and shook his head. I just smile and wave, my young friend. I just smile and wave. Charles snorted. The demolition of Avalon will take place 5 days from now. I suggest you are nowhere near here when we set the charges off. As he touched the side of his head, a second portal opened and he stepped through, to what Peter could only assume was his office in the mansion. I am sorry it came to this, Peter. I am now in agreement that something is wrong here. Too many things are falling into place too easily. First our government, and the rest of the world. If I was a paranoid man I would say that pieces are being moved behind the scenes. While I am hesitant to force their hand, I will warn you that this may turn bloody. There are augments who were not pleased to be chased from Earth, and they will not be pleased to be forced back. I already know, Charles. Protests have already started on Earth. Peter sighed. All I can ask is that you stay safe, and if we find out what's actually going on, that you help as much as you can. We will, Peter, but Avalon was mainly families. We are not a fighting army, you may stand alone. Peter resisted the urge to laugh. I'm never alone, Charles. Well, that went well. So, we can get back through here. Peter motioned to Thor as he swiped a hand over the ACD, opening a portal back to the warehouse. Just to warn you, you kinda have fans on Earth. Thor paused as he stepped through the portal. I like it, and you have redecorated, he boomed as he took in the new warehouse layout. Yeah, I kinda have a few more partners now, Peter said as the portal closed behind him. He swiped his hand over the column and as it powered down he placed a hand on it. Take a seat, I'll let everyone know you're here. Connecting to the controller, he wiped several locations from its memory. Charles had been adamant that if the main portal room on Avalon was ever compromised that security prevented its location from connecting to any other terminal. With Avalon being shut down, Charles had already begun to dismantle the breach network. While a lot of Xavier technology was being shared with the world, that one was still a secret. Hey, Thor's here, but, yeah, Thor's here. He told everyone in the warehouses. That's not like you, Peter. Is something wrong? Felicia asked him. I have no idea, but yeah, going next door. If anyone wants to say hi, we're going to spar. Have fun. I think MJ is busy at the moment though, Felicia replied. It was a workday, and everyone was out. I need a set of eyes on us though. You free? Yeah, give me a moment though. Are you worried about something? Felicia asked. Just a hunch, let me know when you're in position. Peter smiled at Thor and led him through the security tunnels to the second warehouse. Thor laughed. This is more like it as he saw the sparring ring set up in the center and the rack around it. It is good to know you keep your training up. Leave the diplomacy to the small fries, he said as he slapped Peter on the back. Kinda have to, they always get me in trouble, Peter admits and Thor laughs. Come now, Peter. What do you want to know? I know this is more than just a friendly chat, and that you are distrustful of what is happening. I might not be kept in the loop, but even I know about Queen Shuri. Thor admitted as Peter opened the door to the security tunnel. Pausing for a second, he frowned. So, you'll just tell me. Thor laughed. Oh, I didn't say that. You are worried this is an invasion, but it's not. We have been here before, Peter, or I wouldn't appear in your history books. We simply want to make sure that Earth is protected against greater threats. Threats you cannot imagine, or defend against. Like the Cybertronians, and while Thor frowned and shrugged, or the Kree. Thor scowled, and narrowed his eyes. Yes, like the Kree. I am curious though, as to how you know about them. I am sure Carol told you of her past, but without coordinates, they are unlikely to return. Because we're not all idiots, Thor, and we know that pissed off space Nazis don't like it when you bloody their nose. If you're here and add that to what Carol said, there is a war going on, right? And you want us to help. Thor laughed. Oh Peter. If the Asgardian forces cannot contend with the Kree, I doubt a handful of what do you call them, augments will make a difference. It was Peter's turn to laugh, thinking about Kane or Selene fighting properly. Yeah, I guess. But, to the spar. So, do we wager? I have some very nicely aged Gwen special in stock, and I do remember you liked it. Thor rubbed his chin. Yes, I do remember that. If I win, then you may ask me one of your more serious questions, but if I win, then I am to gain several barrels of your finest Gwen special, and MJ must be my guide around New York. Right, Peter said, giving Thor a side glance. So, one-on-one, no powers and no summoning your hammer. Thor nodded. Father said it was hampering my training. So I promise I will not summon it. Thor looked over, and tensing, leapt straight over the ropes around the ring and onto the mats. Peter grinned. While it was impressive to leap over 20 meters, it wasn't that useful in combat. Once you were in the air, you had no way of altering your course, unless you could fly. While he was sure Thor could, he needed his hammer to do so. Using acrobatics for dodging attacks was great, but a huge leap like that was only good for escaping. Are you still calling yourself Venom? Peter shook his head. Nope, dusk now. Well, maybe. I dunno. It's still up for debate. Thor shrugged. You should just name yourself what you like. I mean, I am Thor, god of thunder. No need to hide, just grin and flex. Peter made his way over, and stretched. Earth's a little more complicated. I have family that can't defend themselves. So anyone targeting me can target them, and he shook himself into a loose stance. But let me guess, that will change. Thor shrugged and lifted his hands, flexing his fingers. No idea, those with God force on Asgard are usually military and the Xandarians don't really care. A criminal with powers is the same as one without. Lots of people carry blasters, and like your United States there are laws on using them in public, but it is not illegal to carry them. He feigned a grab at Peter, who rather than retreating, ducked into it, grabbed one of Thor's arms and tossed him over his shoulder. That's one, Peter said as he danced away. Gotten slow in your old age, Thor. Thor snorted and thumped the mat. I'm barely over 3,000. Whereas you are what, almost 30? Isn't that middle age for a Midgardian? Peter laughed. I'm immortal. Maybe. He sprung forwards, going low for a leg sweep, and when Thor jumped, Peter spun and struck upwards, lifting Thor further up and flat onto his back as he fell. And that's two. Maybe eating so much was bad for the diet. Thor growled and thumped the mat once more. As he stood, he shrugged his shoulders and circled his shoulders. Just warming up. Don't want to bruise your ego too much, do I? Peter laughed and took a martial arts stance. Holding one hand up, he motioned with his fingers for Thor to attack. Thor snorted and charged, much quicker on his feet than Peter expected. He barreled into his and lifted him up, slamming him down into the mat, and that one for dash, but Peter drove his fists into Thor's temples, arched back, and with impressive lower body strength lifted Thor from the mat, lifted himself by his hands into a handstand and then back down, flipping both himself and Thor over. As Thor lay on the mat, Peter grabbed him by the back of the neck. No talking while fighting, and that's 3. I will give you one more before we get serious. Thor answers before lifting himself up. You are much better than I expected, but you are still no match for an Asgardian, Peter, not even close. Peter shrugs. I disagree, and as he took another stance, Thor laughed. Why don't you prove it then? Thor says, and it's Peter's turn to dash forwards. Muscles tense as Thor blocks the first blow, but Peter leapt and kicked out at Thor, and as Thor returns the favor with a blow, Peter braces on his arm and knees Thor in the side of the head. As Thor stumbles back, Peter slips forwards and, ignoring his open chest, delivers a strike to Thor's throat, and then an elbow to his face. Staggering back, Thor brings a hand to his lip and gently touches where Peter elbowed him and brings his fingers up, showing the fresh blood. A nasty move, Peter. I thought this was a friendly spar, he says, and spits a wad of blood on the mat. So be it. First blood is yours, but no more. Thor roars and charges, lifting Peter from the mat, but bracing himself, Peter lifts him and using his own momentum throws him over his head. Peter spins, and as Thor lies on the ground, Peter lifts his foot and drives it into Thor's back before he can roll away. Peter moves away and Thor slams a fist into the mat. I underestimated you, Peter. I won't do it again. Standing and tensing, Thor roars, and Peter feels the tension in the air rise, like a pulse of static. The hairs on the back of his neck rise, but worse, he smells it, something he knows shouldn't be coming from Thor. Thor slowly lets out a breath, and in a blur pounces on Peter, driving a fist into his gut, followed by an uppercut. Peter tenses and takes the first, but the second clacks his jaw and sends him stumbling. As he falls backwards, Thor capitalized and floors, sending a right into Peter's midsection followed by a left into his jaw. As Peter stumbles back, Thor follows, driving blow after blow into his midsection, and finishes it with a haymaker, sending Peter flying across the floor and out of the padded area and onto the concrete. Thor stands and laughs as Peter tries to stand but stumbles and slumps on his backside on the ground, shaking his head. I think that counts as at least 3 for me. That was more than just one good hit. You are lucky I was holding back. Thor said with a grin. As I said, you are no match for an Asgardian. Peter rubs his jaw and nods, sliding his legs up and standing. Yup, I guess you're right. But I did get a few hits in, and using powers, it would be a fairer fight. Thor shrugs. Maybe, but I was holding back as well. Thor titles his head to one side. I am sorry, Peter. I am receiving a message from our Asgardian forces. I must take this. Peter nods and moves to one side, where mirroring the main warehouse a breakfast table sits, with a small fridge. Watching Thor closely, he can't hear what is being said, as Asgardian is all gibberish to him. As he presses a cold bottle of water, first to his forehead and then to his jaw, he watched Thor animatedly hold his conversation, widely throwing his arms about as apparently he argues with however it is. I am sorry, Peter. I have to leave. You were right, and not all of Earth is happy to see us. Please tell MJ I would be glad to reminisce about our time together, and maybe spend more with her if she is willing. Taking a drink from the bottle, Peter nods. I'll be sure to tell her, and motioning, doors over there, he points at the exit. Farewell, friend Peter. I am sure we'll see each other again. Nodding, Peter lifts the bottle in mock toast and watches as Thor leaves. So, he says to the air. Yeah, that wasn't Thor. Even I can smell the formula in the air. Huntress answers back as she shimmers into existence. We've got a huge problem, haven't we? Peter nods and moves over to the sink. Yeah, whoever that was hits like a pussy. I mean, Gwen hits harder, and I was embarrassed having to fake those injuries. He smirks as the marks on his face fade into normal skin. Plus, there is that other issue. Thor doesn't use formula. Sighing, Felicia could only nod. Yup, better get everyone together. No one is allowed to say no. Peter leans over the sink and pours the water from the bottle, and heads back to the mat, using the cap to scrape up the blood from the burst lip he gave Thor. As the blood swirls in the remnants of the water, Peter hopes this can answer their questions. Who was that? And what the hell is going on? Felicia looked over at him. You know, we have at least an hour before everyone can get away. How about we practice my favorite F word? And she smiled as she headed towards the mat. Filching? Peter asked, with a small grin, and she stopped and shook her head, fleeing after filching. She paused again and shook her head once more, feasting after fleeing after filching. Felicia stood on the mat. We won't be doing my second favorite F word if you don't stop messing about and get over here. Peter laughed and sent Charles one last message. As their outfits both changed into more suitable sparring attire, Peter took off in a sprint and charged at her. While Peter and Felicia sparred, Charles had received the news that Thor wasn't the Asgardian they thought he was, and that something was definitely wrong. Peter thinks the Asgardians are up to something. He didn't elaborate, but I have to trust his judgment on this, Charles explained to Eric and Selene. The mansion in New York was still unsafe, and the Augments had retreated to Genosha once more. With the technology taken from Avalon, the island was once more safe from not just human intervention, but thanks to Forge and Eric's powers, had its own protective practical shield over it as well, blocking it from any spying eyes in the sky. Selene stirred a cup of coffee. So, then what do we do? And Eric clenched a fist. This time I am tired of running, Charles. After the Sentinels and Pietro, after the loss of life, we must take a stand. Humanity will sell us out to save itself if the Asgardians turn hostile. Eric explained. Eric, I know you are angry they used Sentinels, but we cannot incite violence on the basis of a hunch. We have no proof, only supposition. If Peter can find out, then we can act. Until then we prepare, we stockpile food, plan escape routes, and we expect the worst. Eric snorted. The worst is one of those cruisers comes here and eradicates us, Charles. Whatever metal they are using is resistant to my powers. I can maybe take one, but if they send more, then we are defenseless. Selene sipped her coffee, always the pessimist Eric. We are not. I have been in contact with Shuri, and while hesitant Peter assured her that we can be trusted. I believe Forge has made several trips to Wakanda and brought back some defense systems with him. Eric shook his head. And will they cope against those ships? Against cannons the size of trains? Selene shrugged. I do not know, because I am not a soldier. I lived through so many wars they sicken me, as they should have you. But Shuri has spoken to Carol, who is a soldier, and she says yes. Eric snorted. And we are now to trust Peter blindly. It was Charles who shook his head. Eric, you trust him with your daughter, and I for one know he is not our enemy. I know you are angry at what they did to Raven, but we need to remain calm. Eric's gloves squeaked as he clenched his fist. Raven has nothing to do with this. They brought those machines back, Charles, to hunt us, not for any other reason. To hunt us. They haven't changed, and although we look younger, neither have we. We tired your way. We tried diplomacy and peaceful coexistence, and it cost us 2 homes, and how many lives? Charles let out a breath through his nose. And then what? I am aware of the cost, Eric. We both paid it that day, and I am aware that it is another choice taken from us. We have no say in what the government did with Avalon, and they took it. Charles said angrily, but causing a war only costs more lives. Fighting a battle against a foe we know nothing about will get us killed. And then? Then what? Let our feelings cause more suffering. Let our anger take the place of rational discourse that can end this before it even begins. No, Eric. Avalon was a great loss, and one they will pay for, but not in blood, and not in pain. Eric stood. We shall see, Charles, we shall see. And God help you if you are wrong. With that Eric strode from the breakfast table. Selene sighed. Well, that went well. Did you notice he has one of Stark's halos, and it is programmed to stop us from using our powers? Charles slumped in his seat. It hadn't escaped my notice, no. He doesn't trust us, Selene, and I fear that the Sentinel attacks have dredged up some rather painful memories he was unwilling to deal with. I agree with your plan. Fortify and defend, but we must make sure that is all we do. Building an army of augments or placing super weapons on the coastline will be taken as an act of aggression, and we both lived through the last missile crisis. Selene sighed. I will contact Shuri again, and see if there are defensive systems we can install without making it too noticeable. We don't even know if they can see through the shield or not. I will not start a war because I am scared. Charles could only stare at his own coffee as Selene left to contact Shuri. Once more humanity and the government had taken steps without looking at the bigger picture. Charles could feel the tension in the air. The whole world was holding its collective breath, and every day the tension of a billion minds living in a state of unease and near panic threatened to overwhelm him. Taking slow breaths, and centering himself, he tried to relax once more, but it was becoming harder and harder. He just hoped that when the tipping point came, that he was able to cope. As Selene sat at her office desk, feeling the same pressure Charles was, she had a simpler solution. She slipped one of the newer power dampers on her wrist. Created using the cells of a young boy, who they had unkindly labeled Leech, it killed all her powers, including her more aggressively dangerous ones. It had made a relationship with Logan much easier, and the couple no longer had to rely on Rage or Logan's own regenerative powers for him to survive their lovemaking. She turned on her computer and clicked the video conferencing icon. Surprised when Okoye appeared, rather than Shuri. I am sorry, Selene. Queen Shuri is dealing with a delegation from Xandar. I will let her know you called though. Selene nodded, thank you, and cut the call. She hoped Peter was wrong. She hoped that there were no daggers hidden in the dark. Not after the past 10 years, and not against an enemy they might have no hope of defeating. As Okoye was taking the call, Queen Shuri was waiting at a pre-built marquee. They had refused to allow either the Xandarians or the Asgardians access to the city, as it was plainly obvious what they wanted. She had been warned that Thor was on the earth, and as he approached, letting his long blonde hair and deep red cloak flutter in the wind, Shuri did see the attraction a lot of people had towards the man. Thor approached and bowed slightly. Queen Shuri, I am honored to finally meet you, and bring the greetings of not only Asgard but the Nova Empire as well. Shuri stood and returned his small, if not slightly insulting bow. Prince Thor, I return to you the greetings of Wakanda. May its glory last forever. And as she motioned to a side table, with refreshments they both moved over. Adora Mileage pulled out a chair, and both Thor and Shuri sat. But, I am also confused as to why you felt the need for this meeting. I have made Wakanda's position clear, and it will not change, she said, spooning honey into a cup of tea. Thor smiled, and frowned. No alcohol. Shuri snapped her fingers. Bring Thor some beer, and a servant bowed and moved away. We do not usually drink at a formal occasion. The sun can be most unforgiving. Thor nodded. Asgardians are tougher. The silence was uncomfortable as they waited for a cold glass full of pale yellow liquid to be brought for Thor. From Peter, he has told us your constitution is hardier than most. This smiled, lifted his glass and drained it, a servant removing it and replacing it with another full one. Now, to business. Why are your ships harassing our borders, and why are you here? Shuri asked Thor as she sipped at her tea. Thor sighed as he stared at his mug. We both know your technology is not from Earth, and if it is Xandarian or Asgardian then we have a claim for its return. Shuri raised an eyebrow, and if it is not? Thor half-heartedly shrugged, then whatever species it belonged to has claim on it. Intergalactic salvage laws are strange and complicated, but if another race has visited Earth before then they might use it against you. Shuri smiled, such as the Kree? Or the Skrulls? We are aware of the past visits to our planet, Prince Thor. We do keep in contact with Carol Danvers, and we do keep ourselves as up-to-date as possible. Thor frowned and shook his head. While Carol is not wanted for the incident on Asgard, she is still a criminal, and the Xandarians are holding back because we asked them to. This will move from being a friendly request for access to your systems to a more impolite approach. Shuri sat her teacup back down, and that Prince Thor would be a terrible mistake. We are prepared to defend ourselves. The United States does not speak for the world, regardless of what it may think, and you do not pose as much of a threat as you think you do, she stated pointedly. Thor took a breath, and the displeasure was written over his face. To anger the might of Asgard is a mistake your people may be unable to bear. We come here at your invitation, and bring with us medicine and technologies on the understanding that the people of Earth are united in one common goal, to join and explore the galaxy peacefully. Shuri smiled. Then you were lied to, and my people shall not suffer for the lies of another. You might want to make sure that you are not being manipulated, Prince Thor. It would be a terrible shame if you were dragged into Earth's petty squabbles. Thor stood. We could go around in circles forever, Queen Shuri, but I do not have the time or the patience to deal with this. You have 5 days. As the augments gave up their Avalon. Know that if you stand against us, you stand alone. Shuri laughed. No, Wakanda knows of our history, Wakanda knows of what we went through to ensure our freedom. And we know that whatever threats you make, Prince Thor, the reason you make them is that you know to anger us is to invite your death. Shuri sat her cup down and stood. We are not alone. We have allies more powerful than any of your men. We are not truly alone. You, on the other hand, are a brash and brazen idiot. You come into someone else's home and threaten them. You will remove your ships within 5 days. I believe Charles gave you the same time limit. If you do not. Shuri snapped her fingers. A cannon rose from the ground. It was thin but sleek and only a few meters long. As it whined and thrummed, a beam of bright energy pierced the shield and strobed into the atmosphere. Do you like it? Cybertronian. And that is one of our small cannons. Shuri stood, even alone, the panther hunts, and she turned her back on Thor, gritting his teeth in anger, crushing the goblet he had been given. You know, since you became director, I seem to be losing a lot more games of poker than before, Fury said as he threw his cards on the table. Carlson had pulled a full house from the deck, and Fury's 2 pairs got him nothing. Don't have to lose against the boss anymore, Carlson said, with a gurn, as he moved the pile of chips towards himself. Yeah, Fury said, as he shook his head. So, what are we going to do about Cap and Flash? I know they're not welcome on the Avengers anymore. Carlson shrugged. Now Cap's recovered, I really don't care what you do with him. Parker took care of that mess, but you're right. The new Avengers is a SHIELD team now, and needs to listen to its director. You know I'll take him, hell I'll take them both. I just want to know you won't be kicking my door in to arrest them, or me, Fury said as he shuffled the deck once more. Nope, Cap's old news. We've got the new Avengers, the Gamma Troopers, and with Stark's manufacturing, even a fleet of new machines of war, 3 fully sanctioned teams. Charles turn you down, huh? Fury asked as he dealt the cards. Charles, in a very impolite way, told me to go to hell. If we want an augment team we can find and recruit them ourselves. Carlson said, lifting his hand. Maria sat down at the table, putting down a plate of nachos. Well, what did you expect? I mean, you did sick giant robots on them, she said before lifting a chip and dipping it in salsa and eating it. Scott was going to join in, but once he heard you were here, he declined. I didn't, that was Malik, and he got a life sentence for it. Maria snorted, at a minimum security prison. They don't even lock the doors there. You could walk out and nobody would bat an eye. Carlson sighed, lifted the edge of his cards and shrugged. He was a senator and well connected. Even though we got the files, it was under duress. It was the best we could do. Fury laughed. Give me 3, and no, the best you could do was wait until he was alone and let him have a convenient accident. We spent too long cleaning house to let even one of those Hydra bastards live. Maria handed him 3. Carlson lifted 2 fingers, and she dealt him 2, and as she looked at her own cards, she put the deck down. We tried that. He's under guard 24/7, and so far nobody that isn't approved goes anywhere near him. As I said, he's got connections. Carlson admitted. So, maybe drop me a list of visitors he's had. Maybe I can do something about that, as long as you turn a blind eye. Carlson smiled. He already had a list in his pocket and would have left it once the poker night was over. So, we heard about the Asgardians and our new friends, the Xandarians. Fury tossed a pile of chips into the center. Want to spill, or do we go in blind? Carlson matched the bet, looked at his cards and threw in a stack more. Not up to us. The US government and its allies are in a closed session. But, the word is they agreed. Nobody likes Wakanda being the big dog, so they found a bigger one. As they checked their new cards, Blinsky opened the door, slid 4 large pizza boxes down and flipped them all open, sliding 4 pieces on a plate for himself as well as grabbing a beer from a cooler Fury had brought. Blinsky pulled out the last chair, popping the top of his beer. Thanks for waiting, and as he lifted his cards he groaned, yeah, out, not even gonna bother, and he tossed his cards into the discard pile. So, Ross not got you locked up? Maria asked as she took a swig, but Blinsky shrugged. Nah, got out before the shit hit the fan. Didn't even bother to go back. Bloody stupid mess it was, he admitted. Maria nodded. The Gamma troopers had been raked over the coals after not only did they only capture 2 of the associates of Parker but then failed to contain them and lost Stearns in the process. So, any chance of Dash? Blinsky began but Fury cut him off. No. Oh come, no. Not Eve Dash. No, you were on the wrong side, Emil, and while A-bomb is handy, we've got a big enough team. Fury reached into his coat and pulled out a dossier. Yelena Romanovich, now called Widow's sister. Maria said as she snatched the dossier and began to flick through it. Another host, and Fury nodded. You know that might be problematic. They are pretty territorial, and if she and Fury raised an eyebrow, I expect my agents to act professionally, on and off the job. What you and Yelena get up to with or without Scott is none of my concern, unless you get me shot, and then I will be very angry with you. He warned her as she waved a hand at him, engrossed in the file. Blinsky leaned back, looking at his bottle. I've got a question. Do you still go to the toilet, or does your little squiddy thing just, I dunno, eat it? And Maria ignored him. Oh, or what about when you and Scott get the bed squeaking, 'cause those jets ain't as soundproof as you think. That got her attention. It's not, and as Emil looked over at Carlson and Fury he realized nobody had told her. So I heard. But do you stuff it in a jar? To get some privacy, he asked, hiding a small smile behind his bottle as he took a drink. Liv might be the only one who knows the depot-wearing formula well enough to make it, but I can get her here. Maria said with a deadpan face, don't push it. Fucking hell love, keep your knickers on. Just joshing you. We all know Parker keeps his little squiddies under wraps. Even Flash keeps mum about it. Just curious. I mean, you've got someone living in your head. I'd be too scared to take a piss in case it left. Yeah, I understood some of that. She smirked as she took a swig. They don't care, plus, they don't even have that part. Blinsky shrugged. Still weird though. Does Scott Dash and Maria glared at him. So, how did you get away from federal custody and into one of our safe houses? She asked, knowing full well Blinsky was a wanted man. I figured saving your arses was worth something, so Fury is giving me a lift. Taiwan. Maria shrugged. Yeah, you can make that trip on your own. Wrath isn't a taxi firm. Fury snorted. It's a one-way trip for him, and I would appreciate my second-in-command allowing me some downtime during the flight. Maria frowned and shook her head. You want to give him a ride, do it on your own time. I'll get Yelena up to speed on our current operations, and she gave Fury a look, and make sure she won't compromise us. I never said she was going to. I don't care. Just like I don't care about anything Parker gets up to. As long as he remains professional, and stops stealing my jet to go on cross-country trips to visit giant robots. Maria shrugged. Should have thought of that before you said yes. Plus Taiwan. What the hell is in Taiwan? Illegal enhanced boxing, plus 50 grand for 50 cc's of blood, Blinsky admitted. Carlson's face palmed. You didn't sell your blood on the black market, did you? And Blinsky shrugged. The Asians don't have a formula, so yeah, damn right I'm gonna make some money. Who cares if some dumb bastard gets messed up? I've read Banner's file. I know what Stearns got up to, and I know what a huge cock-up it all was. So what? Because we don't need Chinese or Japanese hulks running around. It's bad enough with their own augmented without you making more of a mess. Carlson added, we already had several strike teams trying to steal research data on the synthezoids as well as War Machine. Then pay me not to. Don't piss down my neck and tell me it's raining. You know I'm persona non grata in the US now. I gotta eat somehow, Blinsky said, as he folded a slice of pizza and bit the end off. I did notice the presidential pardon you all got didn't extend to the military. I was facing permanent cryosleep. Carlson shrugged, only because you did smash up Harlem. You were on probation. Fury laughed, oh yeah, double secret probation. Faking an injury to get out of fighting was smart, but a bit dumb as well. You're a goddamn Hulk. Nobody was going to believe that. Blinsky chewed his pizza. I saw Ross after he pissed off Octavius. Think I'm gonna fight anything that can make me explode. Plus, it's just blood, right? Fury shrugged and nodded. They would get it eventually. Plus your formula isn't pure. Blinsky laughed. Got it in one. Even Bruce took one look at me and wondered why I wasn't dead. I got the original Erskine, Banner, and Banner's blood in air. Liv just shook her head and laughed. Said I was a miracle of modern medicine. She said you were lucky the only thing Abomination had was a few physical mutations. She said you were lucky you didn't have 4 arms and bright red skin. Oh, shit, that would be cool. 4 arms. Now that would win me some good money in the pits. Yeah, or in a Chinese dissection table. You can be an asshole, Emil, but be careful out there. A lot of people are scared after the Sentinel mess, and scared people do stupid things. Yeah, we all know about that, he said, giving Coulson a sideways glance. Coulson shrugged. I cleaned it up. Fury laughed. You got Parker to clean it up, and forgot to mention Ross double-dosing himself. I was not aware of that fact. Contrary to popular belief, Ross doesn't answer to me, at least not now. Yeah, we heard. Gamma Squad is under his control. Rhodey is in charge of the machines of war, a crack team of suit pilots. Sam Wilson is leading the new Avengers, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is stuck babysitting Asgardians. Coulson shrugged. Babysitting gets us a lot of intel. We have top people working the Asgardian edge, and getting good results. Oh yeah. I know you've been contacted by Parker, and that you ignored him, and I know that Charles isn't happy about being chased from the moon. Sounds like all S.H.I.E.L.D. is doing right now is letting them have their way. Fury said, staring at Coulson. Am I wrong? Coulson sighed. The president was quite adamant that we do nothing to interfere with the integration of Asgardian and Xandarian technology. Wakanda wasn't playing ball, so they got another one. You know Parker isn't going to like that. Fury said, leaning back and taking a drink, and neither will Wakanda. Coulson snorted. Oh, I know, but while director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has pull, it's not override the president of the United States level. So, we have a few contingency plans in place, but nothing I can share. Fury smiled. I get that, and as he lifted his drink, let me see. After Sharon, Mockingbird, right? She's the only one ballsy enough to take over Maria or Sharon's position. Fury said and laughed as Phil smiled but shrugged. She does good work. Fury laughed. Yeah, 6 foot tall, multiple diplomas in several fields, physically fit, a master of several hand-to-hand combat techniques as well as special ops training, putting her in the top 1% of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Not to mention supermodel beautiful. Your point? Coulson asked as he took a look at his cards call. Unless your plan is to get her keeping Parker busy in bed, then I suggest you keep her away from him. He has a nasty habit of seducing and corrupting my agents. Oh, and ace is high. You lose director. Doom sat in his throne room, eyeing his newest guests. He had little patience for the posturing of lesser beings, but this time, he made room in his busy schedule to at least entertain the idea, even if it was only to gather intelligence. Once more, why should Doom allow these invaders into his homeland? Latveria is ruled by Doom and no other, and so it shall always be. Omega Red shifted slightly. He had been contacted by the Asgardians, all of the major countries of the world had been, and had at first rejected working alongside them. Until they offered him not just the technology to fix the Red Room formula, but the technology to fix his own powers as well. Unlike the peace-loving Americans, the Asgardians wanted to supply Russia with technology to bring them up to the same superpowered standard as the rest of the world, and he had heard from his operatives in China and the rest of the Eastern nations that their offers were similar. Thor stepped forwards, and so it shall. The Asgardian Empire does not seek to impose our will on individual countries, only to unite the planet under a single banner, one of mutual cooperation and exchange. Doom hears your flowery words, Thor of Asgard, but Doom is well aware that gifts such as yours come with a price. Once the Earth is considered Asgardian, what assurances do we have you will not simply subjugate the population, and take our riches for yourself? Omega looked over at the frowning Thor. We are not here to rule, simple dash, but Doom held up his hand. You have said that, but so far, all I see is another who would usurp Doom's control. None may rule Latveria but Doom, and all you are is a petty invader, holding gifts in one hand and a blade in the other. Thor crossed his arms. Asgard is protecting the Earth. There are enemies you are unaware of, enemies who would not be as kind. Doom laughed, the metallic voice echoing through the throne room. And they would face an army mightier than any on Earth. Doom does not play games, Thor of Asgard. Doom does as Doom pleases, and Doom protects his subjects from any invader. Doom pressed a button on the arm of his throne, and the curtains of Doom's banner split, revealing a large screen. Marvel at Doom's might, and know your petty offers of aid mean nothing to Doom. On the screen, thousands of Doom bots stood in rows, with thousands more hanging from the ceiling of the storage warehouse. Two kinds, one similar to a sentinel, humanoid but sleek in black armor with green pauldrons, and another, more square in shape and bright green. Large armored tentacles hung under its square body, and two large repulsor engines were fitted to each side, a ground, and an aerial unit. Know that Doom can, and will defend his sovereign rights. Latveria, and the adamantium you pretend not to covet, are Doom's. Thor shook his head, disappointing, and turned and strode from the throne room, leaving Omega Red standing facing Doom. You make a mistake, Comrade Doom. The Asgardians are not going to take no for an answer. Doom snorted. Once upon a time I respected the Red Room for its resilience and its highly trained assassins. But, seeing what it has fallen to, Doom pities you? Doom pressed a button on his control panel and the view changed to one in space. They could see the lights of Avalon going out as the people left, all with the single Asgardian cruiser hanging overhead ominously. You know that your kind will not stand for the destruction of their home, and you should personally know that Parker and his allies will not stand by and watch as Asgard attacks Wakanda. He flicked another button and the screen split into smaller video feeds. Of protests in New York and other cities around the world, of Wakanda as a shimmering shield sparking into life and a large column of tribes headed into a protective dome. You have chosen poorly, mutant, and now, your new master waits for his boots to be cleaned. Save your tongue for that, and not assaulting Doom's ears. Omega Red clenched his fist, and you Doom, should know better than to be a lapdog for America. This will not end peacefully, and you cannot stand against the combined forces of the Asgardians and the Xandarians. I think that armor must have suffocated your brain. Doom snorted, that is now how armor works, you cretin. Save your pathetic insults for those idiots you call lackeys. Now, leave us. Doom no longer wishes to see your offensive presence. With a wave of his hand dismissed Omega Red. As Omega Red was led from the throne room, Doom accessed the security feeds and watched the pair leave. He had additional security at each section of his castle, and snooping devices placed all over. He does not like you, Prince Thor, Omega Red said as they walked. And I do not care. Only compliance. Nobody has to like me, nobody even has to care if I am on Earth or not. Only that Asgard now rules the planet, and that the Xandarians are our allies in preventing harm from coming to the peoples of Earth. Omega Red snorted. They do not see it that way. They see you as invaders, taking their freedoms. Soviet Russia was the same until we liberated ourselves. Now, we enjoy the same freedoms are the West, without the same childish bureaucracy. And I have little care for how your world is run either. Only that all listen. Thor replied, but hush now. The walls here are not as innocent as they appear, and Thor pointedly looked directly at the security camera Doom was observing. Know this though. All will comply, or even tiny machines won't be enough to stop Asgard. Doom huffed as he cut off the feed, knowing he would gain no further information. He cared little they had discovered his hidden security camera. He only cared that he had gotten the information he had wanted during their meeting. Doom tapped a finger over the control panel on his armrest. As a screen slid up, he watched the video playback of the pair, switching between different sensors. He remembered a different reality where the giant grey-skinned Loki had attacked Earth and several where Thor had arrived to host a ridiculous party, but in them, no Doom had ever managed to gather enough intelligence to compare them to these scans. The augment Omega Red gave off the same energy that all augments did. Doom knew the gene responsible for their powers was embedded in every cell, even their blood, and gave off a unique energy signature, all similar to the one stone he had grasped and then lost. It was the scans of Thor that confused him the most though. He knew Asgardians were not even remotely human, regardless of their appearance, but Thor seemed to be no stronger than a normal man. There was no energy, no indication of stronger muscles, heavier bones, or even magic energies coming from Thor. If someone told Doom that Thor was anything more than a man in a costume, he would have made sure they were shown the inside of Doom's dungeon for their insolence, which made Doom even more suspicious. Any invading force would use disinformation to spread their propaganda, but appearing weak in front of a superior force was either a mistake or stupid. If the Asgardians looked down on Doom, it was a mistake they would soon regret. Doom pushed several buttons and, compressing the file, sent it to one of his allies. Doom sat on his throne, closing his eyes and searching his perfect memory for what outcomes may come to fruition. Doom had seen the futures that awaited if the Earth was not ready. As the original reality stone bled energy wildly out of conscious control, it showed him what the Earth could be, and what future disasters could be unleashed. It was only when he gained control of the energy, killing some scientist and taking her machine to harness the stone properly, that Doom began to understand. The Earth was doomed without him. In all possibilities, the Earth only prospered when Doom ruled supreme. Only Doom could save the Earth, and woe betides any insects that stood in his way, gods or not. He was brought from his musings as his ally contacted him. He knew the Mandarin could not be trusted, and for now, it was an alliance of convenience. Your opinion, sorcerer? He asked, as Mandarin Wong appeared on the screen. Our spies in Kamar Taj have indicated the Sorcerer Supreme is waiting. He wishes to see what the rest of Earth is doing before he makes his move. Doom shook his head, a prudent but foolish mistake. If Strange has the 3 stones, then the Asgardians will lay his sanctum to waste and take them. He is blinded by Doom's attempts to unite the Eth. Would one of your agents be more successful in approaching him? Yes. Wong knew about the dimensional alteration and Doom's part in it. He had already discovered and taken the original Wong's family and life. That was the past though, and he knew that even if the situation was explained, that by using the Forbidden Ring he would be executed, or worse, exiled to one of the dark dimensions. I may be able to persuade Strange to use 1 or more stones in the defense of Earth. Doom nodded. Good. Then we have an accord. I will send word to your enclave when I have completed my mission, and with that Wong cut the feed. Wong sat back on his throne, and after taking a breath opened a sling ring portal to New York. Stephen was sat at a table outside a coffee shop, one of the chain franchises that sold reasonably priced but acceptable coffee. He watched as Wong approached and sat down. I will not get used to this, Mr. Strange, and Stephen shrugged. You can call me Stephen, you know. I don't mind, he said as he sipped his latte. So, news. Wong sighed. There is no returning for me, Stephen. I have my own path now, and while mistakes have been made, I cannot deviate from it. Wong said sadly. He had reached out and was adamant to see what change the Americans had made, only to discover they had not changed the world, they had changed it back. Wong was once a proud servant of the New York Sanctum, a direct pupil of the last Sorcerer Supreme who had lived for centuries. He was an upstanding and loyal man, with great power, and if Stephen had not arrived, been the next American Sorcerer Supreme in his place. But none of that mattered now. Without using the Infinity Stone there was no changing what was done. You only need to allow Kamar Taj to, but Wong raised a hand and slid down his sleeve. There was a tattoo, in thick black ink. Stephen looked shocked at it. You broke the 10th ring, and sadly Wong nodded. then there is nothing either of us can do. The last Sorcerer Supreme tapped into its power, and we are still cleaning up that mess. As well as Doom, Stephen had been chasing Baron Mordo across America as he murdered his way through anyone that had received teaching from the last Sorcerer Supreme, claiming that there were too many dark sorcerers. Stephen himself had already been targeted, but without Wong, was now relying on Wanda, and hopefully Gwen as well to take up some of the slack. I will stay in Asia. The Ten Rings have operatives in many countries, but in respect to our past, and the mistakes that both of us must now bear, I will not threaten your work in America. He looked at his paper coffee cup, filled with dark bitter coffee. Unless you come after me, I will send out an announcement, but if I find any of your people in Camartage, or in any of my sanctums, I will deal with them. Wong nodded. I wish it could be different, he added. Reality is not the plaything of us mortals. And now we suffer under the thumb of fate. If you still have the reality stone, lock it away, erase all who know of it, and never allow such tragedies to happen again. Wong said as he drained his cup, I do not like this. A great many changes were made to reality, but terrible coffee must be a multiversal constant. Wanda had created a portal to Wakanda so that the conversation could be held in person. This was important enough, they wanted everyone to be here, and so, a group of 10 was gathered, and Peter sat at the head of the table as everyone made themselves comfortable. So, Peter asked, what are we going to do? It was a loaded question. They really only had two choices. Go against the Asgardians, take Doom up on his offer and fight, or side with the rest of the world and accept that Earth was now part of a much larger empire. Shuri leaned forwards, Wakanda must not fall. If the Asgardians learn of our vibranium, they will take it. We already have scans of their ships, and we know they use it for most of their construction. I say no. We fight. Liv sighed, but is that selfish of us? This isn't just one country, what of the rest? Are we going to start a war over what could be nothing? We have no proof, just feelings, and some alien blood. What did you find? Peter asked, but Liv shrugged. It's alien, but with nothing to compare it to. We have no idea if it's Asgardian or not. Even the sample Carol supplied is markedly different. She is a normal human plus a strange DNA fragment, which we now know is Kree, and this is two separate strands of what I would consider DNA by the slimmest definition. 2. Gwen asked. Yes, a primary stable sample, which I suspect is stable for reproduction, and a second more malleable set, which I have no idea what it is for, but it does display several strange properties, none of which I can identify without an actual Asgardian. For all I know, it could be how they pass on certain traits or produce the massive amount of energy they use to become tougher and stronger than a human. Liv explained. What about the formula we smelt though? Peter asked. Liv shrugged again, there is evidence of a chemical within the sample, but without an Asgardian to ask or compare I have no idea. Thor might simply have not been in fighting mode, or our senses weren't developed enough last time we met. It's all conjecture, Peter, and once again, nothing concrete to prove anything. Peter rubbed his face, so back to our main problem. Do we trust them? When it comes to my people and Wakanda, I cannot take that risk, Peter. They have already made threats if we do not comply. That is not the resolve of a peaceful defender, but a hostile invader, especially one after a large vibranium deposit. Can we hide the vibranium? Peter asked, but Shuri shook her head. Even with Jean's new mining and processing techniques, the deposit is several kilometers in length and width. Even if we could, where would we put it? It's the size of a city, Shuri explained. Normally information about the location and the amount of vibranium was highly classified, even to non-ruling members of the Golden Tribe, but now was not the time for secrets. So, this is a needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one situation, right? Felicia snorted. We trust you, Pete, but yeah, I guess. Is it selfish to say yes? I mean, I know Wakanda will lose its vibranium, and they might even want the Kree tech, but is that so bad? Carol asked. Not for you, I mean, sure, but we don't know what they'll do. The Asgardians were always fair, hard but fair. And if it was your home, would you? Shuri asked, and Carol shook her head. I just don't see the alternative being that great, and if Thor is right and the Kree come back, I can't fight them again. Not like this, Carol explained. Again. Liv asked her. In the 90s they came to Earth for the Space Stone. They were chasing a race called the Skrulls to exterminate them. I had just escaped their mind control and was kinda angry. Carol shrugged. So I blew up a few of their star cruisers, and they ran away. Peter sighed. That changes a few things. While Asgard and the Xandarians are friendly, we have to think that there are other races that aren't. So, fight one galactic empire to have another turn up and try to take over, or ally ourselves with one to stop the other. Peter looked over at Carol. What is the galactic situation like? Carol leaned back in her chair. I can't say for certain. The three big empires are the Xandarians, the Asgardians, and the Kree, but there are more. A huge alien asshole called Thanos attacks planets and wipes out half their population. A group of scavenger pirates called the Ravagers will attack unprotected worlds and steal whatever isn't nailed down, and then we have the Sovereign and their quest for racial purity. So basically, Peter said as he took a drink, the galaxy is full of assholes, and the nicest of them all are offering us protection. But they are still assholes, right? Gwen asked, and Carol nodded. Oh yeah, Odin goes on a campaign every 100 or so years to remind people why Asgard is top dog, so yeah, still assholes. MJ rubbed her forehead. This is too much for a big city gal. I'm going to vote with you, Pete. I trust you, and you've never steered us wrong before. Gwen laughed. Fine, fine. Not too much, but this, and she motioned around. I want to keep this. Is that selfish? Probably, but we're allowed. How many times have we saved the city? How many people are alive because of you? Peter scratched his head. Fine, Jean, what are the Genoshans doing? And Jean looked up from her cup. War. Eric is mad after the Sentinels and Charles is unhappy about losing Avalon. So, yeah, they're expecting war. Shuri looked over at her. We may have a problem there too. The augments, they are fake. Jean scrunched up her face. Fake. Shuri frowned. Sorry. Fake is the wrong word. With the historical data we received from Optimus, we were able to decipher more of the records we found in the Golden City. And augments are not real. The gene was manufactured. Peter rubbed his head. You know that can never be released, right? The Kree might be assholes, but there are plenty of people on Earth who'll use the same excuse to strip away more rights. He leaned forwards and tapped his fingers on the table. Are you sure? I mean, even with the Mind Stone, Kree wasn't the easiest thing to read. Shuri nodded. We discovered medical data. The Kree created the gene sequence. It is not a joke to say aliens made us. Not just augments but every human as well. Our origins are not natural. Great, Jean said, throwing up her hands. So now we risk the ones who did this coming back and claiming we're what? Slaves? Fakes, that they made us so they own us. Okay, Jean, calm down. And Shuri, are you sure? Liv asked, and Jean huffed while Shuri nodded. Their notes are very detailed, as are the reports to something they called the Supreme Intelligence. But we also have the final entries. My people rose up and rebelled, and they abandoned the planet. They can claim what they like, but we are not their creations, not anymore. We have evolved, and while the X gene still remains, there is now more to Homo sapiens than their creations. Probably why Apocalypse was so messed up, using original tech to alter himself further changed him into whatever the Kree were hoping to actually make. Peter pondered. But, right now, it doesn't matter. The issue is still the same. Asgard or not. Liv said, and sorry Shuri, but I am siding with Asgard. We had Harry do unspeakable things to a few of us, and that was one person with one single Kintar with hostile intentions, a whole species. Carol, you took out several cruisers, so what are our chances right now, without the Asgardians' help? Carol took a breath and sighed. Not good. On the ground, we have hulks and enhanced. In space, we lose that advantage. We'd lose. Even with the tech we have. Attacking a planet from orbit is much easier than defending one. Shuri looked over at her. How long? Carol took in a long breath and stared thoughtfully into space for a moment. We could hold out for a week, maybe. Some species use planet crackers, or high-burn explosives to choke the air. If all you want is the tech, there are plenty of ways to kill the planet to get it. As she looked at the now worried faces of everyone around her, she quickly corrected herself. I doubt the Asgardians or Xandarians would go that far though, but they also have a lot more ground troops than us, and if you think those pulse weapons are bad, pretty much every species has its own version already. Shuri slumped backwards. Well, fuck. Peter snorted. My, such language from a queen. Shuri laughed. I have said much worse in the bedroom, Peter, and now you complain I am unladylike. Such hypocrisy from my heart. I am wounded. The group laughed, but it hid the worry they were all feeling. Peter stood. It's selfish, but I vote Asgard. Thor might be acting weird, but it's been years since we saw him. But, it's not my home, it's not my people. Shuri, I'll side with you. No matter what. So once more, it is my duty. My people or my planet. Peter nodded. It has to be. We all lose so much, but no one more than you. Shuri sighed. Then. So that there is no misunderstanding, and that you all know what I will tell the council. If we accept the deal with the Asgardians, it will be done on the assurance that all rights to the vibranium within our borders remain with Wakanda. That they may buy it from us, on reasonable terms, and that they may introduce us to other species that may also wish to purchase vibranium. In exchange, we become part of the Nova Empire and are afforded all rights within that. And if they say no, that we forcefully repel them from the earth with all the might we can muster. Peter looked around the table, and he and the rest nodded. I think that is more than fair. Wakanda was slowly opening its borders, and the Asgardians simply got there first. Shuri nodded. Then I need time then. I have 5 days. Peter, can you make contact with Coulson and Fury? I want to know everyone's stance. If Wakanda stands, does it stand alone or do I have allies? If we are alone, then I will not blame anyone for their choice, even if we do all suffer for it. Peter nodded. Does everyone agree? And the group nodded. Good, let's have some food. Shuri, I know you need to head back to Wakanda, but please, stay, at least for a meal. Shuri laughed. Peter, I am staying, to remind myself why I chose this life. You may make food, but I am going to enjoy myself in the bathhouse until it is ready, with my wives, in full view of my husband-to-be, and she looked over at Wanda, as long as you agree. The portal devices Charles installed have ceased to function. I believe he refuses to share now. Peter laughed. Yeah, he's a bit mad about Avalon. Wanda nodded, but I will make sure the Peter suitably compensates me. I am still not a taxi service. Shuri laughed. I will make sure of it, my wife-to-be. I shall have him prepare a feast for us all, and make sure we are all pampered for the long task ahead. Shuri stands and Yahalia shifts and changes into a form-fitting bathing suit. Just don't burn my food, she said with a wink. I intend to be very distracting. Coulson had expected the phone call since the Asgardians had made their announcement concerning the Xandarians, and as predicted Peter Parker was now on his way to what could prove to either be a nice peaceful meeting, where the final piece of the jigsaw fell neatly into place, or the belligerent group would tip the table over and an argument would start. Coulson stood and straightened his tie, and he motioned to the chair in front of his desk, "Do I bother to get us coffee, or is this an ultimatum?" Peter shook his head, grinning, "Sure, coffee," and as he sat, Phil pressed the intercom. "2, both back, lots of sugar." As they waited, what is AIM intending on doing? "We heard about your little spar with Thor. Did you find anything useful, or was it just to prove a point?" Peter leaned back in his chair. "We proved our point, and Thor isn't what I expected." Phil nodded as the secretary brought in 2 mugs, filled with S.H.I.E.L.D's usual terrible coffee. "He was not happy from what I heard. You could have caused a diplomatic incident," Phil said, spooning several sugars into his cup. "So why did you?" Peter followed suit. "Blood sample. To make sure he was who he said he was. Something off, and we don't know what. Are we sharing, or are you going to leave me in the dark and hope I just mess up again?" Phil snorted. "The Asgardians are very forthcoming. We know the Nova Corp is a galactic peacekeeping agency, and right now they're allied with the Asgardians as the Kree Empire signed a treaty and then completely ignored it, launching an attack on the Xandarian homeworld. So, they want to stop a war out in the greater galaxy." Phil nodded yes, but the war's been raging. When Carol returned, she messed things up. Osborn got free, and in the confusion, they figured Carol was the next best thing. "We smoothed things over, let them know that Earth has 2 Clintar strains, and Carol's wasn't one of the ones that liked eating people." Peter frowned. "I don't think that was your story to tell philosophy." Coulson shrugged. "It is, and we didn't care. How do you think we've been paying for their protection? Schematics on Iron Man, the Banner, and Erskine formulas. The only thing they didn't get was symbiotes and the Stacy solutions. Only because we figured you wouldn't be too forgiving if we did." Peter took a mouthful of coffee. "And the augments?" Coulson shrugged. "Surprisingly enough, there are a lot of species with similar powers. The Asgardians don't care. Thor can conjure lightning, why would they?" Peter shrugged. "So, what's with the posturing and the threats?" Coulson frowned. "It's the usual. Wakanda can actually stand up to them, and so could Avalon. You're the same. It's a not-so-subtle reminder that even if you have powers, they have an empire, and a much bigger gun than you, nothing more. You know I can't tell Shuri that. Wakanda isn't going to bend over and let the Asgardians walk over them." Doom said the same, "But Latveria isn't the issue, and you're right. So, what can we do to make Wakanda stand down, Pete? Nobody wants a world war where aliens rain death down from orbit, and nobody wants to be the one who presses the first button." Peter slid forwards, resting his arms between his legs, and pressing his hands to his face. "So then, we both know what this is about, and what guarantees do I have that Asgard won't just strip mine the country?" "You don't, but Asgard can only promise they won't, but what we can guarantee is that Wakanda will still control the mining, the processing and the delivery. Just that the amounts might be higher, and the payment might not be in Earth currency. Vibranium is used all over the galaxy, Pete, not just Asgard but everyone. Once any of the big fish get wind there is a deposit on Earth, they're coming, Asgard or not." Peter sighed and lifted his head to stare at Coulson. "So that the big threat? Give it to us or we let everyone else know and you can fight them." Coulson laughed and shook his head. "I guess that sounded like that, but no. I can have the Asgardians draw up official contracts. Wakanda doesn't need to do a thing, just look them over and make sure they like what they see." "Peter, I know this might look bad, but Earth was getting known. We knew about aliens in the 90s and it was only a matter of time before one of them showed up and knocked. We were just lucky it was one of the good guys, and not something much worse." Peter leaned back, sighing. "So, this is happening if we want it to or not?" Cousin nodded. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is a liaison right now. We're dealing with all off-worlders, including the Asgardians. President figured as we'd cleaned house ours was the most reliable, and the most paranoid." Peter nodded. "I need everything in writing, and signed by whoever the Asgardians have in charge. Not you, not Thor. The president and their ruler." Cousin nodded and pulled out a gold-inlaid folder. "Already done. We were hoping that you would see sense, and not drag the world into a war it couldn't win." Peter snorted as he took the folder, and the writing inside was split into 2 halves, one in ancient Nordic runes Peter assumed was Asgardian, and the other English. "Great, so can I?" And Peter lifted a small device from his pocket. "Shuri is listening in, and will want to discuss this in person." Coulson frowned. "I thought Xavier shut those down." Peter smiled. "He did, for you," and Phil sighed but nodded. The ACD was a fake and was to cover Wanda using her magic to open a portal right into Coulson's office, where resplendent in ceremonial robes, Shuri walked in. "I would say a traditional greeting, Director Coulson, but until I read that contract I am not here officially." Phil shrugged. "I can at least offer you a cup of coffee? It might not be up to the royal standard but it's decent enough," and as Shuri looked over at Peter he mouthed no and shook his head, much to her amusement. Peter stood and offered Shuri his seat, and while she read, she nodded her head. "As long as the Asgardians agree, then this is acceptable. We shall sign a non-aggression pact with the Asgardians and the Xandarians." She looked up at Peter. "The vibranium is to remain Wakanda property, without outside interference." Shuri stood, and Peter took her hand before kissing it. "I shall take this to the Council of Elders, but I see no reason we cannot agree to these terms." As the portal flared into life, Shuri walked through the portal and it closed behind her. Carlson smiled. It's been a pleasure, Peter, but as he stuck out his hand for him to shake, Peter smiled and shook his head. Yeah, that was Wakanda. So what happens with AIM and companies like Stark Solutions? I'm pretty sure you're going to screw us all over, and that the new Arca will be some Xandarian bullshit. Carlson laughed. Paranoid much? You're spending too much time with Fury, but he still reached into his desk again, and this folder was a plain manila one. Nothing's changing. You might find that Earth's military is equipped by Nova and that maybe, and I mean maybe, some of that tech might find its way to you to examine. We know we're outgunned, Pete, but not outbrained. Outbrained, and Carlson shrugged. This goes to Pepper. I'm still not allowed to make important decisions by myself, and even as he flicked through it, it was all lawyer talk. Even moving into the 21st century, lawyers still loved their old English, and half of this was gibberish to him. Pepper would love it though. Peter slid both folders together and this time shook Carlson's hand. Hopefully this won't go south, like the last 2 times, and Carlson chuckled. As Peter made his way outside, Wanda was already waiting for him, and the pair ducked into a back alley and stepped through a sling portal back to the warehouse, well aware that they had not just tails but active surveillance equipment following them. Peter laid down the folders on the breakfast table, one for you, and he slid the golden folder towards Shuri, and the other towards Pepper, who was sitting drinking coffee with Liv. And yet, they gave us the new laws. I need it done at the same time. If Shuri says no, we need to be ready, and Peter sat and made himself a coffee. I'm not going to force anyone. If you read that and quit, it's fine. Pepper, no gutting anyone legally who wants out. Pepper raised an eyebrow. The severance alone could bankrupt you, especially if it's me. But fine. We have 4 days. I'll get the team on this immediately, and let you know as soon as we're finished. Pepper stood and sadly nodded, but I hope it doesn't come to that. It's been good, Peter. Yeah, it's been good. Shuri and Peter watched as Pepper left. So, do you think they will honor this? And she waved at the folder. Honestly, we can do a lot of damage if they don't. I think that's the issue. We'd lose a few cruisers against Wakanda and we'll lose, but in doing so we can make one hell of a mess. We're maybe not Omega power levels like Jean or Scott, but the symbiotes aren't a pushover either. If you wish for peace, plan for war. Shuri said. Peter shrugged. Seems like it. But do we go all in or keep something back? I mean, if the Kree do turn up and want the city back, if we've hidden anything from the Asgardians, will they use it against us? Shuri sighed. I must consult the council, Peter. This is too much for just me to decide. It is still the fate of my people, no matter how fancy they make the package. It may still be poison inside. Peter nodded. I understand. Well, see you in 4 days. Shuri laughed. Oh no, I will need much love and care after spending all day with those aging buffoons. You are to pamper me, with massages and anything else that comes to hand. Peter laughed and kissed the side of Shuri's cheek. I hear and obey, my queen, and he heard a cough from behind him. I hear and obey, all my queens. Damn right, Felicia said as she shimmered into sight and Huntress slipped back. So, you owe me some of that as well, and Felicia slid 4 vials from her waistband, each one with blood. Seems off-duty Asgardians like to do 2 things, drink and fuck, and with the rocket fuel Gwen makes, getting a few drunk enough to get these was easy enough. Peter laughed, as long as it didn't lead to the second one, but Felicia rolled her eyes and handed the vials to Liv. Liv looked at the 4 sample bottles, and then tilted her head. I will get these done right away, but you will owe me special treatment as I am missing out. While she complained, Wanda circled her hands and Liv stepped through the portal and into her lab. Peter stood, and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before it closed, and sitting back down he looked at the group before him. There was plenty of food, as a host could devour the contents of a shopping mall and still be hungry. There was plenty of alcohol, and there was plenty of cream, which Gwen never stopped producing, even after selling its license to Stark. Seeing the expectant and smiling faces around him, he could feel the slight apprehension from everyone at the coming conflicts. Even if war was off the table, for now, there was always a risk of someone doing something stupid and starting it up again. There always was. He stood, and his simskin slithered and changed into an apron, with bright red, kissed the cook on the front. Peter stood in front of the group. The only question then is, do you want to be pampered separately, or together? Even with the time spent making sure every paragraph of the missives was carefully scrutinized with the finest of tooth combs, double and triple checked to make sure there were no hidden clauses or dangers, the 4 days passed slowly. Peter had even met with Charles, to discuss Avalon and hoping to be a bridge between the Asgardians and the Augments, but Charles was of the opinion they had burned that bridge when they had demanded rather than asking for the Augments to move. There was to be one final sweep of the city. One final check to make sure that nothing was left behind that the Nova Corp could use, and one final sweep to make sure every system was disabled before they compressively exploded the domes, a final screw you to the Asgardians and the Nova Corps. Even Kitty would be on hand, with Peter in tow to make sure the 5 Arcstar reactors were disconnected and dismantled before taking them back to Earth. Their new purpose was to shield Genosha from outsiders, as the Augments had finally had enough. Peter stepped through the portal breach had created and the atmosphere in Avalon was immediately telling. No sounds other than the artificial gravity plating Forge had created using the ACD and the air purification system could be heard. The room was empty, and all the furniture had been removed, along with any decorations. The place was a ghost town, and even though it had been home to many for only a short time, Peter knew that it was still a painful loss. Right, thank you, Peter. Liv said you needed a distraction, and while I believe you may have briefly met, this is Kitty. A short woman held out her hand, and for a moment he thought it was Laura. Long brown hair, tied in a ponytail covered her black uniform, tight leather, with armored plated over each thigh and covering her chest. Right, do you still work for Elektra? But she shook her head. Selene took me in. But I still do work for the X-Men, Kitty said, rubbing one arm as she smiled at Peter. Charles coughed. Yes, we all know he's very handsome, but can we please disarm the nuclear reactors deep within the moon's core before the Nova Core gets here? You can flirt later. And while Kitty went bright red, Peter just shook his head. I see being de-aged didn't improve your sense of decent, Charles. That was mean. And Kitty is dating Emma now, right? Kitty nodded. Once Emma had split things off from the group, she had split off completely. Like Pepper, it was strictly working now, but with Kitty bouncing between agencies, Emma had taken a shine to the young woman and they were in a semi-committed relationship now. Charles paused. I apologize. This, and he took in a snort of air, incident, has many tempers frayed. Mine included. It's fine, Kitty said. I have my suit. But Peter. Kitty touched a panel on her belt and a suit unwrapped itself and surrounded her. I can phase and breath using the suit Forge made me. As long as we only take an hour per device, then I'm good. Great, I should be fine as well. My armor is airtight after Jean showed us how Helios adapted to space, so how do we do this? Kitty grinned. Easy, I grab you, take you to the cavern, you disarm the reactor and then I bring us back up. Wait, what cavern? Charles smiled. Well, we can't just phase solid matter and leave it. So we made a tunnel, had Kitty phase down a small device and let it explode, creating a housing for, but Peter waved a hand. You drilled a mine shaft, right? It's fine, while geology isn't my strong point, I get what you did, so phase with me. Kit nodded. Sure, I've done it before. Organic matter just gets stuck, displacing the matter around it. It's only fissionable material or anything with an energy source that won't phase unless it's properly dashed. And Peter raised his hand again, rubbing the other one on his forehead. Sorry, just nobody ever wants to talk about how their powers actually work, so. Peter sighed and took out his phone. Call this number, and as he sent the contact details to Kitty, she frowned. Liv? The nerdy-looking woman with the glasses, she said as she stared at the number. Peter laughed. That nerdy-looking woman is probably the most intelligent person on the planet and would love to find out exactly how your powers work. If Emma agrees, she might even give you a full physical. Peter had no illusions that people saw Liv as a stereotypical nerd, and he didn't care. In her lab coat, with her hair all scrunched back, she was amazingly hot, and nobody except him knew what they were missing out on. Kitty tried to ignore the comment, blushed, and instead focused on the task. Right. So, yeah, the reactors are about a kilometer down. So if something went wrong, there was no fallout. So it'll take a while, you can breathe, right? Peter nodded, and let his armor coat him. I'm good. Kitty shrugged, looking down at her own black armor. Still a black cat, Peter. Black goes with everything. And as she held out her hand, they faced down to the bottom of the shaft. Can you hear me? I'm not telepathic, but touching like this you should be able to read my mind, right? I can. So, feeling better. It had been over 2 years since Shaw, but some injuries took longer than others. Charles set me up with a therapist, and to be honest, being away from Bobby helped. Do you do that? I mean, do you worry and pick over your, others? Peter laughed. Yeah, if I did they would kick my ass. Gwen likes to be pampered when she's ill, not that being enhanced makes that a regular thing, but the rest, nope. If they want to be left in peace, I do. Must be nice. I felt Bobby and the professor were constantly making sure I was okay, that Gambit hadn't crippled me. At least Negasonic understands and treats me like an adult. They slowly sank into a dark room, and Kitty cracked a glow stick while Peter adjusted his vision and the room lit up. He only needed to see the electromagnetic spectrum and the reactor burst into lines of light from the power core. I can disable this here. The fissionable material can be bled away safely, he told her. Liv had redesigned the Arcstar reactors and they used deionized water. It wasn't difficult to make and wouldn't harm the moon, so he powered down the reactor and waited until it was cool enough to open and empty. The professor means well, and it's probably not easy to see his students get hurt on missions, especially when he didn't agree with that mission in the first place. It still wasn't fair though. I mean, Scott got the crap kicked out of him and he got a girlfriend and a new team. I was benched and mothered. Peter had no reply to that. The internet was filled with images of female superheroes in compromising positions, and a few that didn't wear masks had indecent pictures spread all over a few news sites. People expected heroes to be strong macho men, and as far as Peter was concerned, it was all bullshit. At the height of her powers, Carol could probably have smeared Hulk across the solar system, and gamma-powered or not, being thrown into the sun would probably have killed him just as easily as anyone else. Yeah, I get it, maybe not as much, but yeah. Kitty was quiet after that, sitting and wrapping her arms around her legs as she watched Peter work. Right, 1 down, 4 to go, back up, recharge your suit and then the next. Kitty nodded and held out her hand. The draining and disabling of the reactors wasn't a difficult task, and neither was getting to them with Kitty's powers. It was just slow and laborious, but as Peter and Kitty were traveling through solid rock, on the moon, He felt that caution was the better part of valor and that slow and steady was much better than dead and explosively decompressed. It was at the 4th reactor that an issue arose. Charles, do you have anyone else on Avalon? Peter asked as he stared at the reactor. Its core was brighter than the rest and its surface was covered in a patchwork mess of cables. No, why? The only people here are the 4 of us. If you don't hear from us in 5 minutes, get back to the surface and get Jean. Peter, that isn't very reassuring, if there is anything. But Peter interrupted him. Charles, there is nothing, and I mean that literally. Nothing you can do unless you also have the ability to phase through rock. Fine, 5 minutes it is. Taking Kitty's hand, he explained what he was seeing. Those cables are invisible to every one of my senses except my technopathic ones, and they led into another chamber. Can you tell if the wall is shielded? I can see it, but I can't sense anything past it. Kitty stretched out her other hand and felt around at several patches. There is something there. Energy fields disrupt my powers, and whatever it is tingles but doesn't unfaze me. You aren't thinking of just diving through, are you? Peter shrugged. Unless you have a better idea? I do, we can go around. I can sense the density of the wall until we find a better entrance. I'm not hoping we can make it safely through that wall, and if there is something there then someone had to get it there. There should be an entrance. See, not just a pretty face, Bobby should listen to you more. In the dark Peter failed to see Kitty blush, and shake her head. Right, we go forward slowly, I'll lead, until we find the entrance, no pushing past me, you could phase into something and get stuck. Yeah, Peter thought to himself, or like Vision try to phase through something molecularly dense and get killed as it takes my head off. But he kept that thought to himself, and made a point to test Kitty's powers with vibranium, as a warning. He would hate to see anyone get hurt through his own stupidity. They skirted the low-level energy field that Kitty could feel and Peter could see. It looked like strings of lights inside a giant hangar of some kind, and when they reached the entrance, it turned out to be exactly that. The main door wasn't hidden, it was just placed under an overhand and the natural rock formation covered it in complete darkness. As whoever was here didn't expect anyone to come walking across the moon's surface, and it was away from any telescopes, they never thought they needed more of a disguise. I want to take a look inside. How's your oxygen? Half an hour, Kitty replied, and she looked down at her wrist, and we're at least 20 minutes from Avalon. Whatever you're doing, do it quick. Peter shook his head. I can move across the surface, head back, I won't need you for this part. Kitty huffed. No, I won't leave you, we don't know what's in there. Peter was about to argue but he felt the resolution coming from her. Even if she was about to run out, she didn't care. She was sick of being treated like a second-rate hero, and while Peter didn't really want her to die while trying to prove a point, he also knew not to argue. Fine, but once we're inside if they have air you drop back into phase and use their air. Kitty nodded, and the pair began to slowly move across the massive metal door, searching for a way in. On one side was a small hatchway, a simple pressure door, and Kitty and Peter effortlessly phased through it and into the airlock, then through and into the hangar itself. Peter stared in shock as the area lit up to his senses. This wasn't just a hangar of some kind, it was filled with armored suits, racks of weapons and rows of fighter-sized spacecraft. Peter quickly counted and there was enough for at least 100 of each. I don't care, get back to the professor, right now. We can't take this. Kitty was about to suggest further scouting when a pair of green-skinned aliens walked into the bay, holding tablets and talking in a language neither of them recognized. Peter's armor shimmered and disappeared while Kitty sank into the floor. Yeah, not going to do anything. 2 against that many will get us killed. Kitty huffed. There were only 2 technicians, but you don't have equipment for hundreds if you don't have hundreds. The base must be further in. We need backup, and we need a plan. After returning to Avalon, to avoid any suspicion, Peter and Kitty recharged her oxygen and finished discharging the last reactor before Charles sent a message to Breach, and the group then headed back to the warehouse. Charles, you need to stay. Peter motioned to the sitting area next to the breakfast table. I think it's Cindy's day for the pool next door. You can stay and listen if you want, or head there and relax. We might be a while. Peter said to Breach and Kitty, who looked at each other, grinned, and headed through the security door. There should be clean suits in the alcoves, if not, we've got new ones, he shouted after them. Oh, and plastic glasses if you're drinking. So Peter, what has you so riled? You can hide very well, but Kitty is obviously upset. Charles asked him, as Peter made a separate pot for tea. Even though Aurora was an infrequent guest, he had ordered a teapot and fresh leaves for when she or Charles visited. It's better to do a show than tell, Peter said as he held out a hand. It was always easier to share information mind to mind, and as Charles watched the memories he sank back and rubbed a hand over his forehead. You think they removed us from Avalon to stop us from finding their base? Charles asked. This was not a good development, especially with some of their ACDs remaining on the surface. The plan would have to be changed, and he would ask Eric to make sure that everything from Avalon was removed, even if it meant crushing the whole structure. Peter nodded, as he filled the coffee pot and made a fresh batch, filling both a coffee pot and the teapot with hot water. I couldn't feel their minds, but I'm not as strong in that department as you are. They have the equipment, but maybe the troops' arrival would have registered to your powers. That is plausible, but no offense Peter, but my powers are sensitive enough that I should have felt the minds of the people there. Eric never made mention of feeling any new strange metal either. Peter rolled his eyes and shrugged, and we have no idea if the Asgardians have power-blocking technology, or if you can even read their minds. I've tried with Thor and I can't, it's not the same. You think alien minds are impossible for us to read? No, I think you need practice, like learning a foreign language. Charles stopped, that does make sense. So, the big question is what exactly do we do about it? Peter leaned back, and took out his phone. I have Liv analyzing some blood, let's see what she says, and then maybe call Coulson. Shield? Do you not think that might be a little? And Charles frowned. Stupid. Peter laughed. No, not to tell him, to find out what he knows. I'm pretty sure a powerful telepath like yourself can find out if he already knows about a giant alien base on the moon, or if the Asgardians are lying to us. Charles grinned, and I thought you objected to me using my powers like that. Peter laughed and ran his hands through his hair. I think global emergencies count as a pass. But we do also know that Director Coulson is aware of my powers, and if he is on their side, I doubt very much he'd agree to meet me. And if the Asgardians have power-blocking technology, that he wouldn't have some. Peter sighed, that is a very good point. And I doubt he'd meet here, as he knows we're in contact. Peter frowned, maybe keep a watch out for any tales, it's not the first time I've had to watch my back, and if he has augments on his side, he might be using them to mask whatever they are doing. Charles stiffened. That is also a very good point. I can use Cerebro to check. Peter straightened up, remembering a forgotten issue. Oh, not Cerebro but I was wondering if I could buy a danger room from you. Charles snorted. Now? You ask that now, and Peter shrugged. It would be a great excuse as to why you have augments here at all hours. Without raising suspicion. Not in here though, I want it next door, in the rafters like my place. That won't be an issue will it? You do realize the projection technology alone is worth millions. Peter shrugged, Gwen makes that in a week. And that it cannot be programmed for anything sexual, Charles said with a pained look on his face. Peter felt there was a story behind that, but while he grinned, he kept that question for later. We don't need holograms for that, Charles, and he was also pretty sure that if someone, Liv, he thought to himself, wanted it for that, they would probably reprogram it themselves. The warehouse door opened and in walked Gwen with Liv. We got your message, and hey Charles. Gwen said as the pair slipped into more comfortable clothes. So, more problems? Liv asked and Peter nodded. Well, that's a pity, as now it gets even more complicated. Liv lifted her phone and projected a slideshow to the large screen TV they had access from the kitchen area. We have 4 samples, and we have 4 aliens, she said, and the 4 were side by side, with a 5th, marked Thor underneath. Sample 1 matches Thor, so we can assume that they are Asgardian, or 2 very closely related species. Sample 2 matches the altered DNA from Carol, so we already know that is Kree, and the last 2 are completely different again, and don't match anything we have. So, and unknown, and possible Xandarian. Peter sighed, so, it's not just 1 alien invader but 4. Liv shrugged yes but no. If the Nova Empire has absorbed other species into their guards, then we should expect other species to be on the planet. Peter shook his head, but those were Asgardians, and texting Felicia, who was still at the Parker building. He nodded as she texted him back, yup, Felicia said they were definitely all Asgardian guards. He laughed, say that fast 10 times. Liv smiled, well, yes. So, are we now going to consider that not only is Earth being lied to by the Asgardians, but they themselves are being set up? That there are 4 groups working towards their own goals and we're caught in the crossfire? Peter rubbed his forehead, this is getting confusing. We have to deal with one thing at a time. Find out firstly if Coulson and the President know. We can take things from there. It won't matter if there are different groups if they are all after the same thing. So until then we just sit and wait. Charles asked as he sipped his tea. We can make plans, shore up our defenses, but yes, if we go looking for trouble, we might find it, and it might be something we can't handle. Charles raised an eyebrow, and looked over at Liv. He finally grew up, and while Liv laughed, Peter frowned and shook his head. We need to be careful. We don't want to stockpile a lot of things and suddenly find out we are under arrest for sedition against a new government, but we also don't want to be caught with our pants down. Selene and everyone are still on Genosha, right? Charles nodded. We negotiated with President Ellis for its return. The plan is to allow it to become a free state. We will have elections just like any other state, but the Republican Party has been warned that their usual bullshit won't fly, and there are very few augment that vote for them anyway. And even with Asgard, that's still on the books. Charles nodded. In fact, other than Avalon they are keeping their word. I haven't heard a single law being repealed or changed, and yes I have been keeping watch. We might not wish for this, Peter, but we are damn well making sure it won't happen. Peter shrugged. Right, so, make plans, stay low, use breach and sling portals to travel to gather supplies from multiple places, and wait. I'll get a hold of Coulson, and see if I can get him to spring any more information. Sound good? Charles nodded. There is one problem though, and Peter frowned. I'm not getting breach back anytime soon, am I? Peter could only laugh as Charles smirked at him. Yes, very funny. You try hurting students, especially the older ones. A private bathhouse and spa. I don't need to be a telepath to know she won't be home anytime soon. Peter just grinned and shook his head. I can help it. You try getting anything nearly as nice in New York for under $5,000 a month. I am aware, Peter, and I am also aware of what a bad influence you can be, especially on young women. Yeah, not getting a lecture, Charles. It's love, not peanut butter. It doesn't get thin and tasteless the more you spread it unless you make it that way. Some people can't make one relationship work, they don't get to comment on mine. Charles raised an eyebrow. I was merely concerned that a young sheltered woman would be intimidated by a large group, and that issues might arise. He set his cup down and rested his hand together on the table. Especially given your proclivity for bathing in large groups. I am aware Breach is an attractive young woman, and that she is free to make her own choices. I am also allowed to voice my disapproval at them. Peter shrugged. That's why they are next door. Nobody lives here without being part of it, and nobody is invited over when we're all here unless it's for an event. You don't need to worry, we behave when we have guests. While I might not agree with your lifestyle choices, Peter, I am glad to see that you are respectful of other people's opinions, Charles said. I thought you'd be more open. Weren't you like 20 in the 60s? Peter replied with a small smug grin on his face. I spent the 60s being chased by a madman trying to start a nuclear war, and then by giant robots. After a lot of good people died, I drowned myself in a bottle. I didn't do relationships. Charles said curtly. It was not a period in time he was not proud of. Gwen stared at the pair. Yeah, egos aside, can we get back to the alien invasions, and not the who's had the hardest life? Your stupid feud with Stark is bad enough, don't start one up with Charles. Peter smiled at Gwen. Sorry, and he smiled at Charles. Sorry, I get enough crap in the press. It's just a sore point. Charles waved a hand dismissively and nodded. I understand that. It's not like I am unaware of how discrimination and rumor-mongering can be. But, we do have bigger issues than us. Peter nodded. Alien base, and now multiple aliens all hiding pretending to be either Asgardians or Xandarians. I know, and Peter rubbed his forehead, but we're going around in a circle trying to figure out who's actually on our side, and who's the bad guy here. If there even is one. Charles sighed. So, we wait, we prepare, and we keep ourselves busy. Peter looked at Gwen and Liv, who both nodded. So Gwen, can I borrow a couple of million? I'd like Charles to build a holographic training room for us. Gwen looked at Peter, and then over at Charles, who smiled and shrugged. Holographic? The danger room Laura keeps telling us about, and Charles nodded. Gwen smiled and rubbed the bottom of her chin. Can you use it for sex? And Peter snorted while Charles rubbed his forehead. Coulson flicked through the report, and he wasn't happy. So, Peter has been seen with the leader of the Augment movement, Charles Xavier. A lot of building work has been going on, and we have reports that 4 guards, ex-guards were taken out by one of his associates. Is that right? Thor nodded, but in their defense, she is very attractive and the non-fraternization rules in place were rather strict. Coulson sighed, and they were there for that exact reason. Did they say anything? Thor shrugged but shook his head. Apparently she got them blackout drunk, and they never left the bar they were at. Coulson tapped a finger on his desk. Something doesn't add up. If she didn't interrogate them, or steal any passcodes, then what? I didn't think Peter was the sharing type, and his phone went. He sighed. Coulson. Sure, send him in. As he laid down the handset, it's Parker. Behave, and no lip. Thor laughed but touched his face, pulling an imaginary zip and throwing away the key. As Peter was shown in, Coulson stood and Peter shook his hand, giving him a small smile. Thor stayed seated and just grinned. Peter, so, what do we owe this pleasure? Coulson asked. Peter looked at Thor, and then at Coulson. I wanted to let you know about the augments. I know you've got people watching us, not so subtly, but we're having a new facility added, nothing dangerous, and once it's built, you can come and inspect it. It's a training room designed to withstand augment attacks. We have a few in the warehouse and they need a room that'll survive their training. Thor looked over at Coulson, who leaned back, and this couldn't be an email. I wanted to ask what Asgard's final plan for Earth was before I speak to Shuri, and with Thor here, I guess it's a good time. Coulson sighed. Peter, we've been over this. Asgard has no plans for conquest, and neither do the Xandarians. We're being brought into a greater collective, and one that's needed. Peter smiled. The Kree, right? Thor looked at Coulson, Carol, and Peter nodded. The Kree are the main issue, yes. They began an aggressive expansion of their territory, and it was only the intervention of Carol last time that saved the Earth. Thor explained, but they took it out on Xandar, and ultimately will head back here. The Asgardian forces throughout the galaxy are heading them off, but we can't stop them forever. So, you bring Earth in, train a bunch of augments or share the super soldier formula, and give yourselves an edge. There are several species in the cosmos that are infinitely more powerful than even a Hulk, Peter, but yes. We had hoped to replenish our forces, as well as our vibranium. Peter sighed, asking, or taking? Asking, but if the answer was no, then taking, Coulson answered. Peter nodded, pursing his lips. That's all I wanted to know. When you speak to Shuri, ask nicely. If not, then we will take a stand against you. Peter stood. This would be easier if you were open from the start, and Coulson's hand went to the back of his neck. You son of a bitch, he spat, lifting the damaged iron halo from his neck. Xavier, and Peter nodded. You know trust goes both ways. You smuggle more alien species onto the planet, and you think we'd trust you? Peter asked him glibly. That shield doesn't have a history of hiding its true face until it's too late. Coulson raised an eyebrow. We have a more open policy now, and since Hydra have more checks in place to make sure it doesn't happen again. Peter leaned forwards and angrily tapped a finger on the desk. You lie about Wakanda, about the Asgardians, and now this. You really thought I wouldn't investigate and take what you said as the whole story. You thought that we'd roll over and take it. He tapped his finger on the desk again. You're damn lucky I disabled that and Charles didn't just melt your brain to get the answers we wanted. Coulson sighed and slumped back, rubbing his forehead. He paused and looked over at Thor. Anything else? Peter nodded. We took blood samples, and there are more than just Asgardians and Xandarians on Earth. What species are here, and what agendas do they have? Thor shrugged. We allow many different species to work for us, and the Nova Corp allows all member species to join, assuming they pass their little test. Who we brought is of no matter. Everyone on Earth is working with the Asgardians. There is no secret agenda, but there was a small hint of worry on his face. No, you're wrong, because right now people are scared. We just had a lot of bad things happen, and then you guys show up. Showing people that the big bad aliens are more ET than Predator goes a long way to getting them on your side. Coulson sighed, and that was what Ms. Hardy was after. She didn't interrogate them, she took blood. Peter could only shake his head. We needed to know how many aliens we were dealing with, and even hijacking 4 of your guys was risky enough. On that, I am going to need that information back, Peter. You've compromised our operation, and this little stunt didn't help either. Coulson looked down at the damaged halo. When you shook my hand, and Peter shrugged as he nodded. Damn, these were expensive and not as good as we thought. Well, you should have used the originals and not Stark's. While they are the same, he used an idea of mine. Coulson laughed. Those were built by you. We stole the design. Peter shook his head. Then you got what you deserved. Coulson shook his head. So, are we good? And Peter nodded. And the augments? That I can't answer. You need to speak to Charles and deal with Eric. They are angry and afraid. In fact, you know what? Charles is nearby. Why don't you actually stop using and speak to him, so he can hear your reassurances? Coulson paused for a second. I don't think that's a good dash, but it was too late. Charles walked into the meeting room, smiling as he walked right past the security and the secretary outside, and sat down next to Peter. It never is, but I did warn you all at the trial, that we will not go gently into that good night, Director Coulson, and you didn't listen. Now we both have a problem. I have a colony of frightened and angry powerful augments, and you have to make sure that Eric doesn't take that anger out on the American people, or your little Asgardian friends. We tested the alloy they use, and we don't think, Coulson began. Charles interrupted him. No, you didn't, he said, slamming his hand down on the table. If Eric is in contact with the metal long enough, his power will adapt. He learned that magnetism is part of electromagnetism, and as such he can control any metal, magnetic or not, through its electromagnetic properties. Do you think that your powers don't work so we're safe is a good reason to anger us? Do you think that there isn't a line? Because you are dangerously close to finding out just how near to that line you are. Coulson leaned back and sighed. So, how do we fix this? The Asgardians are right. When the Kree come, and they are already angry at Earth for the last time, we need a unified front. So, what are your terms? Well, refunding us for Avalon would be a start, and sovereign rights to Genosha in perpetuity is a nice gesture, as well as several guarantees that any augment laws we enforced from Avalon are kept that way. I will talk to Eric, and if he agrees, then he will bring a list of his own to this table. Charles started, but most of all I want guarantees that this will never happen again. There is a limit to even my patience. Coulson relaxed but still took in a sharp breath. You know most of that goes over my head, right? Even President Ellis can't simply sign away a territory. The Asgardians only want peace, and we can make sure everyone gets what they want. Thor nodded. Asgard can agree to that, and maybe offer diplomatic trips to show Earth the wider galaxy. We do have some nice planets, plenty of beaches, beautiful women. Thor saw that Peter's eyes had lit up. Now I think about it, that Peter is now barred from. Save some for the rest of us, yes. Thor said with a smile. Coulson snorted. I think we should keep him on the planet. We don't want to start an intergalactic war if Peter seduces the princess of some empire. Loki is still off-world, right? And Thor laughed and slapped Peter on the back. Loki is conducting diplomatic missions with the Skrulls. She is safe, and with another slap. For now, maybe I should start calling you brother. Peter just shook his head. At least it was better than philanderer. Joking aside. The blood, to appease everyone. How about letting everyone know there are more than just Asgardians on Earth? And your secret moon base as well. Coulson looked at Thor, who shrugged. That is a new colony. We were hoping to share the planet, but as you said, the recent events showed us that humanity is not ready for the more inhuman-looking aliens. I am accepted as I am. What was it that woman called me? Coulson rubbed his forehead. A beefcake. Ah yes, your press was very insistent on mentioning my physique. And now I know why. Augments, enhanced, even your own people are ridiculed and mocked for looking less than perfect. We have allies that need to hide amongst you but would prefer not to. So yes, they hid, and we are not happy they had to. Charles shook his head, and you could have asked. Avalon is host to a number of physically different augments. Not everyone remains entirely human-looking when they gain their powers, and they are all welcome. Thor snorted. The last time the Skrulls were on Earth they were attacked and killed, and Coulson coughed. We didn't know, and we did sort it out, Coulson added. Yes, you did, after many Skrulls died. They could not take the risk, not after being hunted by the Kree. Peter leaned back, rubbing his forehead, and if we power Avalon back up, and let the Skrulls meet some of the more physically different augments, will they be happy? Charles sighed. I know they will be happy to return to their homes, but this is getting ridiculous. I can understand, but we are being used as pawns in your games, and I can only take so much. Right, so that's 3, what about the 4th? And Thor looked at Peter. 4? There are only 3 members of the Alliance, Peter. Asgard leads, the Xandarians are our allies, and we are searching for a proper home for the Skrulls. We got 4 different samples. Do you not have Kree with you as well? This game of cloak and daggers had gone on long enough, and maybe it was time to lay everyone's cards on the table. Thor stood. Be very careful how you explain yourself, Peter. This is no joking matter. The Kree wage war on the Alliance. There are no traitors amongst their people. It is their greatest dishonor to betray their supreme intelligence. Peter raised both his hands. We took blood from 4 guys, and 1 partially matched Carol, who is part Kree. It was the only match we got. Those bastards. You must show me, right now? Thor roared. If there are Kree infiltrators, then the Earth is in danger. Peter watched Thor almost tear the door off its hinges trying to leave. So, want to tell me what's going on? He asked as Coulson rubbed a hand over his face. What Thor said was partly true. There is a galactic war going on, with the Asgardians facing off against a Kree armada. The Xandarians were already attacked, and they asked if we could provide aid and provide them with a staging ground, and Phil sniffed and frowned, and maybe offered us some tech in exchange for Iron Man and Hulks. Peter had been briefed by Carol, and he knew about the initial attack. The Kree had claimed it was a separatist group and was nothing to do with them, so now what changed? Peter shook his head, and? What, you think the Kree will come back here after dealing with the Asgardians? And he paused. Are they losing? But Phil shook his head. No, but everyone else is. The Kree use planet crackers, and bioweapons. We got off lightly last time. This time the Asgardians think they'll vaporize first, and ask questions later. Peter sighed and let out a long slow breath. Didn't think it was going to be that bad? And the vibranium? Coulson shrugged. Most weapons big enough to kill everything living thing on the planet will leave vibranium alone. We really have no idea just how powerful this stuff is, or what it can be made into. Peter sniffed, and rested his hand on his head. So, let me make sure I've got this right. The Asgardians and the Kree are currently waging war, and the Xandarians and what's left of the Nova Corp are here, with the Skrulls to make sure the Kree don't come along and vaporize us. In exchange for this protection, they get first dibs on the vibranium, and probably anything else they take a liking to? That sound about right. Coulson clasped his hands together. I wouldn't have put it quite like that, but sure. Why do you think everyone is going crazy over them being here? Give up some tech and get a lot more in return. Only the greedy ones are holding out. I think Kim Jong wanted his own planet. Peter pursed his lips, but then, why the lax security? I mean, we found 1 Kree with a blood test, why haven't the Asgardians? Because these men are supposed to be the best troops that Xandar has. If there are Kree here, it means either the Xandarians are complicit, or the Kree are much better at hiding. When your elite force is supposed to be incorruptible, you don't check to see if it actually is. Well, that's just stupid. The ones that claim to be incorruptible are the ones you check first, Peter thought to himself, but I'm not in charge, so what do I care? Peter shrugged. Right, well, that's a you problem. Last time it was a me problem. I got raked over the coals trying to save the city. Coulson sighed, and if we give you immunity, as a special agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., provide you with a small office, and a task force to use the normally annoying Parker intellect to find out just how screwed we are. Peter frowned and huffed. I want it in writing. And signed by you and Thor. I'm tired of sticking my neck out for you guys to try and chop it off. My team sits this one out, and I mean that. Phil reached into his desk, and after unfolding a contract, handed it to Peter. You had this pre-signed, and as he flicked through the pages, and this specifies me and AIM? What the hell? It was Coulson's turn to sigh. We were trying the olive branch approach. We might not have a great working relationship, but you did help us with Hydra, and we did save your ass from several lawsuits. We know Wrath is one of your pet projects, and we know that AIM isn't to be underestimated. You made yourself a player, Peter, just as big as Stark, and just as annoying. We dealt with him. You just have better lawyers. Peter shrugged. I don't care. This is another one of your bullshit plans, isn't it? So, what's it this time? Fake invasion, fake charges, and more fake rewards. Maybe hold me in a nice cell so Shuri either snaps and kicks your ass or bends and gives in. Coulson shook his head. You're spending too much time with Fury. This is what it says it is. A neat package, where we all come out as heroes. You get an actual government license, a free pass on international travel, all courtesy of the Asgardians. Peter flicked through the contract. It's too good, Coulson. Where's the catch? Catch? A very public group. That's not the Avengers is the catch. You screw up and you face them, not us. You're still bound by the Arca, of whatever Charles comes up with next. So you do this and you get your team, your big shiny sign, or whatever you want. Stark got a license to manufacture the civilian versions of Iron Man. This gets you whatever you want, mainly us off your back. Phil laughed. Oh, and because everyone else said kiss our collective asses. Doom. Coulson laughed. You even have to ask? Latveria will always be the sovereign territory of Doom and Doom alone. We only got the messenger back as we sent Thor. I need to talk to my team, Phil. I won't drag them into anything. Phil looked up at him, and I wouldn't expect you to warn Romanoff and her sister though. Omega Red was awfully compliant, and we stuck a pin in the deal with him. We already know the Red Room doesn't roll over for anyone, and he practically handed us the keys to the Kremlin. Peter rubbed a hand over his face. You think they already know, but Carlson could only shrug. Phil looked at his watch. Even if they do, and it's a trap, it won't matter. The invasion of Earth is on a timer, Peter. We needed to be prepared, and this time we were. Damn it, Peter thought to himself and extended his powers out to find the others. They knew meeting with Carlson, and with Charles would be a bad idea. If things went wrong, Peter was trapped in the middle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, and even if they didn't, having backup on hand was never a bad idea. So everyone was sitting in a rental car parked across the street, waiting for Peter to contact them. Listen, we have a problem. The Kree have infiltrated the Asgardians, and we've been asked to help. Peter, we trust you, and you have a team. As long as you are safe, we will follow you. Great, Pepper. Sorry, but I need you to verify a contract. Get here. In fact, Wanda, grab Pepper and get her here. Sorry, but this is an emergency. A yellow sparkle swirled into a portal and Pepper peered through, and Phil frowned. What the hell, Parker? Stepping throughout, Pepper looked at Phil and then at Peter, and stuck out a hand to take the contract from him. I think that's my line, Phil. Be back as soon as I've read this. And stepping back through, the portal vanished. So, we knew that Asgardians had matter transmission technology, but since when did you? Phil asked. Charles doesn't trust you enough to give you some technology, Phil. You should be so lucky that he lets me use it. And as he gave Carlson a look, and no, don't ask, and don't think about it. It's keyed to certain genetic markers, and won't work for anyone else. Carlson scowled but shrugged. I'll just tell Stark and he'll make one from some bubblegum wrappers and a toothpick. Peter laughed, as knowing Stark he probably could. Can we do it by phone this time? I forgot Carlson doesn't know about magic or portals. He could feel Wanda laughing, and I will ensure it stays that way. Stephen would be upset if magic was exposed. Peter mentally shrugged, but think of the awesome birthday parties he could host. Wanda snorted over their link. As long as I am there when you suggest it. Peter, go right ahead. Pepper is going to call. That fast, huh? As his phone rang, he lifted it and put it on loudspeaker. Peter here, on speaker so Carlson can hear you. Right, everything is legal, but there is nothing in here about Wakanda, so, just Peter and not his allies. Sorry, Miss Potts, the president couldn't agree to extend that to Wakanda, not without spending weeks on diplomacy, with the Asgardians and the Wakandans. We need this done now, not in a month. Then it's signed, and you will get a digital copy in a few moments. AIM is now a licensed operator of S.H.I.E.L.D. Great, Peter. Can you find Thor and assist him? He'll probably just run around asking people if they're Kree. Pepper, can you put Liv on? Peter held up his phone and asked. Yes, dear, what can I do? She asked him. Attach some of the X-gene scanners to the Mark II tune theme for Kree DNA and get anyone whose suit is fitted out to S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. You know yours is unfinished. I have another method. This will be a fight, so combatants only. Okay, dear, I think Laura and Felicia's suits are ready. Jean keeps melting hers. Peter had to restrain a laugh. Nat. Damaged, same with Carol's. We haven't had time to fabricate the plates after their little run-in with the new Avengers. Someone has been blocking our contracts. Isn't that right, Mr. Kislin? The new contract takes care of that. They still won't be ready in time. You have 3 members who can work with you unless you'd like everyone to know their identities. 3 is fine, Liv. I doubt there are hundreds of Kree. It's a simple sweep and contain. Okay, Peter, love you and see you back at the warehouse. Everyone will meet you at S.H.I.E.L.D. The line went dead and the pure black dusk armor slid over Peter. Its arms were missing, but the repair work Liv had managed to do had at least restored the armor portion. Right, Thor? Follow the yelling. Dusk laughed. Yeah, I'll make sure there's a bit less of that. Sticking his head out of the door, Dusk scanned for the alien mines in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building and found 4 downstairs. Fighting Thor was easy enough. He was grabbing guards from the embassy and yelling at them. Are you a Kree? He yelled before throwing them away and grabbing someone else. Duck shook his head and gripping him on the shoulder pulled him off a scared and huddled guard. Thor, that won't work. You'll just make them hide. Thor huffed. Then what? We need to find them before they sabotage something. Peter nodded. And we will. We have their DNA, and can test everyone. What he wasn't about to tell Thor was that the scanners could tell the various species apart and that using them would be a ruse for finding out exactly how many more species there were. Something was still off about this whole thing, and having a healthy dose of paranoia when it came to Carlson and his schemes was never a bad thing. Even if everyone told him he was just spending too much time with Fury or Maria. Look, we'll get them, okay, but your way just makes it obvious we're looking for them. Thor huffed. In the spirit of cooperation, I will trust you, Peter, but be warned. If anything happens to the Earth because you could not find them in time, it will be on your head. And he stormed off. Yeah, thanks, jackass, he thought to himself. He wasn't the one that brought stupid space Nazis without doing a background check. Liv, I'm on my way back. Get everyone whose armor is at least capable of using a scanner into gear. We need to find these guys before they do something, and I don't want anyone without armor running around in just their simskin. Why? Do you suspect they are up to something? I don't know, he said, but with everything else, I don't want to take any chances. Kree or not, they still lied to us. Peter decided to walk home. He needed some time to clear his head, to get a read on the mood of the city, and to decide if he had made the right choice. Peter walked past a protest, 100 or so people, waving placards with "X doesn't mark the spot" slogans, and he saw a few with a blue patch on their shoulders. A more militant faction, aptly named the Reavers, was out in force. New York was divided. Those who suffered under the brutal Arca will still feel it, and several new groups, following the success of Humanity First, were finding a foothold amongst those who were victims of the Sentinels but had no X gene. Mass rumor and misinformation was being spread, that only the freaks and mutants had the special gene and the government was using it as an excuse to round up normal unpowered but dangerous citizens. JJ's arrest and imprisonment, but subsequent release, was proof of that. They wanted to silence dissidents and used the Sentinels to pass new laws that allowed them to do that. He shook his head. Malik might be in jail, but his didn't plan worked. The streets are full of morons protesting things that don't even affect them, but the Sentinel attacks, followed by the phony trials, restricting Gwen's work to the military and security forces only seemed well-timed with the push of the Asgardians to accept Earth into the Asgardian or Xandarian Star Empire. Anyone with powers was slowly being strangled into submission, and with Charles and the others evicted from Avalon, through a very blatant show of force, it was apparent that something else was going on. Peter just didn't know what. As the warehouse came into view he sighed. That stupid sign of Tony's was still there. Liv had managed to get him to shut it off most days, and it was only on when he was visiting. But as he looked around the neighborhood he was taken in by the changes. It was hard to think that he and Tony had such an effect, but once Tony Stark bought a property there, and with Peter and AIM becoming household names as well due to the CLS and Gwen, the neighborhood exploded in a flurry of gentrification. Sure, if you checked the hookers still smoked outside the 7-Eleven, but there were fewer trucks, and more foot traffic. Trash cans were replaced by benches and trees, and the whole place was now suburban rather than industrial. At least Tony had a good influence somewhere. The door to the warehouse swung open and Liv, Gwen, and Felicia were sat at the breakfast table. "You walked?" Liv asked as he slid off a jacket and hung it. The disruptor highlighted that while none of them needed to wear clothing, it was easy to get caught without them, and they had all gotten back into the habit. "It was a nice day, and you have it." Liv tooted. "Of course, I've had one for years. I just needed to reprogram it." A gene scanner, capable of detecting the X gene, was not new technology, and Liv had taken it upon herself to make several different ones. Not just the X gene but the Clintar as well, and one for enhanced and gamma enhanced. Not just that, but with Scott trialing the system in his contacts, a very small and very discreet dampener that would fool any intrusive scan looking for augments. Originally it was a way to neutralize the more villainous enhanced, but with the Arca, and its main tenet that any enhanced, augmented, or powered individual must report for registration and tracking. Liv had sat down one day, with a pile of research notes, a scanner that picked up the energy given off by the X gene and built something that simply shut it off, and then as the device shrank in size but grew in complexity, one that allowed a powered individual to mask the energy. The device, small enough Scott could wear in a pair of contacts, masked the energy given off by the X gene, and with a few modifications, the genetic code of the Clintar as well. While Scott had trialed the device, everyone now had one, small, discreet, and injected into the fatty covered muscle of their left ass cheek. If Peter and the rest wished to be hidden, they would be, but the past had proven that even if they didn't look for trouble, it still looked for them, and she lifted the black device, a simple box, with a handle and slot in the top to accept a blood sample. He nodded. "You added in fake lights." Liv frowned. "Please. The lights work perfectly well, and the machine sends the results to us, and we can then forward them to Phil. If you think that's wise." Peter nodded. "Only the Kree ones. Whatever the others are, we keep that to ourselves." "Still think they're hiding something?" "Hell yeah, you don't build a hangar on the moon to be friendly, especially as they never said. Training facility and launchpad are two different things." Felicia leaned back in her chair, holding a cup between her hands. "Selene isn't happy either, Pete. The Hellfire Club is pulling out of New York, the augments are going to ground on Genosha, and rightly so." Peter slid a hand over his face so they pissed them off anyway. "Great. I'll warn Phil, and see what I can squeeze out of them. Have fun, I guess you won't need us." Peter shook his head. "This is only because of," and he made finger quotes, "diplomatic concessions" as he grabbed other devices. "They want Wakanda, and this smooths that over. Pepper should have contacted Shuri, and I'll be back in a few, actually, I don't know, maybe a few hours. How much staff can they have to test?" Which proved to be entirely wrong. The Asgardian troops around the embassy were around 100, but the Xandarians had at least 3 times that, stationed around the globe. Several way stations had been set up, and that wasn't even counting the troops they had on the cruisers that patrolled the solar system. What was going to be an easy task soon turned into a logistical nightmare, hindered by 2 people, Thor and the commander of the Xandarian forces, Barit. Thor laughed as he pointed the device at a guard, let it beep, and then shook his head as he looked at it. "This is great and so simple." Peter was watching him, and shaking his head. That's 'cause you're using it wrong." Taking one of the spares, he asked the guard for his hand, clipped at the top of their finger and smeared the blood over the scanner, feeding it into the machine. As it beeped, the green light glowing, he nodded, patted the guard on the shoulder and moved to the next. It was slow, not because there were roughly 100 guards, but because Thor was treating it as a game. Come on, admit you're a Kree, let me punch you a few times, and then we'll let you go, he would joke with the pale-faced guards before Peter would test their blood. What? Another one? Are you sure there are actually Kree spies, and this isn't just I dunno, and he shook the device, broken, or just stupid, but Peter took the machine, smeared a little of his own blood, and the light turned amber. See, human. They just aren't Kree, he explained. Then this is boring, Thor said as he stumped to the next guard. Give me your hand, he said huffily, and as he stared, the detector flashed green, signifying that once more, the guard was Asgardian. Thor roared in annoyance, these stupid machines. He tossed the detector to Peter. Prince Thor hereby grants Peter Parker the authority to continue the task of seeking out Kree spies on his behalf. There. You all heard that right? Good. I'm going to get a drink, and Thor brushed past him and the group all turned and watched as he stormed away. Right. One at a time, and then you can go. After Thor's little tantrum, the process was much easier. Once the Asgardians were dealt with, the Xandarians threw a massive roadblock in the plan. Sitting in Coulson's office once more, Peter stared at the pink-skinned woman, in her blue and gold uniform. And I don't care, Director, she said as she sipped her water. Xandarian citizens have a right to privacy. And that scanner breaks that. I cannot allow any of my forces to be scanned without written permission. And as their commanding officer, I refuse. Even though the Kree are breathing down your necks. Coulson asked. She raised an eyebrow. Didn't your people just have a massive war concerning this very right? And Coulson could only rub a hand over his eyes. That's what I thought. If a soldier submits themselves to a scan, then I will permit it. Otherwise, no. She stood and brushed down her uniform. If that is all, I will send out a missive to all regional commanders. If they wish to contact you, they will do so, and she gave the Nova Crop salute, a fist placed over the heart, and then left. Peter shrugged. She isn't wrong, it still sucks, but we can't really argue. Coulson sighed. It still leaves us with a huge problem. Peter couldn't say anything to that, as she was right. Coulson flipped open a folder on his desk and smiled. But as we can't do anything about it, at least there is some good news. We have you to thank for Wakanda, but the amount is too low. Well, 100 tons a day isn't reasonable, Phil, and unless you want to damage the planet, the Asgardians know that, Peter explained. Once again, the Wakandan had sent environmental projections of what would happen if the asteroid was strip-mined, and what it would take to repair the damage. There were already calls for Wakanda to allow the Asgardians to take part in the mining, and the majority of them were of those with contracts. Money always talked, but Shuri held a much larger pile of both weapons and money, and so far had said no. And she won't budge, he asked. Peter frowned. Phil, you and I are going to fall out. No, and the next Xandarian ship that accidentally violated Wakandan airspace will be shot down, the pilot detained, and the craft seized. Shuri, and Yemi too, are getting sick of this "oh we didn't mean it" crap. You already pissed off the augments, don't piss off Wakanda as well. Phil nodded. We tried to apologize for that, and we have moved the training facility onto another section of the moon. If the augments want to reclaim their home, we'll let them. Phil said. Peter snorted. Let them? And that's the problem right there. Earth has no jurisdiction over the moon, and it was at gunpoint they were made to leave. Now you graciously give them their own home back. Phil raised a hand. Okay, I worded that wrong. The Xandarians, the Asgardians, and the governments of Earth, well, almost all of them, agree that the augment community should have sovereign rights over their territory. Genosha is a hard no, but Avalon was theirs. Peter sank back in his chair. I can contact Charles, see if they even want it back. Plus, you need to pay AIM first before I lift another finger to help you. Coulson frowned. Pay. Peter laughed. I'm a contractor, Phil. The scanner, my time, the negotiations with Wakanda, and the negotiations you want with Charles and the augments. We billed you, and you didn't pay. Billing is done at the end of the month. I'm hurt, Peter, that you wouldn't trust us. Phil said with a small grin. Yeah, because so far S.H.I.E.L.D. has been so great to me. I was an agent, Phil. I know how it works. Phil laughed. You didn't get your GED. All that got lost when Malik wiped the servers. Technically you didn't qualify to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter left once the job was done, happy enough now that he'd been paid, happier still that he'd taken a blood sample of every single Asgardian in the building, and it had provided some very surprising results. That was for another day. Now it was time to go home, rest for at least 5 minutes, and then stop the invasion of shape-changing aliens. Every single sample they had taken from the Asgardians had come back as one of two types. A strange alien strand of DNA, which they now knew was Asgardian, and a set with 2 strands of DNA. One was obviously Asgardian, and the other was completely alien to it. It wasn't even remotely similar. On Earth, species that evolved separately still had a similar base code of genes, all following the same 4 basic proteins. It was only natural as all life evolved from a single organism. The only explanation was a species of alien that used one strand for reproduction, and it was its basic form, and another that allowed them to mimic any life they came in contact with. It would fool any scanner. As to a machine, it would register the dominant DNA. It was only the ever-brilliant, who had been kissed by not just Peter, but Gwen and Carol when she revealed her results. Even Peter or Charles trying to read their mind would encounter the shape-shifted structure, and so, Coulson might be one, but they would register his thoughts as human, while Thor was alien enough they wouldn't be able to tell. It was insidiously brilliant, and once Liv had long enough with the gene scanner she could set it to reveal any of the infiltrators. Using a simple process, the right frequency of energy, delivered to a thin enough point, such as the chest, would force the cells to revert to their original DNA, and reveal the alien. Well, maybe, Liv had said, as I can't really say it'll work on a full-sized person. I only have blood to test, and not a lot at that, but as Peter thought it was still brilliant, he took her and Carol into the bathhouse anyway, and the duo made sure Liv knew exactly how wonderful she was. With the Kree threat hopefully neutralized, Thor and Coulson sat in his office. Think they bought it? Coulson asked and Thor could only shrug. I know they did. Thankfully Danvers never had a complete set of Kree DNA, and we could fool those primitive scanners they have. I am worried about Parker though, Thor said as he shifted, and now a Skrull sat there. He knew I wasn't Thor, and I think the only reason he held back was he thinks you're Coulson. Coulson shook his head and changed as well. No, I don't think it's that easy. Reaching a hand over the desk, you look much better this way, and Skruller smiled and took his hand. Flatterer. I need to report to Varank. Things should proceed much smoother now. We've shown the humans we can be trusted. Skrullson waved a hand over his desk, and a holographic display popped up. We have protests across America, across Europe, and a few in Australia, but humans would protest free water in a desert, and social media just called them idiots and ignores them. And Wakanda. Queen Shuri has been stubborn. We still don't have access to the city, and her stranglehold over the Vibranium is annoying. But with Parker now working for us, we should have an easier time. Loki probably won't be happy though, but with the Clintar we can't just replace one of his women, he would know immediately. I heard Gwen doesn't have a Clintar anymore. How about her? Skruller asked, but Skrullson shook his head. The operatives we have in AIM say that he engages in intercourse with them several times a day, and anyone we send in would have to be willing and convincing enough to fool him. Skruller sighed and bit her lip. She was never going to admit it to her life mate, but several of the Skrull female agents had already approached her about that very assignment. In fact, several had already asked if they could approach him as Skrulls, given his acceptance of the robot female. Skrullson sighed. We just have to hope that once the truth comes out, Parker and AIM are on our side. Especially given where Phil is. To foster human-Xandarian relations, several high-level agents and politicians had engaged in Skrull memory transferal and were now off-world visiting several planets. Coulson was on Xandar Prime, while Talos was taking his place, and regretting it. Skruller laughed. Loki is never happy. She thought that ruling would be a picnic, and I hear that some of her advisors dragged her from her throne room and into a meeting with Xandar Prime, much to their annoyance. Skrullson snorted. Well, that's what you get for playing queen. Skruller looked around. Don't let Varank hear that. She might be our daughter, but she does have a temper. Skrullson laughed. She gets that from you. I prefer logistics to fisticuffs. Don't I know? And Schruller sighed. Are we doing the right thing? Xavier was right. We could have asked for their help. Avalon would have welcomed us with open arms. Skrullson sighed and patted her hand, and the Xandarians said the same thing, and we ended up on a dozen refugee shuttles, ready to be picked off by the Kree. Earth didn't welcome us the first time, why would they now? Skruller leaned back in her chair. I know, but this feels wrong somehow. We could have just slipped into the population again, or hidden somewhere remote. Nobody needed to know we were here. But this way we can actually be ourselves. We don't need to hide. Once Earth is part of the Asgardian Empire, then we finally have a home, and we can rebuild enough to find our own home world. And maybe give Varank a sibling. Skruller laughed. If the rumors of our children are correct, I think she might give us a grandchild first. Those two are just as bad as Parker, it seems. She paused and leaned over the desk, cupping Skrullson's face with her hand and smiling gently at him. But once I can stop being this muscle-brained idiot, then maybe. But to find Thor and Coulson locked in a loving embrace would definitely not help our cause. Skrullson laughed. I know. But after this, I want a vacation. After the signing ceremony, I want to get away from all this. Get someone else to play director for a while. It's tiring, and Parker is a giant headache. Once the war is over, and the Earthlings are happy, we can both take a well-earned break, my love. Skrullson smiled and patted his wife on the back of the hand. Skrullson shook his head, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Philip Coulson, sat behind his desk once more. He tapped on a small disc. Tie me into the Skrull flagship. Tell Lady Loki that Philip Coulson is calling, on the orders of her brother, Prince Thor of Asgard. The disc hissed slightly. As you command, director, and a small holographic display lit up, showing Varank sitting in her command chair. Is this a social call, or are we free to talk? She asked, but Coulson frowned and shook his head. Bit of both. We have secured the Vibranium as requested. Peter Parker is being as much of a pain as we expected him to be, but everything else is on track. Varank smiled. Good. My flagship should be arriving on Earth within the next few hours. Is there anything else? Coulson looked over at Thor. We have Kree on Earth. Varank frowned. That is unfortunate. Have they been dealt with? But Coulson shook his head. The Xandarians are blocking our investigation. Asgardian forces are clean though, so we isolated all Xandarians. No one is allowed off base without an escort, and all their patrol craft are to use low-yield weapons unless it's an emergency. Venrake laughed. Oh, I bet they love you for that. Problems. Coulson pursed his lips but shook his head. It's not their planet, and as Asgard leads the main army, they can't complain. They came to us, not the other way around. Varank tapped a finger against her chin. I can issue a direct order from Loki, or as Queen Freya. We are at the final push, and the Kree have been pushed back into their own system. We aren't pursuing, as we know what they'll be like if they get desperate. Coulson nodded. The Kree were fanatically loyal to the Supreme Intelligence, and if it felt it had no other options it would probably destroy itself and its people rather than suffer the humiliation of defeat. Even the treaty the Kree signed was nothing more than a smokescreen so they could continue their attacks. A splinter group was hardly believable when they pulled the charred remains of Ronan from the wreckage of his very well-known ship. They might be prudent. Otherwise, when the rest of our people arrive, we could be sending them to their deaths again. Thor added. I will contact Queen Freya and have her convey the message. If anyone refuses, assume they are Kree and have them shot. A bit extreme. We're having to be careful. The humans are a lot more fragile than most. If we start executing people they'll complain. Coulson said. Varenk waved a hand. Fine, fine. Have them imprisoned, and allow the humans to cast judgment on them. It's their planet after all. Well, for now. Coulson looked over at Thor who snorted and nodded. That's fine, daughter. We love you, and shall see you soon. As the display shrank and turned off, well, I see she hasn't grown up. Loki is a bad influence on her. Thor laughed. Shooting them was a kindness. I would have pushed them out of an airlock. Kree can survive several minutes in space. It would have been most amusing. Coulson rubbed his forehead. Then we can both be glad that humans are a lot more tolerant. Thor sat on his desk and leaned forwards, and that thinking gets your planet invaded and your species subjugated. Coulson patted Thor's hand, which is why you are a general, and I do paperwork. And why you keep getting your disguise wrong. He slid out a picture. It's this one, not the one with the long hair. Tutaying Thor shook himself and his hair and beard changed. There, better. Coulson laughed. There is just one thing we need to do to cement the deal with the humans, and then we can all be free. Above the Earth, monitoring the transmissions of outgoing traffic, the commander of the ship hissed as he saw the latest report. They knew they had been discovered and had already reported that to the Supreme Intelligence. They were all on restricted duty, and their plans concerning the annihilation of the Asgardian fleet was now in ruin. He flicked on a private communications channel. Report, said the young woman on the other end. He hated her. He was a pure Kree and she was a mongrel, but she fitted in better, and as such was in a higher position. Once this invasion was over, he would personally see to it that she was taught her place, by having her executed. We intercepted a transmission. Lady Loki is on her way here. She will contract Queen Freya and force the Nova Corp forces to undergo blood testing or face execution. There was silence on the other end of the communicator. Do we have a time frame as to her arrival? He was asked. Several hours. If she is coming from Asgard and takes the Kylarian cluster, she will arrive by 2 p.m. Galactic Standard Time. Send an immediate transmission to the Supreme Intelligence. We can have our fleet here faster. He snorted. I am not informing our forces of a half-baked plan that required them to forcefully jump from an outer sector. You may command our forces on the ground, but I am in command of the fleet. You are a fool, she hissed at him. I will send the report, and you may clean your neck for the accuser's hammer. I will enjoy watching your crushed corpse twitch as you slowly die, and she shut the channel off. On the ground, Barit stared up at the communications tower, and she knew that outgoing messages of that magnitude would be monitored. If she wanted to get the message out, she needed a distraction. As she flicked through the prisoner roster for Earthing being brought to trial, she skipped past Carol and focused on a single name. Yes, he would do nicely indeed. In a surprise announcement, the Asgardians have decided that the trial of Norman Osborn, now known as the creature Gargoyle, will take place on Earth. They gave this following press conference. Coulson stood next to Thor and Barit. This was to be the first trial to show the united front of the three governments. In the spirit of cooperation, it has been decided that the criminal Norman Osborn, known on Xandar as Gargoyle, should be held accountable for his actions both in the galactic sector and on Earth. As such, he is being turned over to the Earth's authorities, with the full cooperation of both governments, in the hope that this will finally cement the relationship between our two peoples. Goyle stood in power-suppressing cuffs, miserable. They had removed most of the flesh from him at one point or other, allowing it to regrow almost supernaturally fast before repeating the procedure. Over and over they had cut and taken from him until he felt there was no more left to give. Trapped in a needless cycle of pain and torture, Norman had finally died. His mind broke and all that remained was the monster they wanted him to be. And a monster he was. When an organ finally ruptured or failed to regenerate, they were merciful enough to replace it with a mechanical counterpart. It wasn't mercy for Normal though, he knew it was only to keep him alive to ensure further samples could be harvested. Not just from him, but Goyle as well, and the Skrulls, for all their talk of benevolence, were only kind to those they stood to gain from. Norman was a test subject and a criminal. He knew nothing but pain and suffering. But, now it was his time. He had been given a glimmer of hope, and he grasped onto it, no matter how much it would burn him. Barit stepped forwards. Under the provisional agreements of the Xandarian people, on behalf of the Nova Corps, I hereby release you into the custody of the World Security Council to stand trial, for crimes on Earth and within the galactic cluster. Barit had been training for this mission for years and had been undercover for almost as long. As a rare pink Kree, she had disguised herself as a Kylarian and joined Nova Corp, using another agent to pass the genetic testing. From there, she befriended Carol, and reported her movements back to the Supreme Intelligence, allowing Ronan to mount a successful attack on their home world. She had no love for either empire. The Kree held her skin as something to use against her, and her loyalty was bought with the safety of her family. If she knew that Asgard and the Xandarians would win, she would have betrayed the Kree in a heartbeat, but as she watched Ronan's ships devastate the capital and only the intervention of the Ravagers, and the simpletons of the system, saved them, she knew it was hopeless. This was her only chance, this was the only way to save her family, and herself. Wait! Stop, you monster, she shouted as Goyle shrugged and struggled under her grip. Play your part, she hissed quietly, but Norman heard, and as the small injector she held in her palm bubbled and emptied, his muscles burned with renewed vigor, and his mind filled with pure rage and unadulterated hatred of those who had reduced him to such a pitiful state. Loki, the Skrulls, Monarch, and finally Parker would all be ground beneath his heels. He winced as the burning formula spread through his body, but as the heat dissipated he felt great, he was Goyle. No, he was an Osborn. And these puny chains couldn't hold him. He could hear the voice in his head, commanding him. Conform, comply, obey, destroy. And whatever spark remained was lit into a raging bonfire, as Osborn remembered. He remembered that ignorant brat of his, Harry, taking his life's work and pissing on it. He remembered that little punk Parker, laughing at his armor and glider, sneering as he destroyed them both. He remembered that bitch Stacy as she mocked him and tore at his perfect form. He remembered each and every slight suffered on him by Loki, Varank, and those disgusting aliens. He wasn't some toy to be petted and played with. He was Norman Osborn, and these bugs should be kissing his feet and groveling for mercy. Roaring in delight, Goyle stretched as the mutagenic formula spread through his body, enhancing him once more and bulking him up further. His muscles atrophied from the constant torture swelled and he effortlessly snapped the handcuffs. Barit shuffled backwards, this was her chance to escape and she scrambled off stage and headed back into the tower behind them. She drew her pistol, and any who stopped to question her, she simply shot point blank. Her goal was the top of the tower, and she had very little time to accomplish her mission. Pathetic, Goyle shouted, all to take over one measly planet, and even as he smashed his savior with a fist, he continued. I am Norman Osborn, proud American. I am above all you petty insects, and even as Thor turned and swung a punch Goyle grabbed his fist and held him tight. Prince Thor, and as Goyle twisted his arm, Thor grimaced in pain as the more powerful creature wrenched his arm, or should I say betrayer, and as he smashed a thick fist into Thor's chest he went flying. Skrulls, all monsters under the bed, here to take your planet, and you idiots welcome them. Coulson pulled a sidearm from its holster but the bullets pinged harmlessly from the thick muscles of Goyle's body. You sell yourselves for 30 silver and then laugh as the Reapers come to collect. As Coulson stumbled back, Goyle leapt forwards, pinning him to the ground and smashed a fist into his face. Lifting him up by the neck, Goyle held him out. Show them, or I snap your neck. Coulson choked and struggled but Goyle was much stronger, and the newer more refined formula only healed his crippled body. Show them. Goyle yelled as he held him up, and while Coulson struggled under his grip, Osborn smashed his fist into Coulson's back until he felt his ribs break. Crying out in pain and spitting blood, Coulson slowly changed, his skin dyeing itself a green color before his face finally morphed into that of a Skrull. Cameras flashed and the crowd gasped as the reptilian face, with a square jaw, large pointed ears and yellow eyes stared at the crowd. This, Goyle shouted as he held the Coulson Skrull higher, this is your new master. Goyle grabbed Coulson's neck with his other fist, and began to squeeze. As the Skrull struggled and grasped uselessly at its neck, there was a horrible crunch noise and suddenly it went limp, and Goyle threw the body to one side, and now you should thank me for showing you the truth. Thor screamed as he saw his mate die, and then he launched himself at the now veiny and overly buffed Goyle. Barit had jammed an injector into his wrist, and it was now empty, having filled him completely with the mutagenic compound the Skrulls had developed for their own soldiers. Goyle barely felt the blow as Thor slammed a fist into his side, and with a giant shovel-sized hand, swatted him away again. This time as he crashed against the lighting rig behind the stage her form shifted and the Skrull under the disguise was revealed. Goyle strong, Skrulls puny insects and as he stirred in agony his muscles grief once more, puffing him up like a giant monstrous abomination. His arms lengthened and they touched the ground, making him look like a giant red gorilla, and his face contorted as he roared into the crowd. Even then, the crowd waited, taking pictures and recording the scene, unwilling to miss a single moment of the show. Even the news crew, a veteran recorder of the panic and fighting both during the Hydra attack and then the Sentinel invasion simple moved back a few feet before recording again, sending a live feed to the world. Several Asgardia soldiers drew their swords and charged at him, and they took heavy blows on the ceremonial shields they carried. Goyle hates you all, he roared, and rather than punching or flailing widely, even the mad genius of Osborn stayed within the brutish monster. As a soldier raised his shield, Osborn gabbed its rim, and wrenched it from the soldier, uncaring if they came with it. Once he had a good grip his other fist soon found its mark and the unfortunate guard was pummeled by the monster. Soren stood. She winced and cried out in pain as she pulled a piece of broken stage from her ribs. I will kill you, she screamed and dived at Goyle, who swung a guard at her like a club. Soren ducked under the man, sliding along the smooth carpet of the stage and spun, kicking Goyle in the side of the knee. It didn't matter how big or tough you were, a joint was only supposed to bend one way, and as she kicked him, it bent and cracked. Goyle roared and laughed as he threw the guard at her. She caught him and lay him to one side, as Goyle grabbed his leg and straightened it. You made me too difficult to kill, he laughed, and the limb clicked and he lashed out at her with it. She could only cross her arms as the thick leg crashed into her ribs and sent her flying once more. We did, monster, but we are not as simple as you think. Clenching her fist, Soren concentrates and calls upon the stored DNA within her cells. Most Skrulls only kept one other form, but as well as Thor, she preferred another. Her form grew, like the Hulk she had seen fighting. Varank's scientist had not been idle, and while Osborn and his symbiote had provided them with the samples, they had not been present when the final enhancement formula was complete. Unlike most Skrulls, who only took on the appearance of another, Soren had the ability to bolster herself, in the same way Goyle and the other enhanced did. She was the first, a super Skrull, and as she dashed forwards and her hand became a huge blade, she plunged it through Goyle's chest. Goyle spat blood in her face. No mere bug can hurt me, and he headbutted her, driving the blade back out of his body. Parker tried that, and it failed then, and Goyle swam down his arm and became a huge axe. Mine's bigger, he laughed and swung wildly at her. She ducked under the huge double-headed axe and flicked her wrist, taking his hand off. Didn't a woman tell you, it's not the size, it's what you do with it, and her other arm changed as well, becoming a club. Goyle laughed. Stupid bug, we are still more than a match for you, and his simskin stretched down, covering the stump and becoming another axe. Soren heard her communicator buzz. Commander, we have reports the Berit is trying to access our communications. She has wounded several men. What should we do? Soren swore under her breath. She didn't have time for both. Goyle was annoying, but only a brute, but if Berit gained access to the outer planetary communications, she could call for reinforcements, and as she swore again, or worse. Goyle laughed as he swung for her, but she had lost patience with him. The club swung and he howled as his hand was smashed, and she brought the blade up and through his throat, leaving it stuck while he gurgled and clawed at it. Survive that? Monster, and as he slumped, she pulled the blade out, touching her earpiece. Where is Berit now? Commander, Carol's Danvers is here. She is never mind, leave her to the Earthling. As she looked around, at the crowd, snapping pictures and holding up phones, and the camera crew, who diligently recorded her fight, she allowed herself to shrink back down. This is Commander Soren. Prepare for an imminent attack, she said into her communication device. She motioned over at the new team, who looked at one another and then nodded. Standing up straight, and taking a deep breath, Soren began. People of Earth, yes, we lied. Yes, we hid. But we defend you against an even greater threat. A race called the Kree is coming. They will kill your people, they will take this planet, and they do not care how they do it. Prepare yourselves. Gather your armies, call your heroes, wherever they are. You must defend yourselves. They had been sure they had purged every Kree operative and contained the rest. She had not known Berit was one. She was the commander of the ground forces on Earth. If she was compromised, then any Xandarian could be. She looked over at Talos, he beloved, but she knew she could not grieve for him. The Kree wouldn't care for her despair, and so she pushed it down, turned it to anger, and swore revenge on the Kree once more. Ready the fighters, recall all Skrull operatives, and prepare for war. In the warehouse, Peter and the rest watched as Gargoyle killed Coulson, and then fought with Thor, who was then revealed to be a different type of alien. Skrulls, Carol explained as they watched. They tried to settle on Earth before, and the Kree pursued and tried to finish them off. She stared down at her bottle. I stopped them, but they took it out on Xandar. And you didn't know? Gwen asked as she poked Peter in the side. Yeah, my powers don't include alien detection, and he flinched as she tried to poke him again. But you meet with Coulson all the time, for one stupid thing or another, and you couldn't tell, she asked once more, as she tried to find a way past his defenses. Since being depowered, she took any small victory where she could. Yeah, not big on aliens, and Coulson kinda weird anyway. He retorted and grabbed her fingers. And Thor, she asked as he pulled her into his grasp, sitting her on his lap. He's an alien anyway. It's not like listening to a different language. It's just scrambled and weird noises. Yeah, but a different kind, and you couldn't tell. She asked as she wiggled to make herself comfortable and rested her head on his shoulder. I met Thor, like 3 times, get off my case. I don't hear you complaining at Carol. Carol was sitting nursing a bottle. Alien detection powers aren't on my list either, but seriously, if the Kree are coming, we need to prepare. They won't stop, and they will kill everyone. Peter raised an eyebrow. So kinda what we were doing anyway, but for different reasons. Carol shook her head. They won't be nice and hide, then leap out and yell surprise. They set the atmosphere on fire, wait until we're charred husks, and then take over the planet. Kree isn't invaders, they're destroyers of anything that isn't Kree. Peter looked seriously at the group. Liv, get the Mark III done as fast as possible. We'll need it. Jean, contact Charles and find out if Avalon is still functional. It isn't a lot, but anyone who can fight from space can use it as a supply base. Oh, get Kitty to make more caverns, unless, can they blow up the moon? Carol shrugged. Probably, but most species, even the Kree, don't go for actually blowing up planets. You don't know what several 100 billion tons of rubble will do when caught in the rest of the system's gravity well. Might as well just blow yourself up. Something was bothering her though. If the Skrulls had Goyle, why did he suddenly get free now? Pete, can you rewind that? Carol asked, leaning forwards, and Peter handed her the remote. As she rewound the news, and then slowly moved it forwards, the group watched as Berit, manhandling the disfigured Norman, pushed him, and for a brief flash a silver injector could be seen in her hand. Son of a bitch. It was her. As Carol let the rest of the recording play, while the camera concentrated most of its shots on the fight between Soren and Goyle, it was obvious that Barit had used it as a distraction. Carol sat her drink on the table. Sorry guys. I need to help them, and as Ravage changed into her Captain Marvel uniform, she lit up and floated. If you get armored up, you can join me, and like a rocket, she shot out of the warehouse towards the shield building. Peter and the rest watched her zoom away, while Jean and Wanda both looked at each other. We can fly. Do we go after her? Jean asked, and Wanda shrugged. Do we need to? Wanda asked. Carol was still one of the group's heavy hitters, even after taking a blow to her powers when Rogue attacked her. You should. I get this is personal for her, but you don't know what else is out there. Peter said, especially if one of those cruisers opens fire. Liv sat up as well. I'll see what armor we have. But I don't think anyone has working flight capability. You would have to swing there. Peter paused for a moment. Will you two be okay? And Jean and Wanda looked at each other, as Jean was surrounded by flames and Wanda surrounded herself in red energy. We're tough, they said, and giggled. Jinx, they both said, and Jean raised an eyebrow. We can deal with that later. Peter, we'll be fine, and the pair linked hands and shot from the warehouse after Carol. Yeah, but I still think facing a giant spaceship without armor is a bad idea. Liv already had her phone out, and was shifting into outdoor clothing. I'll get to Yvonne and see what we have. Because I also think fighting a giant spaceship without armor is a bad idea, even if you are a super augment. Outside, Carol was racing towards the shield building. It wasn't fair, but when a madwoman with some kind of agenda just set a crazy monster loose, you counted the seconds. Ravage agreed with her, and she could what the sound of a blaster firing on the roof of the shield building. She stopped and looked around, and saw Barit, firing off pulses of laser with one hand, and prying open a panel on the massive satellite dish shield had on the roof with the other. Got you now, bitch, and Ravage flew straight at her. Barit almost jumped out of her skin as she saw the glow of Captain Marvel flying at her. She fired off a few rounds, but it wasn't any use. She knew she was too tough and too powerful for someone with a blaster. She fired 2 shots off at the door, to stop the Asgardian forces, and as she saw the creature flying close enough ready to obliterate her, she took a deep breath. Conform, obey, comply, Barit screamed, and Carol felt the world go black. Barit sighed in relief. She knew Ver had been given an extra strong dose of the Supreme Intelligence's conditioning and that it still held fast within her mind. Not many agents were given a direct path to its mainframe, and while many were jealous of her connection, Barit knew it was not that simple. Constantly under pressure from the Supreme Intelligence slowly wore a person's will down, until they were its willing and most loyal subject. Barit had the treatment once and felt wonderful afterwards. She would dedicate her life to the Kree, and its ideals. It was only with time the shine wore off. Being a pink Kree, she was treated with disdain and scorn, and without the constant psychohypnotic suggestion, she grew jaded. The only loyalty she had towards the Empire was her family, held in a containment center, keeping their unclean presence away from the more pure blue Kree. It was all bullshit. She learned from other cultures as she infiltrated the Nova Corp that skin color, limb number, or any number of special differences was no reason to hate someone. She knew a lot of good people who were not blue, and a lot of assholes, who being spaced was too good, for that were. Right now though, unless she wanted to see her family disintegrated slowly, she had a mission. And as she looked up at the blank face of Ver, she sighed. Ver, under command of the Supreme Intelligence, you are to assist in subjugation of the planet. Protect me until my work is complete. I conform, I obey, I comply. Ver replied, I can detect 2 more coming this way. Your orders. If they try to stop me, kill them. No, Ravage screamed within her mind. She could feel that sick voice repeating over and over. Conform, obey, comply. Repeating over and over, an endless loop of scratching and itchiness, like being bitten over and over by a tiny bug with no chance of relief. She used her powers to dull it, but nobody would understand, nobody would trust her if they knew the truth. Ver hadn't died during the last invasion. She simply slept, and Ravage was now powerless to stop her from waking and taking over. Help! Carol is gone, Ravage cried to her sisters, and Wanda and Jean both paused. Gone? Jean asked. The bad machine left a seed of doubt in her mind, and the seed has grown. She is now Ver once more, and we cannot stop her. Wanda, you take out that pink bitch. I'll make sure Carol is okay. Ravage, leave, and find a new host. Don't care how, don't care when, just leave. This will hurt and I don't want you to suffer with her. Ravage paused, but she is our all, we love her. I know, we all do, but this will not be fair on you. And without warning, Jean reached out a hand and Ravage felt herself being forcefully separated. Please no, we need her, she cried out. Jean could only whisper, I'm sorry Ravage, I promise I'll make it up to you. And as she looked down, she saw Soren. Giving her a brief scan, she nodded. She wasn't perfect, but for now, she would do. Ravage cried out, half in terror and half in excitement as she whizzed through the air and with a soft splat landed on Soren. Help, my friends are stopping Barit, but they need you, please, help me. Soren frowned but nodded and she felt the connection to the symbiote, and as the memories of Carol joined with her own, she roared in anger at Goyle, and kicked his corpse over and over again, punting it through the parking lot and leaving it to roll over the asphalt. Get me my ship. I am, she started. Ravage whispered to her, no, be calm, be serene. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to... Are you quoting Star Wars at me? Soren asked, now confused. She could feel the strength of the Clintar as they bonded, and the rush of emotion she felt, tainted by her husband's death, and her fury at the Kree. Carol loves it, and so does Peter. We should watch it, with popcorn, but the love radiated from the Clintar and wrapped her in a soft warmth. It didn't dull the pain she felt at Talos's death, it celebrated his life and the love they shared. It made her cry, and her heart ache, but the burning fury was slowly replaced by a sense of loss, and happiness at sharing her life with such a wonderful man. Maybe after they fight. And as she felt it, Soren looked up, at the 3 bright auras in the sky. Jean and Wanda are powerful, but they will not hurt Carol. She is still under Kree control. The Bat Machine? Soren asked, and got a warm feeling of agreement. She knew exactly who Ravage meant. Right. We've got friendly and hostile augments on the warpath. Evacuate. All personnel are to evacuate. We don't want to be here when they start fighting and grabbing her communicator. Everyone out the building. Survivors radio for help and we'll get medical teams to you ASAP. Soren shouted her orders through her radio. She had the memories of Ravage now and knew exactly the devastation Carol, Jean, and Wanda could do. No one on the ground would survive if they fought seriously, and she knew Berit had no chance. Looking up at the sky, she saw the smaller ships approaching, and knew the Kree must have support on the cruisers as well. Get some anti-fighter armaments out. We might not be able to help them fight, but we can keep the skies clear. She paused. Oh, and tell the humans we're on their side. I don't want some asshole shooting at me because they think I'm going to probe them. The memories she had received from Ravage were interesting and contained many new and exotic swear words and cultural significance, and Soren was smiling as she learned a lot about Earth and its customs. We need to pay attention as well. Ravage chastised her. I see you have one too. Did you know they're cannibals, and they do taste so delicious? And Goyle rose up, spitting out a wad of blood onto the pavement. I told you, little bug, that they tried that before. Soren let Ravage coat her, and her maw split, revealing the jagged teeth. Combined with her own shape-shifting abilities, the tendrils that sprang from her back all became razor-sharp blades, mimicking the harness Ravage had memories of when she was bonded with Liv. Then I have a lot more, you big ugly motherfucker, and as blades grew from her Ravage coated her, and she slashed at Goyle, catching him through both the heart and the throat once more, but before she could finish him, the rooftop exploded into a bright yellow light and she froze. That was not good. Jean, Wanda, and Carol floated across from one another, and Jean noticed the young pink alien woman was still busy working on the panel of the communications dish. Carol, we both love you, but if you attack us I will seriously fuck your day up, Wanda warned her. My orders are to protect Berit while she works. Stay back, and I won't have to seriously fuck up your day. Jean, Carol replied with a smirk. She was still in control, she just didn't care about these two. The Kree was all that mattered, and once she was reunited with the Supreme Intelligence it would all be okay again. Wanda, take care of our friend there. Carol and I need to have a little chat, and Jean's aura flared as Helios covered her in her bright red and gold armor. Her? Alive, or and Helio shrugged. Right, stop the evil aliens, and crossing her arms a flick of bright red surrounded Berit, who cried out and was flung from the top of the roof, making a splat as she impacted the ground after falling from the top of the 50-floor building. There, done. Helios glared at her but Wanda just shrugged. You know the only difference between our powers is that mine are red while yours are all flamey. You could have done that and not even asked. Wanda said with a small grin. Plus, we need to help Carol, not beat her. Wanda, even with your powers, you have no hope of beating me, Carol said, and her binary form flared. Oh, so scary, like one of those super monkey guys that Pete still likes to watch. I am not impressed, Wanda said, and she crossed her arms. See, and as Carol groaned and screamed the light from her powers seemed to dim as it took on a red tinge. But Carol screamed more and her aura flared back into its normal brightness. Her life was for the Kree Empire, and even as the blood trickled down her nose she would burn every cell in her body to protect her. And she blinked. Berit was gone. What? What did you do? She screamed and dived towards the roof. Berit was gone, the panel was hanging loosely, and the blaster was left lying on the felt-covered roof. Kill you, Carol repeated over and over again, and screaming she flew at high speed at Wanda and threw a punch. Carol flew straight through the ghost that vanished, only to reappear a few feet away. Silly girl, you don't get to fight back on the astral plane, Wanda said as she floated over to Jean. Are you okay? Jean nodded, gritting her teeth. The son of a bitch is tough though. If she'd said something sooner we could have gotten it over and done with when we had the Mind Stone. Wanda shrugged, as she saw Carol looking down at her hand, bringing them together and sending out a pulse of energy, which passed through the pair. She is persistent. She is fighting me, you need to help, Jean said, the sweat beginning to bead on her brow. Fine, and Wanda floated away. You know, Steven does not like mind magic. He says that it breaks a few basic tenets about free will and something I don't quite remember. As she brought her hands around in a circle, a yellow runic sphere appeared. Steven does like to moralize about not using magic to do bad things, and as she brought her hands together, interlaced her fingers and spun them around, the sphere shrunk, turned blue, green, orange, and then back to yellow. But, you know, exorcising someone's demons is not always a bad thing, and shot the ball at Carol. Carol screamed as the blast slammed into her, and she felt herself being torn apart. As the energy crackled over her, she felt her mind and body being broken down. Conform. Obey. Comply, she began to scream over and over, her voice crackling into two separate voices. One Carol's normal voice and the other a childlike high-pitched scream. As the pair watched, Carol and another began to disintegrate and the particles pulled apart, each one reforming into Carol and a younger version of herself. The old Carol was in her red and blue Captain Marvel uniform, with a ghostly image of Ravage slithering over it. The second, slumped over as yellow electricity crackled over its body, was in a green and black Kree uniform. Conform, obey, comply is repeated over and over. You couldn't have done that at the start. Jean asked Wanda, who shrugged. You didn't ask me to, and look, she's fine, Wanda replied, floating over and hugging her. She isn't fine, there are two of them now, Jean said, slipping an arm around her. There aren't two of us, Carol said, that's the Supreme Intelligence. The second Carol looked up at them, and there was no humanity in its eyes. They cracked with the yellow lightning, the Mind Stone's power. We have tasted it before, we have encountered it before. We now take what was once ours and return it, and in a blinding flash, the trio were returned to the waking world. Jean held Carol's head between her two hands, while Wanda had a hand on Jean's shoulder. Carol's eyes flashed yellow for a second and a beam flashed out and struck Barit. She screamed as the electricity played over her head, the same beam stuck out, and smoke began to rise as the women fed that power into the dish, and it flared into life, blasting its signal into outer space. In a few seconds the beam cut out, and the charred and cooked remains of Barit slumped next to the panel, smoke and badly cooked meat stench rising from her. Carol slumped into Jean's arms. We need to get back to the warehouse. The Kree are coming. She flew down to stare at Soren. I know, but she belongs with me, and Soren tooted and held out a hand. I will want to speak to Peter. She was a most interesting companion, Soren said with a small sad smile. Goyle had used the explosion to extract himself and then run. Whatever was left of the man was enough to know when he was beaten, and her revenge would have to wait for another day. I know, and good luck, Carol said before the trio flew home. As she looked down she saw the trucks with the Gamma troopers heading towards them, and she knew it would be cells until this was all over. I liked her, she was sad through, her mate died. Ravage said to her, sharing the memories she had taken from Soren. I know, but if the Kree are coming, he won't be the last. Carol felt Soren's grief, but it was overshadowed by their mutual hatred of the Kree, and as she and the other two sped back to the warehouse, she knew it wouldn't be long before they arrived. In deep space, a ship, waiting for any reply from their agents, paused as a single console flared into life. Its automatic relays lit up as power flowed and a single screen began to flash a map of the galactic star charts. It flickered over and over as the signal bounced from one relay station to the next, trying to triangulate where its destination was. It eventually settled on a distant corner of the Milky Way, an unforgotten part but not completely. We remember our loss, and now we remember our prize. The voice sounded out through the Empire, and the soldiers of the Kree Empire listened. No one would ever dare to ignore the Supreme Intelligence. Anoint the accuser, gather our armies, where there was once darkness, there shall be light, where we once failed, there shall be penance. Visit the planet of green and blue, recover our prizes, and recover our infinity stones. In a chamber, deep in meditation, the last accuser knelt. As the screen in front of him lit up, Hao own face stared back at him. Accuser Rog, you are finally given chance to atone. Seek out Ver, seek out the stone, and in doing so you shall have your penance, and you shall have your revenge. The man nodded, his face covered in ritual tattoos that bore the brunt of his shame. The shame of not only losing the space stone but losing one of the greatest weapons the Kree had ever created. Carol Danvers. Yogrog stood, and as his chamber door opened several accuser acolytes approached the remains of this star force. They had been punished, and each bore the marks of surgery. They had been enhanced, and turned into lethal, and obedient, killing machines. They anointed him with oils and covered the muscular 7-foot-tall farm in holy oils. Shaved his already short black hair before dressing him in the accuser's ceremonial garb, the thick black fitted armor, and as the pale blue eyes perfected a glare at the thought of Carol Danvers' broken body lying at his feet, they slipped over the ceremonial headdress, covering and protecting his head in another layer of thick black armor. As he stepped forward, a hammer rose from the floor before him. It had been Ronan's before he had been killed on Xandar Prime, and while the Xandarians had taken the Power Stone, it was still infused with its energy, and he tensed as he grabbed its handle, the skin on the palm of his hand melting and fusing to its grip. I hear and obey, Supreme Intelligence, and as he hefted the hammer over his shoulder the acolytes bowed and they departed, once more to return to the scene of their failure. With the fleet all ready to depart, the Kree activated the ancient neural network surrounding the galaxy. Instant traveling to Earth accuser Rog had a small smirk on his face. Hijack their communications arrays. Prepare to broadcast. On the planet below there was confusion, followed by panic, followed by riots. Those who saw the broadcast hid in their homes, afraid of this new threat. With Hydra, robots, and the few powered that committed crimes, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. being revealed to be an alien was too much for some, and doors were locked and windows barred. To those protesting the Earth's inclusion in the treaty, it was a moment of revelation, and it turned into a more forceful protest. Emboldened by the fact they were right, stones, bottles and violence erupted on the streets of several large cities, and unable to contain them, the police simply stepped back. This was now out of their hands. It wasn't their mess to clean up, and they weren't about to rick themselves to make sure the government's idiocy was defended. On Genosha, Eric simply glared over at Charles, who seeing the angry look on his friend's face made to speak, but Eric shook his head, and got up and left, leaving Chairs and Selene sat together. You know he will remain angry, and you should fix this before it becomes too late. The TV flickered from the news channel and the stoic face of the accuser appeared. People of Earth, know that under the terms of the Asgardian and Xandarian Accord with the Kree Empire that this territory was claimed in solar cycle 204,586, or 250,000 of your rotations ago. Shit, Carol swore, that's Yagrog. He was my handler, and he's an asshole. Even for a Kree, under the treaty, any claimed world is to be administered by its empire of acquisition, and as such your Earth falls under Kree dominion. All Asgardian and Xandarian ships are to depart immediately. All Skrulls ships are to remain where they are. Peter looked over at Carol. They'll kill them all. Kree hate the Skrulls. So we fight. Carol nodded. Last time I fought them off myself, but my powers are gone, Pete. We need everyone. Hulks, Augments, Stark, hell, throw rocks at them. They're fascists who think that Nazis are pussies. They'll kill anyone who won't obey. It'll be genocide. The blue-skinned man on the screen continued. Know this, people of Earth, we made your species, we created your enhanced and your augmented. We own this planet and all that sits upon it. Resistance will be met with death. Hostility will be met with unimaginable force. We are your new masters. Accuser Rog looked over at the technician. Are they capitulating? She shook her head. We have missile launches from multiple sites, sir. The missiles raced towards them and impacted harmlessly against the shields of his Accuser-class warship. Target those sites and return fire. Then, target the target population center of each continent and destroy it. No, wait. Where did we fight there? Los Angeles. Target and destroy Los Angeles. Rog paused for a moment. Oh, and destroy that cruiser. I won't have the Skrulls defile one of our ships. Nodding, the technician armed the forward batteries. The cruiser, hailed as the flagship of the Asgardians, exploded into a bright fireball that lit the entire city, even though the sun was shining bright in the sky. Soren looked up in horror. No, Varank. Soren shouted. Get everyone mobilized now. All fighters in the air, all tropes are to arm and prepare for combat. She touched a communicator on her wrist. Send for the reinforcements. They cannot be allowed to fire another bombardment. Commander, we cannot. They have destroyed the moon outpost, as well as our smaller ships hidden in the outer reaches of the solar system. Soren clenched her fist. Then we must rely on the humans to save us. Aboard the Kree flagship, Yanrog watched impassively as the missiles impacted against the surface, and a brief smile crossed his face and the cruiser exploded. Open communications, he ordered. We accept your aggression and return it tenfold. And Ver, if you aren't too much of a coward, send us your coordinates. We can settle old scores once and for all. As the screen flickered, it returned to the news. The newscaster stared in shock at the screen, before jumping and shaking herself. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting reports. Strikes against each capital in the world. Moscow, London, Paris, Berlin, and Beijing have all been hit. Reports from the US indicate that Los Angeles was targeted, but and she paused, there are no survivors. Each city is just gone. At the warehouse, everyone sat shocked at the devastation. Live. Peter shouted, get everyone who is on the streets and needs it to the shelter, and he switched to his secure channel with Shuri. Message me back when, but the feed opened, and Shuri was just as blank-eyed as they were. Our shields held, but everywhere, Peter. They killed everyone. America was hit the same, all major cities dash. No, all of Africa was destroyed. They didn't target a city, they targeted the continent. Peter slumped back. Shuri, launch everything. I don't care if it's a secret. I don't care if it uses all your vibranium. Hit them with everything. She nodded and the feed cut out. Peter looked at the group. Everybody was silent, but everyone looked angry. Sorry, this is war. They had watched the news, but they felt the explosion and were out of their seats before the shockwave hit. Right. Everyone suit up. If that cruiser hit anywhere populated, we need to help the emergency services. Peter started to shout. Liv stood but shook her head. We don't have armor for everyone, Peter. Several suits were still damaged from the Sentinel attack. Peter swore. I don't want anyone going out there unprotected. Do we even have just, I dunno, normal armor we can wear? It doesn't need to be powered. Liv nodded. We have test suits. Without a reactor we're all probably strong enough to use the. Peter nodded. Head to aim and get them ready. Charles, we're under attack. I know, and we're defen, and the communication cut out. Shit, Peter thought. I think they hit Genosha, he said, and Jean pressed a finger to her temple and nodded, feeling the tears well up in her eyes. Right. And flicking open his phone he dialed a secure number. Fury, get in the air and see if those were missiles. Wrath is now one of 3 air support units. Jean paused. Sorry, Peter, but first, and she touched his forehead. A small glow escaped her fingertips and he sighed and nodded. Right, doesn't help but I'll get it. Liv, anyone who can, don't fight, help with search and rescue. Get out there, get Yvonne and anyone harness certified and get whatever the hell that was away from civilians. The group nodded and Peter sent out a line and pulled himself onto the bottom of the penthouse. Along the button main strat, under a vibranium box, painted black and coated in plastic so as to not arouse suspicion, was a small box. Peter shook his head as he undid the magnetic seal and released it from its housing. It hadn't even been 2 years since they had erased the memory of placing the stone here, and as he swallowed it, he could feel the panic in the streets around him. Great, Maria, get Scott up in the air. I don't want you to be grounded. Get him to use to visor unhindered. He's our only viable ground defense against those things. And his eyes? Peter could only sigh. I don't know, tell him, let him make that choice, but right now, it's him or everyone. Maria cursed, you know I'll hate you. Better me than him, and for what it's worth, thank you. Maria knew that using the visor full beam could hurt Scott's eyes, even blind him, and to shoot down shielded enemy spacecraft in a high orbit, he would have to use as much power as possible. Jean, I have the stone, but I think you should take it. Jean, you're much. No, Jean. No, you're right, I am, but with it, you can coordinate with everyone. I'll take it when I need it. For now, I don't, so shush. She is so terribly sexy when she's angry, isn't she? He heard Emma. Emma, I don't know how powerful you are really, but aliens, kinda busy. Yes darling, I do watch the news, you know. I'll head into the sky as well. I can only try, and this time I will get what you owe me. What? Peter, focus, we can discuss that later. Right now, bad guys. Peter closed his eyes and felt for the minds above him. It was easy enough with the stone, and uncaring he tapped fully into its power. Alien minds were as he expected, like trying to understand a foreign language. Thankfully the Mind Stone was his Rosetta Stone, and he could feel them effortlessly. Carol, that Jan guy really has a hard-on for killing you. I can call him out, and see if we can take their command staff out in one hit? Do it. He's a tough bastard, but if Felicia and Laura help I think we can take him. Right, you hear? Yes, on our way, but fighting on the ground, yes? Carol laughed. Yes, he can't fly. Wanda? I am here, Peter. Stephen says he cannot interfere. They are not a mystical threat, and as such, tell Stephen to get lost then. I need you. If he won't help then screw him. I understand. Where? If I hijack a mind, can you sling ring a team up there? You are going to telepathically take over someone's mind and then use their own eyes to give me a target? That's the plan, yes. I had never thought of that, but we can try. Even if I fail, the portal might create a hole in their hull. Great, do that too. Peter, I know I am amazing, but Gwen and I can only do so much. Right, sorry. Have Gwen do the portal thing, and you take a team up to one of their ships. I can grab Laura and Natasha and we can go in. Peter extended his powers out once more and found the last person he thought he would be asking for help again. Flash, you and Cap aren't going to be much use against spaceships, so how about a little smash and grab? Damn it, Parker, stay the hell out. Flash yelled at him, annoyed at the sudden intrusion. Yeah, I'll get right on that. We're going to portal up and wreck their ship. Are you in, or are you gonna whine like a little bitch? Yeah, Cap is in, but what about ground side? Leave that for Tony. I'm going to get to him next. Head to the warehouse, and we'll all head in. Which was who he contacted next. Tony. Yeah, mind powers I know, but suit up. We need the Legion in the air to take out as many of those missiles as possible. Already on it, the Thunderbolts are suiting up in Gamma gear as well. What the hell is Gamma? You know what? Don't care, tell me later. Leave the big one alone. I'm taking 2 teams aboard, and we'll take it from the inside. Roger, and Friday? Staying here to deal with ground support. It's a big mess, Tony. If Pepper has her rescue armor still, get her with the others to help deal with civilian casualties. On it, and glad to see you finally grew up. Thanks, but no, I won't stop drawing fake glasses on that stupid sign of yours. Take it down. Peter heard Tony laugh in his mind. Yeah, right. Win this and I will die though, and I am going to spend my time comforting every angle of your grieving widows. Peter snorted. Yeah right, as if Maya or anyone else would let you, but he guessed it was motivation enough. Now that everyone who would help was contacted, he looked around at the worried faces. Okay, does everyone know what we're doing? Peter asked the assembled group and everyone nodded. Anyone who isn't doing anything, get into New York and help deal with the civilian casualties. That ship made a mess, and there is more incoming. Laura, Natasha, you're with me, and we're taking Flash, Cap and Yelena with us. 2 teams, find something important looking and smash it. But Gwen, you need to stay here and protect the warehouse, and Wanda, you're with Jean and Emma. He said, and it's going to be okay. But I won't force anyone. If you want to sit it out, nobody has to do anything they don't want to. Why does Wanda get to go help? Gwen asked. Peter shook his head. Sorry, but you can make portals, and if anything comes here looking for us we need someone who can evacuate people. Plus, and he motioned over at Wanda, I know it's not a competition, but she is one of the most powerful people we know, even without magic. Gwen nodded. Maybe I should get a symbiote. Peter shook his head. We don't have the time or everyone would get one. Liv, is the armor ready? But she shook her head. Sorry, it's ready but and she looked embarrassed. It's at the sprayers. Someone couldn't decide on the color and it had to go back, and she raised an eyebrow. Fine, spank me later. Simskin armor then, no exception. Secret identities are out the window, we save who we can, and we'll deal with the mess later. Peter looked around, and while everyone here was willing to fight, there would be those who couldn't. Peter looked over at Friday. She would be great with the evacuations but had little combat training. So he gave her another job. Friday, get Cindy and Eddie here. I need my mom and Kurt brought to the warehouse and protected. Take them to the bunker and make sure nobody hurts them. Gwen, you too. You can portal anyone if it gets bad. Don't care about revealing your powers. Friday nodded. Can I? And Peter interrupted. Yes, the bunker was built for everyone. Grab anyone who's important and protect them. Its capacity is about 50, so don't be stingy. Nakia also spoke up. I have another suggestion. That you send 2 teams to the ship, but you also send some of us to Wakanda. Shuri does not have the augment support that you do, and the sorcerer's cabals will not move unless the threat is mystical. Peter stopped and looked around the room. Right, Jean, you meet Carol and Emma and head to fight Saren. Wanda, Gwen, portals, then you know what you're doing. Laura and Nat, plus Flash, Yelena, and grab Steve. We get the giant spaceship. He paused as the group split into teams. Nakia, get Elektra and Matt and take them to Wakanda, and see if you can get Bucky to help. We need all hands on deck here. He turned. Friday, once you've got Cindy and Eddie rounding up civilians, get your rescue suit and head out to Tony. He'll be providing ground support to emergency services, and helping Fury, Hill, and Scott. We need our flyers to intercept any more of those missiles, and we have to leave the Avengers to do whatever they're doing. Everyone nodded, and Wanda moved her hands to open a portal to Wakanda while Steve called Bucky. He'll help, this is the address, and as Gwen took the paper she opened a portal of her own. Bucky, still dressing, shook his head, and I thought my life was messed up enough. Quick whining soldier, there are evil aliens to kill, Steve said as he laughed. Yeah, see, messed up, and as he grabbed a bag he stepped through the portal, and the 3 moved into Wakanda. Take care, Jean said, and she gave Peter a kiss on the cheek and then floated out of the warehouse. We'll stay in touch, she said as Helios covered her in the bright red suit, as she streaked off, leaving a trail of flames behind her. Our turn, I guess. Another portal was opened and Yelena looked through it. I hope you don't do that when someone using the toilet, she said and ducked as she walked through. So, I got the message, alien spaceships. Sounds fun, like a video game. Yup, but no extra lives. So stay focused, and no messing around. We need to get aboard, take out as many systems as possible and then leave. Hopefully, the ship will burn up in the atmosphere, or Tony can take care of it. Peter gave the remaining women a small hug and a kiss. MJ would be staying in the bunker, as Muse was never a fighter. Liv would be helping with ground rescue while Yvonne, Eddie, and Cindy all protected the warehouse from any possible incursion. Gwen would be there as a familiar face, and as emergency support. With her rudimentary grasp of magic, and more importantly her ability to sling ring, she was the last line of defense in the bunker. Peter took a deep breath. Right, let's go. And latching onto the mind of a Kree technician, manning a gun control terminal, he sent the mental image he had taken from her mind to Wanda, who nodded and swirling her hands opened a portal. Before the technician could utter a word, Peter sent out a heavy web and stunned him. Right, I don't need to say it, so I won't, but I love you all, stay safe, and take care. Yelena snorted. Hear that, Natasha? Your boyfriend loves me. I should finally let him ravage me. Sis, survive this, and I'll let him.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.